Synopsis: after a fierce battle with the final tsutsuki, a hidden seal activates, sending Naruto back in time before everything began. Now a student once more, he stands at a crossroads, relive his past as the underdog who rose to greatness, or take a new path as a prodigy who rewrites the future of the shinobi world. Chapter 1. On a planet far away from Earth. In a land surrounded by rubbles, a battle had just ended with the Otsutsuki clan. A man in black robes walked up to a young body who was stabbed with a sword. The man sighed as he collected the sword, raising his head to look at the destruction of the site surrounding the battle. "Sasuke!" screamed the man nearby in orange clothes. Naturally, the man in orange clothes was Naruto, whose clothes were in tatters from the aftermath of the battle. Was this the only way to end this battle? Naruto lifted his head in tears towards this long-time comrade of his. Sasuke looked at Naruto as he walked towards him. "We have finally dealt with the darkness that was plaguing the world since Kaguya was sent down to our world. Her clan made our entire world go through 4 different wars which could have been avoided, a war in which millions died. But you are now complaining to me about massacring a clan of only 50 or so people with similar ambitions? Think about all the time you had spent alone as a Jinchuriki. Think of all the loved ones that Kakashi-sensei or even people from beyond our generations lost. Think about the war between the Senju and the Uchihas. The Otsutsuki clan thought of themselves as gods that governed the world. We merely put them in place, thus getting our freedom back. The only troubles you are to be concerned with from now on is a few ninjas showing up across the borders, that's all." As he said this, he extended a hand towards Naruto to help him up. Naruto stood up staring at the young man's cold body a few meters away from him, while Sasuke contacts the people on the plane to retrieve Naruto and himself. In the plain near the sea, a man was seen on the screen talking to a red-haired man. "Is the mission complete?" "Lord Kazekage. Reporting to the Lord REINCARNATION, the mission is complete." "Well done to the Lord 7th and Lord Sasuke. I will report to the officers at Konoha. See you at HQ, Lord Kazekage, and one again well done." The red-haired man was Gaara of the Sand, who had followed Naruto and Sasuke as a backup along with the Mizukage. Sasuke packed up all the types of equipment he had bought, and removed out a bento box set, then walked towards to Naruto, and sat beside the crestfallen Naruto and hands him some chopsticks. He smiled as he said, "It is strange for a person like me to cheer you up, Naruto. Since the mission was more suited towards a man like me, but this issue was plaguing the world ever since the ancient times, and considering the fact that we could not get the kids involved, this was the only way to do it." Naruto looked up at the sky as he murmured, "Was this the only way?" As they finished eating, the plane showed up to retrieve them. Sasuke grabbed his bag and walked to the ship, whereas Naruto got up slowly, then walked towards the people that were killed. He faced Sasuke and said, "I want to bury them before we take off." Sasuke felt helpless and relayed the message to all the people on the plane. Gaara was the first person to step out, followed by the Mizukage and the rest. Gaara walked to Naruto and put his hand on Naruto's shoulders, and said, "It must have taken a lot out of you, to face this battle." Naruto smiled as he lifted the hand off of his shoulders gently and asked Gaara to build a bunch of sand coffins. Gaara followed by building more than 50 coffins at once by performing some hand seals. After a while, all the people joined around as they placed their hands together to pray for the souls to rest in peace. After praying, the people then boarded the plane one by one, with Naruto as the last one to approach the plane. Naruto took a moment to turn back to see one particular coffin in front of all the other coffins. He murmured, "If there were another choice, I would never have hesitated." As he turned back towards the plane, he noticed a green light on the coffin. Naruto became intrigued by the light and rushed towards the coffin. Upon reaching, he placed his hands as he moved around the coffin trying to interact with the light that was being emitted, yet he was unable to do anything. Sasuke also witnessed the coffin glowing, but was unable to sense the anomaly. He then activated his Sharingan to infer the new development. To his dismay, he saw a seal that had been activated on the chest of the target that he had stabbed. As he tried to shout to warn Naruto, but a wormhole popped up near Naruto and pulled him into it. Naruto was unable to process what was going on as he turned his head towards the people on the plane and finally towards Sasuke as he was pulled through the wormhole, unable to resist to the set of motions that happened within a few milliseconds before he was pulled in. The people on the plane were stunned to see Naruto disappear, whereas Gaara grabbed a radio to transmit, "Code Red, Naruto just went AWOL." Somewhere in black space, Naruto had been traveling for a while now. In a sense, it was impossible to tell if days had passed or weeks. He did not feel hungry but felt relieved in a way as he thought that this was retribution towards his action for the killing of the last few descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. A few moments later he fell unconscious as he still kept traveling through the black space. Boom! Naruto felt as if he had been thrown down to the floor as he landed on his butt. He forced his eyes open to see the entire class from his younger days staring at him. "That's what you get for mocking the Hokage Stone Mountains. A voice said with disdain for his actions. Feeling the familiar voice, Naruto turned back to see a young version of Iruka-sensei from his academy days. Naruto felt overjoyed as he wanted to jump up to give a hug to Iruka, only to find his hands tied behind his back in ropes. Feeling wronged, he shouted. Iruka-sensei. Detention. Iruka shouted back at Naruto, which was followed by peals of laughter from the children sitting at the benches. Was this a dream or a real world, Naruto thought. Naruto contacted Kurama through the seal to help him release the genjutsu, but nothing happened except that he got more pissed off at the fact that everyone was laughing at him, especially Kiba, who was laughing at the top of his lungs. Seeing Kiba, his eyes started moving to search for other figures one by one. Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Shikamaru, Chuji, Shino, Ino. Stupefied, he sat down staring blankly into space. Was this real or fake? A few moments later, a bell rang to signify the end of the homeroom session. Iruka grabbed Naruto in one hand as he faced the class. The final exam is in 2 months, 1 month from now I will tell you the jutsus for the final exam, that's it for today. As the children ran out, Iruka took Naruto and walked towards the Muden faces. He grabbed the cleaner's equipment to climb the mountain along with a bucket of water and a bunch of sheets. Iruka then pulled the dazed Naruto closer and untied him. Naruto stared at Iruka as he pointed towards the faces which were covered in paints. Naruto then understood that this was a masterpiece of a graffiti created by his younger counterpart. Naruto sighed as he grabbed the sheets from Iruka's hands and started to clean up his work slowly. Iruka accompanied Naruto as he cleaned the faces one by one. Iruka, surprised by Naruto's sense of obedience, then suggests out of the blue. It has been a while, Naruto, once you are done let's go get some ramen. The magical words woke up Naruto, who was in his world of thoughts. With a bright smile on his face he went to work to clean up the remaining graffiti off. Iruka brought Naruto along to Ichiraku Ramen as Naruto observed the once-old village before the battle with Pain or the Fourth Ninja War. The feeling was strange yet nostalgic and peaceful at the same time. As they waited for the ramen, Naruto once again analyzed his current situation in the world. This world has not been destroyed one bit, no one died, best of all even third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, and Niji is alive if things are the way they are. Sasuke has yet to go rogue, and the war is yet to happen, not to mention my graduation to Genin. Which means I can maybe save this world. It also means that Akatsuki is yet to be known, Orochimaru is the same old, Itachi is alive and most probably Obito too. Even one change in my decision can change the entire outcome or future. The question now is how to go safely about it. If only Sasuke was. Wait a minute, Sasuke is the same goofball he was before, thinking he is a genius and whatnot. If I suppress or overpower him now and have him fight beside me as equals. Naruto smirked in a bizarre manner that almost scared Iruka off. First step, overpower Sasuke. Chapter 2. Iruka looks at Naruto's weird grin and asks. What are you doing? Naruto quickly counters. I am just happy that the 3 minutes of the waiting time is over. Itadakimasu. Together at the same time. A few bites later. Hey sensei. Yes. Can I wear that forehead protector that you have? This? Iruka points towards his headband. Only qualified ninjas can wear that, you will get yours in 2 months once you graduate. Meanie. I want another bowl. Ha. Iruka was stupefied witnessing Naruto's appetite. Naruto raises his bowl in the air. Old man, can I have some Naruto fish cake in here? Old man Tucci shouts from inside, coming right up. Naruto smiles as he thinks, old man does not know how famous this place will become due to me, but I really prefer this small shop over the huge restaurant we have back in my place. After finishing their meal, Naruto and Iruka head out of the shop. Naruto turns towards Iruka and asks, hey sensei, have you ever had the chance of interacting with the fourth Hokage before? The fourth Hokage? Why do you ask that? Just curious. Iruka turns towards the mountain faces as he speaks. Well, I was pretty much a nobody back then, but the Hokage was already admired as the strongest man in the village of that time, though he died young protecting the village. Sensei. Iruka looks towards Naruto. Will you believe that I will surpass all the previous Hokages? Your grades do not give me the same impression, Naruto. Naruto displays a poker face. Don't keep painting over the faces, Naruto. If you really want to surpass them, you must work harder than ever before. I will, sensei. Naruto takes off as he says this. Iruka also departs after Naruto. While heading back, Naruto walks into a park and sits on a swing as he goes into concentration. A few minutes later he wakes up in sage mode as he scans around. As expected, there is one man following me since today evening. He makes sure to stay with 300 probably one belonging to Danzo considering that third Hokage believes in me. At this rate I will not be able to do any chakra-related training until academy is over. I can defeat Sasuke right now considering my experience in real battles. I can defeat him 100 times over, but that would be very suspicious, hence my only options are taijutsu and basic physical training. When considering these things in my mind I can only think of Super Thick Brow Sensei's team in mind. Niji and Tenten would find it really strange to interact with me at this point of time, whereas Guy Sensei would be busy training with them or be somewhere as a jonin, which limits my option to Lee. Lee is simple-minded and completely focused only on training. If I remember correctly he should be near the forests or in the training fields doing his training. Looks like I would have to meet him coincidentally in training to get along with him. Through this encounter I can become training buddies with him and also strengthen my body at the same time, also once Sasuke starts listening to me and get Sasuke onto my side. His training with Lee would be the best before we start off with the churning exams, but it is still not enough to deal with Orochimaru. My only hope is the first Hokage scroll that Mizuki will tell me later on. Hopefully I can learn a lot of techniques from it this time. Naruto stares down as he goes deep into his psyche. Kurama. Have you been able to analyze anything so far? Naruto, this is the real world, Genjutsu can't compare to this. Another interesting thing is the fact that your seal is back to its sealed position, meaning you don't have access to my chakra for now. However, there is one good thing about it. I can meet both my parents again. Also this time when you meet your dad, make sure to seal the other half of me back in your body. In this way my power would more than double while also increasing your body's ability significantly. Even though your access to me is sealed off for now, you can still use your Sage of Six Paths ability without depending upon the cloak's power. Kurama, you are right, however my current form limits my battle prowess to huge extent such that you could call it a liability, hence my top priority right now is to build a strong body that can handle all the burden. Naruto then gets up from the swing and walks to his old apartment. Upon reaching his apartment, he reaches into his pocket to remove a frog-like purse. Agama-chan, you're too thin, looks like I spent all my money on instant ramen. Upon opening the door Naruto walks into his messy apartment. I haven't cleaned up. He walks to the center of the room and enters sage mode. Looks like he went back. Alright. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof. 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 4 Bunshins appear. Outside Naruto's house, strange noises were heard for the next 5 minutes until they died down. All cleaned up. The Bunshins high-fives each other as they disappeared, leaving the original who changed into his pajamas and went off to bed. The next day. After academy, Naruto goes train near the training fields and forests. 4 days later. Naruto comes across Lee working on his squats near a tree log. He pretends to go into sprinting as he says another 10 rounds, another 10 rounds. As Lee finishes he somersaults into the air, landing beside Naruto as he follows Naruto into a run. Fish took the bait. Naruto screamed in head as he continued sprinting. Lee talks to Naruto as he runs beside him. Best time to train is in one's youth. Couldn't agree more, Naruto smiled back. Then you wouldn't mind me joining you for a run? Be my guest, Naruto smiled back. How rude to not introduce myself. I am Konoha's blue beast, Rock Lee. Hehe, I am Konoha's one Hokage candidate, Uzumaki Naruto. Hokage candidate, I see, you want to become a Hokage? Not just Hokage, Naruto faces Lee and answers in a hot-blooded fashion. I will surpass all Kages in existence. What a dream, your ambition is no less than mine. I respect you as true equal. My dream is to surpass all ninjas by only using taijutsu. I see, then we must face of each other in spars using taijutsu. Naruto-kun, I am very glad to see a person who is very similar to my nature to share a passion for training as much as me. We must run towards the setting sun in company of each other. What do you say? Are we talking or running? Naruto asks as they run off till the end of training. At the bottom of the hill, Lee warms up his body starting with his squats once again, while Naruto is breathless, while still maintaining an indifferent front to Rock Lee. This guy is a freak. Naruto then walks up to Lee and says, Lee, I have been thinking about building up my muscles while maintaining a good amount of speed as well. Do you know a good training method? Don't worry Naruto-kun, I have the perfect regimen for you. In fact, that is the type of training I am doing every day. Just say the words, we can train every day. My teacher Guy Sensei can also whip up some supplements for you if you want to join the training at no additional cost. Training is our life here. You don't say. Guy Sensei is the best teacher there is. You mean the only teacher to be able to fight Kakashi to a draw? Rock Lee flew to Naruto in an instant. You know my sensei. Your sensei is a famous man, I consider him as an idol. I knew it, Guy Sensei is the best. Lee, I have to go catch up with some work. How about we meet up tomorrow? Definitely, although I am doing a D-rank mission, I should be free by afternoon. I have academy, so I am free in the afternoon. Naruto-kun, you are in academy? Yes. Okay, tomorrow 3 p.m. we will go through full course training. Might I suggest that training weights will be super effective, but you must start off with lesser weights before you reach my level. Oh, and what weight do you suggest? 10 kilograms weights in each leg and 10 kilograms in each hand. Naruto-kun, your face just twisted now. Must be your imagination, he wants to kill me within 24 hours of befriending him, definitely not your first choice for friendship. Bye. Bye. Later that evening. That will be 2,000 yen, sir. Please visit us once again. In a street nearby, the park, a boy is seen struggling to lift a bag on his back. I definitely won't be able to reach home in one piece today. The following day at the academy. Naruto, why are you running so slow? You haven't even completed the first round yet. Iruka shouts behind Naruto as the rest of the class is sprinting around the track. Naruto struggles to increase his speed only to fall down at the finish line after a round. Another 8 more rounds to go. After the academy, in a forest nearby, a heavily panting boy is seen climbing up the mountain as he meets the boy at the top of the hill. Naruto-kun. Chapter 3. Rock Lee rushes up to Naruto and removes all the weights on him. Naruto-kun, you have overworked yourself, Lee pitted Naruto. No pain no gain, ain't that right? Naruto stared at Lee while panting deeply. I will take a rest for 40 minutes, after which we shall spar. Till then you do warm-ups. Alright Naruto-kun, I will do 1,000 push-ups to even the fatigue between both of us. Do as you see fit, bushy brows. Hey Lee, how much weight do you have on your body right now? No weights on my arm, about 25 kilograms each leg is all. Naruto stared blankly as Lee began his push-ups. Few minutes later they began to spar one another. As expected, bushy brows is tough to handle even for spars despite the experience I have gained, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto-kun, you are too good, I am unable to pressurize you despite using all my strength. Don't sell yourself short Lee, you haven't taken those weights of your legs yet. Naruto-kun, this is a secret, but I am telling you since we are friends. My sensei told me never to take these weights of until I am facing a battle I cannot hope to win. I knew there was a condition like that, but I still cannot help but want to fight you without those leg weights in the near future. Lee was silent as he kept dealing kicks after kicks, unable to break through Naruto's defense. How about this Lee? Naruto faced Lee, grabbing his attention. By the end of this month, once I train through the last week with the 25 kilograms weights, will you please fight me without those weights? Lee kept silent as they sparred throughout the field. Unknowingly a manly voice interfered their spar. Accepted Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee shouted as a cloud of white smoke appeared behind Naruto, revealing an adult and a more intense version of Lee. The new appearance was none other than Might Guy Mato Guy. Go on Lee, it is interesting, challenges like this you should accept. Naruto turned towards Guy as he saw a youthful and a powerful Gai-sensei, unlike the one on wheelchair that he had last seen. No, one Hokage candidate Uzumaki. Naruto, nice to meet you Gai-sensei. Naruto said as he bowed towards Guy. Guy raised Naruto's head as he introduced himself. The handsome green beast of Konoha, Mato Guy, nice to meet you Naruto-kun, said Guy as he pointed towards his face using his hand and revealing a sparkling smile that would do well for a toothpaste advertisement. I hear you have been training with Lee for the past 2 days, he has been very happy to find a friend like you, say how about this? Why don't I give you a matching green training suit that both me and Lee use, they are extremely comfortable for training you know haha. Naruto felt a headache coming his way, as he signaled to Guy saying that he would do well with the one he was wearing. Guy-sensei. I wanted to remove my weights only when battling against Niji-san. Are you implying Naruto is less than Niji? Guy raised his super heavy brows at Lee. No. Lee countered immediately. That means you have hereby accepted the conditions for battle set by Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, Guy gestured for Naruto to come over. Follow me to some herb shops, I have to prepare your diet so you can fight against Lee by the end of this month, but remember one thing clearly, no matter what, avoid all junk foods and stick to this diet like it is your life. Yes Guy-sensei. Naruto stood upright as he gave a military salute. The following days at the academy, Naruto quietly pulled his weight along through sheer willpower. Despite struggling to keep up with his classmates, he was able to do much better than before. Naruto continued wearing his weights through sleep, academy and training, not taking off until his new weights had to be added. The students in the academy felt something weird happen to Naruto, especially Iruka, Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata. Naruto never pestered Sakura, nor got into fights with Sasuke, nor did he create mischiefs like painting over the Hokage's faces. Hinata in particular could feel him struggling but silently praised his efforts. The new weights were 100 times more burdensome than the ones before, nearly threatening to break his bones. Luckily Guy had prepared supplements targeting both his bones and muscles beforehand with a proper prescription to follow through, to get all the way to the end of the ruthless training. And soon the day of the battle appeared and Naruto was finally ready to face Lee head-on. "Ready, Naruto-kun?" "Yeah." Guy raised his hands as he shouted, "Let the match begin." Boom. It was a collision of kicks. "Not bad, Naruto-kun," Lee said with a smile. "You too," Naruto smiled back. Boom. 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 A continuous collision of kicks and punches sounded across the atmosphere with the combatants nowhere to be seen, except for a pair of trained eyes like Guy as he began analyzing the duo's moves. Boom. 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 Naruto does not look like your typical taijutsu user, but he seems to have a great sense for battle, whereas Lee makes up for the gap with the skill, but at the same time it seems as though Naruto-kun is still holding back a bit of his battle power. Guy thought as we saw the kicks and punches parry with equal power. Naruto's stamina is pretty high, which can be explained with the fact that he is a Jinchuriki, but the battle power is still unbelievable for someone who just finished training. "Stop," Guy commanded. Naruto and Lee landed at the same time, both equally panting for breaths at the same time. Lee still looked like he wanted to battle. He looked towards Guy's face with a pleading look. With a tacit understanding, Guy instantly indicated a no. Guy knew Lee wanted to unleash the lotus. But this was not a serious battle and Naruto clearly had no chakra disability, which made him question Naruto's intentions. But he soon dismissed all thoughts, clearly classifying this as a bout between junior generations, since he could feel that Naruto never possessed any intentions to harm Lee in the first place. Naruto bowed towards Lee and Guy. After he wore back his weights and prepared to leave, he turned back towards Lee with a smile on his face. "You can defeat Neji, Lee, you already possess the ability to do so." "Thanks, Naruto-kun," Lee almost cried as he raised his hand to wipe the tears away before it could appear. A certain distance away in a remote part of the forest, Naruto entered sage mode as he scanned the surroundings. No one nearby, good. He then enters into Six Paths mode, and was able to activate full power. Everything is finally solved and I have almost an entire week before the academy graduation exam begins and enough time to deal with Sasuke also. I probably should enjoy my last few days at the academy, as I would probably not get to go back again. Naruto shuts off his Six Paths mode as he goes back to his house. Next day at the academy, Naruto goes up to Shikamaru. Hey Shikamaru, how about us boys bunk class today, last few days of academy right?" Naruto shows a side eye as he lightly elbows Shikamaru. "Nah, I would rather sleep in class." "How about laying down under the shade of a tree near a sunny place? We have a great weather today," Naruto suggested with an expectant look. Shikamaru gives a one-eyed look to Naruto before calling Chuji and Kiba over. "Let's hang out." The three boys and one with a dog sneak out of class. Obviously Shino was ignored yet again. In a dumpling shop somewhere, trio enjoyed eating and marveling at the crowd in the streets. "Full-fledged ninja in a week, huh?" Kiba asked lazily. Number CRK, yeah, obviously Chuji here. "The reason I wanted to be a ninja was I thought it would have less studies than school, but now it is definitely troublesome," Shikamaru replied as he stared at the ceiling. "It's not entirely a bad thing, you know, but it is a huge responsibility," Naruto replied as it chomped on some dumplings simultaneously. "Ha," says the guy who does the graffiti. Kiba laughs out loud. "That's not a bad idea, in fact I think it's a brilliant plan," Naruto grins as he speaks to the group. "Say what?" Chuji intercepts, having nothing to do. "I mean it, guys, what's the best way to celebrate graduation?" The trio look at Naruto with wide eyes. "I'll take care of the cleanup, what do you say?" "We are all going to do this together, whether we like it or not," Shikamaru lazily comments, cleaning out his ears. "Alright then, the graffiti is going to be done on the academy walls, any objections?" The group looks at each other. "None." "Then get ready, gentlemen, this is the last mission we are going to do and it's gonna be in style." Chapter 4. The group went on big with their graffiti plan, enjoying the activity altogether. They were still called in to clean it up as a part of detention. Naruto was extremely happy becoming a child once again, only to enjoy with his peers, unlike before where he would literally divide himself to handle 1,000 tasks at the same time each day only to end up exhausted being the Hokage. Whereas the other people like Kiba, Chuji and many others would be busy on their own, rarely meeting up outside. Naruto certainly welcomed this change of pace, but he still missed his family and all. The following 4 days of academy had different tests. Theory exam, shuriken and kunai test, escaping techniques test and so on. But there was one thing different, and it was not some ordinary difference. It was legendary. Besides Sasuke acing every test, Naruto demonstrated far superior abilities which were not completely visible from Academy students' point of view. Iruka was surprised, but the other supervising teachers were even more so. Naruto's written theory answers had completely surpassed the Chunin level thinking in the questions given, such that even if a Jonin was given these tests, one could still differentiate the level of quality these answers were provided with. The Shuriken and Kunai test was more than just accuracy, it also tested the body posture, speed, techniques, reaction time, everything which Naruto did way better than his peers. Cloning jutsu on the other hand was smashed by Naruto as he had summoned 20 clones and had them transform into all of his classmates from the semester. These records clearly surpassed all, even Itachi could not match up with Naruto in the theory department in his previous records, though both were evenly matched in physical abilities and other records. Itachi's only advantage was his age factor and intelligence as he had cleared his academy much earlier. In the third Hokage's room. The twin doors burst open as a man shows up kneeling down towards the Hokage. Hokage-sama, Naruto, he. Naruto did something again. Is it the usual mischief? No, it's something bigger. The Hokage gets up in shock. Did he unseal? No, he just surpassed all the previous academy records in one go. The Hokage just stood there with a blank look. That was really unexpected of him, he smiled as he looked out through the window towards the direction of the academy. Naruto was done with all his tests, after which he tried to speak to Iruka, but Iruka couldn't bring himself to talk with his most outstanding student of all. He had a much bigger problem to attend to. The team placement of Team is 7 was screwed, the academy could not have two geniuses joining one team. Another factor in play was Naruto's previous test results which bore no relation to his current scores whatsoever. Naruto sat dejected watching the sunset. Hey Naruto, a man with white hair pops by the side of Naruto. The man was Mizuki-sensei, one of the supervising teachers of the exams. Hello sensei. Naruto greeted back dejectedly as he thought to how this man had almost got him killed the first time he saw him all those years ago. I see that you are sad, Mizuki tried sympathizing. Iruka-sensei did not talk to me at all, Naruto replied. Well, it's probably because he has a lot to deal with, Mizuki said as he sat down beside Naruto. Hey Naruto. Naruto raised his head up. I think you could surprise Iruka by learning a new technique. Mizuki avoided Naruto's eyes as he spoke. And, Naruto knew that the man would never change, thus he would rather use this opportunity to peruse the first Hokage's hidden scroll. Mizuki, as determined by fate, told Naruto the direction and Naruto followed. He went to the spot and started reading through the scroll with his shadow clones by his side, trying to memorize the contents as soon as possible. Contained within were unsealing formulas and purple formation barrier formula, which Naruto memorized as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the third Hokage heard of the situation and mobilized all Chunins and special Jonin ninjas in search of Naruto. Oi Naruto, Iruka showed up first, with an angry face. Naruto started scratching his head with a smile, happy to see Iruka coming out to protect him once again. But this time he would protect this sensei of his right from the beginning. He pushed Iruka towards the ground as 4 kunai was past where Iruka was previously standing, missing him completely. Mizuki comes down the tree as he stares in surprise. Mizuki. What are you doing here? Looks like the monster did not unseal himself. Well, playtime is over. Demon Fox, hand over the scroll, Mizuki asked with a menacing look across his face. Mizuki. Iruka shouted, trying to interrupt, but he realized it was too late as the word Demon Fox had already been spurted out. It's all right sensei, I already figured out why people started avoiding me, a long time ago. Naruto said as he made his way forward. Good boy, now give me the scroll, Mizuki asked shamelessly as he revealed a fitting evil grin. Naruto smiled in return as he stood in front of Mizuki. And Mizuki was sent flying off with an uppercut directly lying on the ground motionlessly. Iruka-sensei, I am sorry that Mizuki fooled me into believing in his words, Naruto said as he stared dejectedly and then raised the scroll in his hand towards Iruka. I only had time to learn the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto smiled as he said to Iruka. Naruto, close your eyes for a moment, Iruka said. You can open your eyes now Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes as he felt something familiar on his head, but he could not help but feel the weight bearing on his forehead. Congratulations. Naruto, you are one splendid ninja. The third Hokage kept smiling as he watched all the scenes from his orb. Naruto has truly surprised me. Now it all depends if you can surprise the man who lives his past, Kakashi. These new flowers shall now blossom upon spring's arrival. The third Hokage smiled as he kept his orb away. The following day was the announcement of academy results, but there was one extremely pissed off boy. Sasuke stared at Naruto's name at the top of the list while he helplessly watched his name second on the list. What are you playing at? Always goofing off, doing senseless things and now suddenly coming first. Unconvinced are you? Naruto grinned at Sasuke. Let's have a spar in the training field in the afternoon, Sasuke spoke angrily. I am not interested in a spar, Naruto worded off in an uninterested manner, which pissed off Sasuke even more. What do you want? Sasuke asked, almost ready to burst on the spot. The loser listens to the winner, and also have to call him the elder brother, Naruto observed Sasuke with one eye. Deal, Sasuke responded instantly. See you there, Naruto went his merry way, annoying Sasuke even more. Naruto couldn't help but grin continuously as he walked. I have always wanted to do this my entire life, it's almost as if God has listened to me. Naruto walked through the streets grinning like a total idiot, scaring almost all the common folk away as he walked towards the training field. Bear in mind that Naruto was still wearing the 25 kg deadweights around his legs and 10 kg around each arm. After a few minutes Sasuke had showed up. Naruto gestured Sasuke to start with the unison sign, but upon noticing no headband on Sasuke, he stopped as he gestured towards his head. What? Sasuke angrily inquired. Wear your protector, or I won't fight you, Naruto replied. Why? Because it is a testament to the fact that we are fighting on equal grounds as Leaf Shinobi, Naruto replied. Ugh, fine, Sasuke reached into his pocket and tied his new protector around his head. Are you ready, now? Sasuke was getting tired of dealing with the little things. Yes, Naruto replied, being extremely happy, like he was on cloud 9, making Sasuke follow through all his commands without a question. Naruto grabbed a rock as he tossed it into the air. The moment the rock landed. Boom. Sasuke followed with a frontal assault, easily kicking Naruto away. Poof. What Sasuke kicked was a clone. Instantly Sasuke was caught from behind. Shinobi rule no. 1. Don't let your opponents get behind you. Sasuke was extremely pissed, but something caught his eyes. Is that the tiger seal? Is it a fire technique? How does he know? Konoha secret taijutsu technique. Naruto held his hand seal as he launched it towards Sasuke's rear. 1,000 years of death. Naruto screamed as he launched Sasuke forth. This bastard. Sasuke screamed as he angrily turned in mid-air, performing the seals for his jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke blew a huge fireball towards Naruto. At that moment Naruto snickered. He jumped into the air, instantaneously arriving behind Sasuke. I just told you, don't let your opponents behind you, Naruto said to Sasuke with a straight face. Shit, is this shadow dance? Sasuke asked. Nope. Just a simple drop kick. No. I refuse to accept this. Weakness is a choice, Sasuke, there are some things that can only be found through authority, Naruto said in a dejected manner. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. You knew your parents, and you know their killer, whereas I do not know my parents and neither their killer, Naruto said. What does that have to do with me? Sasuke asked impatiently. The third Hokage knows, yet he refuses to say. I guess there is a story behind yours too that he is hiding, I am afraid, Naruto said, trying to calm down Sasuke. Are you saying I have no resolve? Sasuke screamed, showing changes in his pupil. I see, you have awakened your Sharingan, Naruto said dejectedly. Sasuke tried moving around but was still pinned to the ground. That is nothing in front of true strength, Sasuke, but that is what I am here to do, Naruto said as he faced Sasuke while pinning him to the ground. I want us both working together hand in hand while steadily increasing our power and also finding out the truth to our problems, but I need your help, Naruto asked with a friendly look. But why? Why someone as strong as you asks my help? We have been rivals for a long time, and have almost lived the same lifestyle for the past few years. No one could possibly understand me better than you, Naruto said as he got up and extended a hand. I am counting on you, lil bro, Naruto said with a friendly smile. Just bro will do, I am still going to challenge you again, Sasuke said as he quietly left. Anytime. Naruto waved back as Sasuke left the field. I guess it's time to start my training, then. Chapter 5. Naruto's training went smoothly, as his body got used to the extra weights. That evening in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was drinking tea with an unexpected guest. Sitting opposite to him was an old man bandaged all over with only one eye visible and one unparalyzed arm holding a walking stick. The man was naturally Shimura Danzu. Hiruzen sipped on his tea, followed by Danzu, who did the same. A while passed before Danzu lost his patience. Surely, you haven't called me just to drink tea, have you? Danzu asked emotionlessly as he raised his head from the teacup in his hand. Are you still watching over the boy? Hiruzen asked. Which boy? Danzu asked slowly, as he looked towards his subordinates in the dark. The fourth's, of course, Hiruzen said as he took another sip. The Jinchuriki boy, what about him? Danzu inquired as he gestured his subordinate to give his recent report on the spot. Naruto seems to have become a genius of a ninja, seemingly falling short of Itachi due to his age, but brilliant nonetheless, Hiruzen said looking into the only visible eye of Danzu. What? Danzu stood up on the spot seemingly shocked of this new development. Calm down, Hiruzen said, looking even more suspiciously at Danzu. Danzu then sat down as he regained his composure, sharing Naruto's recent reports with Hiruzen. He seems to have trained intensely over the last 2 months, with Mato Gai's disciple which had dramatically improved his physical abilities and stamina. But that still does not explain his theoretical knowledge, Hiruzen mulled over as he saw the reports. Hiruzen closed the reports as he took out a smoke pipe and lit it. He let out a steam of smoke as the expression on his face eased. After saving Iruka that day, I can assuredly say that Naruto still cares about this village despite hearing the word demon fox from Mizuki. In that case there is nothing to be worried about, after all this is a good thing for him. Especially to take up his father's mantle at this age, he has also clearly surpassed the records Minato set at his time in the academy. Hiruzen thought as he sat down with Danzu again. The next day, Naruto posed for a photo for his ninja admission card and submitted it to the third Hokage, as fate had it he also met Konohamaru and became his rival. The following day, Naruto got up from his bed as he looked at the calendar. Today is the day I become teammates with Sakura-chan and Sasuke again, Naruto grinned as he started getting ready. Wait a minute, didn't something bad happen that day when the team was formed? Naruto thought really hard. He turned around checking things one by one as his eyes finally landed on the refrigerator. He rushed and opened the door, to take out the milk packet and scanned the expiry date. Knew it, Naruto snickered as he threw the milk into the dustbin. You are not stopping me today, he shouted as he grabbed his frog purse and his protector to leave the house. He stopped by a store and bought a small packet milk, which he started drinking from as he walked towards the academy. At the academy, as soon as Naruto entered the students were surprised as they gave a blank look to Naruto, soon murmuring about how he had cheated some tests and about taking steroids for the practical exams to get the #1 spot. Naruto did not pay any attention as he sat down near Sasuke. Sasuke was displeased, but he did not complain as there was a sense of respect from the previous day's incident. Have you thought over about the collaboration? Naruto asked. Before he could reply. Crash. The sound interrupted the duo as they turned backwards to look at 2 girls, one in red and another in purple dress who started fighting as they tried to enter the class. I am first, they screamed upon entering. I am first again, Sakura, Ino claimed. Are you blind? My toe was at least 1/10 of an inch ahead of yours, Sakura retorted. Naruto sees Hinata near the fighting duo, unable to respond he turned back contemplating what to do. Sakura's eyes caught the figure of Sasuke as she rushed over. Naruto wanting to greet her was almost pushed off by Sakura's impulsiveness. But to Sakura's dismay Naruto's figure was almost glued to the spot. Naturally she did not know about the dead weights Naruto was carrying. She screamed, Naruto. Move over, I want to sit with Sasuke, since I came early, Sakura declared boldly as if asking for her birthright. Naruto being from the world he was, felt that she was almost right as she was already married to him, but her immature comment brought him back to reality as he saw the other girls' faces. Naturally the other girls due to their pride could not let such a comment go unnoticed and started reasoning that they came earlier so by the rule of first come and first serve they had even more right to the seat next to Sasuke than Sakura. Naruto being matured was not pissed off, but was still thinking about how crazily the girls were after Sasuke. Why is he the only one flooded by the girls? Back in my days even I was also popular, right? Naruto thought as he failed to realize that he was yet to have achievements in this world. But Naruto could not be blamed as he was usually clueless in this kind of matters. Feeling bored he approached Hinata, and said. You are looking particularly beautiful today. Ah. Before Hinata could respond, her face became as red as a tomato and fainted. Plop. Hinata. Hinata. Hey, are you alright? Hinata. The scene was being witnessed by all the jonins in the room as Hiruzen announced, Uzumaki Naruto the No, 1 Dark Horse and Rookie of the Year. That boy? Kurenai questioned. He doesn't look really that handsome, how could that girl faint? Kurenai inquired looking at the crystal ball in an intrigued way. What an ability, Naruto can make a girl faint with a pickup line, I wish I had that ability, Asuma snickered only to receive an elbow from Kurenai-sensei. What about the other kid? Kakashi inquired. Hiruzen slowly controlled the view to focus on Sasuke. No, 2 rookie Uchiha Sasuke, lost to Naruto but remained consistent throughout his year in the academy. The last survivor of the Uchiha clan, Kurenai spoke, as the other jonins tacitly approved her comment. Soon Iruka-sensei came into the class and sorted all the commotion. Everyone took their place as Iruka announced the guidelines upon which the teams were made. After explaining the guidelines, he started announcing the names. Squad 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Squad 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Hinata still daydreaming, probably not aware that Naruto is not in her squad. Squad 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji. Ino Shikacho. Alright. Now that I have assigned you to your squads, you can now leave for a break. Please be back by 2 p.m. to meet your instructors. Class dismissed. Sasuke walked to Naruto as everyone was leaving. I am in. Sasuke confirmed. Good, Naruto replied back as he shook hands with Sasuke. What's the plan? Sasuke asked as the duo walked out of class together. We wait, now that we are going to have a teacher, I cannot completely take your training into my hands but we can start sparring every day to improve each other's strength. So where are you going now? Sasuke inquired unconsciously allowing Naruto to take the leader role. Training, I am wearing sets of weights across my body, so I need to train my body for the next 2 months after which I would only need to do a minimal amount to maintain such a body, precondition being that I would continue wearing my weights. Naruto said as they straight walking towards the forest. Meanwhile. Sasuke. Sasuke, where are you? Sakura was calling out in a sweet voice, not seeming to bother calling Naruto even once. She stopped by a bench as she wondered where Sasuke went. A few moments later a boy appeared on the path near the bench. Sasuke. Sakura brimmed with happiness upon seeing this boy. Sakura, he commented as he sat down. Sasuke, let's have lunch together, shall we? Sakura asked as she started unpacking her bento set. Sakura. Yes. What do you think of Naruto? He knows about my feelings and purposely gets in my way, he enjoys getting in my way, but you know one thing, Sasuke, all I care about is you. Back to Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke got a little angry but still inquired. There you go, changing the subject again, forget about Naruto, you know why he is annoying, it's all because he wasn't raised right, he doesn't have parents to teach him right from wrong, think about it, he does whatever comes to his head. If I did things like Naruto, my parents would get mad, and I would get in trouble, so of course I don't do it. He is selfish and bratty, he is all alone. Sasuke got too angry at this point as he started speaking. Alone, isolated, it is not about your parents scolding you, you have no idea what it means to be alone. Sasuke, why are you saying that? Sakura asked, realizing she made a huge mistake. Because, he looks her in the eyes as he says. You are annoying. Chapter 6. Sakura felt disappointed in herself after Sasuke reprimanded her. She even thought back to how Naruto did not even speak to her for a whole week, and how much of a genius he turned out to be overnight, despite which she shrugged him off like a nobody in the morning while rushing to sit near Sasuke. While contemplating her mistakes, she saw Naruto walk over along with Sasuke. Let's all eat together as a team. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura nodded back happily and the trio left the pathway to find a shelter to eat. Meanwhile at Naruto's house. Naruto's room is much neater than I expected, just like Sasuke's own, Kakashi commented as he looked around. I am surprised too, believe it or not. Hiruzen said as he looked around the house. Kakashi walks to a table nearby and examines a paper on top. This writing belongs to Guy, Kakashi commented as he analyzed the prescription. This would also explain his improved physical abilities. The trio finished their lunch and headed back to the academy. The trio watched as all the other squads left with their sensei one by one. Kakashi-sensei never changed. Naruto thought back to times Kakashi always showed up with a lame excuse for being late. Naruto then got up and walked towards the board, picked a duster up and set it between the door frame and the door. Naruto, that's not going to work on a jonin, Sakura commented. Sasuke snorted as he turned away with no interest. Naruto turned towards Sasuke and Sakura. Hey, do you know what is important for a 3-man cell? Sakura looked at Naruto weirdly. It's teamwork. Naruto grinned at them. But what does it have to do with this? Sakura asked, while Sasuke also watched with a bit of doubt. You see, whenever there is a team, even the smallest of actions are planned together by the team. Now imagine our sensei walking through that door, and the duster falls on him. For the last time, Naruto, jonins are not that stupid, Sakura interrupted. Hear me, it's very important, just think what would his first thought be as he analyzes the situation, obviously you both not supporting me in the decision. On the other hand, if we all laugh together or mock at him at the same time, that would undoubtedly be a result of teamwork. You see, the first few missions we do before the Chunin exams are all to improve our teamwork, Naruto lectured while both listened attentively. So you are saying, if we demonstrate teamwork, that means less D-rank missions and more C-rank missions? Sasuke asked. Yes, technically. Now the three of us should sit in front of the door, and remember this very clearly, start laughing the moment the duster hits the floor, if it hits his head that is, if it misses, we should all scorn at the failure at the same time, understood? Sasuke and Sakura nodded at the same time. Almost an hour later. The door opens revealing a white-haired face with a half-mask and headband in diagonal position covering an eye. The duster falls squarely onto the head of the man and then lands on the floor. Ha 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 ha. He fell for it, the trio laughed at the same time. Kakashi took a second to analyze the scene and then bends down to pick the duster. Did they do this together? Sorry I am late guys, I came across a black cat and had to take a diversion you see. Kakashi smiled as he explained. He then asks the trio to follow him to a top of a building as they sit down and discuss. Why don't we all start by introducing yourselves, your dreams, likes, dislikes and whatnot. Let me introduce myself, I am Hatake Kakashi, my dislikes I have a lot and for likes I don't have much, I don't have any ambitions, that's all. He did not tell us anything apart from his name, Sakura commented to both Naruto and Sasuke. Let's start with you on the right, Kakashi said as he pointed out to Naruto. Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like to eat ramen at Ichiraku's, I hate the 3 minutes waiting time before eating, my future dream is to be the greatest Hokage. You. Hi, I am Haruno Sakura, my favorite thing is, my dream is, Kyun. What is your least favorite? Sakura instantly replied, Naruto. And you, Kakashi? Sakura and Naruto looked towards Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, I am the last survivor in my clan. I hate sweet things, and I don't particularly like anything, I wouldn't necessarily say that I have a dream, but I do have an ambitions. That is one day to resurrect my clan and kill a certain man. Kakashi looks at Sasuke for a moment before he gets up and speaks. Now that the introductions are over, you are all to meet up by 5 AM at the training fields, and remember to skip your breakfast, we are going to have a survival training, Team 7 dismissed. Kakashi jumps off to a nearby building as he heads to another place. Naruto then towards Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura, I want you to prepare a lot of ropes, kunais, shurikens and spikes as you will be setting up traps for tomorrow's battle since we would have a lot of time considering how late Sensei can appear. As for you Sasuke, I want you to team up with me for a frontal assault while Sakura covers from the back with weapons, should be a walk in the park if this plays out perfectly. Naruto grinned as he was itching to battle against Kakashi the next day. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The trio greeted. Show me the tools Sakura, Naruto asked as he went towards Sakura. Sakura took out all the tools from her bag, as she laid them neatly on the floor in an orderly manner. Good, let's go set up some traps, also do you guys know how to set up staged wire traps? Naruto asked with a plan in mind. I can help you with that, Sasuke said as he started placing the wires in a certain pattern on the ground. Time passed until Kakashi finally showed up at 10 AM. I hope everyone has skipped their breakfast, yeah. Kakashi reached into his back pocket as he took out 2 bells. This is a pair of bells, you are to collect it from me before lunchtime before 12 PM, failing to do so, a person will be tied up to the log. And that person will not get lunch. A final chance will be given in the afternoon, if you are unable to collect it by then, you will be sent back to the academy. Kakashi said as he looked into the trio's eyes. I will now count down to 1, by then you should be hidden in good places, okay? The trio nodded as Kakashi started counting. Start. The trio disappeared from the spot as they occupied different bushes to conceal themselves. Looks like they have hidden themselves well, Kakashi spoke to himself as he kept searching around for them. In a particular tree top. Naruto raised his right hand up, with Sakura being alert to respond to Naruto's trigger. Now. Naruto says as he jumps off the tree, simultaneously Sakura unleashes her attack mechanism which launched about 5 kunais that flew towards Kakashi's body which then hits its mark, Kakashi becomes covered in a puff of smoke, only to reveal a tree log with the stabbed kunais. Substitution, Naruto and Sasuke reacted. Naruto along with Sasuke rushed head first to face Kakashi in a direct battle as soon as he reappeared after the substitution. Boom. 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 Kakashi fought both Naruto and Sasuke at the same, with punches and kicks flying in from all directions. Naruto and Sasuke haven't teamed up properly as they had only recognized each other as equals, 2 days before. So their teamwork was just about basic ones as they made their move one after another whenever they saw an opening. Boom. Both punched at the same time, only to be blocked as Kakashi retreated a few meters back. He takes a look at Naruto and Sasuke and says. You guys are extremely strong, such that I have no choice but to do this. Kakashi lifted his protector as he opened his left eye. Sharingan. Sasuke screamed. Not good, Sasuke let's retreat, Naruto said as he took some smoke bombs and deployed. Poof. The duo disappeared, reducing the pressure on Kakashi. Too bad that I don't have time to read the novel now, he murmured, looking in the direction the duo retreated to. Near the bushes. Naruto appears with Sasuke. Sakura rushes to their side as they arrive. Sasuke, calm down, we need to analyze the current situation, Naruto said as Sasuke regained his composure. Sharingan in the left eye, is he an Uchiha survivor? Sasuke murmured as he looked towards the general direction of Kakashi. It's a 3-eye, he most likely has a basic mastery over the Sharingan compared to a newbie Sasuke, Naruto whispered. Newbie Sasuke? Does it mean you have awakened a Sharingan? Now is not the time to be surprised, Sakura, focus, Naruto said as he gestured towards Sakura to be silent. Sasuke, the Sharingan eyes cannot differentiate between shadow clones, so I am going ahead. Once one of my clones get close to him on the attacks, you perform the fire jutsu from that day, alright? Naruto looked towards Sasuke waiting for his answer. How do you know that Sharingan cannot differentiate between shadow clones? Sasuke asked suspiciously. It's because they distribute chakra equally, not only Sharingan, even the Byakugan won't be able to differentiate. That's the best advantage this technique has, however we must fight in an unorthodox manner to prevent his Sharingan from reading our moves. So first we must try to draw him towards one of Sakura's traps and use that to force an opening whenever we attack. Also Sasuke, I think this a good training for you to get used to your Sharingan. Kakashi eventually got tired of waiting and started walking towards the trio. Whoosh! Naruto and Sasuke appeared. Kakashi was stunned to see Sasuke had awoken the Sharingan, with the initial 1 comma. Naruto smirked as he ran forth. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Poof. 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 About 5 clones appeared at the same time and started fighting against Kakashi in a close combat. Kakashi found it hard to fight as he started moving. Naruto smirked, making his clones start cornering Kakashi and forced him to move in a particular direction. Boom. 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 The fight went on with Sasuke throwing a kunai or 2 in the middle. Kakashi then used an earth escape technique to go underground. Naruto then signaled Sakura. As they were close by while forcing Kakashi slowly towards this location, Naruto raised his hand as he activated Sage Jutsu for this one attack. He punched the ground, sending Kakashi straight up. His clones followed through on the action and went to fight Kakashi. Sasuke then performed the hand seals. Serpentramen Kibororsteiger. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Hoof. Sasuke blew the fireball towards Kakashi, while Naruto signaled Sakura to send in her strike. Sakura sent forth a set of kunais with bomb attachments as they made their way to the site glowing with the fire. Boom. Chapter 7. In a restaurant somewhere, Iruka and Hiruzen sat down in their chairs facing each other. Lord Hokage. Yes, Iruka. I was wondering what kind of Jonin teacher did Naruto get. The third Hokage smiled as he handed over a book. His name is Hatake Kakashi, the fourth said, noticing a change in Iruka's expression. What happened? No, it's just that I heard some disturbing rumors, Iruka said as he opened the book. He swiped through the pages before he finally came across Kakshi's page. He started reading through the information with his expression turning grimmer every 5 seconds. This is, Iruka's hands shivered as he stood up and shouted. Hokage-sama, not a single genin has passed his test, Iruka complained, looking at Hokage as if he had committed a mistake by assigning Naruto to Kakashi. Iruka, I understand your concerns, even I don't know if it is right for those kids to become genins immediately, but I also believe in Kakashi's judgment. All the genins he sent back did not truly understand what Kakashi wanted. But Iruka was interrupted by the Hokage. Iruka, no matter what the result is, don't hold anything against Kakashi. After the explosion, something flew up into the air. It was a burnt tree log. Damn it, substitution, Naruto cursed. It is getting really hard to fight them. Are they really part of the 9 rookies? More like well-seasoned team that have faced real ninjas, TSK. I can't believe they forced me to use my Sharingan. I can stop the practice match now, but that would be no different from straight out declaring them as winners. They are certainly lacking something. Sakura, Kakashi murmured as he appeared right behind her. He unleashed a genjutsu onto her. Sakura felt dazed for a moment before coming back to her senses again. She searched for Kakashi's figure at the spot where the blast happened, but there was no one there. Sakura, a boy riddled with kunai, appeared below a tree further away. Sasuke. Ah! Sakura screamed and fainted upon seeing Sasuke with injuries all over his body. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke searched for Kakashi frantically. They froze at the same time as they realized. Sakura is back over there, Naruto commented weakly. Let's go, Sasuke took the lead. The duo stopped upon encountering Kakashi in the way. Sasuke noticed Sakura sighting in a daze at the bottom of a tree, and went over to release her from the genjutsu. Sasuke, Sakura glanced around for a moment. You are all right. She shouted merrily as she jumped into his arms. Not now Sakura, we have to grab the bells. Sakura nodded as they prepared to face Kakashi. Taju, Kagabunshin no Jutsu. Poof. 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 5 clones appeared as they positioned themselves in a formation around Kakashi. Is this formation just a coincidence? Kakashi murmured as he saw the clones running towards him. Boom punches were blocked. Boom kicks were diverted. Clang kunais were blocked. Boom. Kakashi retreated one again, sweating profusely. This is no mere coincidence, that is one of the ambush formations the ANBU is currently working on, but his own is more complete. How is this possible? Naruto, where did you learn this attack formation from? Kakashi asked curiously as he looked into Naruto's eyes. I came up with it, Naruto said with a straight face as he charged once again, repeatedly trying to draw Kakashi to a particular location. Naturally Kakashi was aware, and would not be fooled a second time, so he scanned around and saw a wire trap. He turned around and asked Naruto with a smile, are you taking me to the wire trap? Shit, Naruto blurted out, while Kakashi jumped into midair avoiding the wire trap. A while back Naruto set up a signal word while he was working on the trap with the duo. That's the signal. Sasuke and Sakura jumped from the bushes towards Kakashi. Humph, Kakashi snorted with a mocking gaze as he turned midair to face them. Tick. A sound was heard. Kakashi realized at this point that he had messed up. It was a multiple-stage trap with the actual wire being hidden out of sight, such that even Kakashi failed to notice with his Sharingan activated. Whoosh! A rope was deployed as it pulled Kakashi up by his feet while Sasuke and Sakura cleanly swiped Kakashi off his bells as he went up. The trio assembled with Sasuke and Naruto holding the bell while Sakura had a finger on the rope holding them. Trying. The lunch alarm went off as the trio jumped together and shouted. Mission complete. While Kakashi was hanging upside down, sulking over how he lost to a bunch of juniors. Meanwhile about 500 meters away an ANBU agent was spying on the match. That formation, how did the kid do it? A development stage ambush formation in a complete form? It's no mere coincidence at this point, that kid knows something. We have to call off the watch, now that the Jinchuriki has a teacher. The third has given specific instructions to not monitor him anymore, Danzu told his subordinate as he turned around to leave. Whoosh! The subordinate also left quietly. Back in the training field. Kakashi stood near the memorial tablet as he watched the trio eat their lunch. Looks like this bunch already honors your words, Obito. Kakashi stared at the blue sky going back to the memory from the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge in the Second Great Ninja World War, where he lost Rin to an enemy group, and did not spare a thought to save her, while Obito went against Kakashi who was the temporary leader of the team. I believe the White Fang was a hero. Those who break the rules are scums, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Kakashi closed his eyes as he relived the memory again. The trio noticed Kakashi's actions. Naruto knew the reason, as the stone was a precious monument. The stone had the names of heroes who were killed in action. He also thought back to how pained Obito felt as he started the war, how he had changed for the greater good in the final moments, but still died fighting. Naruto stands up and walks over. Sasuke and Sakura follow behind him. Upon arriving near the stone monument, Naruto bowed with respect to the stone, causing Kakashi to be surprised, followed by a sense of respect towards Naruto's action, while the duo stared at the stone. Kakashi turned towards Sasuke and Sakura and said, the stone contains the name of many of my close friends who were K.I.A. At that moment Sasuke and Sakura understood Naruto's gesture and also bowed towards the stone. Kakashi then turns towards Naruto and says, in the beginning, the teachers in the academy were confused and wanted to decide against having you and Sasuke in one team after the academy results, as the team would be very powerful and unbalanced, but seeing as the other students were already arranged in a balanced group, they wanted me to test you all through the survival training. As you would have noticed, there were only 2 bells, meaning that there was only possibility for 2 of you to succeed. But after seeing your group's teamwork, I had truly been shocked. Never had I ever used the Sharingan for a battle against juniors. The previous teams I had faced had all been sent back to the academy as they all lacked one thing you guys had. What is it, sensei? Sakura inquired. Teamwork. Sasuke and Sakura immediately turned towards Naruto at the same time, with a sense of reverence rising for Naruto in their heart. I am glad to announce that you all have more than passed this survival test. You have completely defeated me to my fullest extent before lunchtime. In fact, you guys are already powerful enough to apply for Chunin exam as a team. With this I conclude that the survival test is over and Team 7 can officially start doing missions from tomorrow onwards. Yeah. Sakura shouted while Sasuke and Naruto smiled by the side. Ending things on a happy note. Chapter 8. After Kakashi and Sakura left, Sasuke approached Naruto and said, "I want to fight you." With resolve burning in his eyes. "I have to go and train," Naruto brushed the question off. Sasuke's face twisted with anger, he came even closer to Naruto and said in a bold voice. "Without your weights," insistent on making Naruto agree. "Are you sure you can handle that? Don't let yourself carried away, just because we won the survival training earlier." "This is different from that," Sasuke said as he waited patiently for Naruto to remove all the weights. "How much do they weigh when added up?" he asked curiously. 10 per arm and 25 per leg, grand total 70 kilograms, Naruto calmly answered, as he finished removing. "No," Naruto instantly appeared behind Sasuke, as though he had teleported. "Are you going to refuse to battle me now?" Naruto looked at Sasuke in the eyes. "I will give you 3 moves advantage, Sasuke." Naruto closed his eyes as he concentrated. "What are you doing?" Naruto remained silent as an orange color shade appeared over his eyelids, and disappeared the next moment as if it did not exist in the first place. "What was that?" Sasuke asked. "Just made sure that no one was watching us." "How?" "By sensing." Getting irritated, Sasuke starts attacking Naruto. He threw a punch at full force that landed squarely on Naruto's chest. 1. Naruto stuck out a finger, indicating that he was counting. Feeling more humiliated, he gave a kick and also followed it with a reverse roundhouse kick. "All 3 moves have been executed, now it's my turn." Sasuke activated his Sharingan by the time Naruto finished talking. But before he could taunt with a hand gesture. Smash! Sasuke was imprinted into the ground with nowhere to move. Sasuke had no idea on what just happened. He was able to see Naruto coming in to punch him, but he could not do anything about it. "How did you do it?" Sasuke asked, not willing to accept his defeat. "Through training, of course." Sasuke got angry, indicating that he meant something else. "Oh, you see, Sasuke, even if your eyes are fast, it doesn't mean your body can respond to accordingly. You see, your body must possess the ability to react to the speed of what you see, only then you can dodge. That is why from now on, we are going to spar every day so that you can improve your speed." Sasuke got up, no longer possessing the anger he had previously. "You know, Sasuke, if you want you can instantly increase your speed to almost 3 times the current speed you possess just by using Chakra," Naruto suggested, trying to cheer up Sasuke. "Go on, I am listening," Sasuke replied. "This training comes under the basics of Chakra control. Now watch me," Naruto said as he walked to a nearby tree. "First step, need your Chakra. Second step, concentrate your Chakra to the base of your feet. Third step, maintain the level of Chakra, without releasing it out. TCK. Naruto's leg stuck to the tree, and he started climbing, all the way to the top. "Your turn," Naruto said as he dropped to the ground and went to where all his weight again. Sasuke walked to the tree and tried imitating what Naruto did. "It would be better to do a running start, and be careful as you might land on your head if you fail. Best thing to do is use your kunai to make a mark at the place you fail and try to make more marks above it to keep track of your improvements," Naruto advised and started to warm up with some light exercises. "Okay," Sasuke thought as he ran up to the tree. Bang! Sasuke fell down right on his head after 2 steps. "Ha ha ha." Naruto literally rolled over the floor as he laughed. "Arg." Sasuke stood up, not wanting to give up. The duo trained till the end of the day, at which point Sasuke could only climb halfway. The next day. Deep in the forest. Naruto at point A. Sasuke at point B. Sakura at point C. The trio reported into the radio, on their neck. 5 meters ahead, "I am going," Naruto reported as he pounced skillfully onto the cat and captured it. "No mistake, red ribbon on the right ear, missing cat Tora. Target has been successfully retrieved," Sasuke reported into the radio. Later in the mission office. Naruto and the team arrive, as a plump woman with the hairdo of a geisha runs over to get her cat. "Oh my cute Tora, I was so worried to death." The woman was naturally Lady Shijimi, wife of the Fire Country's daimyo. Seeing the lady hug her cat to death, Naruto commented, "If I were this cat, I would probably do the same," as he pitied the cat's life. Sasuke and Sakura silently agreed. On the table, the Hokage took a D-rank scroll as he read, "This duty is about babysitting a boy." "Hey old man, how about we get a real mission here," Naruto said as he received a smack from Kakashi. The Hokage thought, while Iruka took the opportunity to reprimand Naruto. "You've just started out as a genin, your good scores are not an excuse, Naruto. Hatake Kakashi, the third Hokage, called Kakashi's attention. Yes. Your team. Squad 7 has received a lot of praises from our client about how well the mission was performed. Your team has the highest ratings as of now, hence I don't see a reason to turn Naruto's request down. So if you need a mission, there is one to escort someone. Knock. 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 Come in, the Hokage said, upon which an old man in a hat and a bottle showed up. What, aren't they just a bunch of squirts? The old man asked as his gaze came to rest upon Naruto. Ah. It's old man Tazuna, how nostalgic. Particularly, you the smallest one with the idiotic face, do you expect me to believe that you are a ninja? The old man continued as he took a sip from his glass bottle. The smallest one with the idiotic face. Naruto found that sentence very familiar for some reason. Damn you old man, Naruto shouted back as Kakashi instantly held him back from injuring the old man. I saved your town and don't see you for decades and you have the nerve to call me an idiot. Naruto screamed in his head, starting to hate some elements of time travel. I'm Tazuna, a veteran bridge builder. For the next few months, I'm going to have you protect me as I return to my homeland and build a bridge. The old man introduced as he headed out. Naturally the trio followed the old man as they left the village. Tazuna kept looking at Naruto and said, I still don't feel safe with this kid. You've got a problem with the future Hokage, old man? Naruto asked, getting a bit irritated. Hokage, aren't they the strongest ninja in the village? You sure don't look like you are gonna be one. Hee, old man, the day I become one I will make you acknowledge me, Naruto commented. The day you become one is the day the pigs fly, Tazuna said as he took another sip. Damn you old man, you're asking for it, Naruto raised his fist as he said, while Tazuna did not pay any attention to the comment. Sensei. We are going to the land of waves, right? Are there any ninjas in that country? Nope, only hidden villages have ninjas, and they are lorded over by the Kages, the strongest ninja in their respective village. Sakura, did you just out the third Hokage? Kakashi asked. Sakura felt guilt as she nodded sideways continuously. A while later, the group came across a puddle. They kept walking by as they paid no heed, while two ninjas in dark clothing popped their heads from within the puddle. They waited for a while as the group walked, then descended onto the ground and took off quietly in the group's direction. Naruto quickly noticed the shady movements and smirked as he turned around and blasted off, instantly appearing behind the shady duo. Bang! Bang! He knocked out both the ninjas and carried one in each arm as he approached the group. Kakashi was not too surprised, as he had already seen Naruto's skill and had expectations for it, whereas on the other hand Sasuke and Sakura had the mouths dropped down with Tazuna's own wide enough to fit an entire egg into it. Naruto dropped down the two ninjas as he walked towards Tazuna. You said something about having doubts of me being a ninja. Chapter 9. You win, kid. I like your guts. To Sasuke and Sakura, this was the first time they faced enemies so powerful. Sasuke bent down as he slammed his fists at the floor, regretting not being able to take any actions. Elsewhere, in an enclosed hall, a short man wearing tuxedo, in black glasses and a walking stick screamed. Did you say you failed? I paid a lot of money to hire you guys, because you once said you were hotshot ninjas. On the opposite side a tall bare-chested man was seated with a long blade on one hand, started speaking. Stop you darn grumbling, he moved the long blade towards the neck of the man who spoke previously and said. Next time, I'll kill him with this. Naturally the man with the blade was Zabuza, while the man opposite to him was Gato. Is it really all right? It seems to me that the enemy has hired good ninjas. On top of that, a tightened guard on account of Demon Brothers' failure means that it won't be easy. Just who do you think I am? You are talking to Momochi Zabuza, who was also called the Demon of the Hidden Mist. The group boarded a small boat that was waiting for Tazuna. Let's go, Tazuna commanded at the boatman. The boatman then took his oar and started to row the boat. While the others were busy checking the surroundings, Naruto kept staring at Tazuna, and so did Kakashi. Old man, you said you like my guts, right? Naruto asked as he looked at Tazuna in the eyes. Yes, Tazuna said as he stared back. Then why did you request for a C-rank mission? Naruto's question surprised Kakashi as he had the same thing running on his mind. Don't worry old man, we will protect you, Naruto reassured Tazuna. Tazuna finally cracked as he said, the land of waves is a very small country, whose people have very meager money, even our feudal lord is a poor man. A small country like the land of waves could never afford a B-rank mission even if we pitched in all the money we have, but don't worry, I won't blame you ninjas after all. If I die probably my grandson will cry a lot, whereas my daughter would probably have a grudge against ninjas from Konoha. Inari I wonder how he is doing, Naruto mused. Tazuna, you see C-rank missions deal with basic thieves or armed robbers, whereas B-rank above deal with ninjas, Kakashi explained to Tazuna patiently. Can you please tell us the name of the man after you? Kakashi inquired. Have you heard of a shipping magnate by the name of Gato? You mean Gato of the Gato Company? He's one of the world's richest men. On the surface, he is a chief executive of a shipping company, but underneath he is into drug trafficking and deals in contraband using gangs and ninjas while ruthlessly taking over nations and enterprises. About a year ago, he set his sight on the land of waves. He used wealth and violence to enter this country and took complete control of the island's maritime, transportation and shipping. In an island nation like ours, having control over these factors means having control over everything, but there is one thing that Gato fears. The group looked attentively at this moment. The bridge. Thus you stand in his way, Naruto added. Yes, Tazuna said as he looked down in guilt. The previous ones were mostly Chunins, so they are most definitely going to send an elite Jonin this time around, Kakashi thought to himself as he felt a headache coming in. A few moments later. The group finally reached a land region and started walking again. As everyone was walking, Naruto takes out a kunai, and sends it flying in a certain direction. Naruto, stop scaring us, Sakura screams. I definitely sense someone there, but not anymore now, Naruto said as he goes to the bush. Behind a bush was a now rabbit, lying on the ground motionlessly. A substitution, Naruto's expression darkened, as he turned around to see a long blade flying towards them. Duck, Naruto shouted as he jumped up and kicked the blade away from the group. In a particular tree behind the group, Zabuza stood surprised as he saw Naruto kick his blade away. This brat and Kakashi of the Sharingan, I didn't expect for there to be two troublesome opponents in this group, Zabuza mused as he disappeared, instantly arriving next to his blade. At this moment, Sasuke stepped up, as he paid great attention to the man who had just made an appearance. Hey, it cannot be Momochi Zabuza, the rogue ninja from the hidden mist now, can it? Kakashi greeted him with a smile, as he indicated Sasuke to stay where he was. Kakashi of the Sharingan and... Oh, how rude of me, they are my students, Kakashi pointed to Naruto and company, that yellow-haired kid is his student. He seems to be very powerful. Oh, it is quite an honor to see the legendary Sharingan up close. To think that one not of Uchiha blood like you has it. Yet to have been able to gain the title, the man who copied over 1,000 jutsus, copy ninja Kakashi, Zabuza praised Kakashi's achievements. Sakura appeared to be totally impressed, while Sasuke wondered how Kakashi got the Sharingan in the first place. Let's end the talk, I need to kill that old man immediately, Zabuza's voice changed to an unpleasant tone. But it looks like, I have to kill you first, Kakashi, Zabuza said as he grabbed his long blade and jumped onto a small pond nearby. Zabuza raised one of his hands while the other was held as a seal as he discharged chakra which roiled up the water vapors nearby, instantly forming a thick cover of mist. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Sensei, he seems to have disappeared, where is he? Sakura asked. Momochi Zabuza, a former ANBU Black Ops member of the Hidden Mist, one of the 7 Hidden Mist swordsmen and a master of the silent killing technique. His technique is such that by the time you realize it, it is possible that you may find yourself in afterlife. All of you, don't worry as he will come for me first, but don't lower your guards. Meanwhile Naruto was sensing the position of Zabuza and had finally found him. Naruto disappeared from the midst of the group and sent fists straight to Zabuza's temple while he was still busy creating the mist. Whack! The fist landed squarely. Zabuza before he realized was already lying in the pond, now barely floating due to the buoyant force. Haku watching nearby was alarmed as he sent needles flying to Zabuza's neck. Naruto already knew that these guys did not have it easy, so he did nothing to interfere as he watched Haku do his fake act as a tracker ninja. Kakashi and others stood blankly as Naruto had already dealt with Zabuza while Haku delivered the final blow. Your battle is over for now, Haku said as he took Zabuza away. Sasuke felt anger rushing to his brains, he did not do anything in this fight either. Kakashi approached Naruto as he asked, were you able to home in on Zabuza's location during the battle earlier? Yes, Naruto nodded as he went back to Tazuna. See, I told you we can protect you, Naruto said reassuring Tazuna's resolve once again. The group then left for Tazuna's village. Kakashi announced as the group kept walking, Zabuza is most likely not dead, after considering the actions that Tracker Nin did, I can also say that she is an accomplice of Zabuza. Naruto remained indifferent as he kept walking. Sasuke then ran up to Naruto, this time, leave all the battles to me, he said. You need to finish your training first, Naruto said as he continued walking. Later that evening the group had finally reached Tazuna's house. A woman welcomed the group, into the house. This here is my daughter, Tsunami, Tazuna introduced her to the group, after which a little boy ran towards Tazuna. Grandpa. Welcome back. Inari, what sort of greeting is that? These are the ninjas that escorted your grandfather back. Inari then turned towards the trio. After observing their faces, he turned towards his mom. Mom, these guys are going to die, there's no way they can oppose Gato and win. Naruto smiled as he already knew Inari's past. Sasuke, I am going to train, you coming? He asked. Sasuke nodded as they both went outside. Chapter 10. Deep in the forest. Ha! Sasuke screamed as he ran up the tree. Crkk. The part of the tree bark on which Sasuke stepped on, broke. And Sasuke fell towards the ground once again. Meanwhile Naruto was doing his its of exercise just a few meters away. Sasuke watched Naruto as he trained, not wanting to be outdone. He interrupted Naruto. Can you give me some tips? Sasuke said as he pointed to the marks he made all over the tree bark. Sasuke, best thing to do is to take a deep breath and clear your mind before attempting every run. You are probably thinking of something while doing this training, thus interfering with your concentration. Naruto said, after which he returned to his training. Whoosh! Sasuke inhaled as he looked to the top of the tree, focused his chakra. Wham! Sasuke ran off like a jet stream, keeping his mind blank until he reached the absolute top. On top of the tree, he witnessed the full moon. The full moon, as he saw, suddenly merged with the memory of his brother on top of a pole on a moonlit night when the tragedy took place. Sasuke jumped to the tree top, landing softly on the ground with his legs. Keep running up to the top till your chakra drains out, Naruto commanded. While Sasuke ran again. The next morning, somewhere near the edge of a pond. Two figures, one sleeping while the other one was looking over the sleeping figure. Haku decided to cut the tape off of Zabuza's body, when a hand suddenly stopped him. It's alright, I'll do it, myself. Zabuza got up as Haku commented, What, you are still alive? Both you and that kid are really rough, Zabuza said as he removed the needles from the neck which was fired by Haku. You too, Zabuza, don't pull them out carelessly, you might actually end up dead, Haku commented as Zabuza threw the needles away. That kid surprised me, he is even more dangerous than Kakashi. Surely what is feared in this world is the unknown, Zabuza said as he strained to move around. You are still weak from the needles that I shot, with a normal person would take about a week to recover, but I think you will require less than that, Haku said with a smile. You are so innocent, smart and untainted, that's what I like about you, Zabuza said after witnessing Haku's smile. I'm still a child after all, Haku commented with the smile still plastered on his face. Back at Tsuna's house. You haven't left yet? Inari asked upon seeing Naruto. I'm a superhero, who's gonna become the one Hokage someday in future, this Gato or Sato whoever he is, I'm not worried about those guys at all. A hero? Ridiculous, there is no such thing. If you don't want to die, better hurry up and go home, Inari said as he ran to his room. Naruto did not mind as he sat down to have breakfast with the others. We are all going to the forest for training, Kakashi announced at the breakfast table. After finishing, the team went to the forest. Kakashi then turned towards THR trio and said, We are going to do tree climbing without hands. Two hands were raised at the same time. Sasuke first, Kakashi said. Is it the one in which you focus the chakra to the feet and climb? Sasuke asked. Naruto and Sasuke nodded to each other tacitly as they raced to the top, leaving Sakura at the bottom. But I wanted to, Kakashi stared at Sasuke, no longer surprised at Naruto, while Sakura totally lost her mind. How about walking over water? Kakashi suggested, to which Sasuke and Sakura agreed, while Naruto headed towards the bridge to take the first watch. After an hour, Naruto saw Tsuna up close as he walked with a long iron bar. What happened to stuck-up boy and that useless girl? Tsuna asked. They are in middle of water walking training, Naruto replied with a weird expression as he thought to the question earlier. You don't have to do that. What are you talking about, old man? I defeated the guy yesterday over water, besides I have to guard you. Ah. That's true. Got a minute, Tsuna? Man walked over to Tsuna. What is it, Chichi? Tsuna asked. Regarding the building of this bridge, will you let me quit? Why so suddenly? Not you too. If we continue working on this bridge, Gato will set his sights on us, too. And if you get killed, everything would be lost. Jichi then approached closer and he asked. Why don't you just stop building the bridge? Not a chance, Tsuna replied stubbornly. This is our bridge, a bridge that everyone in this town has built, believing that it would generate distribution and transportation for this land that has few resources. But, if it goes so far as to take our lives, Jichi hesitated. It's already afternoon, let's call it a day. Tsuna said as he started to leave. Tsuna. Jichi called out, to which Tsuna turned back as he said. Jichi, you don't have to come back tomorrow. Meanwhile. Back in training, Sasuke and Sakura had finally started to walk on water after getting drenched for the whole morning and noon. Take a break both of you, Sakura will take the second watch, Kakashi said as he left. Sasuke, Naruto called out. We will spar in the evening today, as I am going to do my training now. Sasuke nodded and left the forest. Naruto then activated Sage Mode to sense, confirming there was no one. He went deep into his psyche. Kurama, I am going to undo the seal, I want you to hold your power back. Sure thing, Kurama replied. While Naruto undid his 8-sign seal, as suddenly felt the remnant 9 tails chakra released. Suddenly the world around him transformed and a man appeared in front of him. Dad, he called, instinctively. Hello, Naruto, Minato smiled back. Hey, the two 9 tails greeted each other, surprising Minato completely. Naruto had tears leaking out of his eyes. I've always wanted to meet you again, Naruto said as he hugged his dad. Why did you break the seal? Clearly you are not in any trouble, Minato asked curiously. Kurama is a friend, Dad, and he wishes to lend me his powers, which will be completely under my control. Oh, is that true? Minato asked as he looked towards Kurama. Humph, not a big deal, Kurama said, clearly shy of admitting it. Hey Dad, could you transfer the 9 tails power that you have to me? Naruto asked. Sorry, Naruto, Kurama's other half was sealed into my body. In order to transfer that I would first have to be alive, so basically, it is impossible for now, Minato explained. Dad, can you teach me the space-time jutsu of yours? The flying Raijin. Sure, Minato said as he transferred the technique by imbuing his mental energy onto Naruto's mind. The third did not tell you anything about the 9 tails incident, did he? No, but Kurama told me everything, including how there was a masked man that tried to control him through Sharingan to attack the village. Don't worry Dad, the village is in great hands, and I am going to become the Hokage in future, just like you Dad. Naruto, you are hiding something from me, aren't you? Why do you ask? Naruto tried avoiding a direct eye contact subconsciously. I have been watching the world from within you, though you have not changed, something about you has definitely changed. The past few days, you became a different person, Minato said as he tried comforting Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath, then told his dad about the current situation he was in, how he came from the other world, him becoming a Hokage, the 4th ninja war and especially Obito and Madara, and how Kaguya and her clan had control of everything from the beginning. Minato took a lot of time, before he could process the information. But in the end he just smiled as he looked at Naruto. You've been through a lot already despite your age in this world being only 13. Even though I know a lot about space, time in terms of nature and formation techniques, clearly the seal that sent you here was more than just a technique. I am afraid, it truly could have rewound time back. But that does not change who you are, Naruto. Live life to the fullest once again and find another way to defeat the Otsutsuki clan. I am sure you can do it, Minato said as his time ran out. Minato slowly disappeared into the void. Thank you Dad, Naruto said as he looked towards the sky. Chapter 11. Naruto thought over his actions, ever since the 4th ninja war ended, and the Otsutsuki clan's hand behind every huge problem he had faced. He thought over his father's departing words and could only hope that things would work out in his favor in this world. Naruto closed his eyes, once again appearing in front of Kurama. Latch your chakra onto me, Kurama commanded. Naruto nodded as he latched his chakra onto Kurama. A red tail-shaped chakra extended from Kurama's body, pulled over by Naruto's blue chakra. Instantly a few chains appeared around Kurama, immobilizing all his tails and his body. These chains, Naruto thought as his surroundings changed, revealing a woman with long red hair. Mom! Naruto trembled, unable to handle the happiness that had accumulated after he had met his mom, right after meeting his dad. How have you been? I hope you didn't develop any weird way of talking, like I did. Minato, he didn't say anything, did he? That's right, I am your dash. Naruto immediately hugged his mom, feeling he would lose her again, if he had let go. I have always wanted to meet you again, you know, Naruto said as he continued hugging with tears pouring uncontrollably. You know, huh? You are really my child, Kushina said as she patted Naruto's head. Did he just say, again? She thought, finding the sentence very weird. Naruto jumped from Kushina's arms as he said with excitement, I have a lot of things to ask you. I'll answer all of them, but before that, we have to deal with the 9 tails, Kushina said as she looked up only to find the atmosphere around her peaceful. Kurama is not angry, you know, Naruto said. Kurama, is that Kyuubi's real name? She asked curiously. Yes, and not only that, he is willingly going to give me his chakra, Naruto said proudly. Han, Kushina stared at Naruto. You see, Minato sealed a part of my chakra in you, so that I could help when the time came for you to take control of Kurama's power. Who knew you both would become friends, considering Kurama was an unruly monster in the first place. That time was when he was controlled by the masked man, Naruto defended Kurama. Regardless, I will teach you the sealing jutsu in case something happens in future, one can only be prepared you know. Kushina said, as she began teaching the seals and the ability that belonged to the Uzumaki clan, which also powered up the sealing technique. You got your hair, from your dad, but you've got my face, sorry about that Naruto. Kushina smiled apologetically at Naruto while admiring his face. I am glad that you look beautiful, besides your hair is straight and has a beautiful red color, I'm sure I would have looked good in that too, Naruto said as he imagined himself with a red hair. You're the second guy to compliment me on my hair. Dad was the first, right? Naruto replied, remembering the previous time he met his mom and the story of how she and Minato met. Kushina started talking about the past as Naruto peacefully listened without interrupting his mom, as he wanted to spend the only precious moment he had with her. After Kushina finished till where both she and Minato died, she looked at Naruto and said, I'm sorry for making you Kurama's vessel. I'm sorry I couldn't stay by your side and shower you with love. Don't say sorry, Naruto interrupted. Even though I went through some tough times as a Jinchuriki, I never blamed you and Dad for it, in fact I only missed you guys even more, Naruto said, upon which Kushina ran to Naruto and hugged as she started crying. Naruto's words brought both pain and love at the same time, but not being there for him made her regret this statement even more, to the extent that she hated herself and started crying uncontrollably. I know that you and Dad sacrificed your lives for me, and also for the village, I'm glad I'm your son, Naruto comforted his mom. My dream is to become a Hokage, you know, Naruto laughed. When you combine the yellow flash with the red-blooded habanero, Kushina left for Naruto to continue. You get the orange Hokage of Konoha, you know. Naruto jumped up. That's really cool, you know. Kushina smiled back as she got up. Your dream is the continuation of mine and Minato's dream. Yeah. I'll never let Mom and Dad's dream end. Naruto, Kushina murmured as her form became a bit dimmer. She realized she no longer had the energy to remain in Naruto's presence. Kushina took a deep breath, and then ran at full speed to Naruto and hugged him very tightly. Thank you for being our child. Kushina said as her body disintegrated into motes of light. There are some special words I'll give only to the men who compliment me on my hair. I love you. These words caught Naruto by surprise once again, also reminding him of Hinata. I can finally go to where Minato is. Kushina said as she finally disappeared. Kurama's chakra then poured into Naruto's body as he greedily absorbed it. Later Naruto got up and climbed to the top of a tree. He sat down on the branch and stared into the horizon as he reminisced his encounter with his parents and began to contemplate on what familial love was as he compared it to the life he had spent with Hinata, Boruto, and Himawari. Tears broke out, as he cried silently, missing everyone. It was evening, by the time Sasuke had his lunch and walked around through the village before he came back to the forest. He scanned around looking for Naruto, only to see him sitting on a tree looking at the setting sun. Sasuke climbed the tree and approached Naruto silently. He saw how worn out Naruto's eyes were with impressions of having cried a lot. He contemplated deeply for a few minutes before he disturbed Naruto. You are here, Sasuke, Naruto commented as he got up. I am ready to spar. Sasuke said as he descended the tree, followed by Naruto. Before we spar, do you remember how I said you could increase your speed with chakra by up to 3 times? Yes. Listen carefully, as I explain. First, concentrate a fixed amount of chakra to the base of your feet. Second, release all that chakra in an instantaneous burst the moment your feet touches the ground, like this. Naruto demonstrated by moving his feet up. The moment he placed it on the ground burst apart as Naruto disappeared, instantly appearing about a few meters away. Repeat these 2 steps for every step you take with your feet, Naruto said as he walked to the space in front of Sasuke. Sasuke nodded as he started imitating. A few minutes later. I am ready, Sasuke said. Good, Naruto replied as they started to spar one another. Sasuke smiled as he saw improvements to his speed, but frowned the moment he knew Naruto was still wearing those weights. The evening went by as they kept sparring against each other. This is really fun. It has been a long time since we've had a meal with this many people. Tazuna commented as he was happy having a large group eat together with him. Meanwhile Naruto and Sasuke ate like beggars who hadn't seen food for a long time. Seconds please, they both raised their bowls up, upon which they glared each other, only to then bend down and vomit the food they just ate. Naruto smiled, enjoying this rare moment of actually competing with Sasuke, as he didn't have the chances to do so, since he came to this world, while he hadn't done back in his previous world as well, considering how busy he was as a Hokage. Stop eating, if you're going to vomit, Sakura screamed at both. No, I'll eat, Sasuke commented, clearly not willing to give up this time. His reaction fired up Naruto even more as Naruto replied back, I have to eat even if it means enduring. But vomiting is different, Kakashi commented while still approving the healthy rivalry. Excuse me, why is there a torn picture hanging here? Inari was looking at this all through dinner. This torn part looks like someone who was deliberately torn off, that's the feeling I get. Kakashi at this moment wanted to facepalm himself, to Sakura's stupidity, but also looked expectantly for an answer in the direction of Inari's mom who was busy in the kitchen. It's my husband. Chapter 12. He's a man who was once called a hero of this town, Tazuna continued. Inari got out of the chair and left silently, not wanting to be reminded of his foster father's tragic story. Inari. Where are you going? Father. I'm always telling you not to talk about that person in front of Inari. Tazuna was upset, wanting to almost cry out. What happened with Inari? Sakura inquired. It appears there's some kind of good reason, Kakashi interpreted. Inari had a father not related by blood, it was like they were real father and son, who got along really well. Back then, Inari was a child who laughed all the time. However, Tazuna was in tears, as he started to cry while he still continued. Inari had changed ever since that incident with his father. The word bravery was eternally taken from the people of this island and from Inari, Tazuna said. That incident? What happened to Inari? Kakashi inquired curiously. To explain the incident, I must first tell you about the man who was called the hero of this land. Hero? It was around 3 years ago. Tazuna started to recount all the experiences Inari and the village went through. Of course, Naruto already knew about it, but he still listened while admiring Inari's dad and also thought of how Minato died to protect the village. Ever since then, Inari has changed, as well as Tsunami, and the townspeople, Tazuna finished in a disheartened manner. Naruto thought back to what Inari said. Hero. That's just stupid, there's no such thing. He also thought back to how Inari went to his room and cried as he looked towards the sea. At the same time the words his dad spoke about him having changed a bit, and the words that reminded him of his mission. Naruto got up with a burning resolve. Where are you going? Sakura asked. If you are thinking about training then you better forget it, you have already overworked your chakra, Kakashi said. I'll prove it, Naruto said as he grabbed the door handle. Prove what? Sakura asked. I'll prove that there are heroes in this world, Naruto said as he walked out the door. After coming out, Naruto turned towards the door and inscribed a mark onto it, and then left towards the forest. The next day morning. In the forest, a young boy in orange track suit was sleeping on the floor peacefully. Naturally it was Naruto who slept after his intense training the earlier night. Meanwhile a figure in a pink kimono was busy picking herbs and transferring them to the basket. The figure in the pink kimono was Haku who was busy picking herbs to treat Zabuza's wounds. Haku turned around after picking herbs with his basket towards Naruto who was peacefully sleeping on the grass. Haku walked over to Naruto and stared at him. Thinking back to the battle in which Zabuza was defeated in one move made him wary of Naruto as he revealed a shred of killing intent. Naruto after reconnecting with Kurama's powers had regained the ability to sense killing intent as he instantly reacted. This development surprised Haku to the point he was completely paralyzed by shock, whereas Naruto continued subconsciously and pinned Haku down in one move. Naruto then opened his eyes with difficulty just to witness himself riding beautiful figure. Overcome by shame, Naruto instantly jumps off and performs a Daijisa and apologizes. While apologizing he finally remembered what Haku looked like, and became wary enough not to reveal anything as he continued on with his act. Sorry sweet sis, I did not do that intentionally, Naruto wailed with apologies while Haku stared at him with a blank look. How did he react like that? Is he a trained veteran? Even Jonins will not be able to react to such killing intent, much less sensory ninjas would be able to react only after making some decisions, but this boy reacted with instinct. Haku looked at Naruto in a shocked manner. Oh. Don't worry, I just wanted to wake you up, since you would catch a cold if you were to keep sleeping here. Ah I see, sis, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I am gathering medicinal herbs, Haku replied as he went back to start gathering the herbs next to him. Naruto also played along, gathering herbs for Haku while thinking back how close he was to getting killed back there. You've got it hard for you in the morning, sis, Naruto said as he poured the herbs he just collected into the basket. You too. What have you been doing in a place like this so early? Haku asked. Training, Naruto replied with passion. Could it be that, you are a ninja or something? Haku asked curiously. Yup. I'm a ninja. No kidding, you're great aren't you? Haku asked with a sense of admiration. Haha, Naruto started laughing in a manner of acknowledgement. But why are you training? Haku asked curiously. To protect those who I care about, Naruto said as though he suddenly had a mood swing to being serious. But you already look strong though, Haku continued. No, no. I want to get even stronger. What for? To become the best ninja in my village. Naruto said enthusiastically. I'm going to get everyone to recognize my strength. You said you want to protect those you care about, right? Naruto acknowledged with a nod. When a person has something precious they want to protect, that's when they can truly become strong, Haku said as he thought back to how Zabuza has saved him. Yeah. I know that well, too. Haku smiled back as he got up and said, you'll become strong. Yeah. I hope we meet again somewhere, Haku said as he was leaving. What Haku had failed to notice was that there was a mark behind his right arm, which Naruto applied when held it while he was on Haku. He walked a few meters forth and stopped as he said, by the way, I'm a boy. Why the hell would you wear the pink kimono in the first place, Naruto thought as he already knew Haku was a boy before. While Haku left the forest, Sasuke passed him and called Naruto to have breakfast. Back in Zabuza's hideout. You've recovered considerably, Haku said, feeling happy for Zabuza. Alright, just a little more, Haku, Zabuza commented. Evening time, back in the forest. The field was riddled with holes and trees with partly broken barks, while two figures stood in the middle as they breathed heavily. Shall we go back? Sasuke asked. Okay. Naruto replied. They're late, and not just Naruto, but even Sasuke too, Sakura was complaining. Clank. The door opened. What happened to you guys? You're really muddy and really wiped out, Tazuna asked upon seeing the duo's ratty appearance. We both trained our asses off, Naruto said, appearing heroic while Sasuke leaned on him. Good. You both are to start guarding Tazuna next time. Kakashi said. The duo then sat down and started eating. In just a teeny little bit, the bridge will be complete. It's thanks to you guys, Tazuna said, almost feeling a major part of the burden lifted off. Even so, don't let your guard down, Tsunami reminded the entire team. Meanwhile Inari had a lot running in his head as he started crying. Why? Why do you desperately work so hard until you get like that? There's no way you be a match for Gato's men even if you train. No matter what cool things you say or how much effort you put, the weak always lost out, against the truly strong. Inari shouted out loud, hoping for Naruto and his team to still quit, while they had time. Shut up, I'm not like you. Shut up. Inari interrupted as Naruto and continued speaking. Looking at you makes me sick. Sticking your nose in even though you know nothing of this land. I'm not like you who's always acting frivolous, not knowing one thing about pain. So you're just gonna cry all day like the lead in a tragedy? An idiot like you can just cry forever. You crybaby. Naruto. That's a bit harsh. Outside the house, Inari faced the sea as he curled up. Got a minute? Kakashi asked as he approached Inari. Naruto didn't mean any harm with what he said. He's just uncouth, so. We heard about the story about your father from Tazuna. Like you, Naruto never had a father as a young child. Actually, he doesn't know either of his parents. Not only that, he didn't have a single friend, Kakashi continued. What? Inari was surprised as he turned towards Kakashi's face. However, I've never seen him sulk, be timid, or cry. He's always eager, wanting to be acknowledged by someone. If it is for the sake of that dream, he always risks his life. I suppose, he's probably tired of crying. So, he knows the true meaning of the word strong, like your father. In fact, Naruto is the only one who might understand your feelings the most. Inari looked at Kakashi, trying to confirm if all he's been hearing was the truth. There's no mistaking that he's told himself that over and over again, Kakashi said, after which Inari thought deeply over his actions. The next morning. The team left along with Tazuna towards the bridge. Tazuna and the others worked on the bridge while Naruto kept watch, using his abilities to scan the area around the bridge. After a few minutes had passed, Naruto reacted as he thought to himself. They have arrived. Chapter 13. In a tall building, at the highest floor, a man sat on the sofa as he communicated through a radio. What are you doing? I didn't hire you guys for charity work. Hey Zabuza. Are you listening? The scene shifts to Zabuza and Haku standing on a boat underneath the bridge. Why? Gato shouts on the radio as Zabuza destroys it with his foot. Shall we go, Haku? Yes. Haku responded as he looked towards the bridge. Naruto went over to Sasuke. Sasuke, it's time for your debut. He said. I have been waiting for this, Sasuke told as he gripped his fists. Boom. A sound was heard followed by a series of punches and kicks. What the heck is this? Tazuna asked as he ran towards the scene. What is going on? What happened? Back at Inari's house. Two men with swords showed up at the door as they heard. Inari. Give me a hand. I'll be right there, Inari shouted as he ran towards her. The two men outside grinned as they gripped their swords. Back on the bridge, a mist started appearing at a very high rate. Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto. They are coming. Though, as soon as Kakashi spoke, 4 Zabuzas appeared causing Sasuke to grin. I'm trembling with excitement, he spoke as he disappeared from his spot, following which the clones of Zabuza retired upon getting slashed. Sasuke reappeared a few meters away, upon which Zabuza commented. Oh, he could see the water clones, eh. Well, it seems my prediction was right on the money. That little mask, Kakashi said as he stared at Haku, while Sasuke thought as he turned towards Naruto. Naruto was able to detect them way before Kakashi, just how strong is he? So the elite shinobi of the hidden mist thing was a bald-faced lie, Tazuna confirmed upon seeing Haku with Zabuza. Haku, take this brat on a 1-1, but also remember to be careful of the yellow-haired kid, Zabuza said. Haku followed by turning into a whirlwind whizzing past as he went towards Sasuke. Clang. Clang. 2 swords moved about, destroying the doors as the men entered the house. Tsunami turned back immediately shocked at their sudden appearance. Are you Tazuna's daughter? The man with a beanie asked. Sorry, but you're coming with us. Crash. Ah. Tsunami shouted. Meanwhile Inari was in the bathroom washing his hands as he heard the 2 sounds, he immediately rushed over. Mom. Don't come out. Get out of here, quick. What's with you, brat? The man with a beanie asked. Shall we take him, too? Another man with an eye patch grinned. One hostage is fine, he said, causing Inari to become worried. Hostage? Then, shall we kill him? The man with eye patch grinned as he pulled his sword apart. Wait. Tsunami commanded, causing the man to frown and turn back to face her as he held his sword still. If you lay a hand on that child, I'll bite off my tongue and kill myself. She threatened the men, intent on not having any harm befall Inari. The man in the beanie frowned, but she continued. You want a hostage, right? She asked, changing both men's action to her favor as man with eye patch lowered his sword, regretting not going ahead. Thank your mom, kid, the man with a beanie said as he looked towards Inari. Inari had tears coming out of his eyes as he stood and watched with fear as the men tied up his mom while he was unable to protect her since he was a young and inexperienced. Mom. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Inari said as the men escorted his mother and ropes out. I'm weak, so I can't protect you, Inari continued as he curled onto the floor. He cried bitterly as he said, I don't want to die, I'm scared. Soon after he said those words, his recent memories of Naruto and the conversation with Kakashi flashed by, also remembering the attitude his dad demonstrated which had won him in the first place. Inari wiped off his tears and stood up. Can I also become strong? Dad. Inari stared at the open door finally with clear eyes that had started to brim with fighting spirit. Outside the house the 2 men walked along with Tsunami. The man with eye patch suddenly cut in as he said. Looking at that beautiful skin of yours makes me want to cut you. While the man in the beanie got sick of the action, he then tugged at Tsunami's rope. Hey, walk faster. Wait. Inari screamed from behind. Inari. What? It's just that kid from before. Get away from my mom. Inari shouted again as he started running towards the trio. Man, this brat's hopeless, the man with eye patch sighed. Let's do this. The one with the beanie commanded, no longer bothering about Inari's life or death. Ah! Inari shouted as he continued running without hesitation. If you do that, I'll bite of my tongue and... Shut up and go to sleep, the man with the beanie said and made Tsunami faint since he found her even more irritating at the moment. Back on the bridge. Clang! A needle and a kunai parried. Naturally the needle was wielded by Haku and the kunai by Sasuke. Oh, Zabuza blurted, finding it interesting that Sasuke was able to put up with Haku's speed. Clang! 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 The battle went on with Sasuke and Haku parrying each other. I don't want to kill you. I'd like for you to back down, Haku asked politely. Nonsense, Sasuke commented. Even if you are to keep up with my speed, I've already made 2 preemptive moves. 2 preemptive moves. The first one is the scattered water puddles around you. And the second one is me blocking one of your hands right now. Therefore, you'll just be able to defend my attack. Haku raised his only free arm as he formed a seal. What? With one hand he's... Haku continued forming a set of seals, completely surprising everyone. A one-handed sign. I've never seen such a thing before, Kakashi said, almost having his remaining eye popped out. Meanwhile Naruto also watched flabbergastedly. How have I never witnessed this back when we fought? Even after becoming a Hokage, I never came across records where ninjas could deploy seals only using one hand. Haku formed the last few seals and softly uttered. Ninja technique, 1,000 needles of death. Haku kicked the ground, upon which all the scattered water floated around. The water then turned into needles as they all came crashing upon Sasuke. Humph. Sasuke snorted as he thought back to the technique Naruto had demonstrated. He kicked the floor of the bridge, bringing about an instantaneous burst of chakra, escaping from all the needles as they stabbed into the ground at the place where he was previously standing. He vanished. Haku turned his head around, only to see Sasuke up in the air as he started throwing shurikens towards him. Haku performed back somersaults as he kept avoiding the shurikens one by one, while Sasuke smirked, landing on the ground and instantly reappeared behind Haku, kicking him squarely in the face. Haku flew back as he landed on the ground with a thud, causing Zabuza's face to twist. To think Haku would lose in terms of speed, he murmured as he looked towards Sasuke. It seems that I'm faster than you, Sasuke said with a mocking tone. Kakashi, proud on Sasuke having won the battle of speed, he said, I can't have you mocking our team, calling them brats. He may not look it, but Sasuke is the number 2 rookie in the village hidden in the leaves. And as you already know, Naruto here is the number 1 rookie and hyperactive knucklehead ninja, while Sakura is the one with the biggest forehead. Sakura stared at Kakashi weirdly. Biggest forehead? Do you have a death wish? You probably have something even more embarrassing, that's why you have covered up your entire face, she thought while glaring at him. The heat that the battle generated caused no one to pay attention to Naruto. Naruto scratched his head, as he felt something did not add up. He thought back to how he and Inari had become friends and realized. This is bad, I completely forgot about those two. I hope I can make it there in time, let's just hope this test run works. Naruto thought as he created a clone. The clone nodded back to him as it executed. Flying Raijin Level 1. Chapter 14. Whoosh. Naruto appeared at the door where he left the marking. He saw Inari running towards the 2 swordsmen who wanted to draw their swords out. No way, I'd let that happen, Naruto thought as he instantly appeared behind Tsunami and rescued her to safety. The sword sliced towards the afterimage, which got cut in 3 pieces as it fell down, turning into tree logs. The substitution jutsu. The woman, The 2 men looked around themselves. Sorry I was late, Naruto apologized as he dropped Tsunami and Inari gently on the floor. Heroes usually appears on the scene late, so. Big bro, Naruto. Inari was happy upon being rescued. Inari, you did well. Naruto said. Big bro, how did you know that these 2 were here? Inari asked as he was surprised. Naruto was in a pinch. The last time this happened, he was just about to head towards the battle, but saw the sword marks all over the forest heading towards the house. But now he had nothing to prove. Well, I forgot my weapons pouch in your house, and since the battle was about to begin, I came back to grab it. I saw that the door was open and nobody was in the house, then I went out and I saw you and your mom in trouble. Naruto tried to sound natural. I see, Inari responded. Well, if it ain't the no-good ninja that Tazuna hired. Let's do it. The both swordsmen started running towards THR trio. Here they come. Inari warned. Humph. Naruto sneered as he disappeared right before their eyes. Whoosh. Naruto appeared behind the running duo as he gave a roundhouse kick towards the temple region of one man, who slammed into the other as a bonus as they knocked their heads, turning unconscious, and flew a few meters before they landed in the water beside the path that was built on stilts. WW, big bro Naruto, you defeated them with 1 kick. He, it's done, Naruto laughed as he pointed his fist towards Inari. Ha 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 ha, the duo started laughing. Anyway, sorry about yesterday, Inari. Ha. I called you a crybaby, you know, seeing you run bravely towards your mom, just forget that I ever said it. You're strong, Inari. Inari started crying. Damn it, you are going to call me a crybaby again, aren't you? Inari asked with tears running out. It's okay to cry when you are happy, Naruto smiled. Now then, I can leave everything to you, right? Yeah, Inari nodded. Man, it's tough being a hero, Naruto commented as he turned the other way. Poof. That was a clone. Big bro Naruto, you are too cool. Back on the bridge. Haku began fighting Sasuke once again, with much greater speed, only to be defeated yet again. Meanwhile, Naruto became happy as he confirmed that the jutsu worked perfectly and that his clone rescued both Inari and Tsunami. Zabuza's expression was not good as he stared at Haku. At this rate, you'll be defeated by your intended victim. Yes, Haku said as he emitted a chilly aura causing the surrounding temperature to decrease rapidly. What is that? Is this cold air? CRK. 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 Sounds of glass shattering came from behind Sasuke, only to see huge ice walls forming behind him as it continued to spread forth in a circular manner. Hidden Jutsu, Crystal Ice Mirrors. Haku announced as the jutsu completed. What is that jutsu? Kakashi thought, hoping that Sasuke would still be able to survive. Haku then walked over to an ice mirror and stepped right into it. Sticking himself into the ice mirror like he was a mirror image formed by it. Are these mirrors? Sasuke asked as he saw Haku simultaneously starting to appear in all the nearby mirrors. Damn it! Kakashi said as he started running towards the mirror, only to be blocked by Zabuza. I'm your opponent, aren't I? Since that jutsu has appeared, he's done for, Zabuza said with absolute confidence in Haku. Even though Zabuza said those words, he still looked towards Naruto, who was calmly observing everything. Zabuza could not help but be wary of Naruto ever since the time he was sent flying with a punch. But what made him feel uncomfortable now was that Naruto had yet to make a move. Now then, I'll start. I shall show you my true speed. Haku said as he began to attack Sasuke with needles. Sasuke! Kakashi screamed, feeling powerless to do anything as he was being blocked by Zabuza. Kakashi also turned back to Naruto, only to see him watching the fight. Between the two in the crystal mirror quietly as though he had expected something. In truth, Naruto wanted to interfere, but he also wanted to give a chance to Sasuke, who had said he would take them on by himself. Sasuke-kun, Sakura called out, unable to watch Sasuke being stabbed by the uncountable needles that were flying in the air. Sasuke tried resisting by using his chakra to increase his movement speed, but he was still outdone by Haku. Sakura did not want to watch Sasuke get hurt, as she jumped into the air after taking out a kunai and sent it towards the space in front of Sasuke. But before it could reach, it was caught by Haku. Sasuke took advantage of this small pause in the battle. Sharingan. Both his eyes opened up with red pupils as he seemed to regain his confidence while also brimming with fighting spirit. But no one noticed the small change that took place in his eyes. His eyes now had 2 commas instead of the single one that he had initially. Looks like the sparring matches weren't useless. Naruto thought back to how Sasuke had faced him when Naruto did not wear weights, as Naruto's speed completely exceeded Haku, who was battling Sasuke now. Haku turned towards Sasuke after catching the kunai, shocked upon looking at his eyes. You also possess a bloodline limit? Haku asked while trying to observe Sasuke. And it's not just a single comma but 2, which means you had awakened yours quite a while ago. Humph. Are you scared? Scared? No, it's just that the jutsu I'm using right now is based on my bloodline limit. I knew it. That jutsu. Yes, Haku does possess a bloodline limit, but you are no slouch either, Kakashi. Who is that kid fighting with Haku inside? Zabuza asked curiously. Sasuke is the member of the most excellent clan in Konoha. That can't be, Zabuza said with a sense of disbelief. Yes, his name is Uchiha Sasuke. He bears within his body the famous bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. He is the sole remaining survivor of that tragic clan. Zabuza asked with a dumbfounded expression. No wonder. But that's the same as Haku. Nobody has ever beaten the secret jutsu of Haku's, not one person from the past. Meanwhile, within the crystal mirror, Haku said. Once again, if I can, I don't want to kill you, neither do I want to get killed, but if you are to come after me, then I shall kill my feelings and completely become a killing machine. He looked outside as he continued, this bridge is the battleground that connects each of us to our dreams. I, for the sake of my dream, and you, for the sake of your dreams. So please don't hold it against me. I only want to protect the person dear to me. I work for the sake of that person, I fight for that person, and I want to make that person's dream a reality. That's my dream. For the sake of that dream, I will completely become a shinobi, author's note, a completely emotionless killing machine, and kill you. Kakashi knew it was no longer wiser to continue being in a standstill with Zabuza, so he decided to finish it faster. Sharingan, he opened his protector to reveal his left eye. Zabuza knew the situation just became more disadvantageous for him as he looked towards Naruto once again. Looks like this kid won't be making a move anytime soon, Zabuza concluded as he turned towards Kakashi. Even if you are able to defeat me, you can't defeat Haku. Kakashi-sensei cannot win. Sakura thought as she looked at Naruto as if asking for help. Naruto looked at Sakura as he thought of her changes compared to how she was back in his world. Was she this useless? Naruto thought as he shifted his gaze towards Zabuza once again. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Zabuza announced while retaining the position he had to be in for the jutsu to work. Naruto did not interfere in Kakashi's battle either, as he had his plans to see how fate played out. The fog became extremely thick, to which even Kakashi started wondering how Zabuza was seeing through the fog. But all this was a part of Zabuza's plan to make Kakashi's Sharingan useless. I have closed my eyes. Zabuza directed his voice to Kakashi through the mist as he continued to speak. By using the mist and closing my eyes, I have effectively cancelled the abilities of your perceptive eyes and hypnotic eyes. But, you will also lose your vision, Kakashi pointed out. Did you forget? That I am a genius at silent killing, a technique to find a target just by sound. Back in the crystal mirrors. Here I go, Haku announced as all the mirrors lit up at the same time. Sasuke watched carefully as he was finally able to see clearly how Haku had moved between the mirrors. There, Sasuke calculated as he started running to a spot where Haku would appear by using Chakra dash, but missed Haku by about 1/10 of an inch. Haku reached the mirror as he contemplated, the boy is already able to see me and react fast, I have to finish this with my next attack. Haku then jumped off once again, and sent needles after Sasuke. But this time Sasuke suddenly fell to the floor, due to having drained his chakra by using Chakra dash and his Sharingan simultaneously. The new 2 Sharingan had taken a toll on his body. Far more than what he could handle, and the accumulation from all the attacks from the needles that was stuck on his body already had him going through a huge amount of pain. Haku jumped out of a mirror as he stared at Sasuke's body. Looks like his body gave up, he commented as he turned towards Naruto. Naruto knew that this was Sasuke's limit and arrived beside Sasuke in between the crystal mirrors to retrieve his unconscious body. Wait. Haku said, trying to stop Naruto. I'll come back, Naruto replied, not intent on running away, as he instantly arrived beside Sakura and placed Sasuke gently on the ground. Take care of him, Naruto said to Sakura, then re-entered the crystal mirrors. Haku was surprised seeing Naruto eagerly return. Meanwhile Kakashi was stranded in the mist, hoping to fare well in the fight against Zabuza. Darn it, it has been a while since I've last fought in such bad conditions, he commented as the fog grew denser and denser. Zabuza noticed Naruto drop off Sasuke with his senses and decided to go in that direction, knowing that he would probably find Tazuna. Be calm, think, what will he come after? Kakashi thought. Oh no, it suddenly clicked Kakashi's mind as he dashed to the direction where the group was. Zabuza raised his blade up and decided to swing it down on Sakura, who was protecting Tazuna and Sasuke, while Kakashi appeared just before the blade could touch Sakura as it made its way into Kakashi's body, leaving a huge bloody gash on the front of Kakashi's body. You were late entering to guard Kakashi, Zabuza commented. Your wholehearted intent to help those kids has gone to your head, and it seems to have clouded your Sharingan with an even heavier fog. Zabuza said with a slight sense of regret and continued. Even though you have these impressive eyes, your ability to read your enemy's movements is getting cloudy. Amuse me more, Kakashi, I want to repay my debt in an amusing way. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. The great Zabuza Momochi acting like a kid just because he was defeated with one punch from one of my students, Kakashi mocked Zabuza. Zabuza got angry as he backed up, disappearing in the mist once again. Kakashi regained his composure as he said. We're both busy people, I know it's against your style, but I think it's about time we stopped playing around, Kakashi said as he took out a scroll from his vest, bit his finger and drew blood over the scroll. He closed it again and formed a seal. Why don't we settle this once and for all with the next move? Interesting. What can you possibly do in this situation? Kakashi, go ahead and show me. But I warn you, whatever you do won't work. You have absolutely no idea where I am right now, whereas I know where you are. You are completely in my hands now, Zabuza smirked as he stood at the incomplete edge of the bridge. Meanwhile Haku was facing Naruto in the Crystal Mirror's dome. Chapter 15. Naruto, are you going to fight me too? Haku asked. I don't want to fight you either, but if you are still bent on killing old man Tazuna then I have no choice, Naruto said as he looked gloomily towards Haku. Why? Haku asked. The bridge is the hope for the people of the country, and by killing Tazuna you are taking their hope away, Naruto explained. Zabuza was the one who gave me hope, his wish is my command, Haku tried to explain by recounting her past with Naruto. But Naruto knew there was no way to turn this around in their favor, as Haku and Zabuza depended on Gato's business to live in peace as a lawless mercenary. What would you do if Zabuza had not taken you in that day? That is what you are doing to the people right now. Looks like we can only choose to continue this battle, Haku said as he merged his image into the mirror and took out his needles. Here I go, Haku said as he launched from the mirror, readily sending his needles to where Naruto was. Naruto did not remove his weights, but that is where his mark from that morning in the forest came in handy. Flying Raijin level 1. Boom. Haku's mask was smashed as he was sent flying away, crashing through one of the crystal mirrors by Naruto's powerful kick. Cough. Cough. Haku coughed as he stood up while puking a bit of blood. His mask cracked into pieces revealing the face that Naruto had seen back in the forest when Haku looked like a harmless boy who could not be pictured as a ninja. Zabuza unable to defeat this boy. Haku knew he had failed his duties upon being defeated by Naruto. Please kill me Naruto, he begged. Naruto walked feeling only sadness. Lawless people like Haku and Zabuza did not have a choice to go back after becoming rogue ninjas, so even if he freed them, one day or the other they would get killed. If not his team, some other team would face a similar situation. The hardest part being that he liked them both, in this world and the previous one too, as they were the ones who first showed him how a ninja should live. This deep respect could not be shaken, but he had to watch the duo die in the present once again. As he was not in a position as in Hokage to grant them protection regardless he had strength or not. Neither was he willing to risk showing his abilities, which could in theory bring a bigger disaster in form of Akatsuki or maybe a retribution of some sort by going against fate itself, because this matter not only concerned him but most importantly the people who he wanted to protect once again. Naruto knew that the universe worked on the principle of exchange. For example, the jutsu that had played a major part in the war was the reanimation jutsu, which worked by exchanging one's life. He would be risking someone else's life, for example saving Jiraiya could maybe lead to having Kakashi killed as a principle of equivalent exchange. I won't kill you, Naruto said as he walked forward. You took away the reason for my existence, Haku continued. That still won't change my decision. Then I can only continue, Haku said as he started running towards Naruto. Slash. Naruto had used his kunai to tear through the tendons on Haku's arms. With this you won't be able to perform your jutsu again, Naruto said sadly as though he mocked himself. Ninja art summoning, earth-style fang pursuit jutsu, Kakashi said as he unleashed the technique. At the edge of the bridge where Zabuza was standing, the ground vibrated as 8 dogs appeared from the ground as they dug their way out, latched onto different parts of his body with their fangs. If you can't use your eyes or ears, simply just use your nose, Kakashi said as he appeared out of the fog in front of Zabuza. That's what happens when you're closing your eyes in the midst of fog. I deliberately shed my own blood to stop your attacks only to use it as a way to trap you for this one moment. Your weapons have a thick scent of my blood on them now. My adorable ninja dogs just followed the scent, because when it comes to smell, they have no equal. You're the one who was playing in my hands, Zabuza. The fog has lifted and your future is death. Kakashi said as he raised his hands. Here's something I didn't copy, a jutsu of my own, to enlighten you. Kakashi then started forming seals. Ox rabbit monkey. And lifted his right hand, which was gathering blue lightning energy while being supported by the left. Ararg. Raikiri. He shouted. Meanwhile. Knock. 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 Old man Jichi. Inari called as he knocked on the door. Please open up. Let's go to the bridge. If we all do it together, we can beat Gat and his men this time. The door opened as a weak voice spoke. Inari, I made up my mind not to fight anymore. Even your father, the man we called a hero, is not with us anymore. If we were to fight, many lives would be lost. I don't want to lose something that's precious to me anymore. No one wants to regret again. I don't want to regret either, that's why we must fight. I love Mom, Dad, Grandpa, you and all the people here. I've finally realized, nothing is accomplished if I just cry all the time. I finally got it. Inari said as he ran off. In the house, old man Jichi stood by the door ashamed of what he had just said, as sounded like a coward trying to save his own skin. Inari has grown into a fine young man. Will you just let Inari go there by himself? Jichi's wife asked. Open up. Hey. I'm asking you to fight with me, Inari said as he went around knocking at everyone's door in the village. Meanwhile at the bridge. Kakashi talked with Zabuza about his past and how a great ninja like him had aligned with scum like Gat. Zabuza, you were too full of yourself, Kakashi said as he ran forward with his Raikiri. Haku was facing Naruto with crestfallen eyes until he suddenly felt Zabuza's life in danger. Haku knew at this point he couldn't do anything as his arms were no longer usable, but he still chose to run towards Zabuza, but unfortunately he couldn't make it and watched Kakashi zap Zabuza with his Raikiri. No! Haku screamed as he ran towards Zabuza. Zabuza couldn't believe as he fell to the floor, looking towards the sky, while he was stepped on by an unexpected arrival. Gat! Haku shouted, feeling his anger rushing to his brains. Gat almost fell over from remembering how powerful Haku was. He observed Haku carefully and grinned. Oh. You've really got it bad this time. The both of you really disappoint me, Gat said as he slowly got surrounded by his entourage of handymen. Sorry to say this, but you both are going to die here, Gat said as though he was assured he could deal with all. What? Haku reacted with hostility. Since hiring a regular ninja costs a lot of money, I hired rogue ninja like you guys and it would have been more ideal to save my money and effort if ninja battles ended in killing each other off. If you are to ask me, I just call you a cute demon. Gat mocked as all his men supported the comment by laughing at Haku. Zabuza knew he would close his eyes any time now and be dead, but Gat had completely destroyed the only pride he had left. Kakashi, I apologize. Our battle ends here, he said. Upon which Haku ran over as he started to take down Gat's men one by one, getting riddled with weapons all over. Gat had already ran to the back, thinking he would be safe, yet he was done in by Haku. Haku slowly walked back to Zabuza, as just like him he reached the end of her life as well. Zabuza suddenly saw all the memories of his life flash by. Mostly seeing only the gruesome scenes, the Mist Village's bloody test, and all the missions in which he had taken part, killing countless. At this moment he had realized that the only good memories he had was how he had spent his time with Haku. Haku apologized for not being able to protect him. Zabuza teared up as he saw Haku. He raised his hands with the remaining strands of life force he had as he patted Haku's head. It's all right, Haku, you are not to blame. It was me who brought you up in this wretched lifestyle of mine, he said, deeply regretting not living a life with his head held up high. I'm glad we could fight with you at the end, Zabuza said to Kakashi and the rest as he turned towards Haku and passed away. Haku turned towards Zabuza as he said, I hope we can spend more time together in the afterlife, after which he had departed as well. Naruto then turned towards the sky while tears overflowed. They both died, even though I thought one of them could be saved, Naruto thought as he looked towards the sky. Chapter 16. Naruto started crying bitterly yet silently. As he cried, he felt like his throat was almost about to be crushed. Naruto fell on his knees in terrible pain. Not willing to accept he could not save them once again. Naruto! Kakashi screamed as he ran towards Naruto. Naruto on his knees suddenly felt a stinging pain in his glabella, a part of the forehead in between the eyebrows, as though his brain was about to be split. Kurama also felt danger to his state of existence that time as he tried to find out what had happened. A green light burst forth from his glabella at this moment. Things surrounding Naruto at this moment slowed down. Kakashi ran slower, Gat's men were still, the flowing oceans calmed down to a point that it was frozen, and Kakashi also stopped at this moment completely. Naruto suddenly felt his pain washed away as he turned around, seeing everyone frozen as though he was stuck in time. Looks like you could not accept your own decision. Naruto heard a voice he had never heard before in his life. The voice had a strange accent with an ancient manner of speaking very similar to how Hagoromo spoke to him. Naruto searched for the entity that spoke but could not catch sight of it. Who are you? Where are you? What's happening? Why is everyone around me frozen? Naruto asked hurriedly. As he spoke, motes of light started gathering on to one spot, slowly forming a silhouette of a young boy. You, Naruto pointed towards the boy with his hands trembling. The name is Tsutsuki SH as an attachment, obsession, or persistence, the boy replied as his facial features started to completely appear. You were the one Sasuke killed that time, Naruto said with horror across his face. I have seen your past on your way here to this world, thus I know the kind of person you are. It really surprised me when you took the decision though. Naruto suddenly remembered the earlier predicament he was in. You haven't told me how you are still alive yet, Naruto asked. You see, the base your team had attacked was just the branch family of the Tsutsuki clan, more exactly the martial branch of Tsutsuki clan. Martial branch? How many branches does your clan have? There are a few branches. I was just in that branch by coincidence. I am born between my dad from the time branch and mom from the space branch, SH continued. Now back to what you did earlier, I am going to grant you a chance. A chance? Naruto looked at SH. Yes, I can only grant you 3 such chances. The first one always works to your favor, but the other 2 works differently. I am going to give you a chance by reverting time back to when you faced that boy with the mask alone after you had kicked him. Also, you have to choose 2 people who would retain the memory of this experience. This experience as in how the person had died, i.e. how the events led to this point. The 2 people can be of your choice, however it is limited to 1 from your side and 1 from the other. Naruto thought back to the conversation he had with his dad. What of your clansmen? Are they all revived and alive in this time? Yes, however the time branch may notice the anomaly in the time field here, that is why the other 2 chances are related to that. So have you made your choice? Yes, I choose Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza-san. Naruto became happy. Alright then, I will invoke the time laws for you, SH said as he started moving his hands in the air with swaying motions, causing everything to fall back into place and reverse their actions. Naruto also saw his image unsuring Haku's tendons as they went back to the time SH said he would revert it back to. All you have to do now is superimpose with your image and time would continue running again. SH, thank you for everything, Naruto said as he had tears coming out of his eyes. Aren't you angry that Sasuke and the others killed you and your people? Naruto asked as he started rubbing away his tears. The Time Branch members are destined not to die and also not to interfere with lower worlds as they age, so since I am young and wanted to go out on an adventure, I sent you back with my soul residing in your body to see how you would relive your life again if given a choice. SH said as he changed into light particles diving back into Naruto's glabella. How shall I explain this to Kakashi-sensei? Naruto thought as he walked back to his image. Naruto then turned towards Zabuza who was bitten by the 8 dogs and then finally turned towards Haku in front of him. It's time for you guys to live your life, he murmured as he superimposed with his image. Boom! A green-colored light pulsed away into the sky as everything was set into motion once again. Please kill me Naruto, Haku begged. I won't kill you, Naruto smiled as he turned towards Zabuza and Kakashi's direction. Kakashi who had just powered up his Raikiri suddenly let it die down as both he and Zabuza looked around. Zabuza had no idea who could possibly do this but Kakashi turned towards Naruto as if trying to verify something. Kakashi, let us stop here, Zabuza said, feeling the pain from the 8 fangs around him. Okay, Kakashi nodded as he turned towards Pakken. You can let go of him, Kakashi commanded as he walked forwards. Are you sure, didn't you just summon us now just to stop him? Pakken asked as he looked towards Kakashi for having contradicted his earlier actions. I'll explain to you later, Kakashi said. Okay. Poof, 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 all the ninja dogs disappeared as Zabuza finally felt free. Did you feel that as well? Kakashi asked as he walked towards Zabuza. Yeah, Zabuza said as he regained his breath. Haku. The fight is over. Haku then turned towards Zabuza with surprise written all over his face. We no longer have to fight, Haku murmured as he turned towards Naruto who was smiling back at him. What the hell are you two doing, not finishing them off, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Gat. Zabuza called as he became really angry. Finish your job. Gat screamed. Don't you want to be paid? Gat asked. Zabuza would not fall for this again as he had already experienced death, even if Gat was to show him the money right now, Zabuza already understood that living this way he would regret it. Haku, send them back, I'll deal with this fool myself, Zabuza said as he went and grabbed his blade. Got it. Haku nodded as he ran towards Gat's men. Everyone. Take them down. You're not getting away, easy, Zabuza commented as he jumped up high in the air towards Gat. The men under Gat raised up their weapons as they shouted, charge. I won't let you, Haku interrupted by raining in punches and kicks as he combed through Gat's men. Naruto also followed Haku into the battle as he kicked all the men back to their ship. The fog completely lifted as of this moment, revealing a surprise to Tsuna and Sakura. What is this? He shouted upon seeing the scene of battle royal with 2 prominent figures Haku and Naruto. Are they fighting together? He asked Sakura who had no clue what was going on as she kept crying on Sasuke. Zabuza landed on the ground as he faced Gat. What are you going to do? Gat asked fearing for his life. You were going to have me killed weren't you? Zabuza asked. How did you know? Gat asked, almost pissing his pants. Let's just say I just had a taste of death, Zabuza said as he turned towards Naruto and Haku who were fighting. He then turned back towards Gat as he said. It was not pleasant. Zabuza said suddenly in a demonic voice upon which Gat started pissing in his pants. Kakashi calmly stood at the back watching all the events taking place in front of him as he looked towards Naruto. Naruto, what just happened in the past 2 months, what happened today? Are you really Naruto? Ugh. Where am I? Sasuke asked weakly as he raised his head. Sakura, you are too heavy, Sasuke complained. Author's note, I swear, any girl in this universe would have instantly been pissed off for an entire year because of this comment. Sasuke. 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 Sakura, that hurts, he said as he sat upright. Things turned out well for you, huh? Tsuna said, being happy for the team and the change in events. Anyway, where's Naruto? And also what happened to the masked guy? Sasuke asked. Naruto and the masked guy are both fine. Huh? Sasuke looked up. They are fighting alongside each other as we speak, Sakura said. What in the world happened, when I was knocked out? Sasuke thought. The scene changes to a small yellow puddle present next to a shoe in which Gat's reflection with fear written all over his face was seen. Are you done pissing? Zabuza asked impatient to kill the man. Let's talk this out Zabuza, I can give you 10 times, no, even 100 times the money. What do you say? Gat whimpered, struggling to change Zabuza's motives. Sadly, you have already made an appointment with Yama today, why don't you guys talk over a tea or something? Zabuza smiled as he raised his blade. No, no. Gat screamed as he started to run, trying to jump off the bridge. Too late, Zabuza said as he almost cut Gat in two, who then fell off the bridge. Chapter 17. Zabuza felt a breath of fresh air after sending down Gat. Meanwhile, Naruto and Haku had cleaned up about half the crew, upon which an arrow landed between Haku and the other men. All of them turned to see the entire village had arrived with knives and pitchfork, led by a small boy in the front who had a crossbow. Inari! Naruto shouted. Inari showed a brilliant smile as he said. Heroes always arrive on the scene, late. Inari, you, guys, Tazuna said as he had tears come out of his eyes seeing his grandson regained his former smile, while the villagers their former courage. Let's retreat, one of the men screamed as he ran towards the rope ladder at the side of the bridge that led to the ship, only to be almost pushed off by the others who followed, trying to run away now that they were no match even in numbers. Naruto then ran towards Tazuna and whispered a few words in his ear. Don't worry, leave that part to me, Tazuna reassured as he turned towards the villagers. Everyone, the bridge was saved by the entire group, especially these two, he pointed towards Zabuza and Haku. Now, these two do not have a home to go to, I think they should live with us in the village. What do you all say? He asked as he faced the crowd. They are welcome. A man screamed from behind, followed by everyone who started to cheer. Zabuza started to tear up at this moment and walked towards Kakashi. I'm glad we could fight with you. Kakashi nodded. Right at this time, both me and Haku would be lying cold over there. Zabuza pointed towards the spot where both he and Haku passed away before time had reset. I don't know what happened back then, as it is something beyond a human's power, however I am glad that it happened, because now I know what I would have regretted back then, Zabuza said. I am glad for you, Zabuza, Kakashi replied. Haku. Naruto called out. What is it? I want you guys to forget your past and live peacefully with the people here. I have already prepared names for you too. Alright then, give me the names. Your name will be Hajime and Zabuza's name will be Arata, both signifying rebirth and beginning. Thank you, Naruto. Haku nodded. This is, Sakura stretched her hand out and looked towards the sky. It's snowing, everyone stared at the falling snow. Zabuza discarded his blade at a hill, creating two fake coffins to put an end to the duo's past. The duo then started living amongst the villagers. They worked during the day on the bridge and helped out in Team 7's training during the night. Another week had passed, after which the bridge had finally been complete. A group was seen standing at the entrance of a bridge which was surrounded by the villagers. Thanks to you the bridge was safely completed. But we will miss you very much, Tazuna said, being thankful to Team 7. Take care, Tsunami said. Thank you for everything, Kakashi smiled back. Now, we'll come back for a visit again, old man Tazuna. Naruto reassured. Really? Inari asked, almost wanting to cry. Inari. You're gonna miss us, aren't you? It's all right to cry. Go ahead and cry. Naruto encouraged, almost crying himself. It's all right. Haku stepped in as he patted Inari's head, upon which Inari started to cry, while Naruto had turned back and cried a bit as well. Sasuke. Haku called out, to which Sasuke turned back. Let us fight again soon. Humph. Sasuke snorted as he started walking with the group again. Zabuza witnessed all this from the back of the group as he started walking into the village. Meanwhile, that boy changed Inari's mind, and Inari changed the mind of the people. That boy created a bridge linking us to hope. A bridge called Courage, Tazuna said as he watched the team's departing backs. Speaking of bridges, we need to name this bridge, don't we? A man in the crowd asked. That's true. In that case, I have a perfect name for this bridge, Tazuna said. Yeah, what is it? The Great Naruto Bridge. How's that? That's a good name, isn't it, Hajime-kun? Tsunami asked. I couldn't have thought of a more fitting name, Haku smiled as he looked towards the team's disappearing silhouette. And someday, it'll be the name of a very famous bridge. A name heard around the world. That's truly what I hope, Tazuna said. Back at the Hokage's office. Knock. 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 Come in, Hiruzen said. A man with white hair appeared. Kakashi. I am here to report some details on the C-rank mission you had given. C-rank? Hiruzen was surprised. Usually I would not even accept reviewing a B-rank work immediately, but since it is you, I am pretty sure that you have a very reasonable explanation to your appearance here. Yes, regarding the mission, it was completed successfully, but there are some details that I am unable to explain. You can start by explaining everything in order. Okay, so the mission, Kakashi explained everything he had seen from start to finish. Hiruzen stood up abruptly as he said. You had a feeling of the time being reversed, and the other rogue ninja, he had the same sensation too, Hiruzen asked feeling completely puzzled. Kakashi, did you notice anything else out of the usual? As I said before, other than this one, there is nothing of concern to me. You said something about Naruto defeating one of that rogue ninja, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist with one punch. That did happen, Lord Hokage. Alright, you are dismissed. Also I would like to reward you some extra money as a compensation since this mission was a B rank mission instead of a C rank. Thank you, Kakashi bowed and then left the office. Meanwhile Hiruzen sat down as he contemplated deeply. Naruto surpassed all record, became strong, even defeated a blacklisted ninja who was an elite jonin while being a mere genin of 14. Hiruzen looked towards the ceiling and made a gesture, to which a person in a uniform wearing a mask dropped down ANBU. Bring Naruto here. Ah. Naruto yawned as he woke up, looking towards the window. He felt extremely lazy as he got up and stretched a bit. After stretching, he wore his weights and sat down for breakfast. Knock. 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 Naruto looked towards the door, as heard a muffled voice come in. Please wear your dress, and come to the Hokage office, Lord Third wants to see you. Naruto frowned. Did Sensei tell him something regarding the time reversion? He thought as he quickly chewed on some bread and got ready. Naruto then walked to the Hokage's building and reached the door. Knock. 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 Come in, Hiruzen said. Old man, you wanted to see me? Naruto asked as he stepped to the center of the room. Naruto, I heard from Kakashi on how much of a good fighter you were. Naruto was silent. Cough. Naruto, I have decided to grant you the ability to take a test for a direct promotion to become a jonin. What do you say? It is something that would be convenient for me, but not right now, since the upcoming Chunin exam is important because that is where I need to stop Orochimaru before he injects Sasuke with the curse mark thingy, Naruto thought. Are you willing to take it? Hiruzen asked once again. I'll pass on that old man, Naruto said as he walked towards the door. Why? Hiruzen asked. I don't feel like it, Naruto said as he closed the door and went. He doesn't feel like it. Hiruzen was dumbfounded. He then grabbed his smoke pipe as he inhaled the smoke and blew it out with a smile. What does he plan to do, he thought as he looked out the window. Chapter 18. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto walked towards the spot where he and the team were supposed to meet. Sakura and Sasuke were already waiting by the time Naruto arrived at the small bridge. About an hour later. Well, good morning, everyone. Oh boy, here we go again, Naruto and Sasuke thought. Today, I got lost on the path of life. Kakashi started giving excuses only to be struck down by Sakura's glare. Ahem. Kakashi coughed. Today we have to do a bunch of D-rank missions. D-rank? The trio stared at Kakashi. About a few missions later. During the river cleanup, Sasuke stared at Naruto picking up trash from the water as he threw it to the bin at his back using tweezers. Shit, this is extremely frustrating, he thought. There are plenty of guys outside who are stronger than I am, not to mention Naruto himself. I'm stuck here, always doing this kind of lame mission, Sasuke thought as he continued picking the trash. Sakura and Naruto were also picking up trash nearby, meanwhile Kakashi was up on the tree reading his novel. Later. The trio and Kakashi were looking at each other as Kakashi said. Perhaps we should disperse. I do need to submit a report about this mission. Sensei. Naruto called as he ran over. What is it, Naruto? Naruto moved closer as he whispered, Sensei, is there anything Sakura could learn? I am sure she has potential, Naruto said. Sakura is a genjutsu type, even though she failed in that training badly, Kakashi thought as he saw Sakura beside Naruto who was fawning over Sasuke. Sakura walked over to Sasuke as she asked. Hey, how about? Why don't you and? Why don't we work on improving our teamwork together? Sasuke turned towards Sakura as he contemplated a bit before saying. If you have time to spend on me, why don't you practice a jutsu? To tell you frankly, you are the weakest in the team right now. Sasuke said as he started walking about his merry way. Sakura felt completely abandoned at this point, completely slouching while she stood. Sakura. Kakashi called out. Yes, Sakura answered without any spirit as she turned about weakly. Meet me in the training field by evening at 4 p.m. Kakashi said as he flew away, leaving Naruto and Sakura behind. Sakura-chan. Naruto said as he tried to cheer her up. Do you want to go on a date with me? Naruto asked. Sakura became wild at this moment as she immediately reacted by smacking Naruto in the head. Who the hell would want to go on a date with you? Sakura shouted, almost turning into a demon. I only wanted to cheer you up, Naruto said while feeling wronged. Oh sorry. Sakura said as she turned away, starting to leave. I want to help you improve your abilities, Naruto said, upon which Sakura stopped. How? Sakura asked with fire almost burning in her eyes. We need to talk this over, Naruto replied. Alright then, I will hang out with you, but this will not be considered as a date, Sakura said as she held one of Naruto's hand and marched away with him. In a nearby restaurant under the shade, Naruto and Sakura sat down opposite to each other as they ate from their plates. So, Sakura initiated. You see Sakura, after being in many missions by now, I am sure you would have realized that both me and Sasuke, we are power fighting types, considering that we had to fight against people. Whereas you have always stood at the back. Okay, Sakura said, upon which Naruto witnessed her getting even more angry. From what I have observed, you could be suitable for laying traps, treating injuries or perform long-range attacks, Naruto continued. You do have a point. So which one do you suggest I pick? Sakura asked curiously. Well, for starters, you could learn more about traps, but more importantly than that I would like you to focus on medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu, Sakura murmured as she took a bite. Kakashi-sensei has called you, this evening, right? Yes. Sakura confirmed. I'm pretty sure he is going to teach you something for offense. But it would also be for the best if you could learn some simple first aid and a basic healing jutsu. I'm sure it can come in handy just in time for the exam, Naruto said as he took a bit from his plate. Exam? What exam? The Chunin exam, of course. Hinata. Naruto shouted, being shocked. He truly did not expect that Hinata would show up, especially when he was having a chat alone with Sakura. Naruto-kun and Sakura-san. Hinata was shocked. Hinata, this is not what you think it is. Naruto got up slowly, approaching Hinata. Hinata, I swear we are not here on a date. Naruto tried to console Hinata, upon which Hinata started running away. NNOO. Naruto screamed as he fell on the floor with despair across his face. Meanwhile Sakura was watching Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. Naruto, and, Hinata, just what is going on here? Sakura thought as she almost felt her head spin. The duo walked back to the same place they had met up, after finishing all their missions, while a strange box followed from behind. Naruto turned back. Konohamaru. There is no such thing as perfectly square rock with two perfect holes. Naruto said as he pointed towards the box. Just what you'd expect from the man I respect. You are my rival, aren't you? Konohamaru said, upon which the box exploded with a pink smoke revealing three little bodies inside, after which they stood up. Hey, that's too much gunpowder, Konohamaru complained. The trio then jumped as they started introducing themselves. With an adult sexiness. I am Moegi of the senior class at Kunoichi Preschool. Next up was a boy with glasses and a snot almost threatening to drop out of his nose as he said. I love factoring. Udon. And finally Konohamaru as he said. The most brilliant ninja in the village. Konohamaru. The trio then spoke together. The three of us together are the Konohamaru gang. Naruto looked at the three of them as he said. Why are you all wearing goggles? Konohamaru grinned as he pointed to his goggles and said, we're just copying what you used to do, bro. Oh. What's with the O? Konohamaru asked. Your reactions have been pretty cold these days. So did you want something? Naruto asked. So leader. Do you have some free time now? Nah. I have to train. What? You said you play ninja with us today. Oh. Is that right? If I played with these guys they would make me hang out all day. Humph. Why would a ninja play ninja? Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled. Big bro Naruto, who is she? Konohamaru pointed towards Sakura, after which he stared at her trying to figure out her identity. Oh. You've been busier than I thought, bro, Konohamaru commented in sly voice with a sly smile across his face. How does everyone misunderstand us, first Hinata now Konohamaru? Naruto thought. Is she your? Konohamaru pointed his pinky at Naruto. This. Author's note, the pinky literally meant that Naruto was taking Sakura as a mistress lover. Naruto. Kurama warned. Naruto then turned back to see a pink demon with a full-on killing intent. Naruto vanished, instantly appearing behind Sakura. Konohamaru, run for your life. Ahich. Konohamaru screamed, running at top speed. Bang. Konohamaru crashed into a person twice his height. He then looked up to see two people, one covered in black clothes and marking across his face while carrying a strange thing on his back covered in cloth strips, whereas the other was a beautiful blonde with a similarly large thing attached to her back. That hurt. Little punk. Stop that, you'll get yelled at later. The girl by his side advised. Sakura then approached the duo trying to sort the mess she had created. I'm sorry. I was fooling around, Sakura said in a pacifying voice. Hey, drop the boy this instant. Naruto said in a calm voice, knowing that he was dealing with Kankuro while he was part of the plan to bring destruction to Konoha during the Chunin exam, hence Naruto did not hold back his feelings as of this moment. Let's play with him before the strict one comes around, Kankuro told Temari, intent on causing trouble. Meanwhile Naruto vanished from his spot, instantly reappearing by Kankuro as he held Kankuro's hand with a good amount of strength causing him to release Konohamaru due to the pain. Don't you dare lay your hands on him, Naruto said as he turned towards the tree in a nearby compound from which Gaara was watching while hanging upside down. Gaara. Naruto recognized in his mind. Meanwhile Konohamaru just got up from the ground and stared at Naruto. You are way too cool. Chapter 19. You little, Kankuro became angry as he took off his puppet from his back. Wait. You aren't thinking of using Crow, are you? But all this time, Kankuro failed to notice that Naruto and Gaara were staring eye to eye. Gaara then closed his eyes and opened them again as he switched his vision towards Kankuro and said. Kankuro, stop that. You're an embarrassment to our village, Gaara declared, causing Temari and Kankuro to change their expressions as they reconsidered their actions. Kankuro changed his expression to that of a smile which he found hard to form as he said. Gee, Gaara. While all this was happening, a very serious meeting was going on. The Hokage sat at the center of the room with his crystal ball while being surrounded by the Jonins. I assume you already understand, based on the faces you can see around. So it's already that time, Kakashi commented. The other lands have already been notified, right? I've seen them here and there in the village, Asuma said. And when will it be? Kurenai asked. In 1 week, Hiruzen replied. That's very sudden, Kakashi said. Poof, Hiruzen let out a smoke after taking out his smoke pipe. Now, I will make the formal announcement, 7 days from today, on the first day of July, the Chunin exam will begin. Hiruzen announced. Meanwhile, Gaara asked Kankuro with a cold voice. Why do you think we came all the way here to the Leaf Village? Please listen to me, Gaara, Kankuro begged. They lashed out first. Shut up. Gaara interrupted. I'll kill you. I understand Gaara, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Kankuro begged again. Gaara turned towards Naruto and his group as he said with a straight face. I'm sorry about that, you guys. To think he was able to pressurize Kankuro into leaving the kid, this guy, Gaara thought as he turned into sand. The sand gathered quickly, turning into Gaara as he landed in front of Kankuro and Temari as he said. Let's go. We didn't come here to play around, Gaara said as he went to leave with his group. But before leaving he turned around once towards Naruto. You with the yellow hair, state your name. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied with a smile. Humph. I am Gaara of the Sand, next time we meet, we are enemies. Sakura then turned towards Naruto, what do you think those guys from the other village were doing here? They probably came to attend something, Naruto said as he walked away with Konohamaru and the gang. Back in the Hokage's room. Now then, in conjunction with beginning the Chunin exam, let us first have those in charge of the rookie genins come forward, Hiruzen said, upon which Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma walked out. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma. So, are there any genins from your squads you would wish to recommend for these exams? It goes without saying, but if it's a genin who has carried out 8 or more formal missions, you can recommend them for the exams if you wish. Well, as a general rule, having carried more than twice the amount of missions is more appropriate, Hiruzen continued. Meanwhile, Iruka thought there's no need to hear this, it's too soon for them, Then you first, Kakashi. Squad 7 led by Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, I Hatake Kakashi, recommend these 3 for Chunin exam. Squad 8 led by Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, I Yuhi Kurenai, recommend these 3 for Chunin exam. Squad 10 led by Sarutobi Asuma, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji, I Sarutobi Asuma, recommend these 3 for Chunin exam. Iruka was surprised. Uzumaki Naruto, do you really want to recommend him? Hiruzen looked towards Kakashi. Yes. Kakashi nodded, while others found the situation puzzling. What about him? Kurenai asked as she faced both Kakashi and Hiruzen. I feel that boy can already attend the Jonin level exam, Hiruzen said, causing all the people in the room to fall silent. Uzumaki Naruto, isn't he the one who has the nine-tailed fox, someone murmured. SSH. Do you want to get punished? Didn't Lord Hokage forbid us from ever speaking of that matter again? I don't agree, Mado guy stepped up. I had my team skip out the Chunin exam last year, and trained them hard for a whole year. I feel that all of the 9 rookies other than Naruto lack the ability to participate in this exam. Guy, don't shift the subject, we are talking about Naruto here, Hiruzen interrupted. But Hokage-sama, I have personally seen Naruto fight against my favorite pupil, I know he would be able to take the exam without problems, but what is this about a Jounin exam, I am hearing? Guy, do you know the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Guy put his head down, being reminded of how his dad died. Naruto defeated one of them with one punch. He has also demonstrated his abilities in a few different ways, the academy test back then was no mistake, Hiruzen continued. But, that could have just been a lucky punch, right? Guy argued. No, Kakashi himself found the opponent extremely troublesome, but Naruto ended it in one punch. The conversation continued, but everyone in the room was shocked. The 7 swordsmen of the mist were a legendary group, even the most experienced elite Jounins would rather stay out of their way, so as to avoid them, but Naruto had defeated one with just a simple punch. Guy, Kakashi turned towards Guy right now. Just because your students were weak to attend the previous exam, doesn't give you the right to point out my students. I was 6 years younger than Naruto, when I became a Chunin, and 3 years younger to become a Jounin. Kakashi, Guy stared bitterly. Wait a minute. Irika shouted. What is it? Irika. Lord Hokage, this may be presumptuous, but I agree with what Guy-sensei had said about the 9 rookies. The 9 names that were submitted just now, I was in charge of them, not long ago in the academy, admittedly they are all students with ability, but it's too soon. They should be tested after having gained more experience. Irika complained, trying to protect his ex-students. I understand your point, Irika, therefore, I have decided to conduct a special preliminary exam for these rookie genins, Hiruzen said. Preliminary exam? Irika asked. The meeting had concluded, while Sakura was stuck waiting for Kakashi in the field. Sakura. Kakashi called out. Sensei, I was waiting for you. Sorry, this time I was really busy. Now for your training, I would like to ask you, how much do you know about Genjutsu? Kakashi asked. I know the basics of how it works, Sakura said, lacking a bit of confidence in her tone due to being excited over what she was going to learn next. Alright, this should be easy then, Kakashi said as he started teaching her. Naruto had just reached home, only to find Sasuke waiting outside his door. Sasuke. Let's spar, Sasuke said. Naruto agreed after having a small break in house. Sakura, that's it for your training today. Sakura nodded. If you want to learn more. I think it would be best for you to learn about Genjutsu from Kurenai, but you have to remember one thing, someone like me or Sasuke having Sharingan will affect your Genjutsu, as it can be seen through. However, there is one fundamental principle that can allow you to create Genjutsus that never fail. What is that, sensei? Sakura asked curiously. Even the most simplest of Genjutsu can change the entire battle to your favor. Kakashi said as he started walking away. Thank you for the lesson, sensei, Sakura said as she also left the training field. Meanwhile, in the forest nearby the field, Naruto and Sasuke kept clashing against each other. I am finally able to react to you, Sasuke sneered as he kept defending. Naturally, your eyes have gotten used to my movements without the weights, Naruto smiled while he still kept parrying with Sasuke, blow for blow. Sasuke. Sasuke looked towards Naruto, who was busy attaching his weights back to his body again. What if I told you there is another person who is on par or even better than my speed, and he is still a genin? Who is it? Sasuke was surprised. His name is Rock Lee. Chapter 20. Rock Lee? Sasuke asked. Yeah, he was the one who introduced me to the weight training method. It has been quite a few days since I have met him, so maybe we can meet him tomorrow, Naruto said. The following morning. He's late again. Naruto said, looking at the stream flowing under the bridge. If anything, it's always those lame excuses, Sakura commented. Say. Why is that he's the only one who calls us out, and then makes us wait? Sakura complained. Well, we are his subordinate, Sakura, Naruto said. Naruto is right, Sakura, Sasuke also supported. What is he going to do about the feelings of a maiden who accidentally overslept and resigned herself to no blow drying? Sakura-chan, I don't think you could be classified as a maiden though you would be one in the future, as of now I can only think of you as a pink demon, Naruto thought. Why are these guys so hyper, first thing in the morning, Sasuke thought. Good morning guys. I came across a white cat, so I played along with it, until a black cat came across so, I had to walk the long way around and... Yeah right. That's a lie. Ahem. Kakashi coughed after he landed on the bridge. This is sudden, but I recommenced you guys for the Chunin exam, so, Kakashi takes out 3 papers from his pocket. Here, these are your applications. That being said, the recommendations are not compulsory. You guys are free to decide whether you take the exam or not. The trio looked at the papers. Only those who want to take the exam, sign that application and come to room 301 of the academy at 3 p.m., 5 days from now. That's it. Chunin exam, Naruto grinned. Sasuke turned towards Naruto and said, Naruto, I want to meet this Lee guy right now. Ha! Who is Lee? Naruto scratched his head and said, he is a genin like us, and a very good fighter. Oh. The trio walked for a while till the forest besides the field. But Lee wasn't there. They then walked towards the training field. Ha! Niji launched a palm strike while Lee parried. Tenten jumped up into the air. Here I go, she said as she sent her scroll flying into the sky. The scroll flew upwards as it spread around in a spiral shape. Summon. Tenten called. Poof. 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 About 100 weapons of different sorts appeared. Dodge. Niji shouted. Both Niji and Lee jumped back a few steps as the weapons landed one by one onto the grounds with some of them exploding. Ha! Tenten called her weapons back using strings while Niji and Lee assumed their fighting pose. Naruto-kun, it's been a long time, would you like to join us for training? Lee asked as he saw Naruto with his group. High thick brows. It's been a long time. So that's Naruto the number 1 rookie, Niji looked towards Naruto and his group. Naruto-kun, this is. Ah. Let me introduce you my teammates, Haruno Sakura. What is with the super thick brows he has? And Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. Lee walked towards Sakura. My name is Rock Lee, your name's Sakura right? Please go out with me. I'll protect you till I die. Lee asked as he showed his 32 sparkling white teeth. Absolutely, not. Huh. You're too intense, Sakura replied, upon which Lee hung his head, almost driven out all his fighting spirit. Let's go Tenten. Niji said as he left along with Tenten from the field. That guy seems to be strong too, Sasuke thought as he saw Niji leaving. Why don't you fight with me here now? Lee asked as he turned towards Sasuke. I was waiting for you to ask that, Sasuke said as he got into a fighting stance. Thick brows. Naruto called. Yes, Naruto-kun. I have faced Sasuke, with my weight removed, so I think it's best if you do the same as well. Okay, Lee said as he started taking off his weights. Sasuke-kun, Lee turned towards Sasuke as he took his weights off. I want to test how effective my techniques will be against the descendant of the clan reputed for genius ninjas. Also, Lee turned towards Sakura at this moment. Love, he murmured, which almost threw Sakura off. Lee got up as he started launching strange heart-like things using his cheeks, which were a mirror image of his eyebrows like a lower brow. Wawa. Sakura started screaming as she started to dance around like a paper, acting to the wind around it, dodging the flying hearts as they came her way. The last heart forced Sakura to bang her head on the ground as it passed by the region where her upper body was at. Sakura stood up once again like a human that had escaped from apocalypse. Really, that was super close. You. Don't throw strange stuff at people you just meet. I was dodging for my life back there. Sakura started screaming. You don't have to resent me too much, Lee said, feeling wronged. To be honest, I am the one who came to challenge you, but I must commend your thoughts knowing the name of the Uchiha and trying to challenge it. Sasuke got arrogant, feeling proud of his Uchiha name. I insist, Lee said as he went into a fighting pose as well. However, I must declare, you are absolutely no match for me, amongst the Leaf Village genin Naruto-kun and I are amongst the top. I'll do it, Sasuke smirked. Sasuke, let me warn you now, Naruto interrupted. Even though I fought you after taking my weights off, I never fought you with my full physical strength. What? Sasuke turned towards Naruto. This is because I wanted you to get used to the regular speed. Considering that you have adopted to my movements, I had no choice but to hold back so that I could bring you to thick brows here for further training, Naruto said. Don't worry, Sasuke said. I have been waiting to fight different people anyways. Alright then, I'll count down to the start of the match, Naruto said as he stepped between Lee and Sasuke. 3. 2. Lee and Sasuke became even more concentrated at this moment. 1. Naruto looked toward Lee and Sasuke, while Sasuke closed his eyes. Fight! Naruto said as he jumped away from the center. Sharingan Sasuke activated as his pupils turned red. Ha! Lee started to run around Sasuke. Wow! Sakura stared at Lee running in his top speed. Sasuke kept turning around trying to see from which direction Lee would attack. That's the famous Sharingan, Lee commented as he kept running. Humph! Sasuke smiled. At this moment Lee disappeared. Shit! Sasuke folded his arms in to block. Lee appeared below Sasuke as he sent Sasuke flying into the air with a powerful right kick. Sasuke smirked. Serpent Ramen Kibororsteiger. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke took a deep breath as he aimed the fire to the ground. Not good, Naruto grabbed Sakura and jumped away as the fireball hit the ground. Meanwhile Lee appeared behind Sasuke. Damn it, Sasuke thought back to how Lee could have avoided the technique. Sasuke turned around in mid-air and tried blocking Lee's punch, only to end up back in the ground again. Lee stared at Sasuke who was breathing heavily. I envy those who have chakra, Lee said. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Though I have chakra, I am unable to use any ninjutsu techniques. So the most I could do is hope to surpass others with my taijutsu, Lee said. No ninja ability, how did he become a ninja in the first place? Sasuke thought. Uchiha Sasuke, not only can you perform ninjutsu but you also have the Sharingan. What is the point of having it if I can't use it to defeat you, Sasuke thought as he started to hate himself. Lee relaxed his body posture as he continued. People like me can only hope to match with your talents through sheer hard work, Lee said as he saw Sasuke getting up once again. We'll postpone this battle until 5 days later. I want to train with you, Sasuke said as he shut off his Sharingan. Lee looks towards Naruto. Naruto nodded back. Alright then, it is a promise, Lee said as he shook hands with Sasuke. Later that evening, the preliminary exams had begun. And as expected all the squads had passed the exam securing their spot to enter the Chunin exam. On the last day of training Naruto watched Lee and Sasuke clash each other again and again. Sasuke had refrained from using his ninjutsu ever since he found out about Rock Lee. The duo breathed heavily after they had stopped the battle. You win Sasuke-kun, Lee said. Barely, I can only consider this match as a draw, Sasuke said as he tried to regain his breath. Sasuke-kun, that day when I told you both me and Naruto were amongst the top, I withheld an information for you. Sasuke. The thing is, there is a man on my team, whom I cannot defeat, he also possesses an eye bloodline similar to yours. Sasuke thought back to Neji who had left with Tenten the other day. His name is Hyuga Neji. Hyuga. Sasuke stood up. Chapter 21. You mean to say, he possesses the Byakugan, Sasuke asked. Yes, Lee replied as he stared into the sky. You see, I have fought over 1,000 times, but I have yet to beat him, Lee continued. Sasuke was stupefied. He also has a cousin entering the tournament this year, she also possesses the same eye bloodline, though I am not sure what her strength is. But from what I have heard she is from the head family, Lee continued as Sasuke became more shocked. You mean to say this Neji guy, he is only from a branch family? Yes, some say his cousin is stronger, while others claim that Neji was someone who was actually a part of the main family. Neji does not prefer me talking about this so I am going to stop now. What is the name of the other one, who is entering this year? Sasuke asked. Her name is Hyuga Hinata. She was from my class in the academy, Sasuke said. Then I am sure you should be able to judge her strength for yourself, Lee said as he got up. The following day. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura turned up in front of the academy. Sasuke turned towards Sakura and said, Sakura, you're late. Yes, sorry. Let's go, Naruto said as the trio departed for the 3rd floor. In one of the floors, there were a lot of people waiting watching a pitiful beatdown of a boy in green suit. So are you sure you're going to attempt taking the Chunin exam with that skill? Maybe it would be for the best if you runs quit. You're green rates after all, the 2 men who were blocking the door commented one after another. Please let us through, a girl in pink stepped in. That's mean, one of the guys at the back of the crowd commented. Listen. We're being nice to you. The Chunin exam is a high hurdle, many times we have seen people quit being ninjas as well as people being dibbled for life just because they took the exam, one of the men at the door explained. Also, a Chunin is at the level of a unit leader. Mission failures, death of subordinates, it's all part of the responsibilities of a leader. A brat such as this is Chunin. What's so bad about weeding out those who won't pass anyway? At this moment Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had entered the floor, but Naruto waited at staircase and said. Where are you guys going? This is the second floor. What? Everyone was surprised while the two men at the door unraveled their genjutsu, changing the door sign back to the no. Tenten lifted up Lee while Niji walked towards Naruto. Hey, you there, what's your name? Niji-san, Lee tried to tell but was stopped by Niji's hand sign. Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said being extremely happy on the inside. I always wanted to do this back then, he snickered until he realized that Sasuke did not answer Niji at all in the past when he asked these questions. You are a rookie, right? How old are you? Chance. Naruto screamed internally. You haven't introduced yourself yet, aren't you being a bit rude? When asking someone his name, give your own name first. Naruto said. Niji's expression almost twisted as he said. I am the previous rookie no, 1, my name is Hyuga Niji. So how old are you? Niji continued. I am not obliged to answer, Naruto said with a smile as he walked away with Sasuke and Sakura. Meanwhile Sasuke turned back to look at Niji, trying to judge how strong he could be. In front of room 301 Kakashi stood waiting. I see Sakura, you've come, too. Now, you can formally register for the Chunin exam. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Actually from the start of the Chunin exams, only 3-man squads could apply and take the exams. But Sensei, you said that the decision to take the exams was up to the individuals. Yes I did. Were you lying? Yes I was, Kakashi said as he stared out of the windows by the side. Sasuke and Naruto would probably convince you to take it, even if you didn't have the will to apply. If Sasuke had asked you, you would have attempted to take the exams half-heartedly. For Sasuke's sake and Naruto's sake as well. What if only Naruto and Sasuke had come here? I would have stopped the exam here, Kakashi said. I wouldn't have felt like letting them go beyond this point, Kakashi said as he looked towards Naruto and Sasuke. But, you guys came here on your own will. Sakura. Naruto. And Sasuke. I'm glad you came, you're a team that I'm proud of, Kakashi said as he stepped away from the door. Now then, go on. Okay, let's do this guys, Naruto announced as the team walked past the doors. What's with this? Sakura asked as she stared at the room full of ninjas she did not know. There are so many of them. Could it be that they're all applicants? They all look immensely strong, Sakura said as she gulped. Meanwhile Naruto saw the scene and felt a sense of nostalgia. The Chunin exam, Naruto thought back to how this exam had changed his life. Sasuke-kun, you're late, a sweet voice was heard as Ino ran towards Sasuke and jumped onto him while hanging on his neck. I thought I'd be able to see you for the first time in a while so I was waiting in excitement, Ino said while Sasuke glared at her. However she did not notice the Sakura beside who had turned into a pink demon. Get away from Sasuke. Ino pig. Oh, my if it isn't Sakura your billboard of a forehead hasn't changed ugly. What did you say? Sakura asked in an angry voice. Naruto felt unwanted as he turned around looking for a particular figure. At this time a duo came by. Are you guys going to take this bothersome exam too? Shikamaru asked while Chuji was busy eating chips beside him. Yo Shikamaru, how have you been doing? Naruto asked. Not well, my team dragged me into this useless exam. It's such a drag, Shikamaru said as he stared at Ino who hung around Sasuke. Sasuke is mine. Ino said as she made a mocking face at Sakura. Yahoo, I found you. Kiba said as he approached the group along with his team. My, everybody's here, Kiba smiled. Wow, I never expected to see Silent Shino again. Naruto thought as he turned towards Hinata. Hinata, Naruto called as he arrived next to her. Please forgive me for that day, I swear nothing happened, Naruto said. But what he didn't realize was Hinata turned red again before she had finally passed out. Hinata. Hinata. Oi Hinata. Naruto tried his best to wake her up. Meanwhile Sakura walked over to Ino. Hey, I think there is something going on between them, Sakura said as she pointed out towards Hinata. Now that you mention it, Ino said as she saw Naruto trying to wake Hinata up. This means all 9 genin rookies are taking the exam, Now then how far can we go? Kiba said as he looked towards Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. You're mighty confident Kiba, Sasuke replied back. We've trained lot more than you guys have, Kiba replied. Oh yeah, I don't know about Sasuke, but I sure won't lose to the likes of you. Naruto said. Says the guy who cheated on the test to become rookie no, 1, Kiba countered. Meanwhile Chuji approached Kiba, looking at Akamaru as though it was food. But Shino interrupted. Don't step on it. Chuji looked down to see a bug crossing his way as his eyes followed it. You're gonna eat that? Chuji asked. Hey you guys. A voice called out to the group. Naruto saw a man walk through as his expressions twisted its kabuto. You should be a little quieter. You guys are the rookie 9, fresh out of the academy, right? Carrying on like that with cute faces man. This isn't a field trip, Kabuto said as he faced the group. Who are you? Acting all haughty. I'm Yakushi Kabuto. Anyway, take a good look around you. Behind you they're from the Hidden Rain Village. They're hot-tempered. Everyone's tense before the exam. I thought, I'd warn you guys before you get your butts whipped. But I guess it can't be helped, you rookies who don't know left from right all remind me of my old self, Kabuto said as he pitted himself. You're Kabuto, right? Sakura stepped out. Is this your second time? Nope, this is my 7th time, Kabuto replied, causing the group's expression to change. Ha! Shikamaru reacted. This exam is only held twice a year, so it's now my 4th year. Then that means you know a lot about these exams? Sakura asked excitedly. But you haven't passed yet? Shikamaru asked. Kabuto scratched his head as he said, yeah well, that is the case, yes. Is the Chunin exam that high a hurdle? Man, this is even more troublesome than I thought, Shikamaru sulked. Well, I did not attempt the exam properly, yet I became a jounin, Naruto thought. Then, maybe I'll give a bit of information to my cute juniors. Kabuto continued as he took out a bunch of cards. He started giving out the demographic of ninjas across the villages, after which he started giving out details on a few important ninjas. Sakura stepped in and asked, I need information on Gaara of the Sand and his teammates. Sasuke also asked, information on Hyuga Niji. Kabuto started compiling the information. First up, Hyuga Niji, he's 1 year older than you guys, his mission experiences include 20 D ranks, 11 C ranks, his squad leader is Guy. In just this year, his taijutsu has drastically improved as well as his other skills. Last year, he'd attracted a lot of attention as the No.1 rookie with his ability, but for some reason he did not participate in the exam. This is his first time taking the exams, same as you guys. 10-10 and Rock Lee are on his teams, Kabuto concluded as he took out the next card and injected his chakra into it. Next is Gaara of the Sand. His mission experience is 8 C ranks, and 1 B rank as a genin WoW. He is a ninja from the Sand Village in the Wind Nation and is a rookie, so there is no further information on him. But there is one thing. It seems he has returned from all of his mission uninjured, Kabuto concluded. B rank as a genin, but uninjured. Shikamaru was shocked. While Sasuke asked Sakura, who is this Gaara that you asked about, he seems to be no ordinary genin. Sakura replied, me and Naruto came across him and his teammates is all. Poof. A smoke appeared, after which slowly a number of silhouettes were visible. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I'm Ibiki Marino, proctor for the first test of the Chunin exam. Chapter 22. This is a good opportunity, so I'll say this. There will be no battles and competitions and the like, without permission of the proctors. And even if you get the permission, actions that could lead to the death of an opponent will not be permitted. Any pig that screws with my conditions or me will be disqualified immediately. Got it? Ibiki asked as he stared at the ninjas looking at him. This exam looks to be easy. A man with an attitude commented. Now then, we will start the first test of the Chunin exam. Turn in your applications, take one of these number cards in exchange, and sit in the seat matching that number. After that, we will hand out the paper for the written test. Ibiki concluded, upon which everyone started to submit their papers and sat down on their assigned seat. A few moments later. Sakura felt happy, knowing that this was her kind of test, as she started grinning. Meanwhile. And Naruto-kun, sorry about earlier, I know that you did not mean that. Naruto turned to see Hinata by his side, he then grabbed both her hands together and said. Really? Thanks a lot, Hinata, I would never betray you. Oh no. Naruto screamed, having realized that something was going to happen to Hinata. Hinata, he called her softly, only to see that she was barely able to maintain consciousness with her face red to the extreme. Naruto immediately let go of Hinata at this moment. A few breaths later, Hinata was finally able to calm herself down. Looks like everyone has settled down finally, Ibiki said as he grabbed a chalk. There are several rules to this first test. I will take no questions, so listen well accordingly. Rules. No questions will be taken. First off is the first rule. You are each given 10 points from the start. The written test has 10 problems in all. Each problem is 1 point. And this test is a point deduction system. You are deducted 1 point for each problem you get wrong. If you get 3 wrong, you'll have 7 points. The second rule. Pass or failure will be determined by the total points of 3 teams, Ibiki said, causing everyone's expression in the room to change. At this point Sakura banged her head on the table. Wait a minute. What do you mean total points of the team? Sakura asked, being extremely concerned about Naruto failing the test. Shut up. There's a perfectly good reason for this. Shut up and listen. Reason? If you've got it, here is the most important next rule. Those who are deemed by the Sentinels as having committed an act of cheating or something similar to that will have 2 points deducted for each act, Ibiki said, upon which someone shouted from the back. What? In other words, there may be those who will be dismissed during this test without waiting for test grading. This means they're deducting points from things other than the written test problems, Sakura concluded. Know that those who commit awkward cheating will bring ruin upon yourselves, Ibiki said, upon which one of the Sentinels sitting near by the examinees commented. I'll check you anytime. To which the examinees became more very. If you aspire to become a Chunin at all, know that ninjas should act like exemplary ninjas. Meanwhile Sakura thought. Relax. Naruto aside, Sasuke and I are okay. Even if Naruto gets 0 points, if we cover that. Author's note: Sakura still thinks Naruto did not do well in the academy test, and so do the others. Why? Because Naruto did not change his idiotic nature until the last 2 months, hence everyone other than the Jounins don't believe Naruto is good at academics. Ibiki continued. In the case of even one person on the team getting 0 points, everyone on that team will fail. What did he say? Sakura felt like the world collapse onto her as she glared at where Naruto was sitting. By the way, the last problem will be given 45 minutes after the start of the test. The time for the test is 1 hour. Begin. All the ninjas focused on their papers trying to read through their questions. Sakura didn't read too much into the questions, but she prayed, feeling all her hopes slip away. Naruto. Just don't get 0 points. Sasuke started reading the questions as well. Damn it, these are questions even most Chunins would find a hard time answering. Naruto isn't getting jitters from the get-go, is he? Though I do somehow feel that Naruto can get by this test as well. It is as though he already has a lot of experience from the time I have interacted with him. Meanwhile, Naruto almost sneezed twice in a row. Someone must really be praising me right now. He grinned as he looked at the question paper. What is this? First question is too easy, I bet everyone can get that. Second question, The parabola B in the diagram illustrates the greatest possible distance that enemy ninja A can throw his shuriken from a tree 7 meters. Predict and answer the enemy ninja's character inferred from the ellipse this shuriken forms. Also answer the longest firing range in battle on flat ground and explain your basis. Well, the ninja is a cautious type taking that kind of an elliptical path. The longest firing range should be about 44 m, at which point the shuriken would lose its penetration ability. But I still don't understand, why would these examiners give a question that only a Jounin could answer after a proper consideration to Genins who have barely started out? These are integrated problems based on predictions of uncertain conditions and dynamic energy analysis application. How do these Genins hope to pass unless they cheat? A bulb flashed in Naruto's mind. So this was what the test was about back then, huh? Ability to gather information in these kind of circumstances. Looks like they have hidden people amongst the examinees who know the answer to all the problems. Well, why should I worry about that? Sakura is intelligent enough and Sasuke has his Sharingan, so he should be able to pass. This test is gonna be a walk in the park. A few seats away Sakura had also arrived at the same conclusion as she thought. There's no way Naruto can solve this. Not only him. Hardly anyone except me can solve this problem. These other problems that follow are nothing but difficult ones. If about 10 of all 51 teams are able to pass, it will be bad if I didn't stretch myself and get a considerable amount of points. It's like a system inviting cheating. I hope Sasuke and Naruto won't panic and cheat. Sakura lifted her head as she turned towards where Naruto was writing. It's okay, Naruto's not that much of an idiot. Sasuke also kept staring at his paper while he arrived at his own conclusion. I don't understand even one of these problems. At any rate, this elaborate fuss. It's like a trick assuming that we're going to cheat. Sasuke turned towards a sentinel assigned towards his row not far away from him. They'd probably check with that paper. At this moment the sentinel started to jot down something. Somebody got caught. Cheating deducts 2 points. 2 points deduction, huh? Normally it'd be failure the moment the cheating was discovered. A bulb flashed in Sasuke's mind at this moment. As thought back to Ibiki's words. Know that those who commit awkward cheating, will bring ruin upon themselves. I see, so that's how it is, eh? This wasn't just an achievement test. The real aim was, a test to see the ability to gather information with the full use of deception and concealment techniques, Ninja should read the double bluff, eh? Looks like we have no choice but to cheat if we want to pass the test. Alright then. Sasuke closed his eyes. Sharingan. Meanwhile everyone was copying during the test. Kankuro had his puppet as a sentinel. Gaara his third eye using sand. Kiba had Akamaru give him answers while Akamaru looked at the surrounding examinees. Dosu used his sensitive ears to imitate the pencil writing rhythm based on location of sound. Shino used his bugs while Tenten used her wires to connect to mirror light reflectors to copy. At this moment a kunai whizzed past Naruto as it landed on a table behind him. What the hell was that? Naruto looked slightly towards the back to see a boy stand up in fright as the sentinel of that column said. You have cheated 5 times, you fail. Your 2 teammates should get up as well. The 3 then left the room. No, 43 and 27 fail. Many people left the room and soon the 45 minutes were up as well. All right. Ibiki shouted as he announced. Here is the 10th question. But before that, I'm going to add some rules for the last question. At this moment Kankuro had entered the hall again after his toilet break. Ibiki stared at him and said. It looks like playing with the dolls wasn't a waste after all. Looks like he figured Crow out, Kankuro feared. Anyway, sit down. Let me explain. These are hopeless rules. First, you guys will have to choose whether or not you will take this question. If you chose not to take the exam then your score will be 0. In other words you fail. And of course, the same goes for the 2 others in the same group. Ibiki said, upon which a few voices started complaining. What does that mean? And, one more rule, Ibiki continued. If you chose to take it and are unable to answer it correctly, then you will have to relinquish your right of taking the Chunin exam forever. A while passed after which people started leaving. No, 50 failed. No, 130 and no, 111 will be failed as well. Soon a few teams left the hall. Meanwhile Naruto was daydreaming for a bit since he had finished solving all the questions. Sakura kept staring at Naruto. Naruto, why don't you raise up your hands? You want to become a Hokage, don't you? I'm sorry Naruto, I don't want to, crush your unachievable dreams, Sakura thought as she raised her hand in the air. At this moment Naruto felt bored as he looked around, upon which he almost had his eyes pop out. Sakura, what the hell are you doing by trying to raise your hand? Chapter 23. In the top floor of the academy. There's nothing to do when the subordinates are gone, huh? Kakashi sighed. Well, it'll get busy soon enough, Asuma assured. Why? This year's first proctor. I hear it's that Marino Ibiki, Asuma said. Well then, passing the first exam already seems iffy, Kakashi commented as he felt a headache coming on. Of all the people, that sadist. Sadist? Kurenai inquired. Kurenai, you're a new jounin so you wouldn't know, Asuma said. Who is this person? Kurenai asked. He is a professional, Kakashi replied. Professional? Professional of what? Meanwhile Asuma inhaled a cigarette and expelled the smoke as he turned towards Kurenai and said. Of torture and interrogation. Well, there may be no physical torture in the exam itself. But he's sure to use his skills as an interrogator to torment them psychologically. That is, Leaf Village ANBU's Torture and Interrogation Unit Marshal. Marino Ibiki. You see, Ibiki completely understands how the human psyche works. And the most horrifying part is that by cornering people psychologically, he controls their psyche and reveals the fundamental weakness of a human, Asuma explained. Back at the exam hall. Why? 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 Is this my punishment for getting reincarnated? You there, what is your number? Ibiki asked as he pointed towards Sakura. At his point Sasuke also saw Sakura standing up. Sasuke almost fell off his desk from receiving such a shock. What the hell is Sakura thinking? Even my Sharingan is useless against this kind of stupidity. Sasuke thought as he looked towards Naruto. Naruto at this instant stood up. Is this a joke? He asked. Ibiki turned towards Naruto who faced him with a glare. What do you mean? He asked with a grim expression. Sasuke and Sakura were both stunned at this new development. What do I mean? Naruto asked as he gave a one-eyed look towards Ibiki. Look at my answer sheet, Naruto showed proudly to Ibiki. It looks complete. What about it? Ibiki asked with a puzzled expression. It's way too easy, you know, Naruto complained. Is that all? Ibiki asked, feeling irritated. I don't want the 10th question to be too easy, it's like all of you are underestimating me. So don't you dare underestimate me. Because I won't quit, after all I'm gonna become Hokage, you know. Naruto declared. Meanwhile, Sakura also sat down, quickly realizing that she had almost committed a major blunder. Good thinking, Naruto, you literally saved us from a major disaster, Sasuke screamed in his head, almost feeling all of his burdens lifted away. I'll ask once again. It's a choice that will alter your life. If you want to quit, now is your chance. Ibiki asked once again. Meanwhile, Naruto thought. I have seen him do interrogations as a Hokage before, but damn it, this guy is really good, he almost forced me out of the exam without doing a damn thing. Naruto looked at Ibiki with confidence. Ibiki looked around, seeing everyone is high spirits. What a kid, he raised up everyone's morale just by saying a few words. 78 huh. Much more than I expected. Looks like, it's going to be the same no matter how I push it. Ibiki then looked towards the sentinels, all nodding towards him, trying to convince him to move to the next stage. I like your determination. Ibiki announced. Then for those who are all here, the first exam. You have passed it. Wait a minute. Sakura stood up at this moment. What about the 10th question? Sakura asked curiously. He, there wasn't a 10th question in the first place. In fact, your decision of willing to stay back was the 10th question. Wait, Temari interrupted. Then, what were all those 9 questions for? It was just a waste of time. Temari argued. Not a total waste though. The objective of the 9 questions were already accomplished. To test your individual ability to gather information. Ability to gather information? Temari asked. Ibiki to explain all the people present in the room, the meaning of the test and why he came up with it. He then removed his full headband protector as he revealed his burnt head, which looked like it had nerves protruding on its surface. Ibiki recounted his past, explaining how information gathering was vital for missions and how much of a great role it played. Ibiki continued. For those of you who chose to take on the question, you can say that you have successfully answered the difficult 10th question. You shall be able to take on the adversity that may lie in your way. You've passed through the gates. The first exam for the Chunin exam has been completed. I wish you all well, Ibiki concluded. Crash. A windows broke, upon which a huge ball entered the hall, opening up to reveal a woman who then threw kunais to all 4 corners, creating a screen out of the ball of cloth. The screen revealed the words "Welcome to Stage 2 of Chunin exam. This isn't the time to be celebrating. I'm the proctor for the second exam. Mitarashi Enko. Let's move on to the next stage. Follow me. Enko commanded, only to see a bunch of people staring at her as though she was an idiot. You're early once again, Ibiki said as he stepped from behind the screen. Enko counted. Ibiki, you let 26 teams slide. Either the first exam this time around was too easy or you've grown soft, Enko commented while facing Ibiki. It seems like this time there are a lot of excellent candidates. Ha. Well, alright. I'll drop more than half of them in the second exam. Enko announced. More than half. Sakura was shocked. I'll give you the details tomorrow. We'll be changing location, so get information from your jounin about the location and the time. That's it, you're dismissed. Outside the exam hall. What was that? Sakura. What was what? You almost had us thrown out, Sasuke complained. I thought Naruto would have not answered the paper at all. It doesn't matter now, you'd better not slow us down in tomorrow's exam, Sasuke said as he left the place. Later that evening in the exam hall. Ibiki went around collecting papers. This one is the yellow-haired kid's, right? Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment Ibiki's hands start trembling. This is. Ibiki ran to the exam department. Call in the sentinel for the 3rd row immediately. Yes sir, the man announced as he ran inside. Marino-san, what is it? A man in white dress came out. Manabuto, you have the paper in which noted down those who cheated. Yes. Does it contain the name Uzumaki Naruto? No. Okay, also bring me the paper of the decoy examinees that we deployed at once, Ibiki commanded. About an hour later. In the Hokage's office. Knock. 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 Come in, Hiruzen said. The door opened, revealing a tall man in black long coat. Ibiki, what is it? Hokage-sama, This is the paper of a particular examinee by the name Uzumaki Naruto, and here is the paper of the decoys that we had placed in the hall, Ibiki said as he handed over the 2 papers. Hiruzen compared the 2 papers. Naruto's answers are a bit advanced with a good depth to it. None of the examinees were able to provide such answers, Ibiki added. I understand, Hiruzen said as he handed over the papers. What should I do? Ibiki asked. Just continue the exams for now, I'll see if it requires my attention in future. The next day. The team got the information from Kakashi and reached the location of the second stage of the exam. Anko faced the group of ninjas as she started explaining. This is the location for the second exam. The 44th training field, also known as the Forest of Death. Before we start the second exam, I have to pass this out to you. Anko said as she took out a bunch of papers. These are consent forms. Before you can take part in the test you have to sign this. Because from here on out, corpses are going to come out. And, I have to get your consent to that. Or, it'll be my responsibility. Ha 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 ha, Anko laughed, causing some teams to become nervous. Well, I'm going to start the explanation for the second exam. In a word, the limits of your survival will be challenged, she said as she started to hand out the consent forms. First I'll give you step-by-step instruction on the terrain of this training field. Training field No. 44 is surrounded by 44 locked entrance gates. There are rivers and a forest and also a tower in the middle. It's about 10 kilometers from the towers to the gate. In this confined area, you will go through a certain survival program. The contents of which are Anything Goes, Scroll Battle. There are 2 types of scrolls, namely the Heaven and Earth Scroll. There are about 26 teams, 13 teams will get the Heaven Scroll and the other 13 the Earth. Only those teams that have one of both Heaven and Earth Scroll will be allowed to enter the tower. For this second exam the time limit is 120 hours, i.e. 5 days. It's a survival exam, so be self-sufficient. According to the rules, you cannot give up midway. I want you to spend your 5 days in the forest, Anko smiled. Moving on. Here are the conditions for disqualifications. No. 1 If all 3 members of the team can't make it to the tower with Heaven and Earth Scrolls within the time limit. No. 2 If a team loses a member or if a member became incapacitated. No. 3 Absolutely do not look at the contents of the scrolls until you have reached the tower. That is all for the rules, though I do have one more thing to say. Don't die. Submit your consent forms by the collection stalls and pick your gates. All the gates will open simultaneously at 2:30 p.m. That is all. Anko concluded, upon which everyone went to fill up and submit their forms. Soon it was 2:29 p.m. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had assembled at Gate No. And exactly a minute later Anko announced, we now start the second test of the Chunin exam. Upon which all gates had simultaneously opened. Chapter 24. Meanwhile at Gate 15. There were 3 grass ninjas who saw the gates opening. Target the rookies first, a fat man said. They said that from now on, it's okay to kill. A woman lifted her hat and spoke. Open. Whoosh. The sound ninja team started running in. Look for the brats. The woman said as the trio suddenly increased their speed. A few minutes later. Wait. Naruto screamed. Sasuke and Sakura stopped. Naruto turned towards a particular direction as he looked towards a treetop. So which one do you have, the heaven or the earth? Crap. A man in pale yellow color full body suit with a mask flew out trying to flee away. Naruto vanished from his spot. He reappeared behind the man as he pinned him down. Speak. Naruto said in a cold voice. It's unlucky. I came on my own to conceal my presence, but that became my enemy. Conceal your presence? Naruto asked in a mocking tone. Your aura pretty much screamed to me that you were hiding. Meanwhile Sakura had a bewildered expression on her face. There was a person hiding, how did Naruto find out? Sakura asked Sasuke. He is a sensory type, Sasuke explained as he turned back towards Naruto. Whoa, Sakura became surprised looking at Naruto in a different light. Even if I have the scroll, you are looking for. It is not on me right now, the man spoke as he tried to struggle. I will let you go now, Naruto said, upon which the man ran in top speed away from the scene. Why did you let him go? Sasuke asked, seeing Naruto reappear in front of him. You heard him, he did not have the scroll, Naruto smiled back. The trio kept going forwards for a while until they came across an open spot. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura sat down to take a break. Sasuke faced the group. It's about 10 kilometers from the gates to the tower, and we have about 5 days to get the scroll. I think it would be wise for us to take our time, to reach the last 2 kilometers around the tower, which would be crawling with other teams trying to snatch the scroll as they set an ambush. Sakura and Naruto nodded. At this moment Naruto became surprised. Looks like he has arrived, with 2 other ninjas, huh? Naruto immediately placed his palms on Sasuke's and Sakura's shoulders. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked, feeling irritated at Naruto's gesture. There are 3, Naruto murmured, upon which a strong wind blew, forcing the group apart as it destroyed the open space. A new enemy? Sasuke shouted as he tried blocking against the violent burst of wind, upon which a huge cloud of sand appeared. The sand cloud slowly disappeared, revealing 3 figures. You guys go play around. I'll go alone. The woman commented as the 2 ninjas beside her disappeared. Where's Naruto? Sasuke wondered as both Sasuke and Sakura were left standing alone in the forest. The woman then came slowly into the view of Sasuke and Sakura. Oh. You are not letting your guard down. This will be more fun than I thought. The woman commented. This person's too creepy. Sakura thought as she observed the woman. Meanwhile, Naruto saw a giant snake appear in front of him. Hiss. The snake made a sound as it came forward. Naruto smiled as he cracked his knuckles. 9 Tails mode. The yellow cloak appeared as he ran forward and jumped over the snake. Whoosh! The snake moved towards Naruto as it opened its mouth. Naruto's chakra grew into an enlarged hand as it grabbed the open mouth and closed it shut. The giant snake started wriggling around. He used his hand on the snake that was connected to his body to direct him as he safely landed above the snake. After he landed, Naruto then used his other chakra arm as he closed it into a fist and raised his hand up. The chakra hand turned into an enlarged fist that floated right above the neck of the snake. Ha! Naruto shouted as he slammed his hand. Boom! The snake was crushed into the ground, no longer bothering to move. He then released the 9 Tails form and summoned 3 shadow clones. The clones sat down on the ground as they slowly started collecting the nature energy around. Naruto took a breath, trying to concentrate. He then placed his palm on the ground as he inscribed a marking. Meanwhile the woman faced Sasuke and Sakura, revealing a navy blue scroll in her hand. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed eerily. You want the Earth Scroll, don't you? 'Cause you have the Heaven Scroll, she continued as she brought the scroll near her face, upon which her tongue slithered out. What, the, Sasuke thought. While Sakura stared. Both of them watched the woman perform the most grossest act as she wrapped her tongue around the scroll and started to swallow it down whole. Author's note, you got a deep throat going for ya. Oops, this is PG-13. She gulped it down as she said. Well, let's begin. The battle for the scrolls. Life or death? She said with a firm voice as she unleashed a powerful killing intent. Naruto. Kurama cautioned. Yeah. I know. Poof, one of the shadow clones disappeared as Naruto closed his eyes. Sage mode. After 2 jumps, Naruto saw the scene where Sasuke and Sakura had been petrified with fear written all over their face. Perfect, Naruto thought as he activated. Flying Raijin Stage 1. Whoosh! Naruto had teleported. Sasuke and Sakura fell down as they knelt on the ground. Catcha! Catcha! Naruto appeared as he sent a palm against the nape of the duo, forcing them to become unconscious. Author's note, Naruto had placed the Flying Raijin Jutsu formula onto Sasuke and Sakura when he placed his palms on their shoulders. Before Sasuke and Sakura could fall down, Naruto collected the 2 as he glared into the woman's eye and dropped a kunai before he teleported once again. Flying Raijin Stage 2. Whoosh! Naruto appeared in the place he had marked as he dropped the 2 onto the ground gently. Whoosh! Naruto teleported as he once again reappeared in front of the woman, where he had last dropped the kunai. Are you Naruto? The woman asked with an unpleasant voice. Naruto then looked towards the woman. I am Uzumaki Naruto, he calmly stated. Seems like you brought that snake down brilliantly, but what surprises me more is that you seem to know the body flicker technique, or should I specifically say the 4th flying thunder god, the woman said. Naruto looked carefully at her as he said. You seem to know a lot about my team and especially some history about the Leaf Village, so why don't you show yourself by removing that mask of yours? The woman frowned at this thought as she replied. It is currently inconvenient to show my face in the village for now, she tried to excuse herself. I know it is you, Orochimaru, Naruto continued. Impossible, Orochimaru screamed. How did you know? He asked, feeling as though his plans had been seen through. Oh. You just said it yourself. Orochimaru pulled a long face as he slowly pulled his mask off. Ha! How I missed that expression. That is the most fitting expression Orochimaru had back before he changed. The one he has now is kind of hard to figure out as it reveals no emotions. Maybe he should have just stayed a bad guy. But I am here to turn him back once again. Naruto sighed as he thought. Now that you know me, I must silence you, Orochimaru said as he suddenly jumped towards the ground as he simultaneously converted his lower body to that of a snake's tail and moved around quickly. 9 Tails Mode. Naruto activated as he started running away from Orochimaru. Orochimaru stopped for a moment as he sneered. Looks like my suspicions were correct, you are indeed the son of the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru said as he started moving around once again. Naruto kept dodging every time he got close as he jumped in another direction. Meanwhile, on a grassland beside the training field, 3 examiners stood by a graveyard. There are 3 corpses, one of them spoke. This is some kind of ninja art, isn't it? The other one suggested. This is bad. We have a problem from the get-go, damn it. The 3rd examiner commented as he examined the corpses up close. Inform Anko, the proctor of the 2nd test, he said after a while. Yes, sir. The 2nd examiner responded as he disappeared. Meanwhile at the gates of the 44th training ground, Anko sat peacefully having dumplings while also drinking red bean soup on the side. Okay, once I've eaten this, I should break through and go wait at the tower for the kids. With this program, the quick kids should clear it soon. Anko said as she ate the last dumpling on the stick and threw the stick to a nearby tree. The Leaf Village symbol is complete. She declared, being proud of her artistic skill. Whoosh! We have a problem, Anko-sama. Huh? What, so suddenly? Corpses, 3 of them. Huh? Moreover, they're strange. Anyway, please come. The 2nd examiner begged Anko. Strange? Anko thought. The duo then left to check the corpses. Chapter 25. Soon Anko and the 2nd examiner arrived at the graveyard. I checked their possessions and identifications. They are ninjas from Grass Village registered in the Chunin exam, but as you can see, the 1st examiner reported to Anko. They have no faces, Anko filled in. They're smooth and flat like they melted away. Anko felt her neck heavy as she lifted her hand to feel the area where she had her curse mark. Soon she started sweating at the sight as she continued to observe the corpses. Without a doubt. This jutsu is that man's. Why is he at this test? Anko thought anxiously. Show me the ID photos of these Grass Village ninjas. It's on their applications, right? Anko asked. Yes. The 2nd examiner affirmed as he provided the IDs. Anko took a look at the photos as she focused on the one with the woman. So, this one's face was robbed, Anko concluded as she turned back towards the examiners around her and ordered. Communicate this to Lord Hokage right away. Make a call for action to the ANBU Black Ops to assemble more than 2 squads to the Forest of Death. That guy has come to the Leaf Village. Meanwhile back in the Forest of Death, Naruto faced Orochimaru as he kept dodging the attacks one after another. Damn it. This is getting troublesome. I don't want to reveal to him that I am from the future, but at this rate I don't know how I will be able to corner him regarding Sasuke. Though, you are quite the unexpected development, you are quite interesting as well. Orochimaru said as he kept chasing. Naruto found the comment rather repulsive. He is not aiming for my body, is he? Naruto thought, due to how Orochimaru used to be obsessed to take over bodies to maintain his soul. I don't find you interesting. Naruto shouted as he kept dodging. Orochimaru frowned, the comment had ticked him off. He got up and stretched his neck until it was some meters long and then opened his mouth. Soon, a snake came out as it opened its mouth as well, revealing a sword tip. Hidden Jutsu, Sword of Kusanagi, Long Sword of the Sky. Orochimaru then aimed with his face as the sword chased Naruto along a straight path. Almost when the sword reached his body, Naruto caught hold of it using his chakra hands and the sword continued to drive till they hit a tree. Impossible, don't tell me you have a full control over the 9 Tails chakra, Orochimaru exclaimed. What about it? Naruto asked as he shoved the sword aside, causing Orochimaru to feel the tremors after it had struck a nearby tree, almost cutting it down. Naruto then ran towards Orochimaru. This troublesome kid is changing all of my plans. I need to find Sasuke fast, Orochimaru thought. Hidden Jutsu, Body Replacement. Orochimaru withdrew the sword and came out of his own mouth as he escaped the other direction. Naruto chased after Orochimaru, after which they came to a standstill. Tell me where that boy is, or I shall kill you for real, Orochimaru threatened. There's no way I am telling you where Sasuke is, Naruto countered. Orochimaru thought for a bit, while Naruto stood by. Hidden jutsu, many hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru had extended one of his hands causing 5 snakes to shoot out. Naruto almost fell from the tree being caught off his guard, but he instantly reacted by sending his chakra hand to grab hold of the snakes as it burned them off. As soon as Naruto had recovered, he almost had his eyes pop off. Where did he go? Naruto searched around. It couldn't be that he went there now, would he? Naruto thought. Flying Raijin level 1. Naruto instantly teleported just to see Orochimaru slither his way over. 2 of his clones woke up as they sensed the commotion. The clones nodded to each other as they grabbed both Sasuke and Sakura and teleported to the location of the kunai. Orochimaru frowned at this development as he summoned a giant snake, the same size which had attacked Naruto. The giant snake crawled its way to the direction the clone went in while Orochimaru ran towards Naruto. Why do you want Sasuke so badly? Naruto asked. I need his body so that I can use it as my vessel, Orochimaru replied. Then won't just any other body work well, in its place? No, it has to be an Uchiha's body, Orochimaru argued as he stopped for a moment and bit a finger from both hands. Summoning technique, formation of 10,000 snakes. Poof! A smoke appeared after which a horde of thousands of snakes advanced towards Naruto. Naruto bent down towards the ground as he stood on all 4 limbs, the cloak expanded as 10 extra arms extended each having small rotating chakra orbs. Rasengan. Meanwhile, the giant snake appeared a few meters away from the group of 4. One of the clones ran towards the snake. Sage mode. Giant Rasengan. Boom. The ground reverbed causing such commotion that Sasuke and Sakura almost felt their consciousness kick in. Ah. Sasuke's expression twisted as he felt like waking up from a nightmare. Naruto clone nearby almost felt his heart jump out as he rushed towards Sasuke and hit him on the nape again, knocking him straight out. That was close, Naruto said as the other clone walked towards the trio. The battle between Naruto and Orochimaru continued as Naruto launched a barrage of Rasengans causing the snakes and the nearby trees to be wrecked. At this moment. Bang! Shikamaru heard a sound as he turned towards the place it had originated from. Shikamaru, what was that? Ino asked. Number Chuji kept eating chips as if not being bothered at all. Probably some battle between the other teams, best not get involved with it, Shikamaru said as he tried to walk away. As he was walking, Shikamaru stopped as he looked towards the battle again. What is this uneasy feeling? Shikamaru thought. This is bad, the battle is causing too much commotion. I can't have people stop me right now, before I have even planted the curse mark on him. I am sure someone must have noticed those 3 corpses by now. They would have probably sent more than just one team of ANBU Black Ops, Orochimaru thought as he kept fighting Naruto. They had been in a stalemate for almost an hour. Naruto kept fighting, hiding his other abilities as he wanted to hold them secret for any unexpected situations. Revealing Sage Mode to Orochimaru, who knew it too well, and even the Sage of 6 Paths Mode might either make him insane or retreat in fright. The duo could not unleash any large-scale abilities like summoning Manda or Gamabunta or Naruto using his Beast for 9 Tails mode, as it might alert those nearby and suspect over Naruto for even being able to stand up to a legendary Sannin at the age of 14. Naruto and Orochimaru breathed heavily as they stood on a tree top. Who is your sensei? It is supposed to be Hitaki Kakashi, right? Orochimaru, you'd better leave Sasuke alone, Naruto said. Damn it. Orochimaru frowned. He looked towards Naruto before sinking into the ground. Sasuke will eventually be mine, Orochimaru snickered as he left. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief knowing that the battle for today was finally over, as he turned around stunned to find Shikamaru looking at him. I see you had a troublesome day. Shikamaru. Naruto said as descended and walked over. You heard what we spoke just now? Yes. Shikamaru, I cannot explain this right now. How about we meet up tomorrow by the river or maybe at the tower? I'll tell you then. Your wish, but let me know, if it is a burden for you, Shikamaru said as he walked back. Naruto stood at the same place for a few minutes more as he thought. Shikamaru was my advisor back in that world, should I tell him about me having reincarnated? Whoosh! 3 men wearing ANBU uniform appeared in front of Naruto. You there, state your name, one of the men ordered. What lousy ANBU, first they arrive late and miss the culprit, now they question me the victim, ... At this instant Anko also appeared. Naruto took a deep breath as he said. Reporting to the ANBU, I am Uzumaki Naruto of Squad 7 led by Hitaki Kakashi. Naruto said. While Anko kept frantically searching for Orochimaru around the area. Where is that woman? Anko asked. Which woman? Naruto asked in return. The woman from Grass Village wearing a big purple rope around her hip, Enko described. Oh, you mean the guy, Naruto said, upon which she jumped over and pulled Naruto's cloth, trying to lift him into the air. Why are you so heavy? She asked. I am wearing about 70 kilograms of dead weight. Enko and the ANBU. What? Are you kidding me? Enko asked, almost feeling like losing her mind. Forget that. How did you meet him? How did you survive in the first place after meeting him? Where did he go? Enko kept asking questions after questions. Hey lady, I am the victim here. Why did you guys take such a long time? I fought him for almost an hour, you know. He just suddenly escaped by disappearing into the tree branch there, Naruto said as he pointed towards the branch. At this point Enko knew it was hopeless. Enko turned around as she looked at Naruto. You said you fought him over an hour? Enko asked, feeling like the world was not making sense anymore. Chapter 26. Listen lady, I need to go back and meet up with my team, we're participating in the exam, you know. Naruto replied, intent on leaving. Wait, Enko tried to call out, but Naruto had already left. The ANBU members turned towards Enko. Orochimaru is an S-class criminal. There is no possibility of a genin even being able to take on a man of his level. After all, he is one of the legendary Sannin, one of the men inferred. I am not able to accept it either, but this is where the battle took place. Hear me out. I want you all to investigate the battle site and then go on to report to Hokage-sama as soon as possible, Enko said as she went in another direction. Soon it was late evening and it had been almost an hour since Enko went on a search. She soon caught sight of a figure standing by a tree. That's him. Enko rushed forward and landed on the same branch of the tree Orochimaru was standing on. Enko, Orochimaru recognized. Your level S-class. An extremely dangerous person on the most wanted list. That's why I'll kill you here, even if it costs my life. That's my duty as your former subordinate, who learned it all from you, isn't that right, Orochimaru? Enko said with resolve as she readied 3 needles in each of her hand. Stop it this instant, Enko. Orochimaru said with authority. Why? So that you can go ahead and assassinate the third? I don't have enough subordinates for that yet. Then why have you come now? Enko asked, feeling her curse mark kick in as her face contorted with pain. It's our reunion after so long and you're awfully cold, Orochimaru said as he walked towards her. I've heard of some excellent ninjas in this village, so I'd put dibs on it. But who knew a progeny of the fourth would stand in my way? It's kind of an unexpected twist you would come across in a story though, Orochimaru sulked. But fighting with the kid, he is a pure genius. Too sad the kid was not an Uchiha. That boy is the son of the fourth Hokage. You fought with him? Yes, and not only that, the brat is in full control of the 9 tails, he also is capable of using all the fourth's techniques, the Flying Thunder God, the Rasengan, Orochimaru praised Naruto. Meanwhile, Enko still suffered from her pain. Orochimaru bent down as he looked into Enko's eyes. Are you feeling jealous that I am replacing you? Enko. Are you still holding a grudge that I used you and threw you away? The kid I am looking for has much more potential than anyone I have ever encountered. For one thing, he inherited the Uchiha ability. He has beautiful features and is a vessel who can become my heir. Orochimaru felt a sense of euphoria as he talked about Sasuke. Orochimaru turned away from Enko, intent on leaving. I may have failed today, but the kid will eventually be mine. Be sure not to cancel this test. 3 people from my village are also under your care. Make me enjoy it. But, if something happens to deprive me of my fun, you can consider it the end of the leaf, Orochimaru said as he left the scene. Naruto went hunting in a nearby grassland after leaving his clones to take care of Sasuke and Sakura. He killed a boar and also caught a few fish on the way back. Perhaps I could use the flying Raijin technique to teleport to my house. Then transform into a random guy and eat at a Chiraku, after which I can come back here. That way it would not be considered leaving the test and I can still get good food, Naruto thought as he walked back to where the duo were. Soon Sasuke and Sakura woke up to find Naruto was roasting the boar and the fish he caught while he sat near the bonfire. Naruto turned towards them at this moment. Good evening you guys. At this moment Sasuke remembered back to when he and Sakura faced the snake woman alone. Sasuke ran up to Naruto. What happened? How did you find us? What happened to the snake woman? Yeah Naruto, what happened to her? Did you rescue us? Naruto smiled as he handed over the fish which was on a piece of branch to both Sasuke and Sakura, gesturing them to sit down. You see. The scene changes to Shikamaru, who slept on the ground staring at the stars in the sky. What happened today? Who was the guy with Naruto? Why does he want Sasuke's body? How did Naruto fight with him? The sound from before was no mere coincidence. That battle must have been definitely hard, judging by the destruction of that battle site, one could easily conclude it as a fight between jounins. Shikamaru kept thinking but he couldn't come up with anything. So you are saying that the ANBU guys rescued us? Sakura asked with concern. Yeah, it turned out to be he was a wanted ninja or something, Naruto continued as he ate his fish. Sasuke also ate the fish while he kept staring at Naruto. Something does not add up, Naruto getting up earlier than us is also okay, but what happened back then? Sasuke thought back to the scene when he tried to wake up after he was already knocked out once, only to fall unconscious again. I am pretty sure I saw Naruto at that time. Sasuke got really angry as he stood up. Naruto, why don't you tell us the truth? Sasuke, what happened? Sakura asked. I'm asking you Naruto, I saw you knocked me out. What is the truth? Sasuke asked once again. This time Naruto knew he had messed up. Sasuke, Naruto murmured. What do I tell him, now? Chapter 27. In a forest somewhere below the trees. There were 5 people. 3 kneeled down to the other. Orochimaru-sama, the trio respectfully called him. I hope you remember what your mission is. Yes, avoid the yellow-haired one named Naruto and challenge the one named Uchiha. Remember, do not engage the yellow-haired one at any cost. You are dismissed. Orochimaru said, upon which the trio sound ninjas left the scene. Orochimaru-sama. What is it, Kabuto? Is that kid really that powerful? Are you doubting my abilities? Orochimaru showed a wicked smile as he stared at Kabuto. No, forgive my insolence. Kabuto, be extremely careful when you try to interact with Naruto's group again, also please make sure that the group that just left follows my orders. Orochimaru said as he turned away. Uzumaki Naruto, Kabuto said as he removed his ninja info card. Looks like he is on par with the legendary Sannin, at the mere age of 14. The scene shifts back to Sasuke staring at Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto stammered at this moment. Naruto, what Sasuke said, is it true? Sakura asked, adding more pressure onto Naruto. Sakura, could you please excuse us? I want speak with Sasuke, alone. Naruto said. Sakura felt unsatisfied as she looked towards Sasuke. Naruto, you said we are a team, right? Sasuke asked. Sakura will stay here, Sasuke said as he held Sakura's hand. Sakura at this moment was on cloud 9, as she went into a daydream, forgetting everything around as she looked towards Sasuke. Sasuke, this matter is a bit too sensitive, I'm afraid, Naruto continued. Naruto, I'm getting pissed by the moment, Sasuke pressured Naruto once again while Sakura kept staring at him. I'm afraid this secret also affects Itachi, Naruto said, causing Sasuke's expression to twist with rage. What do you mean by that? Sasuke's voice became more firm at this moment. Naruto started walking away as he gestured Sasuke to come closer. Sasuke also followed Naruto, leaving Sakura with herself while she was still dreaming in Otherworld. You see. I came from the future, Naruto said as he looked towards Sasuke. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. I'm sure you would have noticed my change from the last week of the academy to the past few days. Sasuke, regarding this I still can't say anything right now, as I plan to meet Shikamaru by the river tomorrow morning. Okay then, you said there was something about my brother, what was it? Sasuke, about your brother Itachi, I'm afraid I can't tell you about him either, right now. Upon hearing this comment, Sasuke felt his rage rush though as grabbed Naruto and lifted him in the air even with the added weight. Why? Sasuke asked in a loud voice, causing Sakura nearby to wake up. Sakura realized that there was something going on that she could not interfere with, so she chose to stay back. Sasuke, there are some things that you will be able to understand only when you are old enough, Naruto continued. Sasuke then dropped Naruto to the ground. I can understand everything, so tell me right now. Sasuke insisted, causing Naruto to become a bit angry. Okay then, do you know the truth behind the Sharingan? Naruto asked as he thought back to the time when he used to have random conversations with Sasuke in his previous world. What do you know about it? Naruto recounted back to the battle between Senju and the Uchiha clan and finally stopped at the battle between Hashirama and Madara. Sasuke also listened patiently till Naruto finished. What does their battle have to do with the meaning of Sharingan? Sharingan, when an Uchiha who has known love loses it, their brain releases a special chakra that affects the nerves connecting the eyes. The changes take place in the pupil, thus resulting in what you call as Sharingan. The Sharingan becomes more powered, the further it is fueled by hatred. But these eyes are also called by another name. Sasuke frowned as Naruto reached the end of the sentence. They are known as the eyes that reflect the heart. The fact is that the Senju clan was perceived as the clan that preached love and the Uchiha as the clan that followed power. But the truth was that, there was no clan that felt love more than the Uchiha clan, Naruto concluded. Love, Sasuke thought as he remembered his childhood days. Sasuke, I hope this has broadened your mind. I'm sure that no one in the Uchiha clan ever realized this truth as such, even you were unaware of it though you had awakened your Sharingan. Sasuke nodded as he thought back to the time when he first confronted Naruto, awakening his Sharingan as a result. I am sorry, I cannot tell you anything about your brother, even if we are going to talk with Shikamaru tomorrow, but I can tell you this. I will tell you the truth about your brother, if you defeat me in battle one day. Sasuke looked towards Naruto, feeling hope rise up in his heart once again, as he regained his former expression of arrogance once again. Prepare to lose. Sasuke said as he walked back. Do you believe that I am from the future? Naruto asked again. Humph, Sasuke smiled as he went back to eat. 2 hours after the test had begun. Heh. We're the first. No, I sensed someone a little while ago, Shino said. More importantly, is Akamaru okay? Hinata asked as she comforted Akamaru, who hanged on Kiba's jacket. He's been scared ever since then. Now that you mention it, what did Akamaru say before? Shino asked as he turned towards Kiba. Oh, Akamaru said it was dangerous because that guy with the gourd on his back was about to kill that big guy. At this time another group approached the staircase in the tower. Sheesh. Just like I thought, there's no other place to go. They've already made us wait for half a day. How much longer do we have to wait? Temari also complained as their team climbed up the staircase. Gaara's team entered in, causing Kiba and the group to remain extremely wary, as though they had been intimidated. In the Hokage's office. Whoosh! An ANBU agent landed on the floor from the ceiling. Hokage-sama. What is it? Report from the ANBU group that had investigated the 44th training facility. The agent said as he handed over a paper. This. Hiruzen said as he stood up. That traitorous student of mine had the gall to come to this village, he spoke in a loud voice, after which Hiruzen continued reading the paper. This is even more complicated than I thought. Why is Naruto appearing at the center of everything? Hiruzen thought hard for a while, but was unable to come up with a plan. Hiruzen turned towards his subordinate. Go back to the tower, to see if there's any movement. I will come there in 4 days. Yes. The ANBU agent said as he flew back to the ceiling. First day of the test, late night, in the highest floor of the tower. It's becoming a real disaster, but we can't cancel this test, Enko complained. What do you mean? The nearby ANBU agent asked. The door slid open as a man excused himself inside. What is it? Enko shouted. We're talking about something important. Excuse me, the man said. Butu, the man stammered as he lifted a cassette into the air. Please take a look at this. The man said as he inserted the video cassette into the VCR. Ready? Here. Please take a look at the time. Enko saw Gaara and his group enter the tower first. The man paused the video at the time of entering. This is, Enko stuttered, seeing the clock on the display show 16:07. This video is 1 hour and 37 minutes after the start of the second test. The man said. This can't be. Enko said as she stood up. In mere 97 minutes. This has never happened. Those guys are not genin level. They've rewritten the fastest time by about 4 hours, the man continued. It's about 10 kilometers from the test entrances to the tower. Ferocious animals, poisonous insects, the rugged forest road. Their team passed through all, but the brown-haired kid, there's not a single scratch on him. Enko muttered as she turned towards the windows and gazed outside. First the son of the 4th Hokage, now this. The exam this year is beyond ordinary. Chapter 28. The next morning. Chuji followed Shikamaru out of their hiding spot. Shikamaru, come back soon. Chuji smiled as he placed the chips in his mouth. Don't finish everything before I am back. Okay, Chuji smiled as Shikamaru left towards the river. Sasuke. Are you ready? Naruto asked as he stepped outside. Start walking, loser, Sasuke said as they both left towards the river. Meanwhile. A few meters away. Our target is leaving, Dosu said upon seeing Sasuke leave along with Naruto. He is leaving, what do we do? The girl asked. Should we stop them? The Zaku suggested. No, you all should stay put. Dosu and the others turned back at this moment. Kabuto-san. Where did Shikamaru go? Ino asked as she saw Chuji. Probably went to meet a friend, Chuji said as he stuffed his mouth with more food. Naruto and Sasuke walked along the banks of the river as they finally met Shikamaru. Yo, Naruto greeted. Hey, Shikamaru waved back, while he was surprised to see Sasuke come as well. The trio gathered around some meters away. So Naruto, who was the Orochimaru guy from yesterday? Shikamaru asked. Shikamaru, before we continue, I need to tell you something. You're from the future. Shikamaru turned towards Sasuke, seeing no change in his expression. It's probably true then, Shikamaru thought. Naruto then started talking about how everything happened back in his world. So, the Fourth Ninja World War got started by this long-lost Uchiha who turned out to be Kakashi's teammate and worked together with a dead guy named Madara and sent the world to chaos while your team played a major role along with the others to save the world. Shikamaru concluded. Sasuke was shocked at Naruto revealing a whole bunch of stuff he never knew. You were my advisor, back when I was the 7th Hokage, Naruto said to Shikamaru. He then turned towards Sasuke as he said. You were the brother who traveled the world and kept an eye on everything for me as I sat in the Hokage seat and watched over the village. Sasuke finally understood why Naruto revealed this truth to him and Shikamaru. Naruto. Shikamaru squatted down and joined his tigers as he reanalyzed the situation according to priority and then spoke. Right now, this Orochimaru guy who is one of the legendary Sannin who wants to take Sasuke's body had appeared yesterday and you foiled his plans. From what you told me, looks like he's the type to never let go, right? Yes. Naruto affirmed Shikamaru's thoughts. Though the worst part is where the Sound Village is colluding with the Sand Village to destroy Konoha in the second part of the exams where this Orochimaru will pretend to be the 4th Kazekage and kill the current 3rd Hokage, thus resulting in one of the legendary Sannin Tsunade to take over as the 5th Hokage. Shikamaru felt his head spin now that he was let in on a plan that involved the village's safety on the line. Alright. Naruto, right now we cannot do many things as we are in the first stage of the exam, so it is best to plan this out in the holidays that appears between the first and the second stage of the battle rounds. Until then Sasuke must not fall into Orochimaru's hands. Sasuke and Naruto both nodded to Shikamaru's idea. Naruto, I still find it hard to believe about everything you have said, but I trust you. Shikamaru said as he left. Naruto and Sasuke talked as they walked back to their camp. You said, I left Konoha for 3 years and even joined Akatsuki. Yes. Naruto nodded. Naruto. Sasuke called out. Thank you for saving me and Sakura yesterday. It's all right. Naruto said as he smiled back. It's been more than 3 hours, Kin complained. Patience is virtue, Dosu said as he kept checking the cave Sakura was hiding in. That's it, I won't take it anymore, Kin said as she walked toward Sakura. Someone is coming, Sakura noticed as she used her kunai to cut the rope beside her which had unleashed a giant log right towards the girl. At this moment Dosu jumped in front of the girl as he emitted sharp sound waves from his gauntlet that destroyed the giant tree log to smithereens. What? Sakura calmed herself down as she took a deep breath. Genjutsu, Cherry Blossom World. Sakura unleashed her genjutsu technique on the two and started running away. At this moment, Zaku who was watching the battle saw his two teammates become stranded in one place while a girl in pink hair ran out of the cave. You're not going anywhere, Zaku said as he jumped towards Sakura. Sakura stopped as she stared at the man making his way in. Boom! A hidden hole trap, Zaku fell underground as soon as he landed upon the grass. Sakura started to run while they were all trapped. Damn it! She got away. A few meters away, Sasuke and Naruto were making their way over only to see Sakura running forth as she hugged Sasuke. What happened? Sasuke asked as he pushed away Sakura. 3 people started attacking me suddenly out of nowhere, Sakura said. The trio rushed to the site to see 2 people still stranded while the third one tried to dispel the genjutsu. Zaku finally succeeded in dispelling the genjutsu. The trio started looking around as they finally spotted Sakura along with Sasuke and Naruto. That bastard is here, Zaku said as her turned towards the trio. Zaku lifted his hands as he aimed. Hidden Jutsu, Supersonic Slicing Wave. Dodge. Sasuke jumped along with Sakura to one direction while Naruto to the other. A huge blast of sound wave destroyed the ground in between leaving only barren sand. Ha! He must have been blown to pieces. Who did? A voice interrupted. Huh? Zaku turned back to see Sasuke hit him with a back arm as he flew towards Dosu. Zaku. Dosu was concerned since he had never expected Sasuke to be powerful. He's fast. Moreover, he rescued the girl, and had the time to reappear behind Zaku without him being aware. Dosu thought in his mind only to see Sasuke take a stance. Ram Tiger Dog Ox Hair Tiger. Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a few flames in a pattern of a flower as it rushed towards Zaku. Don't push your luck. I'll blow them off. Hidden Jutsu, supersonic slicing wave. The sound waves blew out the fire to reveal a bunch of shurikens. Shurikens in the fire. Zaku screamed. The shurikens hit Zaku one by one. Meanwhile Sasuke reappeared right in front of Zaku. Zaku. Below you. Too late, Sasuke said as he gave a kick, sending Zaku flying away as he got knocked out. Zaku. Kin called to see if Zaku could wake up. Zaku however was knocked out cold. This is troublesome, the girl thought. Meanwhile Sasuke turned towards Dosu and Kin. One down, two to go. Dosu got angry as he ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke also ran towards Dosu as he started with a kick. Sasuke's kick landed on the gauntlet, as Dosu used the sound generated to attack Sasuke. Ahh! Sasuke screamed as he got on his knees and covered both his ears. His eardrums felt like rupturing at this moment. Dosu finally regained his calm, only to lose it when he saw Naruto and Sakura rush towards Sasuke. Dosu knew that he was forbidden to interact with Naruto, so he took Zaku in his hands and signaled Kin to leave. Where are you going? Naruto asked in an angry voice, unleashing high level of killing intent using Kurama's chakra. Dosu and Kin felt the world collapse onto them as they fell to the ground. W8, Dosu used his willpower to blurt out. Naruto stopped his killing intent. What? We can't defeat you right now, Dosu said as he took out the navy blue scroll. This is our fee for settling this. Please let us withdraw from here. Naruto stared at the earth scroll while Dosu walked away. What does Orochimaru plan to do? Naruto asked, causing Dosu to stop. I don't know. We were just given orders to make the hit on Sasuke. Naruto stared at Dosu's departing back. Orochimaru, will you attack once again in the next 3 days? Naruto thought as he looked towards Sakura who had Sasuke sleep on her lap as she tried to comfort him. Chapter 29. In the cave under a tree. Sakura sat near Sasuke who slept on the ground. She dipped a towel in the water and squeezed it a bit, after which she replaced the one that was on Sasuke before. Meanwhile Naruto sat in front of the cave as he looked towards the 2 scrolls placed in his hands. Naruto, Sakura called out. Yes. At this rate Sasuke might not get up until evening, Sakura said as she stared at Sasuke who was unconscious after he took a few painkillers. Naruto, can you get some water from the river? Sakura said as she took a small bucket that was nearby and handed it to him. Naruto got up. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof, a clone showed up, as it took the bucket from Naruto and left in the direction of the river. Sakura, Naruto walked over. We might need to change the camping spot once again, Naruto said as he looked towards Sasuke. Whoosh. Whoosh. Naruto clone jumped as he went in the direction of the river. Ah. A girl let out a sound as a boy beside her bit onto her hand. Take this and hide, said another boy as he passed a scroll to the girl and bit on her hand too. Ah. The girl let out a sound once again. The second boy bit on her and then left the scene. The trio were a group from the grass village. The girl then bent down feeling her knees become weak from the chakra drain. Naruto clone had filled up the bucket and was on his way back. Roar. A big bear showed up behind Karen and scared her. Frightened, she started running away from the bear and tripped over a huge tree root. Her glasses fell out of her face and so did the scroll from her hand as she fell down. The bear closed in on her. At this moment, Naruto stopped as he slowly dropped the bucket on the ground and vanished, instantly reappearing a meter above the big bear's head as he unleashed one drop kick. Boom! The bear landed on the ground with a bit of blood appearing over its head. Naruto turned towards the girl. That red hair, isn't that Karen? Naruto thought as he approached the girl. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked as he noticed that she had the earth scroll with her. My glasses. Karen said as she got up and wore them. She stared at Naruto for a moment before she bowed. Thank you for saving me, she said. So she was a part of the hidden grass village before, huh? Naruto then walked towards her as he asked, where are your teammates? They went in that direction, Karen said as she pointed towards the place where the boys went to. After walking for a while the duo come across a place where 4 boys had battled and fell unconscious. Karen wanted to run towards the boys, but before she could continue Naruto grabbed hold of her hand. Stop! Karen did not continue as she turned towards Naruto, only to see him stick out his right hand as he pointed towards a particular spot. Karen's eyes traced the hand's direction as she saw a white color scroll that was opened. Looks like your team will be unconscious until the end of the exam. Soon they walked back together while Naruto held a small bucket of water in his left hand. What is your name? Karen asked. Uzumaki Naruto, and yours? Naruto replied. Uzumaki. Are you serious? Karen asked as though she had suddenly found hope. Why? My name is Uzumaki Karen. She stated, causing Naruto to think back to how he had rarely spoken to Karen. Though he knew she was a Uzumaki, his clan was of no concern any longer as the Edi village had already been destroyed in the past. Oh, so you are an Uzumaki too, huh? Naruto said as he continued walking. But you don't have red hair. Karen asked. I took, after my father. So, have you ever wondered what happened to the Uzumaki clan? Karen asked. After the Edi village was destroyed, my mom came to Konoha. After that there was nothing about the Uzumaki clan that had significant importance, Naruto said. Oh, Karen reacted as she felt sorrow again. Cheer up. Naruto said. There are some relations that go beyond blood, you know. All you have to do is be patient as you search for it. Naruto smiled, causing Karen to become a bit infatuated. At this moment Sakura saw Naruto from the cave chatting happily with Karen. Feeling annoyed, she turned towards the original Naruto and glared at him, who had also witnessed the scene. I swear I don't know, Naruto said, feeling he had wronged. Here's Sakura, poof, the clone smiled as it disappeared after handing over the pail of water to Sakura. Meanwhile Karen almost fell on her back after realizing that all this time she was hanging around a clone. Karen turned towards Naruto, who finally understood what was going on after his clone had transferred the information of what had happened, upon its disappearance. Make yourself comfortable. Naruto smiled towards Karen. Naruto, who is she? Sakura asked. Karen, this is Sakura, a teammate of mine. And, Sakura, this is Karen, a person who I saved when she was in trouble. Naruto said, after which Karen waved towards Sakura. Sakura replaced the water towel on Sasuke's head. While Karen observed Sakura's actions, Sakura also observed Karen, noticing the bite marks around her hand. Those bite marks, Sakura brought her hand towards Karen. Karen reacted by slapping her hand away. It is none of your business. You. Sakura felt annoyed, as she took the towels by the side and left the cave to dry them outside. Is he your teammate? Karen asked Naruto. Yeah. An hour passed by. Ugh. Sasuke made a sound trying to regain his consciousness. He turned around, cupping his ears with his hands. Sasuke. Sakura ran towards him. Does it still pain? She asked, to which Sasuke barely nodded. Make him bite my hand. Sakura turned back to witness Karen presenting her arm, which was covered in bite marks. I can heal him. Karen said, after which Sakura looked towards Naruto. Naruto nodded to Sakura, indicating her to go ahead. Sakura then lifted Sasuke and made him bite on Karen's hand. Ah! Karen reacted, while Sasuke slowly started gaining vitality to his expression. Soon. Sasuke had recovered as he turned around to see Naruto, Sakura and another girl by his side. Sasuke! Sakura screamed excitedly as she pounced on him. You finally woke up, Naruto added. Whoosh! 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 4 people jumped about in the night as they went through the forest, and soon they came across an empty spot. All right, we shall camp here, Naruto said. After which the group started setting up their equipments. Sasuke, let's go and hunt some beasts down, Naruto suggested, to which Sasuke agreed. The duo left, leaving Sakura and Karen alone. There was silence for a while before Karen turned towards Sakura. Naruto seems to be a nice guy, Karen said slowly. Sakura nodded as she arranged the backpack neatly. Naruto, who is that girl? Sasuke asked while they set traps for a beast. Oh, her name is Karen, Naruto introduced her and started to talk about who she was to Sasuke back in his world. She was also in the Akatsuki with me? Sasuke asked. Yes. Was she a strong fighter? More like a super nerd version of Sakura who would shamelessly stick with you, along with her abilities to heal. It was you, who had rescued her from Orochimaru back then, Naruto said. Soon the duo had returned. Naruto started to set up the new catch on the bonfire, while Sasuke looked towards Karen. However, the only difference was that Karen this time, did not seem to place him in her eyes as she watched Naruto set up the beast they had just caught. Itadakimasu. The group of 4 said at the same time as they began to dig into their food. Meanwhile. We've failed Orochimaru-sama, Dosu said as his squad together with him bowed down in front of Orochimaru. It is all right. Orochimaru said as he turned back wearing the wicked smile across his face. Kabuto. He called out, upon which a man in glasses landed on the ground from a tree. Yes. Orochimaru-sama. Tell me everything. Chapter 30. Kabuto explained how Sasuke had battled Dosu and his team. Orochimaru frowned. That boy, looks like our underlings did not provoke him intentionally then. Yes. Although I could not witness the potential in him like you had asked me to. I'm sure that there will be plenty of opportunities soon. Kabuto. You don't understand. What do you mean? Orochimaru-sama. That boy currently lacks a power boost, something to fuel his hatred. But, isn't Uchiha Itachi his driving force? Kabuto asked. He is, however, currently that Naruto who is on his team is doing very well to keep Sasuke safe from any danger, thus not exposing any of his power or hatred. Even though the boy has fought battles, he has not survived it with his life on the brink of death. Yesterday's plan was to have him receive the cursed seal after having a close-to-death battle. Kabuto gulped, thinking back to how Orochimaru had failed as well. Kabuto, Dosu has handed the Earth Scroll to Naruto, thus their only course of action now is to go to the tower. At this point, I can only try attacking when Sasuke is on his own and drops his guard during the holidays, or maybe during the destruction plan. Either way, he is going to be mine. Okay, everyone, the plan is to reach the tower as soon as possible since we already have the scrolls that we need, Naruto announced, to which the remaining three nodded. Naruto turned to Karen at this moment since he knew that he could not afford to get her involved if Orochimaru showed up suddenly. Karen, would you like to go back to your teammates? Naruto asked. Sasuke and Sakura also looked towards Karen. Karen thought for a minute, after which she decided to follow the group. The group of four ran through the forest in the direction of the tower. Stop. Sakura cautioned the entire group as they landed on the spot. Sakura then formed a tiger seal using her fingers. Release. She shouted, causing the scene around to change a bit. Genjutsu field, huh? Naruto commented, after which he closed his eyes. Sage mode. A layer of orange patch appeared over both his eyelids as he tried to sense the people who had cast the genjutsu. In an instant, about 100 or so zombie-like clones started to crawl all over the floor. Eeh. Sakura and Karen screamed, seemingly terrified of the scene. I have found the originals, but if these clones will not be undone even if I take them down, Naruto thought. I think it is time to test that jutsu then. Naruto murmured as he prepared a set of kunais. Naruto then threw the kunais towards the clones. Rasen Flash Super Circle Dance Howl, Stage 1. Naruto disappeared into the crowd, cleanly slashing all the zombies apart as he arrived at the location of the originals. Crap. Not you again, one of the men spoke while the trio jumped off together. Sasuke. Naruto called out. And Sasuke nodded as he jumped towards the escaping three. Hidden Taijutsu, Lion's Barrage. Sasuke launched a torrent of kicks as he spun in the air, knocking the three of them out. Sakura and Karen looked towards the duo, especially Naruto, with wide-open eyes. Let's go, Naruto said as the group left once again following their intended path. Soon they reached the tower. Sasuke took the scrolls from Naruto, towards the stall that was set up for collecting them. Leaf Village's Genin Squad 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura have passed the second stage of the Chunin exams. Time of clearance, 66 hours, please report to your assigned room on the second floor. You are requested to come and collect your scrolls once again at the 120th hour, following which you are to open your scrolls at the same time. You are now dismissed, the man in the stall said, after which Karen approached him by herself. Karen reported what had happened to the man. By the rules of disqualification in the second stage of the Chunin exam, Squad 4 from the Hidden Grass Village consisting of Uzumaki Karen and her two teammates are disqualified. Please report to the room on the highest floor, where further instructions will be intimated, the man said, causing Karen to frown as she left towards the highest floor. 2 days passed during which Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto trained for a bit as they hunted for beasts together. Let's open the scroll, Naruto said. Both Naruto and Sakura opened it at the same time and threw it to the floor. In the highest room of the tower. A man on the TV screen communicated. Anko-sama. 21 second exam finishers have been confirmed. As for the third exam, according to the regulations of the Chunin exams, preliminaries are planned for the first time in 5 years. The second exam is over. The man reported as the message came to an end. The third Hokage has also watched the message play along with Anko. Hiruzen took a breath before he started to speak. For the time being, continue the exam as is. But while keeping an eye on his movements, Hiruzen said as he left the room. Yes. Anko affirmed. The scene shifts to a huge hall with two humongous hands depicting the tiger hand seal. The Hokage had the 7 Jounin leaders stand behind him while 4 examiners on both his left and his right sides accompanied him. Anko started speaking in a loud and clear voice as she looked towards the 21 genins gathered in front of her. First off, congratulations on finishing the second exam. Meanwhile, Chuji started to rub his growling stomach as he said. I'm feeling hungry. while Shikamaru looked towards where Naruto and Sasuke stood. Sasuke and the others have passed, too, Ino chirped. Of course, Shikamaru nodded as he turned back to Anko. Back where the Jounin stood. Your team didn't do too bad. I guess they were lucky. But as long as my team is around, they can't go any higher. Guy looked towards Kakashi. Huh? Did you say something? Kakashi asked. Oh. My god. Meanwhile, Hiruzen stared at Naruto and then towards Orochimaru, who was dressed up as a Jounin that led his sound ninja team. Just how powerful is Naruto to take on Orochimaru? Did he know that Orochimaru will come after Sasuke? Hiruzen thought. Now then, we will now have the explanation of the third exam from the third Hokage. Listen carefully, everybody. Anko said as she took her place by the side of Hiruzen. Hiruzen then stepped forth. Ahem. Before the explanation of the third exam that we will start from now, I have just one thing I want to tell everyone flat out. About the true purpose of these exams. Why do allied nations conduct exams on a conjoint basis? Raising the levels of a ninja and friendship among allied nations. It won't do to have the wrong idea of the true meaning of that statement. These exams are, so to speak, a microcosm of the battle between allied nations. If we look back on history, the allied nations of today were once neighboring nations that continue to vie with each other and battle for power. In order to avoid a futile crushing of each other's military strength, those nations mutually selected a place to battle. And that was how the Chunin exams originally began. These exams provide as a venue for ninjas who carry their nation's pride on their backs to fight for their lives. Many feudal lords and those of prominence from many nations who request ninjas for work are invited to this third exam as guests. And, the feudal lords and head ninja of each village of the nations will watch your battles. If the gap in national power becomes unbridgeable, the strong nations are inundated with job requests. The requests of nations deemed weak, on the other hand, decline. And therewithal, we can exert pressure upon each neighboring nation. That is to say, just how much military strength our village is developing and has. The village's strength is the ninja's strength. And the true strength of the ninja is created only in a fight for one's life. This exam is a place to see the strength of home country ninjas and a place to display this as well. It is because it's an exam where you truly fight for your life, that this has meaning. It's for this very reason that you forerunners fought in this exam, a dream worth striving for. It is a custom, where balance is preserved by fighting and removing life. This is a fight for life with the pride of the village and one's dream on the line. That is what the Chunin exam is all about. Hiruzen concluded, upon which a ninja landed beside him. Hokage-sama, please allow me Gecko Heiate, who was given the right to judge this stage, to explain the rules of the third stage. I leave it to you, Hiruzen said as he left the stage. Chapter 31. Heiate turned towards the genins and spoke. There's something I'd like you all to do before the third exam. And that is a preliminary to the third exam, with participation in the main battle on the line. Because, this time around, perhaps the first and second exams were easy, there are a few too many people left, you see. Thus, in accordance with the rules of the Chunin exams, a preliminary will be held in order to reduce the number advancing. As Hokage-sama had said before, many guests will be coming to the third exam. So, we can't have long pointless matches and our time is limited as well. Therefore, those of you not in top physical condition. Cough. 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 Hey, is he okay? Some genins thought as they saw Heiate cough badly. Excuse me. Heiate apologized, after which he continued. Those of you who wish to drop out, please speak up now. The prelims will begin immediately, so. I forgot to mention this, but it will be individual battles from now on. It is your decision, so feel free to raise your hands and drop out, Heiate concluded. At this moment, a man in the group of genins raised his hand. Excuse me, I'll quit. Let's see. You're Yakushi Kabuto of the Leaf Village, correct? Then, you may step back. Yes. Kabuto confirmed as he left the place. He must have been collecting information for Orochimaru again, Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Shikamaru also saw him leave the hall. I've seen that face quite a few times. As I recall, I think he dropped out of the main battle before, as well. What in the world is he thinking? Hiruzen spoke his thoughts aloud. Anko, Marino nudged her, upon which Anko started flipping through her papers. Yakushi Kabuto. According to the data, he has failed 6 straight times. Hiruzen looked at Anko and asked. What about his background? From his time in the academy, he was a student who did not really stand out, and his grades were ordinary. He finally passed the graduation exam on his third try. After that, as for the missions he carried out, 2 cranks and 14 D ranks. It's not a battle record to write home about. However, Enko paused as she looked at Hiruzen. However, it's about before the academy. Do you remember the story? About the one boy brought back from the Kikyo Pass battle? I remember. As I recall, I heard an enemy boy survivor at the battlefield was taken back by a jounin from the medical unit. So he's that boy? Hiruzen asked as he watched the departing back of Kabuto as he left the hall. Now then, we will begin the preliminaries. The preliminaries to come will be one-on-one individual battles. In other words, actual battle format. Since the one from before left. There are now exactly 20 people, so we will conduct 10 battles. The winners will be able to advance to the third exam. There are no rules at all. You will fight until someone dies, collapses, or admits defeat. And, please admit defeat right away if you don't want to die. However, in case I judge that a match is over. Cough. I don't want to needlessly increase the dead bodies. So I will intervene and stop the match or something to that effect. What holds the key to your destinies is, Heiate stopped as he turned towards Enko. Enko nodded as she spoke into the radio. Open it. Gur, a stone on the wall ascended, revealing a giant black screen. This. The names of 2 foes will be randomly selected and be displayed on this electronic signboard. Now then, let's get straight down to it. And announce the 2 names for the first battle. The screen flashed as the names kept cycling. All the genins felt nervous at the moment until the screen displayed Akado Yoroi vs. Uchiha Sasuke. I couldn't ask for more, Yoroi smirked. The 2 separated themselves from the group of genins and walked forward, towards the stage. For the first battle, Akado Yoroi and Uchiha Sasuke have been selected. No objections, right? Heiate tried to confirm. None. Both Yoroi and Sasuke answered at the same time. Now then, we will begin the first battle. Cough. Everyone other than the 2 foes, please move to the upper area. Heiate gestured towards the standing area above 5 meters from the floor. Now then, please begin. Sharingan. Sasuke opened his eyes as he saw Yoroi gather a sizable amount of chakra onto his hand. Humph. Sasuke snorted as he vanished. Ha. Yoroi stared. Go Sasuke-kun, let the power of youth explode. Lee shouted, upon which Sasuke appeared beneath Yoroi. Sasuke smiled as he delivered a kick right to Yoroi's chin. Yoroi's body lifted off the ground followed by Sasuke. Hidden Taijutsu, Lion's Barrage. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of kicks as he finally landed a huge kick which sent Yoroi almost into the floor. Sasuke-kun, W.O. Ino shouted. Orochimaru stared from the standing area with excitement written all across his face as he breathed in and out at a rapid rate. Sasuke was able to defeat Yoroi due to his increased speed and agility which had improved quite a lot during the training with Naruto, Haku, and Lee. Back in the forest, Sasuke could not defeat Dosu, as Dosu's jutsu countered his technique perfectly, but that in no way meant that he was not strong. Heiate bent down towards Yoroi. Looks like there was no need to check, Heiate thought. I'm stopping the match from going any further. Therefore, the winner of the first battle, Uchiha Sasuke, passes the preliminaries, Heiate concluded. Guy looked towards Sasuke. He finished it in 2 moves, what a genius. Kakashi, this boy reminds me of when you were a kid. Guy thought as he watched Sasuke climb the staircase. The medics ran in and took Yoroi on a stretcher, leaving the stage clear for the next match. Soon the matches went by. Second round, Abumi Zaku vs. Aburame Shino. Third round, Misumi Tsurugi vs. Kankuro. Until. Beep. Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. Sakura and Ino were shocked to see their names. Both of them turned their faces toward each other at the same time. The scene changes to the battle stage where Sakura and Ino faced each other. Naruto shouted toward Sakura. Sakura. Good luck. Don't lose. Heiate looked towards both of them and then announced. Begin. Sakura reached into her pocket quickly as she sent 2 kunais flying straight towards Ino. Ino reacted by taking her kunai out and deflecting both, during which Sakura covered the ground between them both. Ino realized that Sakura had shortened the distance between them both, dodged towards the back in response. Meanwhile Sakura followed her relentlessly. They both got into close-range combat where they both used only their limbs to face each other off until Ino had managed to land a punch. Sakura lost her footing as her face contorted in pain. She stared at Ino in anger, causing Ino to retreat a step or 2. Sakura thought back to how Ino had stood up for her in the past, and how both of them were extremely close until Sasuke came into their lives. At this point in time, I don't even plan to fight over Sasuke with you. You and Sasuke don't go together, and I am totally stronger than you. You are beneath me to even notice. Sakura declared loudly, with a strong intent to fight. Sakura. Do you know whom you're talking to? Don't press your luck, crybaby Sakura. Ino shouted back. At this point, Sakura once again thought back to how she started admiring Ino after she had given Sakura a ribbon to tie up her hair. Slowly she remembered to the scene when they had both met again after getting their headbands the same evening. I won't lose to you anymore, Ino. No matter what happens, I won't lose to you either, Sakura. Ino replied with a smile. Sakura then presented a ribbon in her hand towards Ino. I'm giving back the ribbon. Besides, a headband is something you put on your head, right? Ino asked. From here on, I'm no longer a girl who will run after you, Ino. The moment I wore this protector on my head, it will be as a kunoichi who can't lose to you, Sakura concluded. Me, too, Ino declared as she shook Sakura's hand with the ribbon in between both of them. At this moment Sakura took off her protector and tied it towards her forehead. Following which Ino performed the same actions. A fair fight once for all. They both screamed in their minds as they took off. Bang! Sakura and Ino had parried at the same time. Humph! Sakura snorted as she jumped back. Ninja technique, clone jutsu. Poof, 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 3 Sakuras appeared as they rushed towards Ino. Ino also performed the clone jutsu and ran towards Sakura. Bang! The clones clashed as they all disappeared. Genjutsu, eternal 1,000 miles of cherry blossom. Hee hee. Sakura snickered. After the smoke cleared, Ino stood in a daze, unaware of what was happening around her. Heiate walked up to Ino and checked on her. Cough. The winner of the 4th battle, Haruno Sakura, has successfully passed the preliminaries. Heiate announced. Chapter 32. After Heiate had announced, Sakura walked towards Ino and dispelled her genjutsu. Ino opened her eyes as she looked towards Sakura. Sakura, you've outgrown me, Ino said as she looked down in defeat. Ino, work hard, till we battle again, Sakura encouraged as she walked away. Ino felt lighthearted as she looked towards Sakura. I'm still not giving up on him, she screamed. At this moment a silhouette approached Naruto. Hi, again. Karen, Naruto turned towards her. Sasuke also saw that Karen dropped by, but he turned back towards the board. Temari vs. 10-10. Sakura saw Karen, as she approached the spot where her team was. Feeling that Karen was giving up on her life, she stomped her way in and brought her face extremely close to Naruto. What is so good about Naruto? Sakura thought as she brought her face closer. What are you doing, Sakura-chan? Naruto thought as he turned his face slightly. Sakura-chan, if you keep staring at me I'm gonna blush, Naruto said in a cute voice. Sakura got ticked off at this instant. Her face became that of an angry demon, almost scaring Naruto away. However, what Sakura did not know was Ino walking by them at the moment as she slipped a bit and fell on Sakura. Sorry Sakura. Chuu. The impossible had happened. Karen stared at Sakura with wide-open eyes, whereas Sasuke turned back too. WTF. Sasuke thought since Naruto had already told him that he would marry Sakura in the near future. Sakura kissed Naruto. Ino started laughing out so loud at this moment even Temari and Tenten, who had not begun their fight yet, looked up together at Ino laughing like a pig. Sakura got up as she started to jump around like a monkey, spitting out her saliva as she tried hard almost to rip her lips off. Oh. Poor crybaby Sakura has gotten her first kiss, stolen by the guy she most hates to death. Ah, now I guess Sasuke will have to fall for me, Ino said as she gave Naruto a thumbs up. Even if he's from the future, he is still the same idiot, Shikamaru concluded as he watched the commotion. Sakura now approached Naruto as she jumped over and started raining down punches all over his face. Meanwhile, Hinata also stared at Naruto getting beaten up but did not understand what had happened since she did not see Sakura had kissed him accidentally. Karen stopped Sakura, who breathed in and out crazily like a beast after she had exhausted all her energy beating Naruto up. Hey, you have already damaged him before he even had a chance to battle, what is wrong with you? Karen asked. What is wrong? Sakura asked as she glared at Karen. At this moment, Naruto's face was swollen up like a balloon. Idiot, Sasuke stared at Naruto. Ouch, Naruto shouted as Karen brought a towel towards his face. Karen frowned as she presented her hand towards Naruto. Bite it, she said. I don't want it, Naruto said as he stared at her in the eye. Karen turned towards Sakura and shouted. It was your fault in the first place, why did you beat Naruto up? Sakura turned back towards Naruto, as she finally calmed down feeling regret over her actions. Naruto-kun. A high-pitched voice interfered at this moment. Hinata. Naruto screamed as he instantly appeared by her side. Take this, Hinata said as she handed him a healing cream. Naruto spread the cream all over his face, and it had instantly healed him. Huh. Karen and Sakura were shocked at how fast it worked. Thank you. Naruto smiled as he looked at Hinata. Karen felt her hopes die down, as she knew this smile all too well. Naruto took the opportunity to bring Hinata over to a separate spot, a few meters away. Hinata, what happened over there is not my fault, Naruto begged. Hinata accepted, unable to look at Naruto in the eye as she fidgeted with her fingers. She was supposed to battle Neji today, right? Naruto thought back to the time Hinata was injured badly by Neji. Naruto turned towards where Neji stood, as he looked at him. Neji felt a gaze lock onto him. Neji slowly turned his head to look at Naruto who was staring at him. Humph, Neji snorted and turned back to see Tenten trying to resist Temari with all her might. Hinata, show me your left hand, Naruto said. Why? Just show me, Naruto insisted. Okay, Hinata said in a shy voice as she brought up her left hand. Naruto then used his thumb and the index finger to hold onto Hinata's ring finger and inscribed the flying Raijin mark onto it. Hinata was extremely surprised as she looked towards Naruto, with her face turning extremely red. Hinata. This is a special technique of mine. Whenever you feel like you are in danger, just inject this mark with a bit of chakra, and I will instantly appear by your side. Naruto-kun, Hinata stared at Naruto with surprise. Hinata, I swear to protect you with all my life, Naruto said as he looked into Hinata's eyes. Hinata turned utterly red at this moment as she fainted with a sense of satisfaction. Hinata. Oi Hinata. Naruto tried waking her up frantically. However, he did not realize that Hinata's soul had almost transcended boundaries after what he had just said. Soon Temari defeated Tenten, who had fallen unconscious on Temari's huge fan. The land of sand is also to be feared, Hiruzen commented. Heiate approached Temari. The winner of the fifth battle. Temari, he announced. Temari smirked at this moment, which was noticed by Lee. It's bad. Lee exclaimed as he jumped down. Temari used her fan to send Tenten flying. Catch. Lee had arrived just in time and caught Tenten, right before she landed on the ground. Goo. Lee made a sound feeling the brunt of the force Temari had added to throw Tenten away. Nice catch. Temari praised. What are you doing? Is that something you do to an opponent who fought to the utmost? Lee shouted as he questioned Temari. You're annoying. Take that trash away already. Temari countered. Lee growled at Temari's comment as he launched himself at her in a fit of anger. Stop it. Lee. Neji warned. Taijutsu, Leaf Hurricane. Lee executed his great kick only to be blocked by Temari using her giant fan. Humph. Temari snorted with disdain. What? Lee was surprised at his failure. You're just like you look. You're dull too, Temari commented as she intentionally provoked Lee. What did you say? Lee asked as he got up. Stop it, Lee. Guy interfered as he appeared beside Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee exclaimed. Tisk. Temari became angry knowing that all her provocation before had become useless now that Lee's teacher appeared. Temari. Gaara called out. Come up quick, you've already been declared the winner. Don't keep company with that awful-looking guy and his chaperone forever, Gaara spoke out without even flinching as he directly challenged Mato Guy's pride. Lee could not take this comment silently as he stared at Gaara. That's enough, Lee. Guy calmed him down as he was filled with pride towards this favorite disciple of his. Guy smiled as he spoke out. Gentleman of Sand. Guy looked at Gaara as he continued. I wonder if I may give you a word of warning. Gaara frowned as he heard this statement. This kid is strong, Guy said as he placed his hand on Lee. You should prepare yourselves. Guy and Lee left the stage after which the giant screen lit up again. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tsuchikin. Obviously, Shikamaru had won this battle. Heiate announced Shikamaru, the winner, after which the names of the remaining genins were randomized on the screen. After a few moments, it had finally stopped. Next match. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Chapter 33. It's Naruto's turn, Hiruzen said, causing the nearby examiners to become more attentive. One rookie of this year, the other examiners murmured. The boy outperformed everyone on the written test, Ibiki said. Anko thought back to Orochimaru's impression of Naruto. But who knew a progeny of the fourth would stand in my way? It's kind of an unexpected twist you would come across in a story though. But fighting with the kid, he is a pure genius. Too sad the kid was not an Uchiha. That boy is the son of the fourth Hokage. You fought with him? Yes, and not only that, the brat is in full control of the Nine Tails, he also is capable of using all the fourth's techniques, the Flying Thunder God, the Rasengan. Here he comes, Orochimaru glared at Naruto. Naruto and Kiba landed on the battle floor and walked towards each other. The seventh battle. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba, Hayate announced. Woof. Akamaru barked excitedly upon being set down on the floor by Kiba. This match is gonna be a walk in the park. Oh. Kiba, are you sure you can defeat me? Naruto asked. Ha ha ha. Kiba laughed. I will spare you some sympathy at the very least. I'll do you in one clean blow. Woof. Kiba is definitely going to lose, Sasuke and Shikamaru thought. Alright then. I'm going to give you a handicap. For the first 5 minutes, I won't attack you at all. Ha. I'll make you eat your words. Well then, please. Begin. Goo. Naruto-kun Lee screamed. Kiba joined his hands, as he channeled his chakra all over his body. He then bent down assuming a stance of a beast on all 4 legs, upon which his muscle structures at the base of his limbs altered a bit followed by his nails growing longer. Kiba jumped towards Naruto as he swiped with his fingernails. Naruto dodged it entirely as though it was nothing. Is that all you got? Naruto provoked. Hitch. Kiba howled, charging towards Naruto as he started swiping towards the air in front of Naruto one after the other. Each swipe missed the swaying Naruto cleanly. Kiba got angrier. Kiba, cut the tough talk and use your dog or whatever you want. Naruto declared as he stood without a single scratch on his body. You'll regret this, Kiba murmured. Let's go Akamaru. Woof. Woof. Both Kiba and Akamaru ran towards Naruto while Kiba took out smoke bombs from his pockets and launched them forward. Take this. Poof. Poof. A thick cloud of smoke appeared covering Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru. Kiba and Akamaru stealthily continued their attacks under cover of the smoke. The duo kept jumping at Naruto as they swiped their claws, but it all missed Naruto. Slowly the smoke cleared up, yet Naruto stood there unharmed. Why? Kiba asked as he got angrier. Why does none of the attack have no effect on you? Naruto gestured Kiba to attack once again. Kiba reached into his pocket. Akamaru. Woof. Akamaru barked, and it opened its mouth. Kiba tossed a food pill into its mouth after which Akamaru's skin started to turn red. Akamaru then jumped onto Kiba after which he formed the tiger seal. Ninja art, beast mimicry man beast clones. Akamaru had transformed into Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba ran towards Naruto and started swiping once again. Naruto smiled. Ninja art, shadow clone jutsu. Naruto gave another target to attack for Akamaru, thus reducing his burden of facing 2 people at the same time. Just as before, Naruto had dodged all the attacks from Kiba. Man, these two's teamwork is excellent even for a seasoned duo, following attacks one after another in perfect synchronization is really hard, Naruto thought. Kiba looked at the transformed Akamaru, as they both nodded to each other. Take this. Hidden Taijutsu, Man-Beast Ultimate Technique. Fong over Fong. Kiba announced as they both turned into a drilling motion and continued towards Naruto. Naruto dodged Kiba's moves as he announced. 2 out of 5 minutes are over. Kiba got angry once again as he and Akamaru had increased their speed to attack Naruto. Everyone in the hall was observing silently. Man, he is good. Kankuro commented while Gaara kept staring at Naruto. He has only been dodging all this time. Temari said. Kurenai felt surprised at Naruto's abilities. I only heard he was the rookie one, after training with Kakashi, his abilities must have improved much more. However, who knew the difference would be too much. Meanwhile, Hinata traced the spot where Naruto had given her the seal. Naruto-kun. Sasuke also watched the match, while his expression had no clear emotions. Kakashi did not have such high expectations. After all, he knew that Naruto was extremely powerful, to the extent he could surpass him in one full swoop. Kakashi had already been informed of Naruto's abilities after his encounter with Orochimaru in the forest. Hiruzen had personally called Kakashi to warn him on protecting Sasuke from Orochimaru. At this moment, Kakashi turned towards the side. What the? Karen had noticed Kakashi's surprised expression. She also turned back this moment only to be surprised as well. Why does he not finish him off? Enko asked, knowing that Naruto was already strong enough to beat Kiba. Naruto can do it, but he chose not to, Hiruzen answered. Naruto is one who has understood the principles of ninja. Even if there is no danger in revealing his techniques, Naruto will choose not to do so. If there is any battle he has to show his techniques, it would only be when he has to either protect someone or when his life is on the line. Kiba is a comrade of Naruto, they have graduated together from the academy. Naruto does not see Kiba as an enemy. Thus he has held back, Hiruzen concluded. The battle between Naruto and Kiba continued. Kiba almost felt like losing his mind when he saw Naruto kept dodging every single move of his. Naruto, Kiba and Akamaru stopped moving. You still have a minute left, Naruto reminded. Kiba could not take it anymore, almost wanting to vomit blood. He wanted to cry, yet he could not. How did you become this strong? Kiba asked. Training, of course. Naruto spiritedly replied. Kiba. Woof. Gur. Akamaru glared as it ran towards Naruto and continued to attack. Time is up. Naruto said as he gave a kick to Akamaru. Akamaru flew in the air as it landed a few meters away from Kiba, transforming back into its original form. Kiba turned towards Akamaru, staring at it with his mouth open. He then turned towards Naruto as he brought his hand towards his face and bit on it. Calm down. He said to himself, while blood flowed out of his hand. Meanwhile, the clone disappeared after defeating Akamaru, in order to change it to a 1 versus 1. Kiba got up and put both his hands into his pocket, grabbing 4 shurikens in each side. Kiba then took off as he started running towards Naruto, throwing the shurikens one by one. At this instant, Naruto smiled as he vanished from the place he stood. Where did he go? Kiba wondered as the shurikens continued forward, only to land on the walls. Naruto reappeared behind Kiba and smashed him to the ground. 2 moves. 1 for Kiba and 1 for Akamaru, Enko commented. Hayate walked towards Kiba and kneeled to examine his condition. Kiba gnashed his teeth unconsciously with pain. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate announced. Oh. Lee howled happily upon witnessing Naruto win his battle. Nice one. Naruto. Naruto turned to smile at everyone, after which. Poof. Eeh. Many people reacted at this moment. In the standing area where Team 7 was located. Kakashi and Karen stared at Naruto, who was there the whole time. I won. Naruto said as he smiled towards Kakashi and Karen, who was later on joined by Sasuke and Sakura as well. Hiruzen laughed, as he adjusted his Hokage hat down a bit. It was a shadow clone, all along. Chapter 34. Naruto entered the bed with Hinata after a long day at the Hyuga residence. Himawari really enjoyed herself today, Naruto said. She and your sister Hanabi hanged out a lot. Yeah, Hinata agreed. Too bad Neji is not there, maybe Boruto could have enjoyed spending some time with his uncle, Naruto said in a sad voice as he thought back to how he could not save Neji during the war. Boruto also enjoyed too, after all, you did take your time off from work, Hinata added as she turned towards Naruto to hug him as they slept. Hinata. Which was the toughest moment of your life? During the 4th war, I stood by your side when Obito was trying his best to bring you to his side. Honestly, I was anxious that you would leave us, Hinata said. You know, Hinata. I did feel bad for Obito, watching him suffer alone while the whole world moved on. Some of his words did strike some chords at that time. But I am thankful that you saved me when I was drowning in depression from Niji's death. Hinata agreed. Naruto regained his spirit as he asked. Is there any other moment like that? There were 3 more. 1 was when Tonari took me to his palace. 2nd was when you were forced down by pain. 3rd was when I fought against Niji Nizen for the very first time. Ah. That battle, Naruto thought back to when he had first stood up for Hinata as he challenged Niji. That battle was the one I had feared the most at that time, Hinata said as she thought back to when she was defeated by Niji. Naruto-kun, if it weren't for you I would not have been able to face him like that, Hinata said as she hugged him tightly. I remembered how you always worked hard back then and never gave up, Hinata said as she looked at Naruto's face. Naruto became a bit blushed before he also hugged Hinata back. Hinata. What if I had a chance to stop that battle before you ever got injured or before you even started the battle with Niji? For the stopping part. I would not appreciate that, because it would look like, you looked down on me. As for the saving part, instead of the Jounin stopping Niji, I would probably want you to catch me in your arms, Hinata said as she snuggled into Naruto's arms. Back in the hall. What? That was a shadow clone. Kankuro shouted in disbelief. Gaara and Temari also watched with disbelief, especially Temari who had her mouth open. Ino could not believe that Naruto had defeated Kiba with just a shadow clone. That Naruto, he is way out of our league, Ino commented as she turned towards where Naruto was standing. Kiba-kun. Hinata approached. Kiba was being taken on the stretcher. That Naruto, Kiba struggled to sit up straight as he spoke. I couldn't believe he defeated me, Kiba said with a sense of envy as he looked towards Naruto. Naturally, Kiba did not know that the entire battle he fought was with a shadow clone of Naruto. He would probably hang himself if he did hear that part. Forget that. Hinata. There are only 6 people left. You, Chuji, Niji, Lee, one sound guy, and the sand guy. Listen, Hinata. If the sand guy's name shows up next to yours, withdraw quickly. And there's one more. Do the same if you get Niji, too. He will destroy you, Kiba said with concern for Hinata. Kiba lied down on the stretcher, after which the men started to him away. Well, let's announce the next match, HIATUS said, after which the board displayed the name randomizer. This is it. Naruto frowned the moment the board started to change through the names. Beep. Hyuga Hinata vs. Hyuga Niji. Hun. Hinata became shocked as she felt a shiver down her spine. Her expression froze with a bit of trembling as she stood in her place, not daring to move around as though a predator had cornered her. Before going out of the hall, Kiba managed to force himself up on the stretcher as he stared at the giant screen. Definitely not good, Kiba thought. This is going to be an interesting match, Hiruzen thought. Hinata slowly walked to the center of the battle floor where Niji was eagerly waiting for her arrival. I never thought that I would fight with you. Hinata-sama, Niji said. Sama? Sakura asked curiously. They're descended from one of the most honorable old families in the Leaf Village. The Hyuga clan. Their relation is that of a head family and a branch family, Kakashi explained. Sasuke and Karen turned towards Naruto at this moment. They both knew how important Hinata was to Naruto, especially Sasuke since he knew Hinata was Naruto's wife. Naruto. How do you plan to interfere with this fight? Meanwhile, Kurenai had a bad expression across her face, since she knew the relationship between Niji and Hinata, and also Niji's hatred for the head family. Niji saw Hinata avoiding eye contact with him, which he felt was being disrespectful. Just one more thing before we square off against each other in the fight. I should advise you, Hinata-sama. Hinata looked at Niji as he said. Withdraw. You're not suited to being a ninja. You're too nice. You wish for harmony and avoid conflict. You're open to going with the thinking of others, Niji said. Hey, this comment, the third Hokage has the same qualities, doesn't he mean she is suited to being a good leader instead? Naruto thought. And, you have no confidence in yourself. You're always feeling inferior. You thought it's a good idea to stay as a genin. However, you can't register for the Chunin exam without team members. So you couldn't turn down when Kiba and Shino proposed it and... The truth is, you entered the exam reluctantly. Is that wrong? Niji asked. That's wrong. That's not true. I wanted to change that about myself, Hinata said in a weak voice that seemed to be drained of confidence. Hinata-sama. It is a fact, you are a spoiled one of the head family. People can never change. A failure will always be a failure. And... Hinata. Naruto interrupted. Don't just take it. Argue back. I'm getting irritated watching him bad-mouth you as though he is the one who brought you up. Make him eat those words, Naruto encouraged. Tisk. Niji glared at Naruto. He turned back towards Hinata only to see that Hinata's body language and her expression had changed. Hinata had overcome her fear as she stood up for herself this moment with fighting intent reflecting across her eyes. She brought her hands together. Hare rat dog horse dog hare rat boar. As she did this, her nerves stood out from the side of her eyes, and she opened it. Byakugan. I challenge you. She announced. Naruto felt happy as he was reminded back to the times when Hinata had stood up in the face of adversity, in the ninja war, again when he faced pain and to this very battle. Sasuke looked at the fight with keen interest as he thought back to what Lee said. Sasuke-kun, that day when I told you both me and Naruto were amongst the top, I withheld an information for you. Sasuke. The thing is, there is a man on my team, whom I cannot defeat, he also possesses an eye bloodline similar to yours. Sasuke thought back to Niji who had left with Tenten the other day. His name is Hyuga Niji. Hyuga. Sasuke stood up. Lee murmured, the strongest taijutsu style in the village hidden in the leaf. The gentle fists. Begin. Hinata launched herself towards Niji as she sent a few palm strikes. Niji moved about as he stood in one place and dodged all the palm strikes. It was Niji's turn to stoke back as he sent forth palm strikes too. The fight continued with palm strikes being parried and blocked until Niji sent one straight to her heart. Blurg. Hinata spurted out blood. Hinata. Naruto screamed, almost feeling the same impact on his heart. Ha! Hinata exhaled as she slapped Niji's palm aside to send a palm towards him. Humph. Niji snorted as he grabbed Hinata's incoming hand and sent a hit towards Hinata's chakra point. All this time, Hinata gasped, sensing all her chakra network blocked. Yes, I could see them. Niji said as he sent Hinata down to the ground. Naruto clenched his fist and kept grinding his teeth to control himself. Hinata-sama. What we have here is an unchangeable difference in abilities. It's what distinguishes an elite from the failure. It's a brutal, unalterable fact. You were destined to regret having said that you don't want to run away anymore, the instant you said it. And now, you must have abandoned yourself to despair. This is your ultimatum. Withdraw. Blood kept dripping from Hinata's mouth. Right. Now. Hinata spoke slowly as she trembled, raising her upper body. I'm sticking. To every. Hinata panted as she finally stood up. Word, I said. Because. That's. My. Ninja way. Naruto kept watching, unable to take his eyes off from Hinata. Sakura turned towards Naruto as she said. Come to think of it. She's always watching you. Naruto nodded. Just a little bit, Hinata. I will catch you in my arms, I swear. Hinata. You can do it. Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs. Feeling her spirit return, Hinata ran at full speed to confront Niji again. Hinata and Niji exchanged palm strikes towards one another again for a minute or two. Blocks after blocks, palm strikes parried with each other. Ha! Niji exhaled as he sent a palm in a manner of an uppercut, which completely caught Hinata off. Hinata was sent flying. Not now. Not now. Naruto repeated to himself, barely able to keep himself controlled. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Karen noticed Naruto trying hard to maintain his anger. It must be extremely hard for Naruto, Shikamaru thought. Heiate walked to Hinata. As further fighting is not feasible under these conditions. Don't stop it, Naruto screamed, interrupting the verdict. Ah! Everyone was shocked to see Hinata trying to stand up once again. Especially Niji. Hinata finally stood up as she kept breathing heavily. Why do you stand up again? If you continue like this, you'll really die. Hinata limped towards Niji. She barely managed to stand. I will not be caught looking bad. Especially when he is cheering up for me, Hinata declared in her mind as she looked towards Naruto. Naruto encouraged Hinata with a courageous expression across his face, which gave her the strength to resist Niji once more for a final stand. Niji felt threatened by Hinata standing up again. Aich. Niji howled as he ran towards her. At this moment she felt extremely threatened. Her body was unable to keep up. She felt her knees weaken, almost losing her balance. Knowing that she could not run anymore, she unconsciously injected some chakra onto the seal Naruto gave her. Poof! Naruto appeared behind her, while at the same time the Jounin appeared around Niji. Hinata fell into Naruto's arms. Naruto-kun. You did well, Hinata, take some rest, Naruto said to her, after which she lost her consciousness. Naruto then placed his hand over her chest as he healed her heart, which was injured by Niji's palm strike, using his 6 paths power, stealthily. Chapter 35. When Naruto had arrived by Hinata's side, Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai stopped Niji, including Heiate, who held his hand a small distance from Niji's forehead to dispel him if needed. Kakashi and Kurenai each held Niji's hand while Guy wrapped his hand around Niji's upper body. Niji saw Naruto hold on to Hinata while he was being restrained. Niji, get a hold of yourself. You had promised me that you wouldn't let the matter between the branch and the head family get to your head, remember? Guy asked in a calm voice. Niji could not take the humiliation of having surrounded by the other Jounins, thus he gritted his teeth in anger as he asked. Why are all the other Jounin butting in? What is Naruto doing here? Niji asked in a fit of anger. Naruto? Kurenai raised her head, seeing Naruto holding on to Hinata tenderly. Naruto? Ino, Sakura, Chuji, and Shino also stood by the rails, seeing a mere genin making an appearance at a place the concerned Jounins had gathered. Hayate walked towards Hinata and Naruto. Cough. 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 Uzumaki Naruto. According to the rules of the Chunin exams you. Hayate. Anko interrupted on Hiruzen's behalf. Hayate turned back to see Hiruzen nodding at him. Hayate understood tacitly. Uzumaki Naruto, you will be excused for your interruption in this particular battle. If you are to interfere in any further matches, you will be disqualified. Naruto frowned but understood the rules of the Chunin exams very well. Only the Jounins could interfere if the situation demanded it, unless the other party had fainted or surrendered. The match would continue till the death of either party. However, Naruto had already done what he needed to. The only question that remained on his mind was how to prevent Lee from ending up in that situation. Should he warn Guy or should he warn Lee? Both were hot-blooded, thus they would not give up on the fighting even if a single breath remained. Kurenai walked over to Naruto and Hinata. Naruto had already healed her heart by 80, thus leaving the surface injury up to the medics. Naruto. Kurenai called as she raised both her hands towards him. Naruto understood the gesture and handed Hinata over carefully. Kurenai placed her hand over the injured area, trying to detect the extent of Hinata's injuries. Her heart rate is stable. Kurenai was shocked upon examining Hinata's conditions. Hey you, failure. Neji called Naruto, causing Naruto to look towards him. Author's note, Naruto passed only on his third try, so it remains that he had failed the test 2 times. I have 2 pieces of advice for you. First, if you want to call yourself a ninja, stop that revolting cheering of yours. And the second, failure will always be a failure. There's no changing that. Naruto got angry at this moment. Do you want to see about that? Naruto Asketo, which Neji smirked. Clearly, Neji was provoking Naruto. Don't do it, Naruto. Kakashi warned Naruto, knowing that Neji would only be picking a fight to flee from a hornet's nest. I know, sensei, Naruto replied, after which he started walking away from the battlefield. Humph. Coward. Naruto stopped walking away as he looked Neji in the eye. Naruto reached into his pocket and drew out his kunai. Neji smirked upon seeing Naruto take out his kunai. Are you really dumb? Neji asked Naruto in a mocking tone. Naruto did not pay any heed as he threw the kunai towards Neji. I don't even need to dodge or block your kunai, Neji said as he raised his palm towards the incoming kunai as he intended to slap it aside. Other than Kakashi, none of the Jounins thought anything of Naruto throwing a kunai, but Kakashi expected otherwise. The kunai had approached within 10 meters of Neji. Neji aimed as he set his palm on a collision course with the incoming kunai. As the kunai approached the final 2 meters. Flying Raijin, second step. Boom. Neji was smacked into the ground by Naruto, who had appeared out of thin air. The whole hall had descended into silence for that moment. Everyone from the Jounins to the Genins, including the examiners and the third Hokage himself, became silent as they saw the Jounins who were supposed to prevent the action from happening were also speechless as well. Humph. Orochimaru smirked as he saw Naruto take down Neji in one blow. Naruto looked at Neji and said. If a failure like me defeats you, then what does that make you? Worse than failure. People can change Neji. Failure can become genius, through hard work, Naruto said as he left the stage. Hayate was stunned as he announced. Winner of the match. Yuzu. Hayate. Anko screamed again. Cough. Cough. Winner of the match. Hyuga Neji, Hayate announced. Naruto calmly left the battle floor while everyone looked at him. That's the fourth's technique, the Flying Thunder God's Flying Raijin, Hiruzen thought. However, the most surprised were Guy and Lee. Especially Lee as he saw Naruto walking towards him. Naruto stood in front of Lee, who still had his mouth open. What is it, bushy brows? Naruto asked. You. Just. Defeated. Neji. Lee uttered the words one by one, unable to believe the fact that it had happened in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression was grim. He was surprised but extremely grim. Naruto is already extremely fast if he removes his weight, but that technique. He is still fast, even if he does not remove his weight. Just how strong is he? Sasuke thought as he looked towards Naruto again. Shikamaru was also surprised, but his thoughts were only positive as he planned to incorporate it against the sound and the sand ninjas. Kankuro was speechless and so was Temari, while Gaara stared at Naruto with even more interest as he placed his hand over his widely opened eye. Please calm down, mother, there will be delicious food, Gaara thought as he licked his lips. Neji. Guy called out as he helped lift Neji up. Neji's anger had subsided, replaced by humiliation and repentance as he thought back to Naruto's words. If a failure like me defeats you, then what does that make you? Worse than failure. People can change Niji. Failure can become genius, through hard work, Naruto said as he left the stage. Guy and Kurenai looked towards Kakashi, as though they expected some explanation from him but were interrupted by the board which had started its name randomizer. Naruto put his hand over Lee's shoulder and said. Do you remember what I said to you back in the forest after we finished training? Naruto asked. After training? Lee thought hard. Naruto smiled towards Lee. I told you that someday you will defeat Niji. Beep. Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Lee turned towards the board. It's my turn, Naruto-kun. Lee said as he climbed up the rail to jump. Wait. Naruto exclaimed as he grabbed Lee. Before you go, I want to tell you something. The guy you are going to fight. Lee looked towards Naruto as he completed his words. He uses sand clones. Sand clones? I got it, Naruto-kun, Lee said as he looked towards Guy who had arrived. Lee. Come here, I want to give you some advice. Meanwhile, Gaara was already waiting for him on the battle floor. Lee. Guy pulled him closer. Probably no one has noticed this yet, but that gourd of his is really suspicious. Guy said as he stressed the fact. I see. Lee approved of his teacher's statement. Naruto, who watched the interaction, slapped his head. I forgot Lee and Guy were always simple-minded. Lee started jotting down on a pocket memo in a serious manner. Guy shouted, quit with the notes. You're not going to have time to read them during the match. Fool. I see. Lee said as he jotted down the point Guy just said. All right. Go. Lee. Let the power of youth explode. Guy said with extreme enthusiasm, to which Lee reacted by howling as he landed on the floor. Lee got into his battle stance as he faced Gaara. I am pleased to be squaring off with you so early in the match. Gaara stared at Lee with no interest whatsoever. I don't know what kind of moves that bowl cut guy has. But he will never beat Gaara. That's for sure, Kenkuro murmured. He's fast, to be sure, but his kick is not all that great, Temari thought. Meanwhile, Naruto also saw the battle floor where Lee stood on anxiously as he thought. Bushy brows, I can only warn you. It all depends on how you face him at that moment. Sasuke saw Lee, after which he turned towards Gaara and thought back to the information Kabuto had given out before entering the exam hall. Next is Gaara of the Sand. His mission experience is 8 C ranks, and 1 B rank as a genin WoW. He is a ninja from the Sand Village in the Wind Nation and is a rookie, so there is no further information on him. But there is one thing. It seems he has returned from all of his mission uninjured, Kabuto concluded. B rank as a genin, but uninjured. Shikamaru was shocked. While Sasuke asked Sakura, who is this Gaara that you asked about, he seems to be no ordinary genin. Sakura replied, Naruto and I came across him, and his teammates is all. Hopefully Lee should be able to make the guy use all his trump cards, Sasuke thought. Tap. Lee caught something in his hand. He opened it only to see the cork from Gaara's huge gourd. Please don't be in such a hurry, Lee said as he dropped the cork. Gaara kept staring at Lee, intent on finishing the battle in one shot. Hayate stepped in and announced. Now then. The 9th match. Begin. Chapter 36. The 9th battle between Gaara and Rock Lee. Begin. Lee took the initiative by running towards Gaara. He jumped up in the air and gave a roundhouse kick. Taijutsu, Leaf Hurricane. Bang! Lee's kick had hit the sand which had begun to guard Gaara as it suddenly gathered in massive amounts and moved to strike Lee. Lee dodged by jumping back using a somersault and slid a few meters before he came to a stop. What an unusual jutsu, Kakashi thought. That sand, is it just him controlling it? Or does it have a mind of its own? Sand manipulating jutsu, eh? Sounds like trouble. Lee thought back to Naruto's words, he uses sand clones. Is he a sand clone right now? Lee thought, after which he smiled as he looked towards Gaara. There's only one way to find out. Lee ran towards Gaara and started to give punches and kicks all around him, which were being blocked one by one through the sand barrier. Some of the excess sand gathered nearby Lee as it swung into action. Lee knew he could not dodge the sand, so he took out his kunai to start breaking them apart. While swiping them, he continued to deliver one more kick onto Gaara's sand barrier, after which he suddenly realized that all the sand had gathered behind him. Lee rolled over the ground a few times while avoiding the automatic sand attacks one by one. He's not moved a single muscle, yet he is, Gaara interrupted Lee's thoughts with an eerie voice. Entertain me a bit more. There's not enough of blood. Gaara concluded, upon which the sand responded as though it was filled with killing intent as it followed Lee around, intent on crushing him. Meanwhile, Guy explained Lee's actions to Sakura. Lee tried to jump once more, but he was caught by the sand from under his feet and was thrown towards the surrounding wall. Lee knew he would not be able to rest as the sand started rushing towards him again while showing no mercy. Lee instantly reacted by performing backflips. As he continued doing the backflips, some of the sand got ahead and made him slip. Meanwhile, a majority of the sand gathered above Lee and dove down to crush him. Lee dodged in high speed and launched himself into the air with a huge back jump and landed on the tip of the humongous tiger hand seal. Gaara and Lee stared at each other, as they stood still. Lee, take them off. Guy signaled towards Lee with a thumbs up. Lee observed the action, as he knew that his freedom could only be granted in the conditions set forth by his teacher. But Guy-sensei. You told me to that only to protect those who are precious to me. Lee confirmed his doubts. That's all right. I give you permission. Guy said with a bright smile. At this moment Lee felt extremely happy. He laughed as he knew that his freedom had just been granted. Are those weights? Ino asked curiously. All right. Now I can move freely, Lee declared upon removing his ankle weight as he dropped them down towards the floor. Humph. Does he think that by removing some measly little weights is going to enable him to outmaneuver Gaara's sand? Temari thought as she snorted with disdain. Bang! A massive pile of dust arose from the spot where the weights had landed, as it destroyed the tatami blocks that made up the battle floor. The hall reacted with surprise, thinking of the weight bore by the young man all this time. Sasuke already knew the kind of weight both Naruto and Lee were carrying. He could not help but look towards Naruto and wondered. Would Naruto need to remove those to even fight Gaara in the first place? At this moment a battle cry was heard. Go, Lee! Guy commanded, upon which Lee disappeared from his spot as he had teleported. Gaara was extremely surprised seeing Lee appear out of nowhere. Lee rushed in to give a punch, which Gaara had not even seen coming. By the time Gaara had reacted, a kick had already been thrown on the other side, which was again blocked by his sand. Lee circled Gaara as he sent a flurry of kicks and punches. Soon Lee had gathered a high enough of momentum as he launched himself in the air and landed with a dropkick which had pierced through the armor and landed on Gaara's face like a hot blade that pierced through freezing cold butter. Temari and Kankuro's expressions became grim as they had to accept the fact that Gaara was now injured. Youth is explosion. Guy shouted, raising Lee's battle intent in the process, which had soared through the roof as he dove into action once again by running towards Gaara. Lee had disappeared, sending one ripple. 2 ripples. Into Gaara's sand barrier. Lee had gathered his momentum once again by the third strike as he sent a straight right punch that sent Gaara flying away as he crashed for about a meter before stopping. I got him good, Lee thought. Just as Lee had the thought, Gaara woke up like a zombie, while his sand armor crumbled apart, revealing a bit of the terrifying face that lied underneath. After Gaara stood up, the sand on the ground flew to his face, slowly restoring the calm and uninterested look that Gaara had before. Temari and Kankuro instinctively understood the pressure Gaara was facing since he had to resort to the sand armor ability. Lee knew that mere punches and kicks would not work anymore. I'll have to do major damage from above the sand guard. There is only one option left. That will be Lotus. Lee opened up the white bands that covered his arm. He then took a particular stance, as he compressed the muscles to their limits. Prepare yourself. He announced in his mind. Whoosh! Lee's muscles released the potential energy that was gathered like an arrow leaving a pull bow string. He started circling Gaara to the point that only the whirlwind and afterimages of his actions were visible to everyone who watched. Gaara felt irritated. Just bring it on already. Gaara said with disdain. Lee smiled as he kept running. You've asked for it. Lee strained his voice as he teleported to the space in front of Gaara and sent him up with a kick that looked like an uppercut. Gaara flew into the air, but Lee did not stop at that. Lee took a deep breath as he summoned all his present strength to deliver a series of kicks that started to push Gaara up one after another. Lee knew they had reached the highest point, as he whipped his bands to wrap Gaara in it. Guy closed his eyes as he began to pray for Lee's victory. Lee was in midair holding Gaara, who was bound in his hands. At this moment. Lee sent a weak punch to the Gaara that was bound by the cloth. However, he suddenly crumbled apart. Lee searched frantically in midair as he spotted Gaara moving along with the sand in the air. Naruto-kun had warned me in time, Lee thought as he unwrapped his bands. Lee used the disappearing sand clone as a springboard to reach the ground and then jumped towards Gaara again. Gaara had not expected Lee to figure out that he used a sand clone. Thus he did not have enough sand to block Lee right now. Lee was exhausted but still managed to kick up Gaara once again before he wrapped him with the band and prepared. Take this. Lee shouted as he spiraled along with Gaara towards the ground. Hidden Taijutsu, Primary Lotus. Lee announced as he and Gaara spiraled towards the ground. Gaara however was left with no choice as he broke up his gourd and turned it into sand to cushion their fall. Bang! They both landed, right before which Lee jumped away from the impact and landed on the ground. Right on. Guy screamed. Hayate walked over towards Gaara. He became petrified seeing the mad look on Gaara's face that literally exuded killing intent. Arfk! Gaara screamed as he gathered a huge amount of chakra which lifted a giant blob of sand that turned into a giant hand and chased after Lee. Lee was too tired to stand up at this point, but he understood, if the primary lotus did not work then his only bet, the ultimate trump card was the hidden lotus. The large hand composed of sand was almost about to crush Lee during which Lee murmured in a silent voice. Gate of Rest. Open. Whoosh. Lee dodged the hand of sand like it did not exist and started running towards Gaara again. Chapter 37. No way. Guy, don't tell me you. Kakashi waited for Guy's response on the matter. It's exactly as you have imagined, Guy confirmed Kakashi's suspicion. So that boy can open the 8 inner gates in his body and use the hidden lotus, Kakashi asked. The hidden lotus? Sasuke and Neji looked at Guy and Kakashi. That's right, Guy said with no expression on his face. How many gates can he open now? Kakashi asked. About 5 gates, Guy replied. What is the 8 inner gates? Sakura asked curiously. Guy took his time to explain the ability to Neji, Sasuke, Sakura, and even Karen while Kakashi was observing the battle with his Sharingan. Lee ran towards Gaara who stood in front of him with blood coming out of his head while he stared at Lee crazily, as though he wanted to swallow him up. Gaara didn't care about winning now, all he wanted to do was kill Lee. Gaara sent a huge load of sand under Lee. Hidden Jutsu, Sand Coffin. The sand around Lee grabbed onto him quickly and covered his entire body. Lee once again murmured this time but more slowly. Third gate. Gate of Life. Open. Boom. A massive burst of chakra split open the sand cocoon that was built around Lee. Ahich. Lee screamed as a huge force revolved around his body. Lee's body became red, as his blood kept circling about his body enriching those hard-trained muscles of his that were developed through many years of sheer effort, and also the pride and joy he had cultivated towards his ultimate dream. The time to carry through and protect one's way of the ninja. Lee's chakra network had surpassed its 3rd set of limiters as it bore a tremendous amount of pressure on his body. The pain coursing through Lee's body kept his eyes wide open and his teeth constantly gritting against each other, barely able to maintain the pressure that was placed on the body from opening the 3rd set of limiters. Accept your death as the prey you are. Gaara screamed at Lee as he sent his sand towards him once again. Hidden Jutsu, Sand Coffin. The sand gathered under Lee, but his body emitted vast amounts of pressure to the extent the sand could not lift. Lee looked at Gaara in anger as he screamed. 4th gate. Gate of Pain. Open. This action more than doubled the pressure on his small 15-year-old body. Nerves started appearing all over, to the extent that he was getting numb towards the sensation of pain. Lee bent down gathering a massive amount of potential energy. He then blasted forth like a bullet shot from a gun, making all the tatami blocks to fly off due to the pure muscle strength behind his jump. Even though Gaara was angry, he could only watch all the milliseconds go by as though he was stuck in time, while only Lee had the freedom to move around. Lee kicked Gaara up towards the ceiling. The 2 moves that were just made by Lee had so much impact across the hall that it sent dust flying everywhere to the extent only some of the Jounins present could continue to watch the battle. Gaara continued to fly towards the ceiling from the inertial force of Lee's kick. Gaara could only grit his teeth in the incredible pain, as he could not control sand since his gourd had already broken down, causing him to leave the sand on the floor. Crack. A sound was heard as cracks started appearing around Gaara's sand armor. Sasuke and Neji were surprised to see Lee's movements while using the 8 inner gates. He no longer seemed like a hot-blooded youth, but he was more like a bloody monstrous human, that fought using taijutsu. Gaara finally reached the maximum height the kick could send him, but Lee appeared instantly causing Gaara's expression to worsen. I see it's that sand armor again. Then how about this? Lee asked in fury as he kicked Gaara in a particular direction. Lee went to the ground and immediately appeared behind Gaara sending him flying in a different direction. He continued the series of actions by repeatedly kicking around Gaara like a game of football that took place in mid-air, where all the players were him, except that he manually appeared in each player's spot each time instead of an ability like clone jutsu. Neji witnessed Lee's movements and asked himself. Is that really Lee? When did he become like this? Meanwhile, Naruto was praying for the outcome to be favorable for Lee. That's the power of the 8 inner gates, Sasuke praised while he admired Lee's fight. The sand armor kept crumbling away, but it did not disappear completely. Lee knew that there was only one way to end this fight. The fifth gate. Gate of closing. Open. Lee almost felt his consciousness fail. Is this the movement of a human being? Gaara asked himself. Lee turned towards the side as he saw Sasuke, Neji, and Naruto. The high heart rate and an extreme rush of blood gave him a lot of time to think between the high-paced fight. Sasuke. I envied your bloodline. FB, Chapter 20. Uchiha Sasuke, not only can you perform ninjutsu but you also have the Sharingan. People like me can only hope to match with your talents through sheer hard work, Lee said as he saw Sasuke getting up once again. Naruto. Thank you for believing in me. Flashback, Chapter 3. Naruto bowed towards Lee and Guy after he wore back his weights and prepared to leave. He turned back towards Lee with a smile on his face. You can defeat Neji, Lee, you already possess the ability to do so. Thanks, Naruto-kun, Lee almost cried as he raised his hand to wipe the tears away before it could appear. Flashback, Chapter 36. Failure can become genius, through hard work, Naruto said as he left the stage. Naruto put his hand over Lee's shoulder and said. Do you remember what I said to you back in the forest after we finished training? Naruto asked. After training? Lee thought hard. Naruto smiled towards Lee. I told you that someday you will defeat Neji. Neji. This technique is my ace in the hole to take you down. But I will especially show it to you. Lee jumped back toward the ceiling. He used it as a springboard to jump forward as he thrust his fist into Gaara's stomach. This caused Gaara to lose his consciousness from the inability to feel the pain. However, that was not enough. Lee used the cloth which was currently hanging around Gaara that was used to hold Gaara's sand gourd to pull him back as he prepared his fist for one last punch. Hidden Taijutsu, Hidden Lotus. Lee shouted as he sent Gaara flying straight to the ground. Boom! Gaara's body got embedded into the ground while Lee landed nearby. Naruto finally felt his anxiousness disappear away. Gaara did not land on the ground with his gourd which turned into sand to cushion him as it had happened in the previous world. Hayate walked towards Lee, who was barely able to maintain his consciousness, while Gaara had already lost his own. However, at this moment the impossible had happened. Gaara started standing up. Naruto almost had his eyes pop out. Naruto. This is bad, everyone should get away. Kurama warned him. Why? Naruto asked. Because Shikaku is going to take possession of him. What? Naruto was shocked. Gaara did not move at all, while he stood like a statue not moving a single part. Impossible. Lee shook his head slowly. Hayate looked towards Lee who was unable to continue his battle as he was unable to stand up even though he was conscious. Guy rushed towards Lee upon feeling something ominous on Gaara. Hayate concluded that since Lee's Jounin teacher had come out, the match was over. The winner of the 9th match. Gaara. Hayate announced. However, at that moment a huge sound was made. Goo. Gaara growled like a monster. Guy stared at Gaara whose eyes had no pupils. Meanwhile, Baki, Temari, and Kankuro had completely lost their composure. That Gaara, why does he have to lose it here? Baki murmured in helplessness. Oh. This is quite the development. Orochimaru was interested. Hiruzen knew this was not good. Anko. Go to their Jounin leader and ask if he has a seal to suppress the boy. Yes. Anko said as she left. Hiruzen then signaled in a particular direction. An ANBU agent landed in front of him. Call in a sealing team. Yes. The agent affirmed and disappeared. Hiruzen then turned towards the Jounin and nodded. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma knew that they had to evacuate the contestants at this moment. Chapter 38. Baki stared at Gaara transforming into a beast that was once a nightmare to their entire village. He turned towards Kankuro and Temari as he opened his mouth to say something. You're the leader for the Sand Village squad, Baki, right? Anko interrupted. Baki turned back with an unsightly expression across his face. This was an unexpected situation, he replied weakly trying to wash his hands off. Anko's expression turned serious. Then we have an understanding that you will accept the outcome of our Jounin suppressing your subordinate with whatever means necessary, right? Anko asked once again. Baki knew he had messed up big time. Gaara releasing Shikaku a month earlier was not the plan at all. I understand, Baki said as he bowed his head a little. Good. Anko acknowledged and left the spot. Sand kept gathering around Gaara. The sand slowly transformed into one of the limbs that depicted Shikaku's body in a miniature form. Meanwhile, the Jounins helped the Genins in the area to evacuate the tower. Naruto, Kakashi looked at Naruto who just stood by, observing the changes in Gaara. Kakashi held Sasuke in close proximity, as one would not know when a snake like Orochimaru would strike. Orochimaru also stood behind in the exam hall watching Gaara gather sand from under the ground to increase the size of the body, that would eventually become the One-Tails Beast. Soon the entire tower had been evacuated, including the emergency medical room that contained the victims from the rounds earlier. What is going on? Kiba asked in a weak voice, as he strained to look towards the tower. Woof! Akamaru barked in reply. What is it, boy? Kiba asked. Woof! 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 Akamaru communicated. What the dangerous sand guy? Kiba looked towards the tower once again. At this moment Kakashi, Sasuke, and the others had made it out of the tower. Kakashi-sensei. Where is Naruto? Sakura asked. Sakura. Sasuke interrupted. Naruto went out through another exit. He is probably with some Jounin teachers right now, Sasuke said. Oh. Sakura accepted. Karen who stood by the side of Sakura knew that there was something more to this. Unfortunately, she was still in the midst of learning how to sense chakras. Meanwhile. Hinata. You woke up, Kurenai stood by the stretcher which helped in Hinata transferring out of the medical room. Hinata woke up to see all the people from the exam hall dispersed a few meters across from her while being surrounded by the forest. Bang! A sound emerged from the tower causing Hinata to look in the direction immediately. There is currently some trouble going on in the tower, Kurenai filled in on the details to Hinata. Hinata then used her eyes to scan through the crowd that had gathered around her, as she searched for a particular figure. Naruto-kun. Back in the hall. Hiruzen saw Naruto staring at the transformation of Gaara. Hokage-sama, Enko arrived by his side. What did he say? He does not have a seal at hand, so I have informed him that we would take care of the matter. Hiruzen again looked towards Naruto again. He is the same as you, Naruto. What do you plan to do? Hiruzen thought. Naruto got down from the standing area and approached Hiruzen. Old man, I've got a plan. Why don't you let me handle this? Naruto asked. Hiruzen was surprised to see Naruto reveal his motives. After all, ever since Naruto started from the academy, all this time, his motives were always concealed while he had worked behind the scenes for the best outcome. Naruto. Do you have a way to deal with this? Naruto nodded. Hiruzen thought for a bit. He then turned towards the nearby ANBU agents. Make sure that other than these two, there is no one present, Hiruzen ordered. Yes. The agent said as they vanished from their spot to follow up on the orders. Meanwhile. Outside the tower. Kakashi and the group moved a bit away for the crowd. As they kept walking. Whoosh! You! Kakashi shouted, losing all his composure at once. Kakashi shoved all the genins behind him and took a stance with a kunai towards the front. You've grown, Kakashi. Orochimaru said as he walked forward. Long time no see, Kakashi-kun, Orochimaru said in an eerie voice as he released his aura, causing everyone's hairs to stand. Orochimaru, Kakashi murmured as he increased his guard. Sorry, but I have no business with you, Kakashi-kun. But I do with the kid behind you. Orochimaru said as he looked towards Sasuke. Sasuke felt repulsed, while Sakura even more so. Hey. Orochimaru looked towards Sakura. Sasuke-kun is mine. You'd better not lay your filthy hands on him. Sakura shouted. Sasuke looked towards Sakura with a weird impression. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru laughed a bit. Why are you after Sasuke? Kakashi asked in a heavy tone. It's good for you. You already got it, right? Kakashi hesitated, after hearing that point. You didn't have it before, did you? That left eye Sharingan. Orochimaru said as the expression on his face turned crazier. Meanwhile, Karen who stood by the side found the entire matter surprising, especially the part where Orochimaru had mentioned that Kakashi had a Sharingan, which was one seemed to be borrowed. Naruto had already told Sasuke the story behind the incident, so he had no thoughts about it per se. I wanted to, Orochimaru continued. What's your purpose? Kakashi asked. The recently built Sound Village. That's my village, you see. You already understand, don't you? Orochimaru asked. Humph. What a ridiculous ambition. Kakashi commented. Oh, you said it, Orochimaru commented on Kakashi's statement. But, for that, I need various pieces which will obey my every whim. So Sasuke is one of those pieces? Kakashi asked. No. Orochimaru argued. Sasuke is an exceptional piece, Orochimaru concluded. Sasuke could not bear it anymore. Orochimaru's conversation with Kakashi just labeled him as a chess piece. You are talking to Kakashi as if I do not exist at all, Sasuke interrupted. Orochimaru frowned at the comment. He then started to walk toward the group. Kakashi frowned on every step Orochimaru took. As Orochimaru approached closer. Don't come any closer to Sasuke. Kakashi shouted as he started performing the hand seals. Ox rabbit monkey. And lifted his right hand which began to gather blue lightning energy while being supported by the left. Orochimaru frowned. Even if you're one the legendary Sannin. At the least, I can kill you as you kill me. Kakashi said with resolve as he placed his life on the line. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru laughed in a mocking tone causing Kakashi to be stunned. You're going to kill me? Why don't you try? Orochimaru said as he unleashed a massive amount of killing intent towards Kakashi. A few meters away. There he is, an ANBU agent said as the group arrived near Kakashi and his group. Tisk, Orochimaru frowned as he turned around and left. Wait. ANBU agent called out. Bang. Kakashi fell on his knees while sweating profusely. I can kill you as you kill me. Am I an idiot? Kakashi asked himself as he stared the ground. Sasuke saw Kakashi fall onto the ground. He stared at the kneeling Kakashi and then towards the direction Orochimaru went. Kakashi lost his footing just after standing up to him. But Naruto, despite having a small body, fought on par with that monster for an hour. Sasuke thought to himself. The ANBU agents led the group back to the place where everyone had gathered. They then turned towards Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Follow us. Sasuke agreed and went along with them to the Hokage. Back in the exam hall. Gaara had finally finished powering up. Hiya. I'm finally able to emerge, Shikaku shouted through Gaara as it finally woke up. Chapter 39. He has finally emerged, I see, Kurama commented. Shikaku found his vision strange. He bent down to check his body, only to find that the sand was very little for the full body size revival. TSK, there is no sand here at all, Shikaku commented, after which he observed the surroundings. Shikaku spotted Naruto, who was staring right at him. Ha! Right away. The guy I want to kill. Is you. Shikaku shouted excitedly, after which, it started running towards Naruto. In Naruto's vision, Shikaku appeared as Gaara with two huge hands and a tail, barely able to move his body, as it ran towards Naruto. Naruto joined his hands together. Nine Tails mode. Naruto activated the bright yellow-red cloak around him. Damn it. It's the Nine Tails bastard. Shikaku commented as it stopped in one place. Shikaku raised one hand in the air, and then let it fall onto the tiny stomach. Wind style, air bullets. An immensely compressed burst of wind generated a huge amount of shockwaves which caused the tatami tiles on the battle floor to fly away. Naruto lunged forth a huge chakra hand that stopped the air bullet. Shikaku stared at Naruto, who was in complete control of Kurama's power, and said. Ha ha ha. While I have gained freedom, it looks like you have had a bad fate, you Nine-Tails bastard. Your submission to this human is a disgrace to us tailed beasts, Shikaku provoked Kurama. Naruto. Let me take over. I want to teach this bastard raccoon a good lesson. Kurama asked Naruto, feeling its pride was on the line. Are you sure? Naruto asked since he felt the situation was a bit troublesome. Yes. I have been waiting for this kind of an opportunity for a very long time. Naruto agreed to Kurama, after which they exchanged places. Shikaku saw Naruto's facial expression change, as the three lines on either side of his cheeks become thicker. It's been a long time since your last lesson, you raccoon bastard. Kurama spoke through Naruto. Shikaku was shocked. You willingly submitted to that brat. Kurama smirked at Shikaku. Why don't you stick and find out? Kurama said as he sent a huge hand toward Shikaku. Kurama. Don't harm Gaara. Naruto pleaded. I know. The big hand reached towards Shikaku and swatted it away like a pesky fly. Damn it. This is what I hate about you the most, Kurama. You always want to prove that the beast who has more tails is stronger, Shikaku said in a grieving voice. Naruto. Shikaku is really weak now. You can easily handle him if you wish, Kurama said as he exchanged his place with Naruto once again. That was fast, Naruto thought as he looked towards Gaara. Shikaku struggled to get up again, but he slowly felt like losing consciousness. Darn. It hasn't been long since I emerged, Shikaku shouted, unwilling to disappear. Soon Gaara gained consciousness and looked towards Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara stared at Naruto with hatred. Why do you fight against me? He asked, feeling his anger pulse through his head. Hokage-sama. An ANBU agent showed up next to Hiruzen. Reporting to the third, the sealing team should be here in less than 5 minutes. Tell them to report here first, when they arrive. Yes. The agent accepted the order and disappeared. Hokage-sama, who is handling the boy inside? Anko asked. Keep this under wraps. It's Naruto, Hiruzen said in a low voice. Hokage-sama. Another group of ANBU agents appeared with Sasuke in tow. Hiruzen nodded. Kurenai was next to Asuma. Asuma, what are you thinking? She asked. It's about Naruto, Asuma said as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Naruto. He has been somewhat of a genius lately, Kurenai sighed as she stood by his side. Bzz. A fly landed on the finger and started communicating. Naruto, Shino looked towards the tower. He then looked towards the base. What is she doing in her current condition like that? Shino murmured, after which he started walking in her direction. Why do you fight against me? Gaara asked. Naruto was unable to answer Gaara since he was thinking of the Gaara back in his former world who was like a brother to him. Naruto-kun, Hinata watched from the corner. At this moment Naruto and Gaara turned towards her at the same time. Hinata. What are you doing here? Naruto asked as he ran towards her. Damn it. I forgot the fact that Gaara was a sensory type 2, Naruto thought as he ran forward. Just before he was about to reach. Bang! Hinata. Naruto shouted as he saw Hinata, who got trapped with a sand arm that crushed her towards the wall. Naru, Hinata fainted once again. Naruto got angry at this moment. He grabbed the sand arm out with his chakra arm and crushed it to dust, after which he landed by Hinata's side. Gaara was shocked. He knew Naruto was just like him, who possessed a monster. However, he was not aware of the amount of power Naruto wielded, nor his ability to control the power perfectly. I want an answer, Gaara shouted. People abandoned us, they abandoned us because we hold monsters, yet why do you fight for them? You are supposed to fight for yourself. You are supposed to love only yourself. Gaara spoke while Naruto used his power to heal Hinata. After he healed her a bit, her rosy complexion had slowly regained. Naruto looked towards Gaara and then started walking towards him. The pain of being all alone is unbearable. I have been in the same place you are standing at right now. But soon, I met people who are very important to me now. I won't allow those important people to get hurt. Naruto said with anger in his eyes. Slowly he looked back towards Hinata with a gentle expression. They are the ones who saved me from the hell of being all alone. They accepted me for who I was. He turned towards Gaara again as he said. That's why they are important to me. Naruto concluded. Gaara was reminded of Yashimaru once again. Love is a heart that desire to serve a precious person who is close to oneself. To love and watch over that person. Love, Gaara murmured. That is why he is so strong. Naruto saw that Gaara had dropped his guard, and so has his sand. Chance. Naruto vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Gaara, knocking him out cold. Why did you do that? Kurama asked. Kurama. I plan to break the seal and reseal Shikaku, Naruto replied. But wouldn't that make him die? Kurama asked. Hee hee. It's thanks to my mom that I am able to access the sealing chain that was part of my bloodline. I can hold down Shikaku in Gaara's body with the chains as I reseal him once again. Naruto said as he bent down. He thought back to one of the conversations he had with Gaara in the previous world. Gaara mentioned that he finally knew what sound sleep meant after losing Shikaku. Seems like the seal the Sand Village had placed on him is unable to hold Shikaku back on its own. The seal has only covered the physical aspect but not the mental aspect of the technique, thus resulting in Gaara to deal with the burden of keeping Shikaku in check by diverting his consciousness. Naruto explained as he observed the seal on Gaara's tummy. Naruto then placed his hands together as he concentrated. Huh? Why are the chains not appearing? Naruto asked himself. Boom. Naruto felt something explode in himself with an excruciating pain across his heart. H. Naruto shouted. About a minute later he finally calmed down. I can't fail here, Naruto thought. Naruto then concentrated once more. Adamantine sealing chains. Click. 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 Sounds of clicking were heard as the chains appeared and embedded themselves onto Gaara's seal. It works, Naruto said. Naruto disabled the technique, after which he got up and walked a few steps away from Gaara. He brought his finger to his mouth and bit on it. Blood started to trickle down drop by drop. Naruto bent down to start writing the characters on the floor one by one in a formation around Gaara. A few minutes later. Done. Naruto said as he got up. He then walked over to Gaara again. It's time to end one of Gaara's biggest trouble. Adamantine Sealing Chains. Chapter 40. Outside the tower. Shino stood near the entrance receiving reports from the insects on what was going on. The Genins, Jounins, and even the ANBU members have left the hall. But Naruto is inside all alone with the sand guy. Hinata has also run inside now, Shino murmured to himself. He then turned towards the direction in which the evacuated people and the Hokage was. There is something more to this than meets the eye. Hokage-sama, the sealing team, is on standby. We await your orders for dispatch. ANBU agent reported. Hiruzen nodded. Sasuke stood by the side and heard the conversation. Looks like Naruto is handling everything by himself inside. Does the third know Naruto's secret? Sasuke thought as he looked towards Hiruzen. Inside the tower hall. Seal. Naruto shouted, upon which the characters that were written in blood on the floor, slowly got sucked towards the place where the adamantine chains were holding Shikaku. Gaara grunted in unconsciousness, while Naruto held onto his body to hold Gaara in place. The characters were being sucked in a steady pace, which also increased the pain felt by Gaara slowly. Ahaha. Gaara shouted, following which, the characters had finally finished flowing in, and a seal mark was formed in its place. Phew. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. Naruto felt proud of his work. Gaara. From today onwards you can get your perfect sleep. Naruto was happy for Gaara. He then walked towards Hinata and carried her in his arms. Naruto walked out of an alternative exit away for the evacuated crowd, which was noticed by an ANBU agent. The ANBU agent reported this development to Hiruzen. It's over then, Hiruzen smiled. Naruto has performed meritorious service. Hiruzen turned towards Enko and the other examiners. Round up all the Jounins and the Genins. Conduct the 10th round, after which I will address the plans for the next stage in the hall. Yes. The examiners and Enko replied together and dispersed. Enko approached Baki. Hokage-sama requires you and your team's presence in a tower hall, she conveyed, after which she jumped towards another direction. It couldn't be. Baki looked towards the tower in disbelief. What will happen to the plan now? Temari and Kankuro approached Baki. Is everything all right? Kankuro asked. They have called us in, Baki replied. Kankuro and Temari were shocked. Soon everyone made their way in, including the medics and the injured ninjas. Gaara finally gained consciousness and stared about. Guy saw Gaara get up again as though the battle between him and his favorite disciple was one that had no significance at all. Guy gritted his teeth and made his way to the medics. Naruto. I want to meet you in my office after everything is over, Hiruzen said in a low voice. Okay. Naruto nodded and walked towards the direction of his team. Minato, your son has already become a splendid ninja. In places where the leaf dances, a fire burns. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village. Hiruzen thought as he watched Naruto's departing back. Are you the teacher of that young man? A man in a white full-body suit asked as he pointed towards Lee, who was lying unconscious on the stretcher. Guy nodded. The boy's body contains comminuted fractures and muscle tears to his entire body. Recovery will likely take quite some time, the medic ninja reported. This is the effect of forcefully opening all the way up to the 5th gate on the first try, Guy thought. I advise a bed rest of minimum of 2-3 months accompanied by a lot of supplements and special recovery pills. No matter what, the boy should not even think about training in the first month. That is all. The medical ninja concluded. Guy bowed down to the medical ninja as he left the scene. Meanwhile, Naruto watched the interaction from far. Super Thick Brows Sensei should understand that it is the best possible outcome that could have happened to Thick Brows if he wanted to take on Gaara. The previous one almost had an understanding of life after spending an entire month as a cripple. Naruto thought about Lee back in the previous world as he nodded in approval. Gaara, are you okay? Kankuro asked with concern. Gaara looked towards Kankuro and Temari. Flashback, Chapter 40. But soon, I met people who are very important to me now. I won't allow those important people to get hurt. Naruto said with anger in his eyes. They are the ones who saved me from the hell of being all alone. They accepted me for who I was. That's why they are important to me. Naruto concluded. Temari, Kankuro. I'm sorry for everything before. Kankuro and Temari looked at Gaara with wide eyes. What in the world just happened? Kankuro approached Gaara slowly and placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder. You have nothing to apologize for. Gaara lifted his face to see Kankuro with a bright smile across his face. At this moment he knew that the man standing in front of him had genuinely cared about him. Thank you. A tear dropped from the side of his eye. After a few minutes, everyone took their places by the standing area. Hiruzen noticed this and approached the stage. The problem from earlier has now been settled. The last match will continue as per schedule. Hiruzen announced, after which HIATUS took over. Chuji knew at this point his time was up, since he was the only one remaining to face the sound guy. He crouched down on his legs. I plan to forfeit, Chuji said. So that means you plan to forego all-you-can-eat barbecue, too, then, Asuma said. What? Come on. Asuma stepped beside Chuji and got on his knees as he said. Don't worry, Chuji. If things start getting ugly, I will step in and stop the fight for you just like the others did for Hinata, okay? Prime beef tongues, short ribs, you can eat whatever you want. Asuma concluded. As soon as Chuji heard the bet on the table, he summoned his courage that was derived from the food menu he had imagined, which powered him up to the extent that he started to burn with fighting intent. Oh. BBQ. BBQ. All you can eat. Chuji shouted while he cheered himself up. Back on the stage. Then, the 10th and final round is next. Both contestants come forward. HIATUS announced. Chuji and Dosu both walked towards the center of the stage as they stared at each other. I'm gonna win and have some barbecued beef, Chuji thought. Meanwhile, Dosu thought, in any case, I need to last until the main tournament and battle Sasuke, or I will not have met your expectations, Orochimaru-sama. I can almost see through it. The reason you spared us the other day was that I was able to defeat Sasuke with just one technique. Now you are going to use me to test Sasuke once again to see if he has improved, In other words, we were the guinea pigs to measure Sasuke's abilities during the examinations. What you wanted isn't Sasuke's life but Sasuke himself. I was also taken for a fool. HIATUS looked towards the two and then looked towards the center again, as he raised his hand. Now, let the 10th round begin. Chapter 41. Now then, let the 10th match begin. Shikamaru yelled. Do your best. Fatso. Ino added. The nerve for her to call me that, Damn it. Those two better watch out. I'll end this match quickly and turn you into mincemeat. Chuji spoke in anger. Then let's not play around. I'll finish you off quickly. Mr. Fatso, Dosu said in a respectful voice. Chuji couldn't let the comments slide by. You bandaged cucumber roll. I know his Achilles heel all too well from my last battle with him. Those holes in his arm emit a pulsing sound, so. Chuji joined his fingers. Ninja art, expansion jutsu. Chuji body along with his clothes expanded into a giant ball. Followed by the hidden leaf style taijutsu. Chuji withdrew his limbs one by one, after which, chakra started to flow out like a jet. All I have to do is to prevent him from aiming at my ears. Human boulder jutsu. Hooray for the big boned people, Chuji shouted as he rolled his way over towards Dosu. What kind of funny technique is this? Moreover, hidden leaf style. Is there a clan that has this kind of jutsu as their base? Dosu thought as he kept jumping back, avoiding the giant rolling Chuji while slowly guiding him towards the wall. Boom! Chuji rolled his way over, only to hit the wall. Dosu succeeded in his plans and jumped towards Chuji. The way you are. You can barely move, can you? He then raised his right hand where his sound tool was located on. That's where I attack. Dosu announced as he landed on the ground near Chuji and thrust his left hand straight into Chuji's clothes, finally making contact with Chuji's body. It's no use I'm wearing earplugs, Chuji said in a muffled voice. Like that's going to help you, fatso. Dosu laughed in his mind as he said. No, this is the end. He then tapped the sound-generating tool using his left hand, which created minor sound waves that sent ripples across Chuji's body, finally incapacitating him. Chuji then landed on the ground, with his eyes in spirals like a fainted Pokemon. The human body is made up of 70 water and water is able to transmit sound waves. In other words, your whole body is like one big ear, Dosu concluded after he defeated Chuji. Cough. Cough. The winner is, Kinyuta Dosu. HIATUS announced. Orochimaru-sama. No, Orochimaru. I'll have you know that I'm more than a mere guinea pig, Dosu thought in his mind as he walked away. Meanwhile, the medics arrived near Chuji. I want to eat meat, Chuji blurted pitifully. Oh man. The sound guy went easy on him, too, Shikamaru sulked. It's alright. Although he lost, the least we could do is take him for some barbecue beef, Asuma comforted Shikamaru. Cough. Cough. It's finally over, Hayate felt relieved as he announced. All the 10 genins who have passed the second stage, please assemble here. Hayate said as he pointed to the battle floor in front of him. With this, the preliminaries for the third exam is completed. To everyone who has advanced to the final round of the third stage of the Chunin exams. Congratulations. I will now hand over to the third Hokage. Hayate concluded and left the stage. At long last, the final round. We have 6 leaf ninjas. 3 sand and 1 sound ninjas, Hiruzen thought as he looked towards Naruto who was standing in the midst of the 10 genins that had assembled on the stage. Naruto will easily win this, as for the others, only they might have some interesting outcomes, Hiruzen thought as he looked towards Gaara and Sasuke. Sasuke also looked towards Naruto. I need to train, I want to become as strong as him. No. I have to surpass him. Flashback canon version. Foolish little brother. Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke relived the experience of Itachi killing others in the clan, except that he was right in front of it, unable to do anything as he stared in horror. Soon Sasuke fell onto the floor losing all his strength but still kept staring at his brother. Why? Why did you? Elder brother? Itachi stared at his little brother as though he had no emotions. To measure my abilities, he said. Measure your abilities? Just for that? Sasuke felt hatred and powerlessness. Are you saying that just for that you killed them all? Sasuke asked while he grieved for his kin's deaths. That is of great importance, Itachi said. Sasuke's hatred had reached his limits. What do you mean? Sasuke asked as he stood up slowly. He looked towards Itachi, the man who had murdered them all. Wawa. Sasuke howled as he started running towards Itachi. Don't talk rubbish. Itachi bent towards the running Sasuke and sent a low blow to the gut. Blurg. Sasuke felt his organs rush to his mouth as fell on the ground once again. Sasuke lifted his head in pain, only to see the corpses of his parents that lay motionless in front of him. Tears started to gush out. Step. Itachi placed his foot in front of Sasuke. Sasuke felt extremely scared. What if he killed me too? He thought as he started running towards the door while screaming. I'm scared. Sasuke kept running in a hopeless attempt as he ran across the streets that were littered in corpses. Ahaha. Sasuke screamed, seeing all the corpses that played by the side, which were just alive a few hours ago. Don't kill me. He screamed while having tears run out his eyes uncontrollably. No way. Sasuke thought as he came to a stop only to see Itachi standing in front of him once again. Don't kill me. Sasuke begged. Itachi stared down at the little brother of his. You are not even worth killing. Sasuke finally felt a sense of hope, yet a sense of shame, despite which he could only watch his elder brother in fear as he spoke. Foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, begrudge me. Hate me. And keep on surviving in that unsightly manner. Just continue fleeing and hang on to your life. I don't believe it. Sasuke interrupted. This is too unlike you, brother. I mean. The reason I acted as the big brother you desired was because I wanted to measure your vessel, Itachi interrupted. You have the potential to become my opponent in order for me to measure my vessel. You hated me. And you continued to have the desire to surpass me, that's exactly why I will allow you to live. For my own benefit. You are someone who could be able to use Manjikyu Sharingan just like me. However, on one condition. That you must kill your closest friend. One day, when you have the same eyes as I do. Come and stand before me. Sasuke thought as he saw Naruto. Flashback chapter 28. They are known as the eyes that reflect the heart. The fact is that the Senju clan was perceived as the clan that preached love and the Uchiha as the clan that followed power. But the truth was that there was no clan that felt love more than the Uchiha clan, Naruto concluded. Love, Sasuke thought as he remembered his childhood days. Sasuke, I hope this has broadened your mind. I'm sure that no one in the Uchiha clan ever realized this truth as such, even you were unaware of it though you had awakened your Sharingan. Sasuke nodded as he thought back to the time when he first confronted Naruto, awakening his Sharingan as a result. I am sorry, I cannot tell you anything about your brother, even if we are going to talk with Shikamaru tomorrow, but I can tell you this. I will tell you the truth about your brother if you defeat me in battle one day. Sasuke looked towards Naruto feeling hope rise up in his heart once again, as he regained his former expression of arrogance once again. Prepare to lose. Sasuke said as he walked back. Do you believe that I am from the future? Naruto asked again. Naruto. Sasuke glared at him, feeling hopeless from his elder brother's pressure. I will surpass you. Chapter 42. Hiruzen then finally looked towards Orochimaru. I have been patient with Orochimaru all this time. He still wishes to test my patience by attacking that boy. Next will probably be the last. Even the Buddha loses patience when insulted or hit in the face 3 times, Hiruzen thought. The final round is where each one of you will show off your battle skills in front of everyone. I want you to satisfactorily demonstrate and show off your ability as representative of your respective lands. Accordingly, the final round will commence 1 month from now. This is so that there's a suitable period of preparation. That is to say, along with the announcement of the conclusion of the preliminary match to each country's feudal lords and ninja leaders. Readying the summons for the final round requires preparation time. Not to mention the time it takes for you examinees to prepare. This old man always has such a roundabout way of saying things, Kankuro thought as he interrupted Hiruzen. I don't quite get what you're trying to say. What do you mean? Kankuro asked. In other words, in order to know your adversary, in order to prepare yourself, time is necessary. Time to analyze what you learned about the adversaries and the preliminaries, time to take stock of your successes. The battles until now were like actual battles at simulated situations in which you can't know your adversary. However, this is not the case in the final round. Some of you might have already revealed everything in front of your rivals. So in the spirit of fairness and equality, you will have a month to train yourself to further your skills. Now that that's done, I'd like to let you take your leave. However, there is one more important matter to take care of. This geezer. Kankuro felt impatient. At this moment, Enko approached in front of the genins. I want you all to calmly take one slip of paper from the box that Enko is holding. Hiruzen concluded. I'm going to go around in order take only one, Enko said, after which she walked towards all the 10 contestants one by one. Soon she had finished distributing the numbers. Good, everyone has taken a number. Then, from left to right, tell me the number on your slip of paper, Ibiki asked. I'm 8. Dosu said. I'm 1. Naruto said. I'm 4. Sasuke said. I'm 10. Sakura said. I'm 7. Temari said. I'm 5. Kankuro said. I'm 3. Gaara said. I'm 9. Shikamaru said. I'm 2. Niji said. I'm 6. Shino said. Very well, I will tell you about how the final round tournament will work. Hiruzen said, after which he turned towards Ibiki. Ibiki, bring forth the pairings. Ibiki walked to the front and displayed the pairings. First match, Naruto vs Niji. Second match, Sasuke vs Gaara. Third match, Kankuro vs Shino. Fourth match, Temari vs Dosu. Fifth match, Shikamaru vs Sakura. The pairings indicate a chance of 5 contenders surviving. In the case they survive, the remaining 5 will be made to draw lots again, in which the unlucky player would be made to fight another extra match. This is going to be troublesome. I have to fight a kunoichi. Moreover, it is Sakura, and I thought Ino was a headache enough. It is such a drag, Shikamaru thought. Good. I will use this 1 month to stand up to Naruto again. Perfect. Gaara will be the perfect benchmark for my new training. I will make it to the top and face Naruto. I'm so relieved to know that won't be in the same section as Gaara, Kankuro thought. Could I ask a question? Shikamaru raised his hand. Go ahead, Hiruzen said. Does this mean that there will only be one winner of the tournament? That only one of us will be able to become a Chunin? Shikamaru asked. The judges of the final round, of which I am one, will be made of the Kazekage, the daimyo from various countries who will assign you your missions, and the ninja leaders. These judges will be able to make a thorough evaluation, and come to a decision as to whether each one of you possesses the qualities incumbent of a Chunin. Even if someone loses the first round, they can still become a Chunin, Hiruzen said. So there's a chance that all of us will become Chunin? Temari asked. Correct, but conversely there's also a chance that none of you will, Hiruzen replied. To advance in the tournament means maximizing chances to appeal yourselves to the judges. Hope, you've all understood the concept behind the final stage, Hiruzen asked as he looked towards all the genin below. Seeing no doubts across their faces, Hiruzen smiled. Thank you for your patience. We will adjourn until next month, Hiruzen concluded as he left the stage. Naruto had no qualms regarding the upcoming battle. His only worry was the invasion that was going to take place. Sasuke ran towards Kakashi. I want you to train me over the next month, no matter what, Sasuke insisted as he looked towards Kakashi. Truthfully, I already had a plan regarding your training, Kakashi said. Then we have no time to lose. Sasuke concluded and started running towards the exit. Seems like the battles in the second stage has pushed him to this, though more than half of it is done by Naruto, Kakashi thought as he looked towards Naruto. Naruto. The third passed a message saying that you are to wait in front of his office in another 2 hours. Yes. Kakashi-sensei. Sometimes, I really do wonder if you are a kid or a grown-up boy, Kakashi thought as he left the tower. Karen. Aren't you supposed to find your other 2 teammates? Naruto asked as he turned towards Karen. Karen hesitated as she looked towards Naruto. Sakura, who stood by the side of both of them, read the situation. Naruto. I will wait for you 2 outside the tower. Sakura-chan. Naruto tried to stop her, but she had already left. What is it? Naruto asked. The thing is, Karen thought for a bit before she explained her situation. What? The grass village will give up on you if you fail the exam. Yeah, Karen said in a weak voice. Looks like she was taken in by Orochimaru under the excuse of providing a home to all the rejected ninjas under his wing in the Sound Village. I am not sure if it is right to save her since she did not exactly complain about being under him, though Sasuke's existence might have comforted her in the first place. Naruto thought for a minute. Meanwhile, Karen admired his expression of being a bit thoughtful of her even though he liked someone else. Maybe I should convince the third to make her stay in Konoha, Naruto thought as he looked towards Karen. All right. Follow me to the Hokage's office, Naruto said. Hokage's office? Karen looked surprised. About an hour and a half later. Sakura had split off from Naruto and Karen as she wanted to go back home. The duo continued till they had reached the spot. Wow. Karen stared at the Hokage building. This is it. Naruto said. This building is one of a kind. Karen stared at the arcs on top of the building. Follow me inside. Naruto said as he led Karen in. After coming near the top floor of the building, Naruto froze as tears flowed down his face. How many years has it been since you returned to the village? Hiruzen asked. Enough about that, I want to know more about Orochimaru's actions here in the village. I've been observing Orochimaru ever since he left the village. It was obvious that he would return to this village sooner or later. All told, at first I was concerned only about him, but... What is it? Hiruzen asked. He joined an organization. If it is the same as Itachi, then it has to be that one, Hiruzen thought. It's a small organization known as Akatsuki made up of 9 ninjas. Until recently, they weren't making any dramatic moves except some cloak and dagger activities. But, the biggest concern is the members of the organization. Almost all of them are listed on the bingo book. All S-rank deviant criminals, that Itachi is also among them. Hiruzen gestured with his hand for the man to continue. But recently, Orochimaru pulled out of the organization. And at that time, other members of the organization went in action in different areas, in pairs gathering jutsus and things. You're saying that Minato's child is on their list of fancy? Yes. The man concluded. Meanwhile, outside the office. Why are you crying, Naruto? Karen asked with concern. Naruto wiped his tears away and gave a radiant smile as he looked towards the Hokage's room door. It's Privy Sage. Chapter 43. It's possible, Jiraiya replied. Because it's one of the spirits who possess the strongest chakra. Hiruzen thought for a minute. What has got you thinking? Jiraiya asked. You said you wanted to know Orochimaru's movements here in the village, right? Hiruzen asked. Yes. Hiruzen inhaled from the smoke pipe and let out a small cloud before he continued. You remember the team led by Minato? Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya nodded. I put the boy, Kakashi, in charge of a new team of genins who are a lot like the old team. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. They were exactly like Minato's old team of Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. Naruto took after Obito, Sasuke took after Kakashi and Sakura. Sakura is not like Rin, Hiruzen thought. This was decided before the academy until... Until? Jiraiya asked. Until the boy, Naruto changed. It's like he evolved. The boy is the same old, but at the same time, he has become a splendid ninja, Hiruzen smiled. Say it, old geezer. Geezer? There was a name I mentioned now amongst those 3, Uchiha Sasuke. I have heard the rumors, the boy survived the massacre. Precisely. Orochimaru is now after the boy. Jiraiya thought. What is it? Hiruzen asked. There's just a nasty feeling regarding that particular part. Why? Hiruzen asked. Orochimaru did not leave the organization on a pleasant note. He had gone after Uchiha Itachi and was later forced to leave abruptly, which they considered as a betrayal. Jiraiya frowned. Why is he going after the last two Uchiha brothers? Hiruzen thought. So what happened to the boy now? Jiraiya asked. The Uchiha brat. The funniest thing was that Naruto stopped Orochimaru from making any advances on him. Jiraiya was shocked. What? Hiruzen indicated for him to calm down. One of my subordinates Enko confronted him the same evening the incident took place. Flashback chapter 26. I've heard of some excellent ninjas in this village, so I thought I'd put dibs on it. But who knew a progeny of the fourth would stand in my way? It's kind of an unexpected twist you would come across in a story though, Orochimaru sulked. But fighting with the kid, he is a pure genius. Too sad the kid was not an Uchiha. That boy is the son of the fourth Hokage. You fought with him? Yes, and not only that, the brat is in full control of the Nine Tails. He is also capable of using all the fourth's techniques, the Flying Thunder God, the Rasengan. Orochimaru praised Naruto. Jiraiya was getting surprised by the moment. His life for the past decade went in chasing after Orochimaru, though he still took his time to write books and search for his supposed fated student. Jiraiya. What is it? Jiraiya asked slowly, still being shocked from what he had heard earlier. My guess is Naruto must have met Minato and Kushina when training to get control over Nine Tails. Indeed. Jiraiya agreed. Jiraiya. Hiruzen interrupted. Even if Naruto is capable to a certain extent, it does not mean he will be able to take care of himself. I had appointed Kakashi in hopes of looking after him, but the boy has surpassed him. Though it remains that he was able to go toe-to-toe with Orochimaru, it does not mean that the boy can live watching his own back. Jiraiya nodded. Sooner or later, Naruto will have to deal with things alone, but it remains that he is young and I want you to take care of him for a while, Hiruzen said. Meanwhile, outside the door, Naruto had finally managed to calm himself down. Naruto, is everything okay? Who is Pervy Sage? Ah. It's nothing really. All right. I will take care of the boy. But there is one more thing I want to tell. What is it? Hiruzen asked. It's about Akatsuki's latest movements. They are trying to recruit one of those S-rank criminals from the Hidden Stone. From what I have intercepted, their target seems to be a man named Deidara, Jiraiya concluded. All right. I will send some people to investigate the matter. Knock. 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 Come in. Hiruzen said. Naruto entered the room. He had already calmed himself down since he knew in advance that Jiraiya would be here while Karen waited outside. Pervy Sage, I am glad to meet you again, Naruto thought, silently pinching himself with the hand hidden behind his back to completely resist the urge of running towards Jiraiya and hugging him. Naruto. I want you to meet my student, Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. Hiruzen introduced Jiraiya to Naruto. Naruto turned towards Jiraiya and nodded with a smile, while a teardrop slid down his cheek. So this is Naruto. Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Boom. An explosion took place in the forest. The smoke cleared, revealing a man pointed the kunai to another who has on his knees. Give it up, the man holding the kunai said. Can I say one thing? The man who was kneeling asked as he tried to stand up. I don't care to listen, the man interrupted as he pushed the other towards the bark of the tree. Die already. The man said as he pierced the kunai against the other who tried to stand up. Give up. Poof, the one who was cornered was a shadow clone. On making me give up. He said as the man sent a chop to the nape of the man holding the kunai, who then lost consciousness and fell. As long as we are cursed to live in this ninja world, there will be no peace, the man lying on the ground said. Then I'll break that curse. If there is such a thing as peace, I'll seize it. A man with yellow hair kept treading the book on Tales of a Gutsy Ninja with keen interest. Slap. Jiraiya slapped the yellow-haired man as he commented. Oh. You were reading my Tales of Gutsy Ninja. But it's my first published work. The sentences are childish, and I didn't do a good job, Jiraiya said as he scratched his head while turning a bit embarrassed. The yellow-haired man was naturally Namikaze Minato. No, I don't think so, this tale is wonderful. Minato complimented Jiraiya. Oh. Jiraiya's interest got piqued as he wanted to hear a review. The main character of this book. I thought his determination to never give up was really cool. He's a lot like you, sensei. Which is why I'd like your permission to name my son after him, Minato said as he smiled at Jiraiya, who was shocked from hearing an unexpected comment. I really hope my unborn child can become a ninja just like this character, Minato said. Jiraiya was too happy, but he was also feeling a bit worried. Hey. Are you sure? It is a name I randomly came up with while eating ramen, Jiraiya asked. Naruto. A sweet voice intervened. A woman in red hair appeared near the kitchen. It's a wonderful name, Kushina said as she bowed lightly to show her gratitude for fulfilling a small wish of Minato's. Kushina, Jiraiya was shocked as he saw her gently rub her hand around her pregnant belly. Are you really sure about this? If I name him, that makes me his godfather, huh? Jiraiya asked in an unconfident voice. You are my sensei. And you are a great ninja who possesses a true talent of a ninja. There is no other like you, Minato reassured. It was almost a decade and 4 years after which Jiraiya saw Naruto. Young man, why do you have tears coming out of your eyes? Jiraiya asked Naruto. Oh, this? Naruto asked as he cleared his tears away. I am finally able to meet the man who was the teacher of the 4th Hokage, Naruto said. He seems to be emotional, Jiraiya thought as he saw Naruto turn towards the 3rd Hokage. Old man. I need a favor, Naruto said while looking earnest. You have done a meritorious deed today, Naruto. Go ahead, Hiruzen gestured. Naruto turned towards the door and called. Karen. The door opened, and Karen walked towards the desk and stood by Naruto while appearing a bit shy. My name is Uzumaki Karen, I'm pleased to meet the 3rd Hokage, she said as she bowed down towards Hiruzen. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were stunned as they looked at Naruto and Karen who were standing side by side. That yellow hair and red hair combo. They both look like Minato and Kushina in their teens. Hiruzen and Jiraiya turned towards each other as they smiled. Like father like son. Chapter 44. Karen looked towards Jiraiya. He's the pervy sage Naruto was talking about. Karen then saw the look on Jiraiya's face as though he was complimenting Naruto on picking her up. He sure is a perv, Karen concluded. Old man. Karen, Naruto went ahead and explained her situation to Hiruzen. Hiruzen thought. This might turn out to be troublesome if the grass village wishes to pursue the girl. Seeing that they did tell her to not think about returning, it should be safe. On the other hand, we do have a strong reason to keep her here since she was originally a Uzumaki, to begin with. But the problem is if she knows the grass village's secrets. Hiruzen looked at the duo. You said you were Uzumaki? Hiruzen confirmed again. Why yeah. Karen stuttered as she corrected her glasses. The Hidden Eddy Village's Uzumaki clan used to be considered as distant blood relatives of the Senju clan and close friends of the Hidden Leaf villages. In view of the old friendship, I will help you out, Hiruzen explained his view on the matter. Karen became happy from the bottom of her heart as though she had been brought home again. Tears flowed out as she cried in happiness. Thank you old man, Naruto said as he Hiruzen smiled back as well while holding the smoke pipe in his hand. Naruto. I need to talk to you, Hiruzen said. Naruto had a tacit understanding of the comment, he walked Karen out of the room and closed the door. Naruto. Jiraiya here will be taking over your training. He will educate you in the arts of infiltration and espionage, Hiruzen said. Infiltration and espionage? Is he planning to employ me under ANBU? Naruto thought. Young man. I want to hear you introduce yourself, Jiraiya spoke in a loud voice. Yes, sir. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is miso ramen, cup ramen. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage, Naruto concluded as he recited all 3 lines in one breath. Jiraiya closed his left eye and looked towards Naruto with his right. Aren't you going to ask me to introduce myself? Oh boy. It has been a long time since I have seen him do this. Please let me know of your greatness, Naruto asked in a happy voice. Thank you for asking me. Jiraiya placed a leg in the front as he bent his knees in a horse stance position and raised his 2 arms with open palms with one facing Naruto and the other in the opposite direction and spoke in a proud voice. People know me as the Mountain Toad Spirit Sage who acquires immortality, also commonly called the Mountain Sage. Cough. Hiruzen coughed in an attempt to remind Jiraiya of his imagery in front of Naruto. Naruto's eyes gleamed with stars as they totally admired Jiraiya's performance. Jiraiya understood that his first impression had been established perfectly and approached Naruto. Naruto. Pack up your bags and meet me at the village gates by 5 p.m. today evening. We will be going on training for a period of 3 weeks, Jiraiya spoke as he approached the door. Meanwhile, Naruto was on cloud 9, getting to hear the rare yet familiar words he had always wanted to hear as he nodded in happiness. Jiraiya left the office, while Naruto turned back to the 3rd Hokage. What is it, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. It's about Karen, Naruto explained Karen's ability to Hiruzen. Hiruzen thought for a while and then finally arrived at a conclusion. I will let her train some basic medical ninjutsu for now. I have a person in mind, but it depends upon her training, Hiruzen said. I have one more person whom I would want to recommend for the same training, old man. Naruto said. This boy has a lot of requests today, Hiruzen thought. Go ahead. It's Sakura from my team, Naruto said. Naruto. Medical ninjutsu cannot be learned by everyone, Hiruzen said. I am sure she has a good talent for it, Naruto said as he walked towards the door. Bring that girl in on your way out, Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded to his order. He opened the door and sent Karen in. Hiruzen spoke to Karen about her living arrangements and training while Naruto waited outside the door impatient to meet Jiraiya again. Karen walked out of the door. Yo. Naruto smiled towards Karen. Karen and Naruto walked together until Naruto reached his house. Usually a boy would be the one to walk the girl home, Naruto said as he scratched his head feeling shamed. Karen blushed upon his comment. Karen. Yes. Karen sprung up as though being awakened from her daydream. Show me your arms, Naruto said. Karen thought a bit before she brought her arms up towards Naruto. Naruto lifted her sleeves to see the bite marks all around her arms. Naruto, Karen murmured as she looked towards him. Karen. I will help you, but I don't want you to tell anyone about this, Naruto said as he looked into her eyes. Karen felt her heart rate speed up as she saw Naruto's face just a few centimeters apart from her face. She nodded yes, unconsciously as she stared into the deep blue eyes of his. Naruto stealthily activated his 6 paths healing prowess to heal the marks that were present not just in her arms, but all over her body. Karen felt a soothing feeling as she stared at Naruto with her dreamy eyes, almost falling into a trance. It's done. Naruto smiled. Karen snapped out of her dream mode as she looked at her arms. She was stunned to see her arms which had skin like that of a newborn baby. It was smooth like a girl of her age should have. Karen, who had healing power to heal countless, could not understand why she would not be able to heal her own body which had these scars that she had to come across just to serve as a nightingale to others who treated her like trash. Naruto's position in her heart was cemented after all the lengths he had gone through today to make her feel safe and have a place to call home. However, this made her feel all the more hopeless when she was reminded of Naruto smiling towards Hinata. Flashback Chapter 33. Naruto-kun. A high-pitched voice interfered at this moment. Hinata. Naruto screamed as he instantly appeared by her side. Take this, Hinata said as she handed him a healing cream. Naruto spread the cream all over his face, and it had instantly healed him. Huh. Karen and Sakura were shocked at how fast it worked. Thank you. Naruto smiled as he looked at Hinata. Karen felt her hopes die down, as she knew this smile all too well. Naruto took the opportunity to bring Hinata over to a separate spot, a few meters away. Flashback Chapter 35. Blurg. Hinata spurted out blood. Hinata. Naruto screamed, almost feeling the same impact on his heart. Ha. Hinata exhaled as she slapped Niji's palm aside to send a palm towards him. Ha. Niji exhaled as he sent a palm in a manner of an uppercut, which completely caught Hinata off. Hinata was sent flying. Not now. Not now. Naruto repeated to himself, barely able to keep himself controlled. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Karen noticed Naruto trying hard to maintain his anger. Knowing that she could not run anymore, she unconsciously injected some chakra onto the seal Naruto gave her. Poof! Naruto appeared behind her, while at the same time the Jounin appeared around Niji. Hinata fell into Naruto's arms. Naruto-kun. You did well, Hinata, take some rest, Naruto said to her, after which she lost her consciousness. Naruto then placed his hand over her chest as he healed her heart, which was injured by Niji's palm strike using his 6 paths power, stealthily. Karen looked towards Naruto. At this young age, he can love a girl like a man would love a woman, truly. She is blessed, she thought. Naruto. Karen called as she set herself in motion. Naruto raised his head. Chew. Naruto's eyes widened. Karen had kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, Karen said as she looked towards Naruto with tears flowing out her eyes. She then turned around, walking away slowly. Karen, Naruto stared at her departing back, which looked pitiful as she walked away silently, weeping to herself as she left the street. Bang! Sasuke punched the bark of the tree he was standing on as he observed Naruto and Karen from a distance. Flashback Chapter 30. Naruto, who is that girl? Sasuke asked while they set traps for a beast. Oh, her name is Karen, Naruto introduced her and started to talk about who she was to Sasuke back in his world. She was also in the Akatsuki with me? Sasuke asked. Yes. Was she a strong fighter? More like a super nerd version of Sakura who would shamelessly stick with you, along with her abilities to heal. It was you, who had rescued her from Orochimaru back then, Naruto said. Flashback Chapter 33. However, what Sakura did not know was Ino walking by them at the moment as she slipped a bit and fell on Sakura. Sorry Sakura. Chuu. The impossible had happened. Karen stared at Sakura with wide-open eyes, whereas Sasuke turned back too. WTF. Sasuke thought since Naruto had already told him that he would marry Sakura in the near future. Sakura kissed Naruto. The reason I acted as the big brother you desired was because I wanted to measure your vessel, Itachi interrupted. You have the potential to become my opponent in order for me to measure my vessel. You hated me. And you continue to have the desire to surpass me, that's exactly why I will allow you to live. For my own benefit. You are someone who could be able to use Manjikyu Sharingan just like me. However, on one condition. That you must kill your closest friend. One day, when you have the same eyes as I do. Come and stand before me. Sasuke jumped from the tree as he landed in front of Naruto. Naruto, I've got something to say to you. Chapter 45. Naruto cleared his tears away and stood upright as he looked towards Sasuke's grumpy face. What is it? Sasuke stared at Naruto for a bit, thinking back to the story of the battle between Hashirama and Madara before he continued. I will be training this entire month. But, I wanted to hear your thoughts for the invasion plan since I want to help in protecting the village as well, Sasuke said. Naruto took a deep breath to clear his mind. Sasuke. I will be going out of the village for 3 weeks. Why? Sasuke asked. I am going to train as well. What? He is going to train again, just how strong will he become this time? I wanted to pack my things now. However, since you have reminded me. I want you to accompany me to Shikamaru's house. Naruto started walking towards the direction of the house while being followed by Sasuke. Nara Clan District. Knock. 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 Yes. A middle-aged woman appeared at the door. Is Shikamaru at home? We are looking for him. Oh. Friends of Shikamaru. Please wait, she replied to Naruto and Sasuke with a smile and left to call Shikamaru. Soon Shikamaru appeared with his sleepy eyes. Naruto and Sasuke. They must have come for the plan. Shikamaru took them to the side of the compound and whispered secretly. Naruto. The invasion plan might have a few changes in this time period since you have already stopped Orochimaru, Shikamaru said as he looked towards Naruto. What do we do? Shikamaru thought for a bit. You said that Orochimaru emerged as Kazekage on that day, right? That's true. Naruto stood up. I will rescue the Kazekage, Naruto proudly declared with battle intent brimming across his face. Is your body powerful enough to fight against Kage level right now? Sasuke asked curiously. Yup. Naruto said as he looked back at Sasuke. Shikamaru, thanks for your help, we will discuss this in detail once I am back in 3 weeks, Naruto said as he started running towards the gate. Where are you going for 3 weeks? Shikamaru asked. I am going training. Naruto shouted back, leaving Sasuke and Shikamaru behind. What do you plan on doing? Shikamaru asked. Sasuke stood up silently, as he stared in the direction Naruto went. I am going to train, Sasuke said in a cold voice. Are you alright? Shikamaru asked as he stared at Sasuke. Naruto ran home to pack up all his essentials. I am so happy today, Naruto thought, almost feeling a mood to sing to his joy. Time to leave, Naruto said upon closing his bag zip. He then locked the door and walked down the stairs. Naruto stopped to look at the street. He thought back to what Karen had felt at that time. Karen, I never expected to save you in that forest in the first place, ... What should I do? Naruto thought as he looked towards the sky. Soon he bought a few fruits and bags of chips and arrived at the hospital. I have to visit Hinata, Lee, Kiba, and Chuji once before I leave. Naruto approached the receptionist. Wani-chan, I am looking for a patient. Hyuga Hinata, who was admitted today morning. Hyuga Hinata. The receptionist asked. One moment. Also, I would like to visit 3 other patients, Kiba, Rock Lee, and Chuji, Naruto quickly mentioned. Your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Can I call you Naruto-san? The nurse asked. Naruto nodded. Please wait by the side. I will call a nurse to guide you to those 3. Soon a nurse arrived. You are Naruto-san, right? The nurse asked. Naruto nodded. Hinata-sama is sleeping right now. But I can lead you to Kiba-san, Chuji-san, and Lee-san. Naruto frowned for a second but gestured the nurse to continue. Meanwhile, a few tens of meters above the ground. Ha! 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 Kakashi panted as he climbed a cliff using only his right hand while he bounded his left to his waist. He contracted his arms by focusing his strength on his fingers and arms as he released himself from the depression in the cliff he was holding onto and jumped onto another spot where his fingers landed in another depression of the cliff again. Could cliff climbing be so taxing? He thought as he struggled to perform the same set of actions once again. Damn, my body is sluggish. Will I make it in time? Boom. A depression got destroyed from Kakashi losing his footing, while he struggled to maintain the balance from the backlash of the recent damage. Tisk, Kakashi felt his fingers loosening their grip as he rapidly lost support. Kakashi closed his eyes to concentrate on his chakra network. He was able to speed up the chakra activity across the network voluntarily. Open. Kakashi shouted in his mind as he temporarily removed one of his natural body strength limiter, upon which he forced his arm to contract to build enough power for a split second and pulled himself to jump across a considerable distance, just enough to land him on the edge of the peak. Ha! 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 Kakashi panted as he raised his head slowly to see a familiar figure in front of him. Ha! Kakashi reacted. Yo! Sasuke greeted Kakashi. Ha, you finally made it here. Sasuke. Soon they arrived in front of Rock Lee's room. Knock. Knock. Lee-san, I am coming in, the nurse said as she entered the room. Lee struggled to sit upright on his mattress upon their arrival. The nurse ran to him and helped him up. Lee-san, there is a friend who wants to meet you. Ha. Lee raised his head. Yo. Naruto greeted him. Naruto sat by the chair beside Lee's bed while Lee looked at Naruto. Naruto lifted a basket to present Lee with the fruits he bought for him. I wish you a speedy recovery, thick brows. Lee accepted the basket and kept it by the table beside him. Lee turned towards Naruto. Naruto-kun. Thank you for warning me today, Lee said as he bowed his head a bit. It's all right. Naruto quickly interrupted as he got up from his chair to prevent Lee from bowing. I just wanted to drop by to see you before I go for training, Naruto said as he headed towards the door. Training, huh? Lee thought, feeling dispirited about the current condition of his body. Thick brows. Naruto called as he stopped by the door. Take a good amount of rest. I don't want to hear anything about you straining your body before you recover. After recovery, you can train to your heart's content, Naruto concluded. Lee's expression brightened a bit as he raised his head towards Naruto. Good luck on your training, Naruto-kun, Lee smiled towards Naruto. Soon the nurse and Naruto arrived by Chuji's room. Knock. 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 Chuji-san, I am coming in, the nurse said as she entered the room. She was stunned to see a person in total opposite of Lee. Chuji munched on chips like a vacuum machine through a dirt-filled floor. Chuji, if you keep eating at this speed, you will be stuck in the hospital, Ino complained while Asuma stood by the side scratching his head on what to make of the situation. I will survive on chips and fruits today. Asuma-sensei has promised to take me to barbecue tomorrow, that's where I am going to eat healthy. Chuji said as he dug his hand into the bottom of the cover again while he turned towards the nurse. Ha! Chuji looked at her. Chuji-san, there is a friend who wants to meet you. Is it Shikamaru? Ino looked towards the door, only to see Naruto enter in with 3 baskets of fruits and a bag that contained different varieties of chips. Naruto-kun. Chuji called in the excitement of seeing the bag of chips in Naruto's hands. Yo! Naruto waved at Chuji as he approached by the side. Asuma looked at Naruto. Naruto walked towards Chuji and handed him the basket of fruits and the bags of chips. Thanks a lot. Chuji grinned at Naruto. I wish you a speedy recovery, man. Naruto replied. Soon Naruto left towards Kiba while Chuji indulged himself in his snacks again. Asuma thought back to Naruto's actions in the battle tower. Sensei. Ino nudged at Asuma. Is there anything wrong? Ino asked curiously. No, Asuma said as he inhaled his smoke. Naruto visited Kiba and gave him a basket as well. Naruto. Thank you for saving Hinata, Kiba lightly bowed towards Naruto. Naruto felt a bit helpless at his actions. You see, their problem has been there since birth, Kiba said as he looked towards Akamaru who was sleeping by his side. Naruto and Kiba talked for a while before Naruto left. Wani-chan. Yes. The nurse looked towards Naruto. Can you lead me to Hinata's room? I want to leave this basket for her, I will leave without disturbing her. The nurse thought for a bit before she nodded to Naruto's idea. Naruto entered the room quietly. He saw Hinata lying on the bed with her eyes closed and a blanket over her. Naruto smiled as he walked to the table beside her and left her a basket. He turned towards the nurse. "Wani-chan. Can you get me a small piece of paper and a pen?" "Sure," the nurse nodded as she left the room and came back with the items. Naruto wrote down a message for Hinata on the paper and left it by the basket. Soon he came out of the building, as he made his way to the exit. Naruto. Naruto stopped midway as he looked at Shikamaru. "Shikamaru. Went to visit Hinata?" Shikamaru asked. "She was sleeping, so I could not meet her," Naruto said in a dejected voice. "I see. But I did get the chance to meet Lee, Chuji, and Kiba." Naruto scratched his head as he smiled toward Shikamaru. "Chuji too, huh?" "Shikamaru, I will be leaving for training right now," Naruto said as he walked towards the gateway. "Naruto." Shikamaru called out. "What is it?" Naruto asked without turning back to look. Sasuke stood up silently, as he stared in the direction Naruto went. "I am going to train," Sasuke said in a cold voice. "Are you alright?" Shikamaru asked as he stared at Sasuke. "I want you to be careful of Sasuke." Naruto turned back in shock. "I just wanted to let you know, because he already left the village back in your time," Shikamaru said, not mentioning how Sasuke had reacted earlier. "I see," Naruto nodded as he finally left the hospital. Shikamaru stared at the place Naruto was standing. Let's just hope that there is no catastrophe in this timeline. Meanwhile, a man approached the bed Hinata was sleeping on. He looked towards the basket that was placed on the table. A paper? He grabbed the paper to read the contents. He skipped across the lines until Naruto. The man frowned as he stared at the name on the bottom of the message. Chapter 46. In the training field. Kakashi and Sasuke faced each other. Kakashi pulled out a small piece of paper from his pocket. "What is that?" Sasuke asked. "This is called a chakra paper. Now, before I explain about this paper, there are some things you need to know. I am sure you know that most people's chakra leans toward a certain element. For example, the Uchiha were geared towards the fire, thus they were exceptionally skilled in fire element techniques." Sasuke thought back to how he had learned his fire technique from his dad. You possess the fire element through your bloodline. But typically people from your clan do possess more than one element. Hence, the paper, Kakashi concluded as he brought the paper forward. Sasuke walked towards Kakashi and collected the paper. "So, I take it that I have to pass my chakra through the paper?" Sasuke asked. "Sasuke. If you were to do that, the paper will burn up and become ashes," Kakashi replied, which caused Sasuke to frown a bit. "Sasuke. Visualize yourself having a different type of chakra, just try to visualize something along the lines of earth, water, thunder or wind," Kakashi said. "And how will this paper react to the chakra?" Sasuke asked. "If you're lightning-natured, the paper will wrinkle. It'll tear in half for wind. Get soggy if you're water. Crumble if you're earth. And as I have mentioned before, it will burn if you're fire. It's a unique paper that reacts to even the slightest amount of chakra. The paper is made from special trees fed and nurtured with chakra," Kakashi concluded. Sasuke nodded as he concentrated. Earth, water, wind, lightning, Sasuke recited in his mind as he thought of the elemental form of each of these words. Sasuke injected a slight amount of chakra. CRK. The paper became wrinkled. "As I suspected, he's the same as me, . Okay. You're a lightning type. Sasuke. Kakashi announced. Sasuke became happy at this moment. He finally felt he had taken his first step to being powerful. Warning, Jiraiya's dialogues have been language censored. Have fun XD. Naruto reached the village gates, but Jiraiya was nowhere in sight. Where is Prelims? I have been looking forward to this for my whole life, Naruto thought as he waited for a bit. A few moments passed before Naruto finally understood. I know where he is, Naruto smirked. Near the hidden leaf hot springs. Jiraiya smirked as he looked through the miniature telescope that he had set on a hole, at the lady's side of the hot spring which provided him a full view of the beauties that were covered in fog. Oh, what good pays. Lots of pays. Damn that Shiri. The fog that exposes all but not so much. I feel like I have been inspired to write more. Ho ho ho, the wet hair sticking onto the pay. The slender yet tender shoulder blades. Those 3 sizes. These are dynamics I tell you. That's it, next title of my book, Make Out Dynamics. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya had his merry time watching a full-on peep show of the girls taking a bath at the hot springs. "Hey, pervy sage," Naruto greeted with a smile on his face. "Don't disturb me now, I am busy," Jiraiya said as he gestured at Naruto to shoo away without taking his eyes away. Naruto was happy looking at Jiraiya enjoying his time, but he could not let it go. "Oh yeah? Busy doing what?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya put his telescope down and looked towards Naruto. "Doing research. I'm a writer. I'm writing a novel," Jiraiya said as he reached into his pocket and took an orange book out, which had a cover of a gentleman in a white t-shirt and blue pants chasing after a girl in red one piece. "That book. Don't you think Kumiko went easy on that guy for cheating on her?" "Oh. You have read this?" Jiraiya asked. "I've gotten quite famous," Jiraiya thought as he held his book in his hand proudly, until a moment later his smile was frozen. "You've read my novel?" Jiraiya shrieked in shock, causing all the girls in the hot spring to scream. "I can't believe it, the kid put me in trouble by my hand, dot. Idiot, idiot, idiot. My peeking has been found out," Jiraiya cursed at his misfortune. "You pervert," Naruto commented. Jiraiya glared at Naruto as he stepped in for himself. Fool. "I'm not just a pervert," Jiraiya argued. "Are you a closet pervert?" Naruto asked in a curious voice while he enjoyed the conversation in his heart. "No." Jiraiya screamed as he put his hand up front with his fingers moving weirdly. "I'm an open one." "Ha ha ha ha," Naruto burst out laughing, followed by Jiraiya as the both of them started walking towards the gate as they talked with each other. Back in the training field. Lightning nature is perfectly suited for offensive battle. It can be used for assassination or destruction. Lightning nature has no defensive ability except to counter against opponent's lightning or counterattack and ninjutsu with lightning, which is very dependent on the element itself. Lightning is strong against earth and water but weak against wind. If lightning is used in perfect combination with fire, its destruction potential will be multiplied several times over, Kakashi explained. Sasuke nodded in return. "Alright, then. Today we start with the chakra manipulation training. It usually takes a huge amount of time to learn the method. Especially in your case considering you already have a primary element which is fire." Sasuke nodded. "Do you remember that boy Haku?" Kakashi asked. "Don't you mean Hajime?" Sasuke asked. "Yes. When you can perform multiple kinds of nature manipulation, it's pretty easy to use them separately. But using two at the same time and combining them? It's a whole another story," Kakashi said. "Using two elemental natures at the same time to create a new nature is called bloodline limit." Sasuke thought back to the battle he and Haku had. Flashback Chapter 14. Are you scared? Scared? No, it's just that the jutsu I'm using right now is based on my bloodline limit. The boy Hajime you fought had the same ability. He had a bloodline that I'd call Ice Element. But he was actually combining water and wind to create ICE. Bloodline limits are genetic, only his clan could perform that technique. That's why I couldn't copy it with my Sharingan. Sasuke finally understood the whole concept. He turned towards Kakashi and asked. "What are you going to teach me?" "First, I'd like you to witness my original creation. This technique uses both shape and nature manipulation at the same time, so observe." "I'll focus chakra into my right hand," Kakashi said as he raised his right hand, having it supported by the left, and gathered chakra into a small form, which did not have a shape to speak of, as it appeared to be a floating blob. "And change it into an electric current," Kakashi said as he added the lightning element, which caused the blob to be filled with sparks that were flying off its surface. "Next I change it to that of a power surge, which determines the power and range," Kakashi said as he powered up his entire technique. Sasuke stared at the round electric chakra orb in Kakashi's hand, causing him to swallow his greed, which was thirsting after power. Kakashi then shut off his technique. "By the end of your training, even if you are unable to master the Raikiri technique, I am going to teach you only the nature manipulation part of it. The technique will be known as Chidori. Hidden Rain Village." There was a heavy rain. In a tower located away from the city. 3 members were gathered in the room. Even Orochimaru, with pain keeping a keen eye out, can't take any major action, a masked man said as he descended the stairs from the front balcony. "By the way, the member you brought in earlier, Kisame Hashigaki, has been teamed up with Itachi," a woman with blue rose up her hair spoke. "Yes, that's fine," the masked man replied. "Eventually, we'll have the others form teams too. That's why we need another new member. Deidara, the rogue ninja of the Hidden Stone Village, it's the perfect time to bring him in." Zetsu. The masked man turned towards another man in the shade with black robes depicting red clouds all over and a face that's part black and part white, with two huge green covers on either side of the face that looked like a part of a fly trap on an insectivorous plant. Tell Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame to go get Deidara. Yes. Zetsu replied as he sank into the ground. Pain. You and Kakuzu will accompany those three, the masked man said as he turned toward the front balcony and stared through the heavy rain. Chapter 47. The trio left the Hidden Rain village and headed towards the outskirts of the Hidden Stone village. Somewhere in the forest. Over there? Sasori asked. Yeah. Itachi replied. The five entered the house with an open door. They stepped into a spacious hall that was surrounded by statues on both sides with a man sitting in the center with his back against the trio at the end of the hall. We are from Akatsuki. Sasori announced. Akatsuki? Deidara asked as he turned his head to see the three standing behind him. Sorry, but that really has nothing to do with me, Deidara said as he turned back to shaping his clay. The only thing I want to do is concentrate on my art, Deidara said as he admired his creation in his hand. Art? Sasori asked. The art I create with clay that I make myself. It can also explode. And when it does, it makes its existence more sublime. And that's when it finally becomes true art. Because, art is an explosion. Deidara concluded. And I have to take this brat on as my partner? Sure, he's full of energy. But he seems like the type to die young, Sasori said as he looked towards Itachi. It's our leader's orders. His talent will be very useful, Itachi said. How do you know about my talent? Deidara asked. We know you're aiding anti-government factions of neighboring nations with bombings. You're a rogue ninja, but what is your purpose? Itachi asked. Purpose? I don't need a purpose. I take commissions to cause explosions using my art, Deidara replied. He's annoying, Sasori commented. Is he done? Kisame asked Itachi. Who knows? Itachi replied as he stepped out of the group. I'll handle this. Itachi bent his head down as he said. Sharingan. What? You want to fight? Deidara asked as he turned back. Yes, and if I win, you'll become a member of the Akatsuki, Itachi said confidently. Don't underestimate me or my art either. Deidara threw his spider-type clay which he had just created towards Itachi. Deidara raised his up hand with a hand seal. Itachi saw the spider fly towards him as he jumped backward. Ha! Deidara shouted causing the clay to explode, right before which Itachi had dodged to the side. Boom! Deidara dug both his hands into the purse on either side of his hips. The hands collected the clay and started to shape the clay into little spiders. Have a taste of my supremely awesome, cool and ultimate art. Deidara said as he set about 6 spiders that crawled in top speed towards Itachi. The battle went on while the trio behind Itachi watched a figure that was standing in a daze. Itachi. Finish it up. Pain ordered. Itachi understood as he sped up his genjutsu. You're much better than I expected. However. Deidara paused upon which. A clay-based huge centipede climbed out of the ground as it wound around Itachi. This is the end of you, Deidara smiled as though he had everything in hand. Before you do anything, you should take a look at yourself, Itachi said in a calm voice. Deidara found something strange as he looked down only to see himself bound by the clay centipede. Genjutsu. Deidara gritted in anger. Since when? Deidara asked. Right from the beginning, Kisame replied causing Deidara to turn towards him. When you first saw Itachi's Sharingan, you were already under his genjutsu. Itachi jumped to the top of one of the statues that were under a window. Deidara turned to see Itachi who had a bright light shine upon him from the window behind. From Deidara's point of view, Itachi appeared like a divine good with the light shining upon him as though he was a divine figure, just like the other statues in the hall. This is art. Deidara slowly murmured. Itachi stared down at Deidara from the top. You've lost the match. Owawa. Deidara shouted in anger. Screech. Deidara struck through the hidden stone symbol on his headband and draped on the Akatsuki robe given to him. He turned to face the 5 from Akatsuki as he said. Let me make it clear. I won't stop in my pursuit of art. Deidara made his stance on the matter. Pain walked towards Deidara as he said. Now that you're a part of the Akatsuki, I expect you to fulfill your missions. Pain held his hand towards Deidara signifying that he wanted to give something. Deidara brought his hand under Pain's. An item dropped. Deidara saw that it was a ring. A gem was on the ring with the kanji character for blue. Deidara wore it on his finger and then pointed towards a direction as he spoke. You over there. He pointed towards Itachi. I'll never get caught up in your genjutsu again, Deidara declared. Now that you're one of us. I'll doubt that I'll have to use my genjutsu on you, Itachi said. I don't mind giving you a taste of my art, Deidara tried to provoke. Leave it at that, Sasori interrupted. Pain looked at Sasori as he ordered. Partner up with Deidara and go kill Orochimaru. It's about time, Sasori said as he hauled his body forward Hiriko form. Who is this Orochimaru? Deidara asked. I'll tell you on the way. Sasori said as he led Deidara away. You Akatsuki sure like to order guys around, Deidara complained. Hey hurry up, Sasori said. I know. Deidara said as he followed behind. Pain looked towards Itachi and Kisame. Go to the hidden grass village. What about my partner? Kakuzu asked. Wait just a while longer. I am currently keeping an eye on the hidden steam village. There is an interesting subject there. Sasori and Deidara walked through the forest. I've ordered Kabuto to keep me updated through several ways, Sasori said as he approached a stone. Sasori placed his fingers on the stone in a peculiar manner. Gur. The stone moved from its place revealing a small space beneath it. A scroll was kept inside. Sasori bent down to retrieve the scroll. Shifting hideouts. 1 month. Chunin exams. Kazekage assassination. Sasori kept reading in between the lines causing Deidara to frown. Sasori then kept the scroll on the ground and burnt it. Sasori, my man. What is the plan? Sasori looked towards Deidara. In about 1 month, no 29 days from now, we should go to the hidden sand village in the land of winds. Naruto. Do you know about summoning techniques? Jiraiya asked. Yes. Have you signed any summoning contracts before? No. Okay. Jiraiya opened his left palm and bit his right finger. He then swiped the blood onto the left palm. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Jiraiya pressed his palm onto the ground. A seal immediately appeared on the ground containing characters in a circular formation. Poof! A huge amount of smoke appeared above the seal, which later revealed a medium-sized orange frog holding a giant scroll. The frog slowly stretched out its tongue, handing over the scroll to Naruto. Open that scroll. It's a contract with the summoning toads that I've taken over from generations. Sign your name in your blood and stamp the fingerprints of one hand in blood under that. Jiraiya pointed to a specific part of the scroll. Naruto bit on his finger and wrote his name in blood while also being reminded of the first time he did it. It has been a long time since I have seen Gamabunta boss in action. Naruto then performed the seals. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Poof! Jiraiya almost had his eyes pop out. I can't believe it, first try, and he had to summon the most troublesome one of them all, Jiraiya thought as he saw the smoke reveal the hidden figure underneath. Not good. Jiraiya swiftly reacted by erasing his presence and blended in with the bushes. Jiraiya. Where the hell are you? You dare to summon me for tricks? Gamabunta yelled as he searched for Jiraiya. Hey, little brat. Naruto frowned a bit. I knew frogs used to be grumpy, but man I did not see that one coming, Yes. Naruto asked. Where's Jiraiya? Naruto smirked as he pointed towards Jiraiya who was hiding in the bushes. Naruto. Jiraiya screamed. Jiraiya. Gamabunta screamed back shutting Jiraiya up. In the great sage hall of Mount Mayaboku. I sense a great change is about to begin. This storm is much more than just changing the world. The student of Jiraiya boy was supposed to bring either great destruction or great peace. That was the vision I had seen. The new vision now involves the otherworldly. Has Jiraiya boy come in contact with that fated student of his? The great elder thought as he looked towards the sky from his seat in the hall. Chapter 48. Gamabunta spotted Jiraiya who tried to sneak away. He sneered as he jumped towards Jiraiya, sending the nearby trees to fall just from his jumping power. Naruto thought back to how Gamabunta eventually retired from his position of being a chief summoning toad after his son Gamakichi took over. In this timeline, Gamakichi would probably be only a few months old at most, Naruto thought while he watched Gamabunta chase Jiraiya like a cat chasing a mouse. Meanwhile, Jiraiya used every trick in his book to jump and dodge while he ran for his life. Naruto liked how Jiraiya ran for his life. Ahem. Chief Toad. Naruto called out as he ran towards the direction of the duo. I am the one who summoned you, he shouted. Gamabunta turned back to see a puny figure in orange tracksuit chase after him. It is I, who summoned you. Naruto shouted. Gamabunta became angrier. There is no way a little squirt like you could summon a guy like me. So, stop getting in my way like a pesky fly, Gamabunta said as he turned towards Jiraiya. Where do you think you are running off to? He said, upon which Gamabunta increased his speed. Naruto knew that there was only one way to end this cat and mouse game. That was to make Gamabunta accept him as the person who summoned him. Naruto smiled as he vanished from his spot, instantly appearing behind Gamabunta's back. Gamabunta stopped for a second to notice that Naruto had climbed on his back, to which he said. Interesting. You have the ability to climb up my back so easily, while I am busy chasing someone. Ha ha ha. Here's a challenge, if you get off my back easily, then I won't accept your summoning contract. I was thinking of kicking back for a while since it has been over a decade that I have been summoned again to this world. But if you are intent on challenging me, then, I'll go on a rampage for a while to my heart's desire. Let's see how you handle that. Naruto ran towards the top of Gamabunta's head and sat on it while concentrating chakra over the region of contact between his body and Gamabunta's. Gamabunta became mad, as he started moving his head around in clockwise and anti-clockwise manners very quickly in an unpredictable way, but Naruto's body refused to budge. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had disappeared while running, as he took advantage of the moment Gamabunta had dropped his guard down. That's one trouble off my back, Jiraiya sighed after choosing a perfect hiding spot. Gamabunta jumped towards a nearby waterfall, that had a stream that continued along the plains. Let's see how you handle this, Gamabunta thought as he turned his body mid-air to make his back face the water. Naruto saw the water below. He quickly rushed into the kimono that is holding on to Gamabunta. Tisk. Wasted effort, Gamabunta commented as he dropped into the water, causing a miniature tsunami over the forest nearby the banks. Naruto jumped from the kimono cheerfully, while being all dry as he faced Gamabunta. The water didn't do a thing. Gamabunta was pissed off. You little squirt. Gamabunta called out as he sent his tongue like a whip towards Naruto. Naruto jumped, making the tongue miss him completely, but his expression froze at this moment while in midair. See you later, little squirt, Gamabunta said as he was already in a position higher in the air than Naruto after jumping. Chief Toad, that was an excellent plan, Naruto thought as he smiled towards Gamabunta who was flying away. Gamabunta turned back, and smirked, as though he had won the battle. Naruto reached into his pocket and sent forth a kunai towards Gamabunta's back. Humph. Gamabunta snorted as he turned to the front, not bothering to avoid a puny kunai. The kunai was almost near the target area. Just when it was about to pierce. Flying Thunder God, Stage 2. Naruto teleported, arriving on Gamabunta's back once again. Gamabunta stared at his back, only to find Naruto again. I did not touch the ground at all. So the thing that happened back there will not be considered a fall, Naruto declared as he sat down on Gamabunta's back again. Meanwhile, Jiraiya who was hiding in the bush was surprised. What Enko told the third was the truth. Looks like Naruto has already met his father, Jiraiya thought as he watched the battle between Gamabunta and Naruto continue. Back in the training field. Kakashi was surprised at the speed Sasuke was improving at. This boy is very close to mastering the basic chakra manipulation. In just half a day of training, Kakashi thought as stared at all the burnt leaves on the ground, which were fried to crisp from the passage of thunder nature chakra through them. Sasuke lifted his burnt hands as he stared into them. If this is the price of training faster, then I don't care. I will surpass you. Naruto. Kakashi also saw Sasuke staring into his burnt hands. Sasuke. Let's stop here. I have work to take care of, Kakashi said as he turned back. Wait. Sasuke shouted. Kakashi frowned as he turned back only to see a crazed look on Sasuke's face. I want to learn more, Sasuke said in a calm voice, with his crazed look disappearing away. Sasuke. We will continue the training tomorrow. If we do any more training your hands will become numb and fried, not to mention the strain you would be placing on your chakra network. Kakashi said slowly while tried to observe Sasuke's change in expressions. Sasuke looked up in anger but managed to calm himself down. I will wait for you here tomorrow, early in the morning, Sasuke said as he started walking away. Kakashi was on his way to the Hokage's office during which he thought back to Sasuke's crazed looks. Is it because of Itachi or Naruto? Hope, I am not making a mistake, Kakashi thought. Soon Kakashi had reached the office. Knock. 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 Come in, Hiruzen said. You had summoned me, Hokage-sama. Kakashi asked. Yes. I wanted to talk about the girl on Naruto's team. Haruno Sakura. Kakashi mentioned her name. Yes, that one and another one he had saved in the forest earlier. That girl, Karen? Kakashi asked, trying to remember back to the Chunin exam that took place earlier. Yes, both of them. But more importantly Sakura. I would like to recommend the both of them for basic medical ninjutsu classes. I wanted to inform you since Sakura was under your care. Medical ninjutsu for Sakura? Kakashi asked. Yes, Naruto had suggested her to learn it, Hiruzen replied. Naruto. But Sakura is a genjutsu type, Kakashi replied. Naruto insisted, despite me warning him that not all ninjas were compatible with it, Hiruzen said. Kakashi was speechless. Kakashi, I feel Naruto is right, a medical ninja on a team is beneficial, after all, I am sure you'd understand this part better than anyone else, Hiruzen said. Kakashi thought back to the time Rin was on his team. Okay. Kakashi accepted and left the office. Back in the forest on the outskirts of the village. Gamabunta went wild, stomping the land flat while trying to get Naruto off his back. Chief Toad. Naruto called. Ha. 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 Gamabunta panted heavily. Kid, you win. Gamabunta said after he stopped. I can't believe it, he handles that short-tempered frog all by himself, Jiraiya stared at the scene that was taking place. Poof. Gamabunta disappeared. Naruto safely landed on the ground to see Jiraiya waiting for him. Are you ready to go? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded as they walked towards the path in front of them. Soon. Here we are, Tofuku town. Jiraiya announced as the duo crossed the town border. The duo proceeded until. Naruto. Let's stop here. Naruto turned to see Four Seasons Hot Spring Inn. Written on a signboard outside the inn. Soon a young lady greeted them at the door. Welcome. She said as she directed them towards the reception. One night for two, Jiraiya said as he tapped the bell on the table. That'll be about 6,000 Rio, the woman said at the reception. Naruto and Jiraiya settled their stuff in their rooms and entered the hot bath. The next morning. Hinata woke up. Get up slowly, the man beside her said. Hinata nodded as she followed his instructions. The man then placed a small bowl of peeled and cut fruits on the tray above her lap. Hinata took the bowl and consumed the fruits. Soon, after she was done with her bowl, the man took the bowl from her and stood up as he arrived at the table beside her. Hinata opened her mouth to say something before which the man presented a paper in front of her. Hinata read the contents on the paper, after which she froze. Chapter 49. Na. Ru. 2. Koen. Hinata stared dazedly at the letter. Who is he? The man beside her asked. Dad, Hinata stared at Higa Hayashi. Naruto Koen is my classmate from academy, Hinata said as she fidgeted around with her fingers. Hinata. Don't test my patience. I've already lost my confidence in you in the test between you and Hanabi. My father forced me to think for the sake of the well-being of the clan. If it weren't for that, you would still be training to take over. I had not lost hope, even when I handed you to Kurenai-sensei thinking that real-world experience would teach you. That it would make you stronger. Hayashi said as he thought back to when he had declared that Hinata would lose her position of the clan successor. It was very shameful for him, considering the fact that he had still felt guilty about taking the position of the main branch, while his own blood brother who was birthed seconds after him was forced to the side branch. He felt even more guilty when he had to use the seal on his brother to keep the aggressive emotions in check. Kei has already given me all the information there is about that boy. Higa Kei was the caretaker of Hinata. He would accompany her side since childhood and even during her time at the academy, Kei would accompany Hinata everywhere after she would leave the academy grounds. Kei had spotted Naruto numerous times by accidents or by coincidences. During Hinata's childhood, he had repeatedly warned her about Naruto and forbid her from any interactions. Kei had inquired till the recent updates on Naruto, other than Chunin exams which still had the matches that were to be held later. The boy does not possess the qualifications to look at you. On the other hand, you make sure to fail me in every expectation. Dad! Hinata shouted. Say anything about me, and I would not blink an eye about it. But, I will not tolerate any words against Naruto Koen, Hinata made her stance clear. You! Hayashi stood up in anger, while also surprised at the intense emotion that was displayed on Hinata's face. Hayashi no longer had the face to remain. He stomped towards the door, before which he stopped as he said. You never stood up for yourself. You would even willingly lose towards your younger sister. But you would stand up for a stranger. Hinata, are you still my daughter? Hayashi asked, after which he closed the door and left. Hinata stared at the letter, then her left ring finger, and started to cry silently. Hua. Sakura yawned after getting up. She got ready in a few minutes and descended the staircase. Sakura. Sakura's mom called from the kitchen. Eat your breakfast quickly. Why? Oh. I forgot to tell you. Your sensei dropped in last night. He said that you have to go to the hospital for training of some sort. And that a girl would accompany you to that place. Ding, dong. Speak of the devil, I think she's here. Sakura went to grab the door handle and opened. Outside was a girl in red hair. She looked toward Sakura and said, "Good morning." In a grumpy voice. Sakura stood speechlessly, looking at the girl who waited outside. Are you ready or what? She asked impatiently. Hello. Sakura's mom appeared behind her and greeted. You must be Karen, a friend of Sakura's, right? She asked. Karen stared at Sakura for an answer. Yeah, Sakura said slowly. Sakura's mom gently nudged Sakura on her big forehead. Go and eat, I have prepared your breakfast and kept it on the table. Sakura nodded as she ran towards the table. Please come in, Sakura's mom gestured towards Karen. Karen nodded as she took off her footwear at the entrance and entered inside. Have you investigated the current whereabouts of the boy? Hayashi asked as he looked towards Hinata's caretaker who sat outside the room. I've yet to do, Hayashi-sama. Right now I would like to accompany Hinata-sama until she's out of bed rest, Kei replied. Who are you looking for, Dad? Hanabi, who was nearby, asked. It's nothing. Let's go. Hayashi commanded as he stormed off. In the training field. Why is he wasting time? Sasuke stared around in anger, looking for Kakashi. About 30 minutes later. Kakashi showed up. Good morning. Kakashi greeted. Sasuke looked up as he stared at Kakashi's face. I was walking by and... I don't care. Sasuke stated as he raised his hand with small imperfectly shaped moving orb of lightning natured chakra. Kakashi stared at the massive improvement over the period of just one day. Sasuke. Show me your hand, Kakashi demanded. Sasuke frowned and brought his hand out for Kakashi to examine. It has healed overnight a bit, looks like he followed my advice and must have been practicing today morning, Kakashi thought as he stared at Sasuke's hand. Okay. Sasuke. Before I teach you the Chidori, I want you to know the prerequisites of the move and the conditions I will put forth. Sasuke stared at Kakashi impatiently. Kakashi lifted his hand as he pointed his index finger upwards. First prerequisite is physical ability. Right now, you are fast, but you are nowhere near as fast as Rock Lee or Naruto. Sasuke frowned, but he still paid attention. So you will need to train according to my instructions to gain that speed. Sasuke nodded. Kakashi showed two fingers towards Sasuke. Second prerequisite is Sharingan, which you already have. Why Sharingan? Sasuke asked. The technique is an ultra-fast jab towards your opponent. Thus when you have to be fast within a short range, your physical abilities must improve drastically. But when you're moving too fast, it's near impossible for you to see the enemy counter your attack. The Sharingan, in this case, will help you overcome that major flaw in the technique, thus perfecting it to an A-rank technique, Kakashi explained. A-rank? Doesn't that mean your Raikiri technique is S-rank? Mine is a lower S-rank, Kakashi said. Lower? Sasuke asked. You see, Raikiri is a combination of shape and nature manipulation. I can achieve nature manipulation, without breaking a sweat, but to combine it with shape manipulation is near impossible, Kakashi said. But it has achieved form, has it not? Sasuke asked. What you see, is the jutsu barely being able to maintain its shape manipulation with the help of seals, Kakashi said. Has there been anyone, who had mastered the shape manipulation and nature manipulation? So far there has been none when it is both nature and shape manipulation. However, there was one who had managed to achieve shape manipulation to the highest level, and he was the creator of the technique, Kakashi said. Who? Sasuke asked immediately. It was the fourth Hokage, Kakashi said. Caution, sexual content ahead. Continue at your own risk. Hua. Naruto yawned as he got up in his pajamas. Naruto. You've had a good sleep, Jiraiya said while writing characters on a page. Pervy sage. Naruto walked to Jiraiya. Sorry, gotta hold down the training for a bit, I've got a few lines to write here. Naruto nodded as he left the room to get ready. A while later. You're still writing, Naruto bent over to take a look. Ah. It's the draft for Makeout Tactics. Does it look good? Jiraiya asked. Pervy Sage. The attire of the woman you've described here is an old-fashioned one, Naruto said as he turned over the next page. A young kid like you wants to advise me on the description of a woman's sexy attire. You're 100 years too early. Jiraiya stood up as he stared in contempt while he pointed a finger at Naruto. Naruto stared at Jiraiya with a bit of disdain on his expression. Fine. Allow me to demonstrate. Naruto said as he took 2 steps backward. What are you doing? Jiraiya asked. Just wait and watch, Naruto said. I have seen many magazines in the future, you know, especially the ones for men. Not to mention the new fashion sense the people of the future would have. This is not even the best kind of jutsu, it takes real talent to come up with reverse harem jutsu, Naruto thought. Transform. Poof. A cloud of white smoke appeared in the room. The smoke slowly revealed a woman in jet black hair, with deep black eyes that could steal a man's soul away in an instant. The face in perfect symmetry and oval in shape that just seemed gorgeous. Lips so red and sexy that were begging to be kissed. The silky and shiny black hair went all the way down to where it curled up into the shoulders. The light hint of collarbone depicted the perfect skin-to-bone ratio. A large black shirt with a huge neck almost willing to slip off the shoulders covered the pair of perfect breasts that bulged their way out, which were of the most ideal size such that Goldilocks would pick them if she were looking for breasts to fall into. Both ample and perky, it continued down to the hips, which contributed to the most perfect curves that could be called as the legendary hourglass figure, with stunning 110 scores for the perfect harmony that existed between the 3 sizes. The proportions were so right that it could light up a man's hidden desires. Blue jeans shorts that were so short was hung up to the hips, which showed legs so long, sexy and beautiful that could have men lusting after them all night and still beg for more. Chapter 50. Jiraiya stared at Naruto, who had transformed speechlessly. This continued for a while. Pervy Sage? Naruto asked. Jiraiya gave no reaction whatsoever. He just stood frozen in his place. Naruto released his transformation. Earth to Pervy Sage. Naruto waved his hand in front of Jiraiya's face. Naruto placed his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya swayed a bit before losing his balance and falling over in his frozen state as a statue. Soon blood started flowing out of his nose. The blood flowed at a steady rate until a small puddle had formed. This nosebleed is too much, Naruto thought as he tried to wake Jiraiya up, whose expression slowly turned into that of a lewd one. Back in the training field. 4th Hokage, Sasuke thought. Now Sasuke. I am going to present you with the conditions of mine, Kakashi said as he held up his finger. 1. You will only use this technique when the situation demands it. Sasuke nodded. Kakashi put up 2 fingers towards Sasuke. 2. You will never use this technique against a comrade from your village, Kakashi said. Sasuke froze at this moment. FB. You are someone who could be able to use Manjiku's Sharingan just like me. However, on one condition. That you must kill your closest friend. And one day, when you have the same eyes as I do. Come and stand before me. I will tell you the truth about your brother if you defeat me in battle one day. Sasuke looked towards Naruto, feeling hope rise up in his heart once again, as he regained his former expression of arrogance once again. FB. Sasuke thought between Kakashi's, Itachi's and Naruto's words. The words repeatedly played in his mind. At this moment. Kakashi extended his hand towards Sasuke. Shake on it if you accept to my conditions, Kakashi said as he stared at Sasuke. Sasuke felt extremely pressured. Should he listen to the words of his brother, or the so-called battle against his closest friend, or to make an agreement, he would never intend on following. Sasuke looked at Kakashi's face that seemed full of expectation towards his reaction to the conditions that had been laid forth. Sasuke felt cornered as he stared at the hand that was placed in front of him. The Chunin exam. The revenge. The battle. The promise. Sasuke felt his mind about to burst as he subconsciously raised his hand while facing the high pressure from the burdens he carried. He gritted his teeth in anger, with his eyes tightly closed. Unknowingly, his hand fell onto Kakashi's hand. Good. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes to see his hand on top of Kakashi's palm. Sasuke looked up to see Kakashi smiling at him. However, at this moment, he felt even more pressure fall into him, as though his body would crumble on the spot if he had any more decisions to make regarding such matter. In a cave below a mountain far away. Kabuto. Yes. Orochimaru-sama. Have you prepared the 5 bodies yet? Orochimaru asked as he kept 4 kunais by the side of the table with talismans attached to them, which had characters written in blood. Kabuto walked towards Orochimaru as he pointed out in a particular direction. Orochimaru and Kabuto then walked together towards the place Kabuto had pointed. They arrived at a small room which was barren with about 5 human bodies lying on the floor that had been bound up in ropes, while they lied down in almost complete silence, except for the fact that they took weak breaths. Comatose condition as requested, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto said as he drew one of the bodies towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled as he took out a particular scroll from a snake's mouth, within his sleeve. Situational FB. In a meeting place, a man was sitting behind the curtain as he looked at a certain figure in front of him. The fourth Kazekage was wearing his Kage's uniform with a hat that represented the Wind Nation. There are 2 specific things I require for our operation to be successful, Orochimaru said with a sly smile across his face as he spoke to the fourth Kazekage. What is it? The Kazekage asked as he looked towards Orochimaru with a not-so-pleasing expression on his face. Silence persisted in the atmosphere before Orochimaru finally continued. First, I would like for the Jinchuriki boy to be the main force of destruction during this war, as I will be counting on him for major destruction, Orochimaru said, causing the fourth Kazekage to frown. What is the other one? Oh, nothing much. Orochimaru said as he sent forth Kabuto with a personal message. Kabuto jumped towards the curtain as he passed by it and appeared beside the Kazekage. He then whispered some words to him near his ears. The Kazekage got up aggressively as he stared at Orochimaru with a very grim expression. Orochimaru smiled as he waited to see the reaction of the man to his request. The Kazekage then summoned one of his nearby jounins. He conversed with the jounin in secret, causing sweat to pour out profusely from the man's head. Kazekage-sama. The man called out as he looked towards the Kazekage with a shocked expression across his face. The Kazekage signaled him to calm down since it was his direct order. The man nodded and left the scene. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the man stared at each other. A few minutes later, the Sand Village jounin placed a body wound up in cloth, whose surface was covered with sand and dust on the floor beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned towards Kabuto and nodded. Kabuto followed by raising up his hand, while he folded his right elbow towards himself with his palm straightened out. Medical ninja art, Chakra scalpel. Kabuto thrust his hand into the body to lift it up a bloodied and dried piece of the organ from the body and held it up in the air. Orochimaru took out a scroll, he then opened it and laid it on the ground. The scroll had characters written in black ink, which were neatly arranged in a circular formation with a blank space in between. Kabuto smirked, whence he saw the scroll. He walked over to the scroll and placed the organ on the empty space in the scroll. Orochimaru then clasped his hands together and roared. Seal. The organ disappeared into the scroll, following which the blank space before had now changed to a character that represented the characters for the word seal. Situational FB. Orochimaru opened the scroll and performed the tiger seal. Ha! Poof! A small cloud of smoke appeared following which the organ appeared on the scroll. Orochimaru lifted the organ with care, slowly as he placed it in his hands very carefully like it was the most precious thing in the world. He then approached the body that was lying nearby and placed the organ gently on the body's chest. Orochimaru then looked towards Kabuto and said. Kabuto. If this works out, then we are going to head out to an abandoned village, Orochimaru said as he brought his hands together. Kabuto watched patiently, while Orochimaru did this. Tiger snake dog dragon. Orochimaru then clapped his hands as he finished the hand seals. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Whoosh! Matters from nearby started gathering quickly onto the body of the bound man, swiftly altering the looks of the man. Soon, it formed a figure, upon which Orochimaru displayed a very happy smile. How nice of you to join us. Orochimaru said as he approached the body. The matters around the area gathered at a much higher speed as it completely transformed with all features becoming visible. Third Kazekage of the Iron Sand, Orochimaru smiled. Chapter 51. While the duo were walking, Sakura kept staring at Karen. Karen had already noticed Sakura staring at her for a while, but she couldn't just ignore it any longer. What is it? She asked in a grumpy voice. Sakura stared at her for a few seconds longer before she continued. How did you get that headband? Aren't you from the grass village? Sakura asked as she pointed towards Karen's forehead. The Hokage accepted me as a part of the Leaf Village now, Karen said as she continued walking. It was all thanks to Naruto. Naruto did that? But how? Sakura asked in a surprised voice. Karen looked towards her. I don't know how he did that. I only know that I owe him a lot, Karen said in a low voice. Sakura was completely surprised, since she had never seen cases of other village ninjas being accepted into the village, by changing their nationality. Not to mention, the Hokage himself did it at the request of Naruto. Naruto, just how did you convince a Hokage to do this? Sakura thought as she walked beside Karen. Soon Sakura and Karen arrived at the hospital. We were supposed to go to a room on the second floor, so follow me, Karen said as she led the way. Sakura followed behind. Knock. 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 Come in. Karen and Sakura entered the room. A man in a full-body white suit who was a medical ninja guided the duo towards the 2 seats in front of him. The medic took a look at the clipboard in his hands. You are Haruno-san and Uzumaki-san, right? He asked. Sakura and Karen nodded. The medic then handed over the clipboard to the duo. Please sign under your names, while I go to get your paperwork, he said as he left the room. Jiraiya soon recovered from the fall, after Naruto calling the room service to clean up Jiraiya's nosebleed. Jiraiya argued over how he would like to see Naruto's source of information for his sexy jutsu and practically begged on the floor to show him the transformation again. No. Naruto said in a firm voice. Jiraiya felt his hopes die as he looked towards the floor. He then looked towards the clock that was against the wall. We are running out of time, I need to train this kid, Jiraiya thought. Naruto. Let's go. We are going to start your training, Jiraiya said as he led Naruto from the room. Outside a restaurant. A man with long white spiky hair and red cloth with a big scroll tied horizontally to his back stood beside a short yellow-haired kid in an orange tracksuit. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Naruto. Do you know what restaurants and food places are good for? Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Information. Precisely. Jiraiya said as he walked towards the entrance. Naruto also followed him in. Naruto knew a lot about information gathering and stuff, but in reality, he was only on the receiving end of the information. The decryption team and the intelligence departments would usually spend their time analyzing the information, and give a proper report over it along with the intact source information to give an overall idea of the situation. Naruto would then read over these reports in the Hokage's seat along with Shikamaru, who would draft out a countermeasure or a plan. In situations requiring him to act personally, Naruto would leave the office and solve the problem himself, without going through any roundabout methods of gathering information. There was also a technological difference to the communication methods. Thus he had to forget about all the advanced means of sharing information and follow Jiraiya's instructions. Inside, the restaurant. It was flooded with people all around. People were sitting on the chairs, walking around, speaking loudly. Naruto. First thing to do when you enter, is to take only a second to analyze the number of people and their attire within a single sight before you continue ahead, Jiraiya said while he kept staring about. Soon his eyes landed on a particular woman. Humph. Nothing really does compare to the kid's transformation earlier. I guess I can only make do with what I get after all. That woman is at least not a transformed ninja or something, Jiraiya thought with a lewd smile appearing on his face as he handed over his bag to Naruto. Naruto, why don't you sit in a corner or something as you observe these people? Jiraiya said while he still had the eyes on that particular woman. Naruto followed his eyesight. He then also spotted the woman Jiraiya was eyeing at. Sometimes, I feel Granny is right, He does deserve to get hit sometimes, Naruto sighed as he took the bag in his hands and looked for an empty spot. Back in the hospital. Here you go. The medic said as he handed out an A5 size paper. Show those paper at the village library. You need to have some basic knowledge before we go into any practical training, the medic said as he opened the door for Sakura and Karen. The duo then headed out towards the library. Ha! 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 Chuji and Shikamaru panted. Looks like Chuji has no hidden injuries, all right. Asuma smiled as he looked towards the duo who had just finished their training. Asuma-sensei, you promised, Chuji said in a weak voice as he tried to get up. Asuma smiled as he scratched his head. Looks like I have no choice. Soon Asuma, Shikamaru, and Chuji arrived at the barbecue place. Welcome. The woman by the side of the door greeted as they entered the building. Ha! It's those guys from the exam. They are eating barbecue, huh? A reward for having trained earnestly maybe? Kankuro said as he stared from the top of the building towards the entrance of the barbecue building. I thought you were told not to let Gaara out of your sight, Temari asked. You don't need to worry about him anymore, Kankuro smiled towards Temari. Yeah, Temari agreed as she thought back to the words Gaara said after the 9th round. More importantly, that guy Dosu, what are we going to do with him? Kankuro asked. Dosu? He is not going to surrender to you just because we are under the same plan of you know what, Kankuro said. Humph. I am not going to surrender to him, that's for sure, Temari said in a firm voice. Then, shouldn't you be formulating a battle plan? Kankuro asked. Humph. There is no way I would lose to a guy of that level, Temari concluded. Besides, you botched it, didn't you? Kankuro asked. I mean, if you had taken the exam 1 year earlier you could have made Chunin easily, Kankuro said. Back in the training field, Kakashi looked towards Sasuke as he said. Use your Sharingan to observe. Sasuke closed his eyes. Sharingan. Sasuke stared at Kakashi's hands with his Sharingan eyes. Kakashi brought his hands together. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Following which he turned his right palm downwards and supported it with his left hand at his right wrist while he gathered energy in his right palm. Bzz. A strange electricity buzzing sound came about. Bzz. 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 Lightning nature chakra soon gathered in Kakashi's hand as he shouted. Chidori, 1000 birds. Sasuke watched the scene of the emergence of Chidori in its complete form as his facial expression slowly turned into that of greed. Kakashi did not notice the expression on Sasuke's face as he continued to speak. This is the Chidori. It is also known as the lightning blade. It is named so because of the frequency at which lightning-natured chakra vibrates at, granting the sharpness of a sword to the hand that grants the ability to cut through anything, Kakashi said while he maintained the Chidori in his hands. Sasuke managed to calm himself down. Sensei. Is there any other technique that you can teach me? Sasuke said, causing Kakashi to frown. What I mean is Chidori is good for now. But can you teach me any ninjutsu techniques which don't require a learning curve? Kakashi stood up as he disabled his Chidori. He thought for a bit. Sasuke. I can teach you a summoning technique, Kakashi said. Summoning? Is it weapons? Sasuke asked. It can be weapons, but it can also be spirit animals, Kakashi said as he brought his hand together. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Poof. A small cloud of white smoke appeared, slowly revealing a small brown dog, which was dressed up with a little blue coat and hidden leaf ninja headband. Yo! Pakken raised its paw at Sasuke. So this is a spiritual animal. Sasuke bent down as he started to pet Pakken on his head. You can summon bigger ones than this, almost over 100 times your size depending on the animal, Kakashi said. Whoosh! An ANBU agent landed beside Kakashi. The agent whispered a few words before he vanished. Kakashi's expression became a bit tensed as he called out. Sasuke. Excuse me for an hour or so. I have to go for a meeting, Kakashi said as he vanished. Poof. Pakken also vanished as Kakashi jumped his way over in the direction of the village. Sasuke stared at the empty ground in front of him. Who? A wind passed by swaying Sasuke's hair over. Sasuke looked around to see if anyone was watching him. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Whoosh. Sasuke had vanished from the field. While no one knew where he went to. Chapter 52. Balloon. The boy called out as he chased after it, while the balloon slowly drifted away from him. A man nearby ran towards it and caught the balloon. Here you go. The man said as he bent down and gave the balloon to the little boy. Thank you. The boy said with a bright smile. The man smiled back as he waved towards the boy and walked away. Gaara was staring at the scene that was taking place from the top of the building he was staying at. The fact was Gaara had stood in the same place for almost a day, as he observed all the little interactions that people had between each other, like how a man helped his drunk friend walk straight. How lovers communicated with each other as they walked by, how a mom and dad held hands with their child while walking, etc. Gaara observed the very emotions that were displayed in each and every scenario and analyzed them properly while also considering his own future. Gaara. Gaara turned back to see Kankuro who had entered the top from the door. Kankuro. Gaara saw Kankuro walk towards himself. What are you doing here? Kankuro asked as he looked down towards the street. Gaara was silent for a few seconds. Kankuro, I don't want to continue with this plan. Kankuro was speechless, as his eyes went wide. Gaara, are you nuts? Kankuro wanted to insult, but he refrained from doing so. I want to live like a normal ninja, in a normal team, Gaara said. Gaara. What do you mean by that? Aren't we a team? Kankuro asked in a concerned voice. We were sent here for destruction, not as a team on a regular mission, Gaara said. Is this a joke? You have killed countless people, not to mention the ones on the way here, or the ones in the forest, Kankuro argued. Gaara was silent. I don't want to say this but, you're nothing but a frightening weapon to the village, Kankuro paused. Gaara observed Kankuro without saying anything. It'll just be a struggle for you to join a regular unit at this point. The superiors don't think well of you. Especially that man, who is supposed to be your father, Kankuro said as he pictured the fourth Kazekage who stared at Gaara like he was a monster. I know that, Gaara slowly replied. I know that, but I will be overwhelmed with an even greater suffering if I just follow his orders like a puppet. I just have to work hard and carve out a future for myself. I must not escape to the path of lonely solitude. If I do that, someday, Gaara stressed as he looked towards the peaceful sight of the village in front of him, as he pictured an image of Naruto in his mind. Someday I can be like him. Who? Kankuro asked, curious to know the name of the man who had changed the demon of an entity to someone who was now looking forward to peace. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara said as he looked at Kankuro. Him. Kankuro stared at Gaara. I only knew hate and malice up until now. But now, there is something I understand about those bonds that people share with each other. Uzumaki Naruto made me believe that pain, sadness and happiness, can be shared with others. I learned that through fighting and getting to know him. He knew the same pain as me. And he taught me that I could change the path of my life. Gaara smiled as he looked towards Kankuro. Gaara, Kankuro managed to utter in his shock of seeing Gaara smile like a normal human being. But when did you fight Naruto? What do you mean by the same pain as you? He is a Jinchuriki like me. I fought him when I lost control of the One-Tails. I do not know what happened, but I heard Shikaku complaining about being sealed by Naruto again, Gaara said. He did what? Kankuro shouted. This is bad. Kankuro stepped towards Gaara. Kankuro. Gaara stopped him. I was finally able to sleep in peace for an entire night, Gaara said, causing Kankuro to be even more shocked. I am grateful to him. Especially when he fought me. A girl appeared trying to stop the fight between us. I became angry, and grabbed her. But I was not angry because she interfered. I realized that I only became angry because the girl cared for him even though he was just a monster just like me. It was because of that I realized that someday, I want to feel needed by someone. Not as a frightening weapon. But as a human. Gaara smiled towards Kankuro, after which he turned towards the view of the village. Gaara, it is not going to be easy, as the majority of the village is scared of you, even if you have us siblings by your side, Kankuro said. Actually I have thought of that as well, Gaara said as he looked towards Kankuro again. Do you remember what Naruto said during the test? He asked. The Chunin exam's first stage. Kankuro thought back to the time Naruto stood up in the exam hall. His expression once more became that of a shock. You mean? That's right. Gaara said as he continued. As a sand ninja, I will strive to become the Kazekage. To live bonded with the village. I want to work hard, and become acknowledged by others. Just like Naruto, one day I will become the Kazekage. Bang! A cloud of dust rose up in the air. Cough. 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 The dust smoke cleared up, revealing Sasuke as he recovered from the sudden fall and looked around. Where the hell is this place? Was I not supposed to get an animal through the summoning or something? Why have I been teleported instead? Sasuke thought as he looked around. Hiss. Sasuke immediately turned around while grabbing a kana in his hand, as he blocked a snake that flew right at him. What the hell is wrong with this snake? Sasuke thought. Impressive, a woman's voice was heard. Who is it? Sasuke looked around to see a woman in a kimono walk up to him. I am sorry, but you must die, she said as she brought a kunai in her hand down upon Sasuke. Wait. Another voice interfered. What is it? The woman turned back in anger. The white snake sage has invited the boy in, the voice informed, causing the facial expression of the woman to change. Tisk, the woman frowned as she drew back her kunai. Meanwhile, Sasuke was sweating from almost losing his life back there. Follow me in, the woman said as she walked in a particular direction. Sasuke followed quietly without any questions. Soon he was brought to a hall where a huge white snake coiled about on a raised platform. The woman walked towards the snake and bowed down. I am sorry for my actions earlier. The white snake raised its head as it gazed at Sasuke. Are you the white snake sage? Sasuke asked. Insolence. The woman screamed in anger as she retrieved her kunai from the back pocket. Stop. A huge voice boomed about in the hall, causing both the woman and Sasuke to drop on the floor simultaneously. Young man, an ancient voice reached Sasuke's ears. Sasuke looked up at the white snake sage. Did you perform a summoning jutsu earlier? It asked. There was silence for a bit, after which Sasuke finally managed to calm himself down and answered. Yes. The snake observed Sasuke a bit before it continued. Do you seek power? It asked. Sasuke frowned at the question, but he couldn't deny it. Yes. Sasuke said in a firm voice. Why you? The woman on the ground became angry again, only to be interfered by the voice she revered. Young man, this is the Richie Cave. Normally, people cannot enter the cave, much less find it. Only those who seek power can enter. As destiny may have it, your fate was tied to this cave. Sasuke watched calmly as he listened. I will grant you power. In exchange. In exchange? Sasuke prompted. You must pass 3 trials to prove yourself. Do you agree? The White Snake Sage asked. Can you give an explanation of the trials? Sasuke asked. The White Snake Sage stared for a bit before it continued. First trial, you will face 1,000 snakes. Second trial, you will face 1 giant snake. Third trial, is the injection of my blood. As long as your body can survive the transformation, you will gain incredible powers, the White Snake Sage concluded as it looked towards Sasuke for an answer. Sasuke grinned as he raised his head. Yes. Chapter 53. Sakura looked towards Karen as they walked towards the library. Karen. Earlier, the medic said your surname is Uzumaki, didn't he? Sakura asked. Yes, Karen prompted for Sakura to continue. Naruto has the same surname. So are you both related in any way? Sakura asked. Karen stopped walking, following which Sakura stopped as Karen looked towards her. We were originally a part of the Uzumaki clan, Karen said. Uzumaki clan? Karen pointed a finger towards one of the ninjas in front of them. Do you see the ninja with a green vest over there? She asked. Yeah. Sakura said as she focused on it. There's a small circular symbol in red on both upper arms of the sleeve he is wearing, are you able to see that? Karen asked. That red spiral? Precisely. That symbol is none other than the village symbol for the hidden Eddy. Originally Uzumaki clan was part of the Eddy village. We were special for our strong life force and the ability to seal. But people also wished to destroy us due to that, Karen explained. Life force and ability to seal? Sakura confirmed. Yes. Many years ago, the village was raided and destroyed over the course of a night. What? Sakura was shocked. There were a few who managed to escape far and wide, as they were slowly assimilated into different villages and blended in with people over time. My parents had managed to take refuge in the hidden grass village, so I came from there, Karen concluded. Meanwhile, a subordinate snake led Sasuke to a particular place within the cave. Enter that area and your trial shall begin, the snake said. Sasuke nodded as he walked to the center of the field. Are you ready? The snake asked. Yes. Sasuke confirmed. Your first trial, Battle of 1,000 Snakes, begins. The snake announced as it activated an array. Poof! A huge white cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire field in sight. Soon the smoke cleared away, only to reveal 1,000 snakes at once. What the? Sasuke stared at the snakes as he almost lost his footing. Hope, you are prepared. They have the ability to poison you. The snake said in a mocking voice. Humph. Sasuke had an arrogant expression on his face, as he closed his eyes. Sharingan. Sasuke concentrated chakra into his foot as he burst out like a rocket. Hiss. All the snakes sneered as they made their way over. Sasuke took a huge jump into the air. Serpent ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Hoof. Sasuke blew the fireball towards the incoming snakes. The fireball burnt many snakes, nearby. Soon the fireball cleared away, revealing about more than 800 or so snakes remaining. Not good, I need to preserve my energy for the other 2 trials, Sasuke thought as the snakes continued proceeding towards him. Sasuke took out a kunai as he ran forward while holding one in his hand. What will happen if I use the lightning release to do chakra dash? Sasuke thought as he tried releasing lightning-natured chakra through his foot. Bang! The ground got destroyed, following which his leg got stuck at the spot where he tried to use his lightning chakra. HIATUS. The snakes slithered their way to him, causing his expression to become grave. Sasuke used the lightning-natured chakra again to free up his leg from the stuck area as he retreated backward. This is wrong, Sasuke thought back to Kakashi's words. FB. It is also known as the lightning blade. It is named so because of the frequency at which lightning-natured chakra vibrates at, granting the sharpness of a sword to the hand that grants the ability to cut through anything, Kakashi said while he maintained the Chidori in his hands. FB. Maybe, it should be circulated throughout my body, instead of my legs to increase my body's vibration frequency. Sasuke thought as he concentrated on his chakra network while the snakes were getting much closer. A few kilometers away from the Hidden Leaf Village, two figures were traveling at high speed across the forest towards a particular direction. Orochimaru-sama. What is it? Kabuto. Where are we going? You will find out soon. Orochimaru said as the duo proceeded for a while. Soon the duo arrived at a place of ruins. Orochimaru-sama. This is? Kabuto asked. The Hidden Eddy Village. Orochimaru answered as he proceeded along a direction, near the outskirts of the village. We are here. Orochimaru stopped in a place. A temple? Kabuto asked. Not just any temple, but the Uzumaki clan no mask hall, Orochimaru said as he approached towards a particular area. Masks? Kabuto looked towards Orochimaru who picked a specific mask. Orochimaru and Kabuto then proceeded towards the center of the temple hall. Orochimaru turned towards Kabuto. Summon 2 bodies from the remaining 4. Kabuto nodded as he summoned a giant scroll. He then placed it onto the floor and opened it. Inside were 2 huge seals till the part the scroll had opened. Kabuto moved his finger towards his face and bit on it. He then drew the blood over the 2 seals in the scroll. Summon. Poof. Poof. 2 bodies appeared. Orochimaru took out a small scroll with 3 seals on it. He used the tiger hand seal and summoned formed the scroll. A dried piece of flesh appeared on his hand. Orochimaru then reached into his pocket and handed over a kunai with a talisman on it along with the flesh to Kabuto. Be ready to use the kunai when I give the signal, Orochimaru ordered, to which Kabuto nodded. Orochimaru then placed the mask over his face. Kacha. Kacha. Orochimaru's hands moved like they were possessed as they slowly raised in the air and were fixated on a certain height. A stream of eerie laughter was heard, after which a ghost appeared in an astral form behind Orochimaru with a dagger in its mouth. Forbidden Summoning Jutsu, Reaper Death God Possession. Orochimaru controlled the Reaper Death God to remove the dagger from its mouth and forced open the stomach. A blue-color humanoid astral form flew out. Orochimaru released the summoning and exited out of his body in his original snake form and transferred it to one of the 2 bodies that were nearby. Orochimaru then woke up and took the flesh from Kabuto's hand as he walked towards the remaining body. Orochimaru bent down and placed the flesh and then brought his hands together. Tiger Snake Dog Dragon. Orochimaru then clapped his hands as he finished the hand seals. Forbidden Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Matters from nearby started gathering quickly onto the bound body, swiftly altering the looks of the body. Soon, it formed a yellow-haired figure, upon which Orochimaru displayed a pleased smile. Where am I? Isn't this? Minato's facial expression froze. While Orochimaru's own reached the peak of happiness. I've successfully turned him into a killing puppet, Orochimaru smirked. Back in Richie Cave. The snakes were almost about to reach Sasuke. Concentrate, Sasuke screamed in his mind as he frantically revolved the lightning-natured chakra around his entire chakra system. Just as the snakes were about to bite Sasuke. A coat of lightning-natured chakra appeared around his entire body as he vanished from the spot he was previously standing in. Slash. 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 Sasuke whizzed around in between the snakes, as he slashed them apart one by one. Sasuke felt extremely fast, but he also felt his weapon was lacking at the same time. Maybe I should circulate it around the kunai too, Sasuke thought as he concentrated his chakra onto the kunai. Meanwhile, the snake who was watching over Sasuke's performance from the outside murmured. Quite interesting. Sasuke smiled as he stared at the remaining snakes. Let's get this over with. Whoosh. Slash. 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 Sasuke went about slashing every snake he came across to bits. Soon he had finished them all while sweating a bit as he stared at the snake who was monitoring him. The snake announced. Trial 1, Battle of 1,000 Snakes cleared. Chapter 54. About 2 hours later. Whoosh! Kakashi landed in the training field. Sasuke is not here. Kakashi felt shivers down his spine. Whoosh! Kakashi turned around and traveled at full speed towards Sasuke's house. Uchiha District. Kakashi lifted the no-entry tape at the entrance, following which he entered the gates. Whoosh! Kakashi appeared in front of a window and looked through it. This is bad. Kakashi thought as he jumped about over the buildings to cross the district with full speed towards the direction of the Hokage's office. Along the way. It couldn't be that Orochimaru chose the time of my absence to abduct Sasuke now, did he? Then there's the other possibility. Kakashi thought back to a few hours ago that he had demonstrated the summoning technique to Sasuke. Just maybe, Kakashi hoped as he continued towards the office. Back in the Uzumaki clan no mass call. Orochimaru packed up the scroll after storing the body on the floor. Kabuto also helped him in the cleanup process. Soon, after they were done, Orochimaru reached into his pocket for a scroll. Kabuto. Yes. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru handed over a small red scroll to Kabuto. Take this. This is? Kabuto asked. This is the plan for that day for the Sand Ninjas. Hand this scroll over to that squad's Jounin leader Baki, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru-sama. Are you sure about this? Kabuto asked. Orochimaru looked towards the direction of Hidden Leaf Village with an arrogant gaze. The recent peaceful times has put the country in slumber. While all the other nations are busy racing to expand their military. Kabuto nodded. Though I don't know how much fun it would be to take out that old man, Orochimaru smirked. Is that so? To me, it looks like you still have hesitations about it, Kabuto said, causing Orochimaru to frown. From now on, the power of each hidden village will clash with one another in a long and violent manner. The Sound Village is also one of them. You intend to be the trigger for all that. And use him for a bullet. Our Sasuke right? Kabuto said while his face looked forwards whereas his eyes looked at Orochimaru through the corner of his spectacles. Orochimaru snickered. But Orochimaru-sama. Why not go after Naruto-kun? Clearly that boy is far more powerful than Sasuke, not to mention he has the 9 tails as well, and he is an Uzumaki, albeit he doesn't have the red hair trait. I mean, you get the Uzumaki bloodline to experiment on, a young body and a weapon of destruction for the Sound Village, making it be on par with the other hidden villages, Kabuto said. Naruto is not easy to control. He is extremely strong for a kid his age, and also has a good judge of character, unlike the gullible geezer in the village who believes in solving through conversations. Besides, you already know the pains we have gone through to make sure to have a proper countermeasure against the boy. To think there was a jutsu as interesting as making a contract with the god of death himself. Truly, that first attempt was a wasted effort. Orochimaru thought back to how he had failed in awakening the 4th Hokage on the previous day due to his soul not being present in his body. Yeah. Kabuto agreed. Kabuto. Despite the problem of facing Naruto, there will be a bigger problem if we took him, Orochimaru said. You mean, Kabuto prompted. The Akatsuki. Orochimaru said. Knock. 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 Come in. Hiruzen said. Hokage-sama. Kakashi called out as he walked in large strides towards the table. Has there been any reports on him coming back to the village today? Kakashi asked. No, why do you ask? Hiruzen questioned as he took a sip of tea from his glass. Sasuke is missing. Kakashi said. What? Hiruzen stood up. There is a small probability of something else. What is it? Hiruzen asked. He might have been reverse summoned, Kakashi said. Hiruzen sat back on his chair in silence for a few moments. He then smiled and said. This had happened to Jiraiya before. But just to make sure, I will inform the ANBU to tighten their guards, Hiruzen said. Kakashi felt a significant burden being taken off his back as he sighed. Soon, Kakashi left the room. Hidden Leaf Hospital. Hinata-sama. Please be careful as you descend the staircase, Kei said as he brought Hinata down the staircase gently as they exited the building. Soon the duo reached the Hyuga clan district. Kei walked Hinata to her room. Thank you Kei, Hinata smiled as he sat down on the floor cushion. Don't worry Hinata-sama. I am your caretaker after all. Kei smiled as he left the room. It was evening time. With the sun almost setting down and the sky turning orange. Kei was disguised in everyday clothes with a normal colored pupil in his eyes as he set off towards a particular direction. Naruto. I will make sure you pay for playing with Hinata-sama's feelings, he declared in his mind. Hua. Sakura and Karen yawned after a long day at the library. We have to report back at the hospital, right? Karen asked. Sakura nodded. Karen took a step down as Sakura interrupted. Hey. You don't mind if we stop by a place for a few minutes on the way, right? Sakura asked. Sure, why not? Karen said as she continued walking forwards. Soon the duo arrived at the entrance of a building. Flowers? Karen stared towards her front, while Sakura walked in. Sakura stared about before her eyes finally landed on a figure who was eyeing at her. Oh, how unusual for you to come by to buy our flowers, Ino asked. At this moment Karen also entered the shop. Oh, you also brought a friend along? Ino asked. Why would you care? Besides, isn't it unusual that you are minding the shop? Sakura asked as she bent towards a particular plant. I'll choose quickly, Sakura thought. People don't like flowers with roots when they're in the hospital, since they don't want to be rooted. In the hospital, Ino approached Sakura. So cut flowers are fundamental. Ino squatted down near Sakura who was on her knees looking closely at the flowers. Sakura nodded. So who are they for? Ino asked. They are for Lee-san, Sakura smiled at Ino. Lee-san? That boy with thick brows from Gai-sensei's team? Ino asked. Yeah. I heard from Naruto and Sasuke that Lee helped out in their training a lot, so I am grateful, Sakura said. So one narcissus flower, right? Ino asked. Yes. Sakura said. Meanwhile, Karen stared at some dandelions. The yellow petals on the flower reminded her of his image. Naruto. Karen stared at the yellow petals, which made her blush upon thinking of him. Back in Tofuku town. Naruto stared at an empty plate in front of his desk, while Jiraiya was on the other side of the restaurant, hitting it off with a few people in a drinking competition. It has been 5 restaurants. Naruto took a salt bottle in his hand and shook it a bit out of boredom. Hey. I just came across these 2 strange ones in black robes, man. And man, they had this creepy vibe, especially this small and bulky dude who kept sliding across the ground. Naruto heard a conversation from about 2 tables away. He perked his ears up in attention, doing it entirely out of boredom as he grabbed a glass of water nearby his arm. Yeah. I think I saw 2 just like them about 4 days ago near the Wind Nation. Yeah. The man said as he drained his drink. Oh yeah. Just like he said, 2 dudes, one normal and one short, who dragged across the ground. They, both had straw hats, and both wore black robes with some symbol fluffy like clouds. Oh right, red clouds. Naruto spat out all the water in shock on a person next to him. Akatsuki. Naruto got up in shock. Hey. Why did you do that? The man nearby screamed, drowned in the water that Naruto had just spat out. Naruto quickly grabbed some paper towels from nearby and helped the man. Why are they here so fast? Naruto thought. Back in Richie Cave. The white snake sage looked at all the snakes in front of him. Let me go. I'ma rip him to shreds, Manda shouted, ready to get into battle. The white snake sage thought for a bit before his eyes landed on Aoda, who was coiled up in silence, right next to Manda. You go. The white snake sage said to Aoda. Aoda lifted its head and bowed towards the white snake sage and then slithered its way towards the field. Meanwhile, Sasuke waited patiently as he tried to restore some of his consumed chakra. Soon, Aoda appeared as it slithered its way to the field and coiled up next to Sasuke. The monitoring snake stood by the field as it activated the barrier and announced. The second trial, combat against giant snake. Begin. Chapter 55. Sasuke clad himself in lightning nature chakra and dashed towards Aoda. This time, Sasuke's speed was even faster, as his proficiency with lightning nature chakra became better under the pressure of facing off against Aoda who was, on a whole, another league compared to the tiny snakes. Aoda quickly dodged Sasuke. Sasuke also jumped backward upon missing his attack. Aoda returned by going behind Sasuke and pounced for an attack. Sasuke narrowly dodged by turning his body in mid-air making his back collide against Aoda's scales. Aich! Sasuke screamed almost feeling his skin tear off from the encounter due to the sharp scales digging into his skin. Sasuke used his position to his advantage by drawing out his kunai and coating it in lightning-natured chakra, as he slashed it towards Aoda. Slash! The kunai was barely able to penetrate the hard scales of Aoda. Heis! Aoda reacted to the slash feeling a bit of pain. Sasuke's expression turned grave. Is this how powerful a huge summoning animal should be? Sasuke thought as he retreated. Great sage. Why does Aoda get to have all the fun? You could have sent in Manda. The white snake sage looked towards her. Tgthegood. The boy's fate led him to this cave through reverse summoning. He needs to be given a fair chance through trials, even if he only wishes to contract. As usual, if he fails, you can all feast upon him, the white snake sage explained. But why Aoda? Tgthegood asked. Manda is arrogant, he would crush the boy before he had a chance. Aoda is patient, and will slowly unveil the potential of the boy. It's interesting this way, the white snake sage said. Ha! 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 Sasuke panted as he landed on the ground, meanwhile Aoda adjusted its body preparing for the next round of exchange against Sasuke. Calm down. Analyze the movements, Sasuke thought as he closed his eyes. Sharingan. Sasuke opened his eyes, upon which Aoda launched towards Sasuke. Sasuke once again clad himself in lightning-natured chakra. As he waited patiently, Aoda opened his mouth as he neared Sasuke. Now. Sasuke vanished from his spot, immediately following which Aoda snapped his jaws at where Sasuke previously stood, only that he had snapped at nothing but air. Sasuke appeared above Aoda, as he turned his face to look at the particular spot where he had stabbed Aoda with his kunai in the previous exchange. Just as Sasuke descended onto Aoda, he gave a series of kicks onto the spot that was damaged as he twisted his body kick after kick with each swing increasing the destructive potential of the kicks. Hidden Taijutsu, Lion's Barrage. HIATUS. Aoda screamed in pain as it retreated backward. Sasuke landed on the ground again. He brought his kunai to his chest level as he panted in excitement, while he faced Aoda. Kei returned back from his investigation. Hayashi-sama. Kei stopped as he bowed towards Hayashi. So did you get any news? Hayashi asked. Kei swayed his head horizontally, indicating that he had failed. The boy left the village with Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary three, Kei said in a low voice. What Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin? Hayashi asked. Yes, Hayashi-sama. I am afraid that's the case here. Hayashi looked towards the room where Hinata was resting at. He then turned back towards Kei. Let this matter rest temporarily till the boy returns, Hayashi said. Yes. Kei bowed. Hinata stared at the setting sun. Soon, Niji appeared in front of her room. Niji-Nizan, Hinata stared in shock at Niji's sudden arrival. Niji stared at Hinata for a few seconds before he performed a Dajiza. Author's note, somewhat like kowtow. Niji-Nizan, Hinata exclaimed as she crawled over to try to make Niji get up. Hinata-sama. Please forgive my actions from earlier, Niji pleaded. Niji-Nizan. I have already forgiven you, Hinata thought back to when Naruto caught her, turning beet red, to the point of forgetting the battle against Niji. Still, I deserve punishment, Niji said as he bowed down again. Niji-Nizan. Hinata murmured. I realized that destiny had nothing to do with this, that you had nothing to do with this. Niji said as he thought about his hatred towards Hayashi for what he had Niji's father do. To save himself by making his dad who was identical to him to die in his place. Niji had a deep hatred for both the Hidden Clouds and Hayashi for his father's death, and also the fact that they were twin brothers, despite which his father was forced to the branch clan since he had born a few seconds later. I am happy that your thoughts have changed, Hinata said as she placed her hands on Niji's shoulders and smiled. Niji bowed once again towards Hinata as he excused himself and left the place. As Niji walked through the corridors, Hayashi also entered the same place, appearing right in front of Niji. Niji gave a light glare towards Hayashi as he bowed a bit to show his forced respect towards his clan leader. Hayashi observed Niji's actions, as he watched Niji continue ahead after bowing down towards him. He stared at Niji's departing back. Hizashi. It was night time. Gaara stood at the top of the building as he kept observing the people's interactions, slowly gaining an understanding of human emotions. Whoosh! Dosu landed on the rooftop as he walked towards Gaara. You stood here all day? Dosu asked in a sarcastic tone. Gaara did not like his tone for some reason, but he still maintained a light amicable expression on his face as he looked at Dosu. What do you want? Gaara asked. I thought I'd crush you now, Dosu said. Gaara thought back towards Kenkuro's words. FB. I don't want to say this but, you're nothing but a frightening weapon to the village, Kenkuro paused. Gaara observed Kenkuro without saying anything. FB. Gaara walked towards Dosu slowly. If I am to defeat you now, there'd be the possibility for me, after the first battle to be able to fight against Sasuke, Dosu continued. Gaara stopped just within 10 meters of Dosu. I know your sand attack, Dosu said. I wonder which is faster, yours or my sound, Dosu said. Gaara closed his eyes. He whipped his left hand out, following which a small blob of sand flew out towards Dosu's right gauntlet. Dosu was surprised, but before he could react. Clamp! The blob of sand entered into the gauntlet in one full swoop and blocked it from producing any sound at all. Gaara looked at Dosu. "Retreat now, and I will overlook this matter," Gaara said. Dosu was shocked. How did he? Was he this forgiving? His attitude and tone seems to be different, Dosu thought as he stared at Gaara speechlessly. Gaara looked away from Dosu as he stared at the site of the village. "Fight Temari in a fair match. If you defeat her, you might get to battle against Sasuke," Gaara said. "Humph. I'll remember this," Dosu said as he left the place. Meanwhile, Kabuto and Baki watched the encounter between Dosu and Gaara. Amazing he has changed, Kabuto admired Gaara for how swiftly he had disabled Dosu. Baki agreed. "I wish he had killed Dosu though," Kabuto sulked. "But is it okay?" "He's a sound ninja," Baki said with a shocked expression. "It's alright, he's long since served his purpose," Kabuto said emotionlessly. "I thought he was a guinea pig in order to see the power of the boy called Sasuke or something," Baki said in a low voice as they communicated in the shadows in front of a building. At this moment, there was another man lurking in the shadows, listening in on their conversation. It was the exam proctor Geku Heiate. Why is he with the sand ninja? Heiate thought as he observed the interaction that was taking place. Kabuto handed over the scroll to Baki. Baki stared at the scroll and then towards Kabuto. "This is the carry-out plan from Sound," Kabuto said. "If they find out that you're having a secret meeting here with me, the plan to destroy the Leaf Village and everything will be for naught." Baki replied. "What?" Heiate was shocked to hear this revelation. Kabuto turned towards Baki. "If you guys are going to fail, we'll back off immediately," Kabuto said without a care. "It's a plan that was originally posed by the Sound, so," Baki paused. "That sand is invisible until the last moment. This is the will of the Kazekage," Baki said. "I must inform Hokage-sama." Heiate thought. He turned back, only to hit into someone. Heiate fell on his back as he stared at the figure in front of him. The battle between Sasuke and Aoda went on for a while to the point where both Sasuke and Aoda were tired out. "Damn it. I don't have enough chakra for a long battle, ... Sasuke thought while Aoda raised its head once again. "There's only one option left," Sasuke thought. He brought his hands together. Monkey dragon rat bird ox snake dog tiger monkey. Sasuke brought his left hand down, following which he placed his right hand over it. "Shake on it if you accept my conditions," Kakashi said as he stared at Sasuke. "I am going to present you with the conditions of mine," Kakashi said as he held up his finger. 1. You will only use this technique when the situation demands it. Sasuke nodded. Kakashi put up 2 fingers towards Sasuke. 2. You will never use this technique against a comrade from your village, Kakashi said. You are someone who could be able to use Manjikyu Sharingan just like me. However, on one condition. That you must kill your closest friend. And one day, when you have the same eyes as I do, come and stand before me. I will tell you the truth about your brother if you defeat me in battle one day. Sasuke looked towards Naruto feeling hope rise up in his heart once again, as he regained his former expression of arrogance once again. Sasuke watched his hands gathering the strength fueled by his feelings. Bzz. A strange electricity buzzing sound came about. Bzz. 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 Sasuke raised his head as he looked towards Aoda. Chidori, 1000 Birds. Chapter 56. Heiate stared at the figure in front of him with his mouth quivering from feelings of shock and helplessness. Gaara clasped his hands following which, a considerable amount of sand gathered around Heiate and bound him completely from mouth to toe. Gaara then bent down, placing both his palms onto the ground. Heiate who is bound in sand started to burrow into the ground. Heiate's eyes went wide as he stared at Gaara who calmly stared back at him, as he watched Heiate going into the ground. Since his mouth was bound, Heiate could not scream, but could only breath heavily. Well, well. Kabuto stared from the corner eye while observing through his sense that Gaara had dealt with the man, spying on the duo. Gaara! Baki exclaimed as he rushed out in the open. Gaara-kun! Kabuto also stepped out. Gaara stared in silence at the 2 people. Excellent job burying the man alive, Kabuto said. Gaara only had disdain in his eyes as he watched the duo. This kid. Kabuto felt the disdain in Gaara's gaze. Kabuto raised his kunai against Gaara. It's about time you leave. Baki said as he held Kabuto's hand to stop him. Kabuto glared at Baki from the corner of his eyes, causing Baki to remove his hand subconsciously out of fear. Just don't mess up this plan. Kabuto said as he vanished from his spot. Baki felt a seat run down from the side of his head. He then turned towards Gaara. Go to sleep Gaara, there's something I want to discuss tomorrow with the team. Gaara nodded silently and walked back towards the inn. Back in Tofuku town. Pervy sage. Naruto called out trying to prevent Jiraiya from completely falling to the ground. How did he get drunk so much? Naruto thought as he looked towards Jiraiya who smiled back at him while leaning on Naruto. Naruto. Pretending to be drunk will also help you to gather information, Jiraiya said in a weak voice, which was followed by a pungent sake smell. Naruto smiled towards Jiraiya, as he lifted him up. Pervy sage. Jiraiya looked up. Have you heard of Akatsuki? Naruto asked as he turned towards Jiraiya, only to see Jiraiya with wide eyes as he stared at Naruto. He really gathered some valuable information, Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Jiraiya adjusted his body to an upright position as he stood up on his own. Naruto. I know you are powerful enough to fight against Orochimaru, Jiraiya said. But no matter what. Regardless of what you do, never engage this group, Jiraiya said as he walked ahead. Naruto followed up. Why? Naruto asked. Naruto. You are aware that you possess a beast that is sealed in your body, right? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded as he stared at Jiraiya. They are after many things, especially those tailed beasts, Jiraiya said. Naruto frowned, seeing Jiraiya was against his idea. Naruto and Jiraiya went back to the inn for the end of the day. At the hot springs bath. Naruto. You met your parents, didn't you? Jiraiya asked. Naruto smiled as he looked at his reflection in the water. Minato and Kushina's image appeared. Followed by Hinata, Boruto, Himawari, Sasuke, Sarada, Sakura, Shikamaru. One by one, everyone appeared. Naruto felt a teardrop run by his cheek. Yeah. Naruto smiled at Jiraiya. Jiraiya who was in the water looked towards the sky. Your dad was a wonderful student of mine, Jiraiya said with a feeling of nostalgia. Ha. 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 Hayate panted, trying desperately to gather his breath. He thought back to what had happened a few minutes before. The sand loosened from Hayate's mouth. Just a meter away from Hayate, under the ground, Gaara appeared as a sand clone. Cough. 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 To think our allied nation, the village hidden in the sand has been already associated with the sound. Truly, we've been played for fools, Hayate said in a helpless voice towards Gaara. I am the Jinchuriki of the sand, Gaara said. I know. Hayate growled. Cough. Cough. I witnessed your rampage during the exam, Hayate said. Gaara stared at Hayate for a few seconds, before he continued. I was sent here to unleash destruction on your village, Gaara said, causing Hayate to gnash his teeth in anger. However, I have decided against it, Gaara said in a calm voice. Do you expect me to believe that, after hearing things back there? Cough. Cough. You must be dreaming, Hayate said in anger. This is extremely difficult, Gaara thought. I do not expect you to believe my words completely at this point. All I know is that I owe something to this village because of the Chunin exams. I do not want lives from both villages to be lost over a meaningless squabble for resources. Hayate stared at Gaara. I will allow you to escape safely, on one condition, Gaara said. You want me to keep my mouth shut? Hayate glared at Gaara. No. On the contrary, I ask you to tell only one person who can work towards a solution to stop this attack. Gaara said. What? Hayate stared at Gaara, hearing a very unexpected answer. I do not want to break this treaty that was agreed to after a lot of struggle, only to engage in the same struggle again, Gaara said as he completely unbound Hayate. Remember, tell only that person and ask him to think very carefully over it, Gaara said as he opened a pathway from underground for Hayate following which his sand clone dispersed. Hayate stared at the peaceful night sky, that covered the village, unaware of the looming threat that was hanging over their heads. I can only tell Hokage-sama. Hayate thought as he disappeared into the night. Naruto. Who was that red-haired girl beside you back at the Hokage office? WWW. W what? Naruto freaked out, as he took 2 steps away from the spot he's standing at. Was she your girlfriend? Jiraiya asked with a somewhat lewd smile. No. Naruto replied instantly. Ha ha ha. Who are you kidding? You are just like your father, you know. Both of you fell for a red-haired girl, Jiraiya declared. Naruto crouched a bit in the place he stood as his face arrived at the same height as the level of water. Naruto made a continuous stream of bubbles by howling under the water, as he stared at Jiraiya. Are you denying it? Jiraiya asked. I already have someone I love. Naruto replied loudly as he jumped out of the water. Oh. Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Two timing at this age, this kid's luck is too good, . Jiraiya approached Naruto as he bent down, appearing very close to Naruto's face. Who's the girl? He asked in a low voice. Not telling. Naruto blushed as he turned away. Looks like I've got no choice then, Jiraiya said in a dejected voice as he turned away. I was planning to teach you an ultra-cool jutsu, however, it looks like you do not want it, Jiraiya pretended to sulk. An ultra-cool jutsu? Naruto raised his eye at Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded at Naruto with a smile. Naruto stared at Jiraiya. Ahurgurk. Sasuke howled as launched himself forward. Aoda also slithered its way towards Sasuke at the same speed. Sasuke observed the movements of Aoda, following which his body also reacted and moved in directions countering Aoda's advancement. Soon. As they were about to make contact. Sasuke maneuvered his body by avoiding contact with Aoda's rough scales with just millimeters of a gap between them, as he ran towards the spot where he had injured Aoda. The Chidori in his hand became unstable. Damn it. This is what happens the first time I want to unleash it. Sasuke thought. The Chidori in his hand fluctuated high and low in its frequency, turning very unstable. Sasuke gnashed his teeth in anger. I need to make it and hit him there again, and this match will be over, Sasuke thought while barely trying to maintain control over his Chidori. Sasuke approached with the Chidori to the spot. Just as Sasuke thrust his hand towards the damaged area once again. Stop. The snake who was monitoring the combat ordered. Sasuke managed to prevent his hand from completely extending out. However, it was that same moment he lost control of the Chidori. The Chidori in his hand blew up, blasting both him and Aoda away from each other. Aoda got up again and made its way slowly towards Sasuke. I surrender to you. Aoda said. Following which the monitoring snake announced. Second trial, battle against giant snake cleared. Chapter 57. You have cleared the second stage. The snake said to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke still stared at Aoda who had bowed towards him. Sasuke bowed back towards Aoda and headed towards the main hall to see the white snake sage. Soon. I see you have passed the second trial as well. The white snake sage said. Sasuke stared at the giant snake as it continued to speak. Do you want to continue towards the third trial? The white snake sage asked. Yes. Sasuke declared his intentions outright. Don't be impatient, as there are conditions to the last trial. Sasuke frowned at this statement. What conditions? Sasuke asked. Ha ha ha. The white snake sage laughed in an eerie voice. You are very straightforward. In that case, I will tell you without beating around the bush. The third trial is where I inject my blood, which contains nature chakra, into your body. The blood will aid your body in the process of gaining abilities similar to a snake, like snake transformation and incredible flexibility. However, the white snake sage paused. However? Sasuke prompted. However, there is also a possibility that your body might reject my methods, in which case my kin will devour you in return according to the rules of the Richie Cave. Rules? Sasuke stared. Indeed, one cannot just get a power easily, just as much as we give power, we also reserve the right to expect something back, in this case, it would be your entire self, the white snake sage concluded. Sasuke thought for a bit. Images from his childhood till his present flashed across his mind. Humph. I will do it. Sasuke said. The white snake sage smiled. Good. The white snake sage said, upon which, it jumped out instantaneously, reaching Sasuke and bit his neck. Sasuke fell onto the floor and started to groan in pain. Back in the hot springs. What jutsu do you want to teach me? Naruto asked curiously. Well. From what I have heard, you seem to know the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God, Jiraiya said while trying to come up with an answer. Have you heard of Sage Jutsu? Jiraiya asked. Sage Jutsu? Yeah, I know it, Naruto said as he concentrated for a few seconds. Wah, Jiraiya stared at Naruto. What in the world ever happened after he talked to his dad and mom, just 1 or 2 years, maybe less, and he knows all? Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Naruto's eyelids slowly changed to orange color till his eyebrows. Naruto then opened his eyes. This is Sage Mode. Naruto stood proudly with a smile across his face as he placed his hand on his hips. Jiraiya was completely shocked. No. No partial transformations, Jiraiya murmured as he observed Naruto. Usually, when Jiraiya transformed into Sage Mode, a part of his face would appear a bit floated, or in other words gaining features of a frog. The transformation also affected Jiraiya's hands, especially his palm and fingers, which became slightly bigger, appearing similar to the hands and feet of a frog. Who taught you Sage Mode? Jiraiya asked. Naruto was stunned, unable to come up with an answer. Naruto. Even your dad, Minato himself, never really liked Sage Jutsu because he sucked at it. But you, not only did you learn it, you've mastered it, Jiraiya said. Naruto felt his heart beating quicker. Is he suspecting me? Naruto thought. Jiraiya folded his arms as he closed his eyes and faced Naruto. I've indeed picked up a genius. You've surpassed your seniors in the same techniques, Jiraiya said as he opened his eyes and smiled at Naruto. That was close. Naruto felt like he had just been saved from walking on a tightrope. I have one thing I would like for you to experiment on, Jiraiya said. Naruto gulped as he asked. What is it? Pervy Sage. Jiraiya stared at Naruto as he continued. There is a jutsu I would like you to research on. Say it is about continuing your dad's legacy. Are you up for the task? Jiraiya asked. Naruto knew that he had to avoid any more situations like the one from earlier. Naruto nodded and played along as one who did not know of what Jiraiya was talking about. Knock. 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 Come in. Hiruzen said. Heiei did not hesitate and rushed at full force as he arrived before Hiruzen. Cough. Cough. Hokage-sama. What? Hiruzen stood up. It is true. Heiei assured. Hiruzen felt a sweat appearing around his temple region. The sand wants to attack. That boy Kabuto, I suppose he works under Orochimaru. So, Orochimaru is leading this entire operation? Hiruzen thought as he approached the window and stared at the view of the village. Somewhere in the hidden leaf, a place filled with grassland and graves. There were two figures near a particular grave. One was squatting down with flowers in hand while the other stood behind and observed. Orochimaru placed the flowers over his parents' grave. Orochimaru saw a strange thing over the grave and took it in his hand. What is this? Orochimaru asked as he turned towards Hiruzen and presented his hand with the mysterious object. It's the skin of a white snake, Hiruzen explained. I've never seen anything like it before, Orochimaru said in a curious voice. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen laughed lightly. It's a rare item that you almost never see, Hiruzen said. Why is it white? Orochimaru asked. No one really cares about such things. But from times past, the white snake has been a symbol of good luck and renewal. It must be some sort of karma for you to find it here. Maybe someday. You'll meet them when you're grown up, Hiruzen smiled towards Orochimaru. Hiruzen then thought back to the time when Orochimaru was caught when he was performing lab tests using human subjects. How his summoning the Monkey King had told him that he was too soft on Orochimaru, that he had let Orochimaru get away with it. There is no time for regrets. Hiruzen then looked towards Heiei. I understand. Go back to your duty, from now on this is my concern. Hiruzen declared. Yes. Heiei left the room, while Hiruzen turned towards the window yet again. Orochimaru. This time I will perform my duty as a teacher, and teach you the lesson you were meant to be taught in the first place. Hiruzen sat back down on his Hokage seat. His eyes looked around the room, finally pausing onto a yellow-haired figure in a picture. In a meeting room, all seats were occupied, mostly separating into two factions. One side was the ministers on the Fire Country while the other side was the high-ranking elders from Hidden Leaf Village. How regrettable. The third Hokage was doing such a fine job, the daimyo said as he held a fan in his hand, lightly swinging it at his face. We need a Hokage who will change things, and enforce the law of ninjas. We need such a person, Danzo spoke out in a determined voice. And? Is there such a person? Danzo stared at the daimyo. Truth be told, the third Hokage was too soft. He allowed the village to be pushed into a corner. I recommend, Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin. Danzo declared. Oh. The ministers on the Fire Countryside started to discuss the possibilities. Orochimaru is truly a genius in this age of war, Hiruzen said. The daimyo looked at both Hiruzen and Danzo before asking Hiruzen to continue. However, a sinister will and greed lurk deep behind those eyes. Such a person cannot be recommended as Hokage, Hiruzen said with confidence. I recommend Namake's Minato. Hiruzen concluded. Minato. Thanks to unveiling you as an option for Hokage, I am now able to suspect one person who would be willing to work for Orochimaru. Danzu, don't disappoint me. Hiruzen thought in his mind. Back in Richie Cave. Sasuke's body lay on the ground motionlessly. The White Snake Sage looked at Sasuke, thinking back to how he had struggled to have his body in his control when it was being affected by the injected blood. Looks like he has failed. The White Snake Sage said in a low voice as it approached Sasuke's body. I can't wait to eat him. Manda screamed as he rushed over. The White Snake Sage stopped him. Wait, the White Snake Sage said as it approached Sasuke's body. Snakes usually had powerful ability to sense any movements through the ground including heartbeats. At this moment Sasuke's heartbeat started to increase its rate at a rapid pace. Chapter 58. Continuing my dad's legacy. Naruto curiously looked at Jiraiya. Yes. Your father created the Rasengan. However, it is an incomplete technique, Jiraiya said. If I tell him that I've created the wind style, Rasen Shuriken, he will probably pass out from the shock, Naruto thought to himself. Jiraiya got up from the bath and walked to the exit. Naruto. Take a good rest tomorrow, we are going to have a long day of training, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. After Jiraiya walked out, he said in a loud voice to Naruto. Don't stay in there for too long though, you will end up cooked. Tomorrow's training is going to be interesting, Naruto thought. In the Hokage's office. Thump. Hiruzen had stamped the last sheet of paper on the desk. He then took a ribbon and tied all the papers into a bundle. Hiruzen signaled for an agent. Whoosh. A man in ANBU uniform dropped down from the ceiling. Call for a meeting of all the Jounins tomorrow morning 8 a.m. especially the ones whose teams are participating in the Chunin exams, Hiruzen ordered. Yes. The agent bowed and vanished from his spot. Hiruzen got up and left the office for the day. Back in the Richie Cave. Sasuke opened his eyes to see a giant white snake right next to him. Hiss. The snake snarled and pounced onto Sasuke. Sasuke quickly got up and vanished from his spot. Bang! The fangs of the snake destroyed the spot that Sasuke stood on. Sasuke reappeared behind the white snake. What is going on? Sasuke thought. The giant snake turned back once again to face Sasuke, who was in midair. Sasuke prepared himself with his kunai in hand as he faced the snake. The giant white snake opened its mouth. Damn it! Sasuke regretted jumping away, leading to him being defenseless in midair, with nowhere else to go. The giant white snake approached Sasuke at high speed, who was falling from the air. Is there no way to escape this? Sasuke thought. Snap! The giant white snake closed its mouth after Sasuke fell into it. In the Hidden Leaf Inn. Gaara entered the room in the silence of the night. He gently closed the door and walked into the room. Gaara raised his head and stared ahead. Gaara. Kankuro stood next to his door. Kankuro. Gaara stared at him. Gaara, what were you doing outside this late in the night? Kankuro asked in a concerned voice. Gaara averted his gaze, thinking back to how he had let Hayate escape. Gaara. Please remember that sensei put me in charge of looking after you, making sure you don't leave my sight, Kankuro explained. Gaara looked at him. Baki sensei. He was with me till now. Gaara said. Sensei. Kankuro stared. He really has changed, Kankuro thought after hearing Gaara address his teacher with an honorific. Go to sleep now, Baki sensei has a message for us tomorrow, Gaara said as he walked to his room. Meanwhile, Kankuro stared at Gaara's back. The moon was bright, up in the sky, with barely a small amount of moonlight making the training field visible. There stood a lone figure, watching over the field as he leaned on the tree. Sasuke. Where are you now? Kakashi thought as he looked at the place where he and Sasuke trained previously. Back in the Richie Cave trials. The giant white snake was lying on the ground with a massive bulge in the upper half of its long body. Arfk. Sasuke growled, trying to attack the innards of the snake. However, the snake's body barely moved. Witnessing the weak attacks of his, barely doing any damage to the snake's body. Sasuke calmed himself down. Sharingan. Sasuke activated his eyes and scanned the snake's body for weaknesses. That spot. Sasuke looked towards a particular region within the snake's body. He then circulated lightning energy throughout his body and the kunai in his hand. Humph. Sasuke snorted as he launched himself forth. Slash. 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 Bang. The giant white snake's body opened up at the spot Sasuke attacked. Sasuke came out of the body, with blood all over his face, body, and attire. Ha! 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 Sasuke breathed heavily. Author's note, the battle scene was taking place in his mind, while his will fought against the blood for control over the body. Sasuke opened his eyes with Sharingan. While the white snake sage and Manda stared at Sasuke who just got up. Those eyes. The white snake sage stared at it up close. The boy has awakened his third Tomo, the white snake sage thought as it stared into Sasuke's eyes, trying to study Sasuke's attainments in his bloodline talent. The Sharingan from Sasuke's eyes faded away, as he looked at the white snake sage and Manda together. Third trial, injection of blood, cleared. The white snake sage declared. Manda sulked in a corner, while Sasuke felt a significant change taking place in his body. What was that just now? Sasuke thought while trying to remember the scene his Sharingan saw after waking up. What were those things that were trying to flow into my body? Sasuke thought. The white snake sage gestured for Tgthegood to take Sasuke away and get him to prepare for the next day. Next day. Early morning 8 a.m. The sun shined brightly, warming up the entire village. The Hokage's office gave a perfect view of the scene to all the Jounins. Unfortunately, none could appreciate the scene under the special summoning order by the Hokage. What I am about to reveal is purely confidential. Under no circumstances will you reveal what happens in this room today. Understood? Hiruzen asked. Yes. All the Jounins in the room responded. Hiruzen turned towards Hayate, who stood by his side. He gestured Hayate to explain the situation. Hayate explained his encounter with Gaara and all that had happened before. Which included the part where Baki met with Kabuto and how Gaara wanted to resolve it. Cough. Cough. This all took place near the Kikyo castle last night. Hayate concluded. Everyone in the room was astonished as they all turned towards Hiruzen. The Sound Village and Hidden Sand Village. How is this possible? Don't we have a treaty with the Sand Village? One of the Jounins asked. We do. However, the recent developments under the daimyo of the Wind Country have decreased the number of ninjas and the military might. The Kazekage was probably forced into an ultimatum by the people under him, Hiruzen explained. Do we contact the Hidden Cloud? One of the Jounins suggested. Are you crazy? They will use this opportunity to make a move on the Hyuga family. Kakashi. What would you do? Hiruzen turned towards Kakashi. Kakashi felt a headache coming up. First Sasuke, now this. Kakashi thought back to how Orochimaru had threatened their group. Hokage-sama. What about the two other legendary Sanins? Kurenai interrupted. Hiruzen paused. Your suggestion is good, but... Kurenai prompted. The other two are hard to find, especially her. Hiruzen said. The legendary sucker. The Jounins thought about Tsunade's nickname, which really explained her lifestyle, but at the same time, they understood it was close to hopeless if they had to search for her. How about we offer her some attractive incentives like provision of money for bets? Guy suggested. Hiruzen felt something snap in his mind. Guy. Kakashi put his arm on Guy's shoulder. What about Jiraiya-sama? Asuma asked. He's on a mission out of the village, Hiruzen said as he inhaled smoke from his smoke pipe. Hiruzen looked towards Guy. Maybe we could go along with Guy's idea if we are unable to secure help in time, Hiruzen said. But, Hokage-sama. Why don't we just cancel the Chunin exam test? A Jounin asked. We cannot just cancel the Chunin test right now, not after all the other nation daimyos and nobles have paid to see the match. Besides, I plan to use this opportunity to deal with Orochimaru personally. Hiruzen declared. All the people in the room were stunned. Especially those who knew that Hiruzen was a man, who preferred the way of non-violence. Things have gotten that bad, huh? Asuma thought as he looked at his dad. Chapter 59. Outside the Richie Cave. Tgthegood led Sasuke to a waterfall. Please take a bath here. She said while pointing towards the flowing water. Sasuke nodded to her, after which Tgthegood left. Soon, Sasuke was summoned back to the cave by the White Snake Sage. In the cave hall, there were two figures respectively. The White Snake Sage sat on a huge throne, while a snake with purple scales was on the ground next to the throne and was coiled around its body. Young man. This here is a scroll. Sign your name in blood over here, after which you will be able to summon Aoda. The White Snake Sage handed over the scroll to Sasuke, after which he signed it. For the next few days, I am going to teach you Sage Jutsu, the White Snake Sage said. Sage Jutsu? Sasuke asked. Yes. The blood I injected earlier should have circulated around your entire body by now, the white snake sage said. Sasuke nodded. Have you been able to sense any special energy around you after receiving the blood? The white snake sage asked. I am not clear about that, Sasuke said. Young man. You have the Sharingan, don't you? The white snake sage asked. Yes. Then you must have seen some energy flowing into your body. Sasuke thought back to the time, something strange flowed into his body. Yes. He answered. That's nature energy, the white snake sage concluded. Sasuke closed his eyes. Sharingan. Sasuke activated his eyes. He soon felt his body absorbing chakra on its own from the atmosphere. Soon. Sasuke felt a bit wobbly, following which Sasuke fell on the ground, while his leg had some scales appearing on them. Stop absorbing the energy for now. I will teach you how to control it and a few snake-style battle techniques for the next few days, the white snake sage concluded. Sasuke nodded back, after which he undid his Sharingan. Back in the Hokage's office. We may have countermeasures for Orochimaru, but how do we deal with the Sand Village and its Kazekage? Kurenai asked. Well, the alliance treaty is at the level of verbal agreement. As was in the former ninja war. Since the boy named Gaara revealed their plan, we can confidently say that they have lost their element of surprise, Kakashi pointed out. Kakashi is right. The Sand Village will not mobilize a huge force to deal with the Hidden Leaf since they would be completely dependent on the element of surprise. Expect a small attack team of 200 or more Chunins and Jounins from Sand and Sound Village, since the main force will be stationed at the village. We can maintain a safe distance by engaging them at few meters away from the barrier with guerrilla warfare. For the sake of that one child, I will give the village a chance, fight to defend and not to kill. You can leave their Kazekage to me, whereas I will also implement some measures to deal against Orochimaru, Hiruzen ordered. Outside the wild land surrounding Tofuku town. Two figures stood opposite to each other. Naruto. Jiraiya called out as he reached into his pocket and brought out a small piece of paper. Do you know what this is? Jiraiya asked. Naruto stared curiously at Jiraiya. I know it's chakra paper, but I can't really say that now, can I? Naruto thought. Jiraiya then explained the properties and reactions of the chakra paper to Naruto as he handed the paper over. Inject your chakra into it. Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and injected his chakra. The paper turned pitch black and solid. Jiraiya's eyes popped, as he stared at the paper speechlessly. Meanwhile, Naruto also stared at the paper curiously. Jiraiya looked at Naruto like he wanted to cry. First Nagato with his Rinnegan, now this kid with all elements and yin-yang release, Pervy Sage. What is the black color supposed to mean? Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya stared helplessly at his prodigy. Naruto. You are an omnipotent ninja. Jiraiya said in a firm voice as he approached Naruto. Omnipotent? Naruto asked. You have an affinity with all elements, Jiraiya said as he showed the Rasengan to Naruto. Now, as I had mentioned yesterday, the Rasengan, which you know, is an A-class technique developed by your father. However, he was only one short step of making it an S-class technique. Do you know what was it lacking? Jiraiya asked as he looked towards Naruto. It lacked nature affinity chakra. Naruto asked. Precisely. Jiraiya said as he raised his right hand in the air which contained the Rasengan. See my left hand. Jiraiya said as he brought his left hand near the Rasengan. Soon Jiraiya's left hand started glowing with red light as a small amount of fire nature chakra gathered. If you can merge your chakra nature with Rasengan completely, then, you will have surpassed your father. Jiraiya said as he brought his left hand towards the Rasengan, only to almost knock off his left hand away with the deflection from the Rasengan. The remaining few days from now will be spent in this training, Jiraiya said as he walked away. Yes. Naruto saluted. I hadn't tested the Rasengan's combination with the other elements except when I had used those tailed beasts' chakra. I will use my remaining time to accompany Pervy Sage and also finish these jutsus. Naruto declared as he turned towards the forest nearby. Outside the Hokage's office. Kakashi approached Kurenai. Yuhi-san. Could you please help in training my student along with Shino till the Chunin exams? Kakashi asked. Your student? Kurenai asked. Yes. Haruno Sakura is a genjutsu type, thus I would like to leave her in your care, Kakashi said. Okay. Kurenai agreed. Meanwhile, Sakura and Karen went to the hospital together. The medic ninja was waiting for them. As soon as the duo entered the room. Today, you will be practicing the basic healing jutsu on the big fishes that are placed over the scrolls on the table, the man said as he led the duo to the table. He then taught Sakura and Karen the basic medical jutsu sign and its applications. The duo noted and started to train. Back in the Hokage's office. Anko stood in front of Hiruzen's table. Hokage-sama. Can I please help you in facing Orochimaru-sama in the upcoming battle? Anko asked sincerely. Anko. I'm afraid you are not powerful enough yet to face him in battle. However, I do have a special task that maybe only you can handle for me, Hiruzen said. Back in the hot springs inn in Tofuku town. Jiraiya entered the room, following which he sat by his desk. Croak. Croak. Jiraiya looked towards the window to see a frog with a scroll attached to its back. This scroll. Jiraiya's expression changed as he picked up the scroll in his hands. Back in the Hidden Leaf Hospital. Kakashi dropped by and informed Sakura of her training with Kurenai-sensei. Sakura agreed to the training, after which Kakashi left. Somewhere in the forests of the training field. Two figures faced one another in a battle pose. Please fight me at your full strength, Gai-sensei. Niji declared as he assumed his gentle fist stance. Looks like that little bout with Naruto-kun made you realize your level, huh? I see the flames of fighting spirit burning in your eyes. Gai said as he lowered his stance a bit to start a charge from the ground. Hidden Taijutsu, dynamic entry. Gai announced as he launched in high speed towards Niji. Back in the hot springs inn in Tofuku town. Jiraiya read through the contents of the scroll. The Sand Village wants to attack, huh? Looks like Orochimaru had a major role to play in it, Jiraiya thought as he looked out the window. Hokage's office. Anko stared at Hiruzen. What special task do you have for me? Anko asked. I want you to search and bring back one of the legendary Sanins, Tsunade. Chapter 60. 3 weeks passed by in a flash. The village remained peaceful as usual with the hustle and bustle with occasional foreigners entering the village to book an inn in advance for the Chunin exams matches. Two figures were on their way through the forest as they neared the village gate entrance. One of the figures in a green jacket and leggings stopped walking whereas the other with a dark kimono went ahead for a few steps. Oink! The figure who was walking stopped, as her face saw the village gate's entrance. What is it, Tun-tun? The figure carried a pig in her arms, which was dressed up in a small red jacket with white frills around its front legs. Oink! The pig in her hands pointed towards the back. The figure turned back. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade looked towards the person in the front. What is the matter? The person asked. It's nothing, Tsunade said as she walked ahead. Byu, Tun-tun murmured as it stared at Tsunade who passed by. Let's go, Shizun. Tsunade said in an energetic voice. Yes. Shizun followed. Outside the Richie cave. In a waterfall nearby, Sasuke stared at the sky while standing in the pool of water. Sasuke-sama. Your clothes, I am keeping them here, Tgthegood said as she placed the clothes on the land close to Sasuke. Sasuke acknowledged. Soon Sasuke got up and wore his attire. His attire consisted of an upper black kimono with an Uchiha crest at the back. A medium-sized black katana, black pants and a thick purple belt to hold his katana and his kimono. When all these were put on by Sasuke, his entire being radiated of a huge change, partly contributing negativity and mysteriousness to his persona. Sasuke took out his sword and observed the shiny brilliance across its surface, admiring its beauty while also thinking back to his training for the past 3 weeks. His eyes stared at the metal body of the sword which clearly reflected his image as though it was a mirror. Sasuke stared into his own eyes' reflection. I have completely surpassed the old me, Sasuke murmured. Sharingan. He activated his eyes. Sasuke observed the 3 tomos on his eyes. And one day, when you have the same eyes as I do, come and stand before me. Just you wait, one day I will make you regret those words of yours. Sasuke declared as he deactivated his Sharingan. He sheathed his sword and left the waterfall. Soon, Sasuke arrived at the Great Sage Hall. The White Snake Sage sat on its throne, observing Sasuke enter the hall. Thank you for the past 3 weeks, Sasuke said as he slightly bowed his head. The White Snake Sage nodded. Young man, wait for Tgthegood outside. She will open the portal that leads to Hidden Leaf Village. The White Snake Sage said. Sasuke nodded and turned around to walk towards the door. Soon, Sasuke left the hall following which, Tgthegood turned towards the White Snake Sage. Are you really wishing to pass on that to him? Tgthegood asked in a displeased voice. Tgthegood. Unlike the other two. I am quite satisfied with the boy, the White Snake Sage as it gestured for Tgthegood to go after Sasuke. No matter what, I still don't believe him, Tgthegood said as she followed Sasuke outside. In a town nearby the Hidden Leaf Village. A young man in orange clothes walked out of a noodle shop. Thanks, old man. The man said as he left the shop. Shall we be off then? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya started to walk along with Naruto, while he thought of the letter. What do you mean by you are leaving your will, old man? Is Orochimaru really going to kill you and destroy the village? More importantly, do you wish to call her despite knowing of her fear for blood? Jiraiya thought while he walked alongside Naruto. On the top floor of the Hokage's building. Hiruzen stared at the structure of the village which had changed through all his years of him being a Hokage. Whoosh! Hiruzen smiled. Anko! Hiruzen called out without turning back. Hokage-sama. They are on their way here. Anko said. Hiruzen nodded as he continued to observe the village. Soon. It's been a long time, old man. Tsunade said as she appeared behind Hiruzen. Indeed. Hiruzen said as he adjusted his Hokage cap. Meanwhile, the wind started to blow strong suddenly. What you have said about Orochimaru, is it true? Tsunade asked. Hiruzen removed his smoke pipe from his pocket and lit it up. Patience, Tsunade. I have also called Jiraiya. He will be arriving soon. Hiruzen said. Oink. Tun observed the old man while being held by Shizune. Tsunade walked forward as she arrived by the side of Hiruzen and stared at the village. Her expression became somber, being reminded of both Nawaki and Dan. Tsunade held the crystal necklace in her hand with a strong grip. Hiruzen looked toward Tsunade. Tsunade. Hiruzen called out. What is it? Tsunade asked in a voice full of pain and trembling. I'm sorry for what happened in a meeting back then, Hiruzen said. Tsunade was surprised. She turned towards Hiruzen who was staring into the sight of the village. There are times I regret that I was unable to solve things through words alone, Hiruzen continued. Tsunade agreed. Tsunade. There are many things I would like to discuss before these exams. However, my time is running out. I have changed my will, which I have stored in the office, Hiruzen said. Sensei. Please don't say things like that, Tsunade said in a low voice. We never know what the future holds. Us old ones can only pass on the will of fire to the people who will continue in our place, Hiruzen said. Will of fire, huh? Tsunade murmured. If I come out of this alive, I will implement your plan, Hiruzen said. FB. In a meeting room where discussions were taking place for the Third Great Ninja War. 3 figures sat in front of an audience of the most elite jounins. Koharu Utatane, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hamura Mitokado sat side by side facing the group of jounins who were seated down, except for one who was giving her opinion. First, in a mission where a 4-man cell must act alone for a long period of time in enemy territory. By deploying one of the 4 to be a medical specialist. The survival rate, as well as the mission success rate, should go up significantly. Therefore, establishing a framework and development of a medical institution should be considered an urgent task for the present. Tsunade concluded. Yes indeed, it's as you say. But we're in the middle of a war now. It takes too much time to establish a medical framework. And at present, we don't have enough knowledge. Enemies don't wait, Hiruzen explained. Tsunade felt humiliated. Her plan was just tossed out the window. What did you say? Hey, old man. Tsunade said in a fit of anger which was slowly replaced by emotions of regret. Then we'll never. I agree with her. A man interfered. I don't want the lives of the ninjas who died to be for naught. There should be something we can learn from that, the man concluded. FB. A medical specialist in every squad, Hiruzen continued. I feel that it is possible now. There is no war, but I cannot always be naive, expecting the world to be as peaceful as ever, Hiruzen said. Tsunade felt something snap within her. She rushed to Hiruzen and grabbed him. Why? Why now? After all this time? If you did that before, Dan wouldn't have. He WULDNT have died on the battlefield in my arms, Tsunade shouted with tears streaming down her eyes. Tsunade-sama. Shizune murmured as she watched the scene quietly. Tsunade. I just told you, there are many regrets, and things I am willing to change. That is why I have called you here. Humph. Tsunade snorted as she wiped her tears away. Do you know, what that incident did to me? Tsunade lifted her hands towards Hiruzen. They tremble, at the sight of blood, Tsunade said in a low voice as she stared down at Hiruzen. Hiruzen knew he had a lot to atone for, considering how much of damage his hesitation had led to in her life. Hiruzen lowered himself onto the ground. Just as he was about to perform a Tgthegood, Tsunade lifted him. "Old man. What the hell do you think you are doing?" Tsunade asked. "Tsunade. I told you. All I want is for this village to be strong enough to face anything in future," Hiruzen said while thinking back to the time Jiraiya had mentioned about Akatsuki. Tsunade stared for a bit. "I plan to build an institution just for you to implement your plan from back then," Hiruzen said. Tsunade's expression changed from anger to that of a light smile. "I will help you," Tsunade said. "So. What made you think back to that plan of mine?" Tsunade asked. "I put 2 genin kunoichis under basic medical jutsu training under the request of a genin boy," Hiruzen said. "A genin boy?" Tsunade asked with a puzzled expression. At this moment Jiraiya and Naruto were right in front of the Hokage building. "She has come back," Jiraiya thought while seeing Tsunade talking with Hiruzen. "Granny." Naruto thought. "Let's go to the terrace," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. Hiruzen looked toward Tsunade. "His name is Uzumaki Naruto." Chapter 61. The brat who is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails Fox. Tsunade asked. "If you put it that way, then yes," Hiruzen said in a low voice. Tsunade felt the difference in tone and understood that she was close to crossing a line. Both Jiraiya and Naruto walked their way up to the terrace. "Jiraiya-sama." Shizen bowed down to greet Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded. "Tun, Shizen, it brings back many memories," Naruto thought. "Tsunade." Jiraiya called out as he approached Hiruzen and Tsunade. "Youthful as ever, I see." Jiraiya complimented. "Long time no see." Jiraiya. Jiraiya stopped in front of Hiruzen and asked. "What do you mean by leaving your will?" "Old man?" Jiraiya asked. "I wanted to ask the same," Tsunade added. Naruto stared at Hiruzen. "I wanted to make plans for the village just in case I died," Hiruzen said as he inhaled from his smoke pipe. Tsunade, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizen stared at Hiruzen. "Tsunade." Hiruzen turned towards her as he expelled the smoke. "I want you to fill in my position as the 5th Hokage," Hiruzen said. Naruto and Jiraiya did not feel as surprised as Tsunade and Shizen. Especially Tsunade, who stared at Hiruzen. "Huh. This isn't funny, old man," Tsunade said in a firm voice as she looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen showed no expression on his face. "He is not joking at all," Tsunade inferred. "He is right, Tsunade," Jiraiya commented. "Easy for you to say, why don't you become one?" Tsunade asked. "You are more suited for it than I am," Jiraiya said in a firm voice. "Jiraiya is right." Hiruzen supported Jiraiya's comment. "Old man, I will agree to the previous idea of yours, but I will not agree on this one," Tsunade made her stance on the matter clear. "Oh boy, here we go again," Naruto thought as he stared at the argument taking place in front of him. "Tsunade, this is only if I die," Hiruzen said. "I don't care. Only a fool would like to become a Hokage," Tsunade said as she stomped away. Naruto felt some chord strike with him with that sentence of hers. He thought back to the days he never left the Hokage office, due to which he had missed out on very important family events and neglecting of his care for Boruto, Himawari and the others due to busy doing his work. For some reason, he could not accept those words of hers at the same time. Naruto knew that being Hokage had nothing to do with being a fool. He knew that it took a lot of willpower and determination for a ninja to become the leader of their respective village, regardless of whichever nation it was. "Let's go, Shizen," Tsunade ordered. "Wait." A voice interrupted at this moment. "You'd better take your words back," Naruto ordered in a firm voice. "Humph. What gave you the guts to order me like that?" Tsunade asked as she looked down on Naruto. "Unlike you, I will be the heir to the Hokage name, no matter what," Naruto said in a firm voice as he raised his fist toward Tsunade. Tsunade felt her heart beat faster for some reason, as she stared at Naruto's determined expression. "Because to become a Hokage is my dream," Naruto stated as he pointed his thumb towards the center of his chest. Tsunade was reminded of Dan and Nawaki while staring at Naruto. "Tsunade-sama." Shizen knew the pain Tsunade was feeling right now. "Good kid." Hiruzen and Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Tsunade's attention returned back as she stared at Naruto. "You want me to take my words back?" Tsunade asked. "Though I may not look it, I am one of the legendary Sannin. Why should I even take a genin like you, seriously?" Naruto stared at her with no emotions being reflected across his face. Are you asking for a fight, kid? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded. All right then. Tsunade raised her right hand towards Naruto as she pointed with her index finger. One finger. This is enough to take you down. Hee, Naruto smirked softly. Hyuga Clan District. A man was relaxing in the veranda of the big house, as he sipped his green tea and stared at the surroundings. Hayashi-sama. A man landed beside him. What is it? Hayashi asked. The boy has returned to the village. Kei said as he half-kneeled towards Hayashi. Where is he now? Hayashi asked. At the Hokage's office, Kei replied. Hokage's office? Hayashi stared at Kei. Meanwhile, Hinata was practicing in a training field within the Hyuga district. She moved around her palms. One vertically, the other horizontally in a curve one after another. Not enough. I need to be faster. Stronger. Hinata thought as she sped up her movements while still maintaining the pace at which her palms moved, one after another. A small net of chakra formed. The net became brighter and brighter, until... Bang! A small explosion of chakra deflection sent Hinata to the ground. At this moment a hand appeared in front of Hinata. Niji-Nizan. Hinata reacted. Let me help you up. Niji said. Hinata agreed as she extended her hand. Is this a technique of the head family? Niji thought back to Hinata's movements. Hinata-sama. Those movements of yours, Niji mentioned. It is something that I am practicing on my own, Hinata said as she took a deep breath. Ha! Byakugan. Hinata activated her eyes and started to move her palms around like before, slowly building up her speed. Now that I see it, it seems to be of the same origin of the 8 trigrams technique. Niji thought as he stared at Hinata. Hinata concentrated as she increased the speed of her movements once again, building upon the momentum. A chakra net started to form, following which it became brighter and brighter. Hinata continued, despite her arms feeling heavy like 100 kb weights bearing down on them. The net became very bright at this moment. I may not be a genius like Niji-Nizan who was able to master the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but I will not be left behind either. I will work hard, so that I can stand beside him. Hidden taijutsu, gentle fist art, defensive 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata announced as she finished executing the technique. Niji stared at Hinata with his mouth open. He knew how hard it was for him to trace his steps and learn the head family's arts without any guidance or a manual to help him figure it out. You've executed the technique successfully. Niji said as he smiled towards Hinata who was gasping for breath after executing the technique. Yeah. She managed to spurt the words as she kept breathing in and out. Niji excused himself from the field. Hinata rested under a tree, as she stared at the morning sun that was shining down. She then reached into her pocket and took out a piece of paper. Hinata stared at the message Naruto left behind. It's been 3 weeks since I have seen you, Hinata thought as she held the letter in her hand. However, Hinata did not know that she was being watched by Hanabi a few meters away. Who is Naruto? Does sister like him? Is he the boy dad is looking for? Hanabi thought. Hanabi-sama. We must leave for your daily training, Hanabi's caretaker said. Yes. Natsu-san. Back on the terrace of the Hokage building. Tsunade stared at Naruto as she taunted him. Come on kiddo. Nah. What's in it for me? Naruto asked. Huh? Didn't you want me to take my words back? Tsunade asked. I did, but that's not the compensation I am looking for, Naruto said. Don't push your luck with her Naruto. Jiraiya thought. Oh. What would you like? Tsunade asked. A bet. Naruto said. A bet? Tsunade asked. If you lose to me, you will agree to become Hokage. If you win, however. You can do anything you want, Naruto said. I will lose to you. Quit dreaming. Tsunade said. Why don't we find out? Naruto asked. You're on. Tsunade said as she entered a battle pose. Wait. I changed my mind. Naruto said. What now? Tsunade asked impatiently. If you lose, you will become Hokage. There's no profit in it for me, Naruto said. You're smart. What do you want? Tsunade asked, feeling as though she was really gambling. I want money for a lifetime supply of ramen, Naruto said. Lifetime? I don't know how much lifetime supply costs though, but alright, Tsunade agreed. Jiraiya walked in between Tsunade and Naruto. He stretched out his arm as he looked towards both sides. Ready? Naruto and Tsunade stared at each other intensely, during which a small storm whipped about in between both of them. Fight! Jiraiya raised his hand. Chapter 62. As soon as Jiraiya raised his hand, Naruto shot off in the direction of Tsunade. Tsunade held up her index finger against Naruto. Whoosh! Ha! Tsunade saw Naruto vanish from her sight. What do we have here? Tsunade heard Naruto's voice right behind her. She turned around to see Naruto rummaging through her purse. Naruto! Tsunade screamed. When did he swipe my purse? Tsunade thought. Look at the number of promissory notes, Naruto said as he lifted his head. Naruto, it is considered to be rude for a man to check a woman's purse, Jiraiya advised. Tsunade felt like losing her mind now. Naruto felt a sweat down his spine. He turned back around to see Tsunade releasing a dangerous aura. You are dead. Tsunade said as she rushed towards Naruto and launched into the sky with one leg raised so high that it almost touched her head. Hidden taijutsu, heavenly foot of pain. Tsunade said as she landed her a dropkick on Naruto, only for him to dodge the last second, following which her foot landed on the ground. Boom! Piles of dust and debris flew about. The floor of the terrace was almost destroyed. What the hell, she really wants to destroy me. Didn't she take my Gamachan the first time I met her? Naruto thought as he stared at the monster that was Tsunade. You've lost Tsunade. You needed more than a finger. Jiraiya reminded. Though Tsunade was angry with Naruto, she distinctly heard Jiraiya and could not let the comment slide by. You've got nerves to provoke me, Jiraiya. Tsunade said. Tsunade. Stop it. You've lost, Hiruzen said. Tsunade finally calmed down. What am I doing? I am being led around by a brat like him. Tsunade thought as she looked towards Naruto with complicated emotions in her heart. Naruto took a step back in fear. She is not thinking of going against me again, is she? Naruto thought. You were always terrible at gambling, Jiraiya said. I may not have mentioned this before. But this kid has fought against Orochimaru toe-to-toe for almost an entire hour, Hiruzen said. What? Tsunade stared at Naruto. Not only that, he has done deeds worthy of merit, especially the invasion plan, Jiraiya said. Hiruzen walked towards Naruto. Naruto. It's thanks to your efforts, that boy from the sand village gave this information, Hiruzen said as he thought back to what Hayate said. FB. I do not expect you to believe my words completely at this point. All I know is that I owe something to this village because of the Chunin exams. I do not want lives from both villages to be lost over a meaningless squabble for resources. Hayate stared at Gaara. FB. Naruto knew about Gaara telling the invasion plan to Hayate. When Jiraiya informed Naruto, he was shocked, but also relieved at the same time. Looks like they can handle the problem by themselves, Naruto thought. That boy fought Orochimaru. Shizune stared at Naruto with a shocked expression. She then ran to Tsunade with Tun-Tun in her hand. Tsunade-sama. What do you plan to do? You can call off the bet, right? Saying that it was not your intention in the first place. No, Shizune. The boy deserves respect for standing up to that man, Tsunade said as she walked towards Naruto. What is it? Naruto asked. Tsunade raised both her hands to her neck. She took off the necklace and held it towards Naruto. There's only one of this kind of necklace in this world. It belonged to the first Hokage. The money you can obtain by selling this necklace is more than enough to buy ramens for 3-4 lifetimes. The necklace Granny gave me back then, Naruto thought back to the time he always used to wear it, only to lose it in the battle against Pain. Naruto felt a bit guilty about losing the necklace back then. It's all right. I don't want it, Naruto said in a low voice. Tsunade walked over and tied the necklace to his neck. You don't have a say. You've got guts to stand against Orochimaru and come out not just alive, but also beating him in the process. I know that man, and I also know how humiliated he can feel when beat down by a brat like you, Tsunade said as she took her purse back from Naruto. Granny, Naruto murmured. Tsunade froze in her tracks. What? Did you call me? Tsunade had a scary look across her face. Naruto regretted calling her that immediately. Tsunade rushed up to Naruto. Naruto flinched as he closed his eyes in fear. Clank. Tsunade sent his forehead protector flying. Naruto felt nothing happen. He opened his eyes, only to see. Author's note, ahem. Two big raisingans near the face. Chew. Tsunade kissed his forehead. Naruto looked up to see Tsunade, who put her hands over his shoulder. Become a fine man, Tsunade smiled. And, a fine Hokage. Tsunade said in her mind. Naruto was stunned at Tsunade's actions. So do you accept yet? Hiruzen interrupted. Not so fast, old man. I still need to think this through, Tsunade said. Back to the matter at hand. What is your plan? Jiraiya asked. Currently, I have no reason to fight it out with the Sand Village, since the Kazekage is being involved out of desperation. I intend to send teams to subdue their external forces, be it sand and sound alike. A fight not to kill, but to make them surrender. The only problem is Orochimaru. Hiruzen paused. Yes, you never know what that snake is thinking, Tsunade said. And you rejected me when I asked you out, saying Orochimaru was smart and all, Jiraiya sulked. That was a long time ago, Tsunade argued back. But why does Orochimaru want to destroy this village? Shizun asked. I reckon it has things to do with him being rejected for Hokage position and being chased out of the village for conducting experiments with human bodies, Hiruzen explained. But it mostly has to do with the Uchiha kid, Hiruzen concluded. Uchiha? You mean the only boy who survived? Tsunade asked. Yes. Not only he was after that kid, but he was also after the one who went rogue, Jiraiya said. Luckily, the boy has managed to disappear for the past 3 weeks now, Hiruzen said. Disappear? Naruto walked towards the group. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked in a firm voice. Hiruzen felt the trouble was on its way. Naruto closed his eyes. Sage mode. Naruto's eyelids turned orange. His sense searched the entire village until it finally locked on to Sasuke, who was in the Uchiha district. Tsunade and Hiruzen were surprised to see Naruto in Sage mode. Especially Tsunade, who knew the difficulty of Sage mode, after seeing Jiraiya's intense training. He is truly talented, Tsunade commented. He is in the village. Naruto said, causing the group's expression to change. How do you know? Hiruzen asked. I just scanned the entire village. He is in the Uchiha district, Naruto said. Amazing. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizun, and Hiruzen commented at the same time. Naruto. I want you to find out what happened after we finish the meeting here, Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded. So how do we deal with Orochimaru, not to mention the Kazekage as well, Tsunade asked. I'm sure you can figure something out in regards to Orochimaru. As for the Kazekage, I'll see if I can handle him by myself. However, I still believe that the Kazekage can be convinced to back out, except that I cannot mention it beforehand. It can only be done on that particular day, Hiruzen said. Regarding the Kazekage. Why don't you leave him to me, Naruto suggested. The Kazekage? Don't be ridiculous, no matter how much powerful you are. The Kazekage is a Kage-level ninja. I will not allow you to risk your life on such a mission, Hiruzen argued. Trust me, I am not going to rush my death on this one. In fact, I have been thinking of the people I might require for this particular mission, Naruto continued. People? Who do you want? Hiruzen asked. I want to take Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke with me on this one, Naruto said. Naruto, there is a limit to what you want to do. Don't be suicidal, and don't drag people to their deaths, Tsunade said. No. Naruto may be able to pull this off, Jiraiya assured. Hiruzen turned towards Naruto. Naruto, I know that there is more to this than what meets the eye. Especially the changes that has occurred over the past few months, Hiruzen said. Naruto knew what Hiruzen was talking about. Even Jiraiya was able to figure out a few hints. Now is not the right time. I can only tell you in another 2.5 years, to be honest, Naruto said. What is he talking about? Tsunade asked. Hiruzen and Jiraiya stared at each other. Jiraiya nodded, to which Hiruzen smiled. All right, Naruto. We will wait. Naruto nodded as he jumped towards the boundary of the terrace. I will talk to Sasuke about this, Naruto said as he vanished from their sight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Naruto whizzed past the buildings as he headed towards Sasuke's house in high speed. Whoosh! Naruto landed on the ground in a somewhat deserted area. Why is dad father-in-law following me? Naruto thought as he turned back. I guess I can't call him dad for the time being, ... Care to step out? Impossible. The boy detected me. The man thought. I know you have been following me from the Hokage's office, Naruto said in a firm voice. Humph. Hyuga Hayashi stepped out from the shadowy area by the turning that Naruto was facing. How did you know? He asked in a calm voice. I am able to sense your chakra, Naruto said. Hayashi stared at Naruto. Is there a problem? Naruto asked. Since you have brought it up yourself, I will say it without restraint. Stay away from Hinata. Hayashi said these words one by one in a deep voice that signified both threat and warning. Hinata? Why should I stay away? Naruto asked. You dare ask questions? You dare to counter my statement? Hayashi asked in a voice that contained anger. What are you trying to say, old man? Naruto asked. Don't feign ignorance. Hinata is not someone you can casually approach. Hayashi said. Naruto frowned. What is wrong with Dad? From what I knew about him, he was always an amiable man, who would run towards Boruto and Himawari to shower them with love. He never seemed to have a problem with me marrying Hinata. What could have happened while I was away? Naruto thought. I do not understand. What is the problem? Did something happen to Hinata? Naruto asked. Hayashi became more angry, to the extent that nerves budged at the side of his eyes. Hayashi calmed his anger, fearing that it would activate his Byakugan, as he did not want to hurt a junior like Naruto. Hayashi held out a palm and ran towards Naruto. Naruto instinctively countered the palm by deflecting it away with his own palm towards the bottom of Hayashi's wrist, ultimately sending the incoming palm in a different direction. This boy, he knows the proper way to counter the gentle fists. Did Hinata teach him? Hayashi thought. No, that would be impossible since she herself has not mastered it, much less teach someone else to counter it perfectly. Could there be a traitor in the midst of our clan? Hayashi thought as he sent palm after palm towards Naruto, who deflected all of them perfectly. I will not hold back anymore, Hayashi said as he got into a stance. Does he want to hurt me so badly? Enough to the point of resorting to the 8 trigrams 64 palms offense. Naruto thought. Old man, please calm down, there must be something wrong. Naruto tried to calm Hayashi down. No. I must do this for both yours and my daughter's sake so that you both will part ways. Leaving my daughter to focus on her life, Hayashi said as he rushed forward. Damn it. Naruto shouted, being totally unprepared to face this technique right off the bat. Naruto could easily fight him toe-to-toe, but that would only make him angrier. Not to mention the fact that he was Naruto's future father-in-law in this world, so he could not really force himself to beat his dad. 8 palms. Hayashi declared as he sealed 8 chakra points. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Hayashi sent his finger sealing each chakra point in Naruto's body. Ah! Naruto ground in pain as he fell on his knees, he half-kneeled as he faced Hayashi. Know your place. Hayashi said as he turned around. Your chakra points have been sealed temporarily. You will not be able to move for the next 1 hour or so, Hayashi explained to Naruto as he walked away. Naruto did not want to unleash his 9 tails mode. Sage mode. Naruto's eyelids turned orange, changing his pupils in the eyes as well. I don't know what has happened to you or Hinata. However, no one can stop me from seeing Hinata. Naruto declared as he stood up. Hayashi was shocked. How are you able to stand up? He asked. Don't change the subject, old man, tell me what is going on, Naruto said in a firm voice. This boy, is he the one Neji is supposed to fight for the next stage? Neji will definitely lose, Hayashi thought. You are very strong for your age, Hayashi complimented Naruto. I read the message you left for Hinata. I understood that you wish to pursue her. Am I wrong in making that assumption? Hayashi asked Naruto. Naruto did not react to Hayashi's message, but his silence agreed with Hayashi's words. Hinata is of the main branch, and she is the heir to the Hyuga household. She would not have been in academy if it wasn't for her failing to her sister. Naruto knew the backstory between Hanabi and Hinata. After hearing this statement, he also understood Hayashi's way of thinking. It looks like he agreed to the wedding because I was strong enough back then. Naruto thought back to the first time Hinata introduced Naruto to her father. Old man. I am sorry. Naruto said as he bowed towards Hayashi. However, I will not give up on Hinata. Naruto said. Poof. Naruto disappeared from the spot. Hayashi stared at the spot where Naruto disappeared. Humph. He got away. Hayashi thought as turned back towards the direction of his house. Whoosh. Naruto entered the Uchiha district as he headed towards Sasuke's house. TK. A piece of information entered Naruto's brain. It was that message, huh? Naruto thought back to when he had left a clone as soon as he activated his Sage mode. Naruto slowed down his speed and deactivated his Sage mode. Kurama. You've got it. Kurama said as he circulated the Nine Tails mode in a short burst around Naruto's chakra network, unsealing all his chakra points. Thanks. Naruto said as he increased his speed. Whoosh. Naruto landed in front of Sasuke's house. It has been a long time since I have been in this place, Naruto thought as he stared at the building and its surroundings. It was a large courtyard that solely belonged to Sasuke's family with its own lawn in the front and a small pond at the back of the house. Naruto rang the doorbell. Ding dong. A few seconds later Sasuke appeared with his usual arrogant expression. Sasuke. Naruto called out to him happily. Sasuke accepted Naruto into the house without any further comments. You've changed. Naruto said as he stared at Sasuke in his new attire. Sasuke opened the door to the backyard as he sat down by the pond. Naruto also followed and sat down beside him. They both stared at the horizon for a while before Naruto broke the silence. Sasuke. I heard you went missing for the past few days, Naruto said. I went for training too, Sasuke said. Training? But weren't you supposed to train under Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Doesn't matter. I want to fight against you. Sasuke said. Sasuke. I would like to fight you, but that would have to wait until the Chunin exams, Naruto said in a low voice. So. Where did you go? Naruto asked. None of your business, Sasuke said in a grumpy voice. Anywhere is good as long as it was not Orochimaru, Naruto said. Sasuke agreed. Sasuke. We have a week before the start of the Chunin battle stage. I plan to go to the Sand Village in the following evening after tomorrow, Naruto said. Why at that time? Sasuke asked. By my calculations, it will take us about 2.5 days on foot if we are slow, probably half a day of battle and remaining days to be back just at the start of the exam, Naruto said. Wait. Did you say it will take us 2.5 days? Sasuke asked. Yeah. I plan to take you and Kakashi-sensei along, Naruto said. Sasuke thought back to Naruto's words. FB. I will rescue the Kazekage, Naruto proudly declared with battle intent brimming across his face. Is your body powerful enough to fight against Kage level right now? Sasuke asked curiously. Yup. Naruto said as he looked back at Sasuke. FB. I will get to fight stronger people now. Sasuke grinned lightly. Chapter 63. Alright then. I'll take my leave. Naruto said as he got up. What do you plan to do for the next 1.5 days? Sasuke asked. For starters, I will visit Shikamaru and inform him about the current situation. The Hokage has partly figured out my identity, so I told him I shall tell the truth in about 2.5 years, Naruto said. Looks like you'll have things going easy now that the Hokage knows about it, Sasuke said. You're right, Sasuke. However, I am more concerned about one other thing, Naruto said as he thought back to Shikamaru's words. FB. I want you to be careful of Sasuke. Naruto turned back in shock. I just wanted to let you know, because he already left the village back in your time, Shikamaru said, not mentioning how Sasuke had reacted earlier. I see, Naruto nodded as he finally left the hospital. Shikamaru stared at the place Naruto was standing. FB. What is it? Sasuke asked. I have been honest about my past and about how we had worked together to bring peace to that world. Sasuke stared at Naruto. I want you to understand that telling the truth to you was not easy. I feared the fact that you would go in search of power like you had done before to kill Itachi, Naruto said. Naruto. I'll be honest, I want to know the truth about Itachi from you. I want to know what made him do this. But I realize that I am not powerful enough to defeat you right now, which drives me to search for power. Other than this, I also feel a strong urge to kill you, Sasuke said with a crazed look across his face. Naruto stared at Sasuke, reminding him of the old Sasuke he dreaded. But Sasuke's facial expression reverted to its usual. I decided against it. It feels like I am being forced to think of his words back from that day again and again. Naruto stared at Sasuke, who was finally opening up to him. The reason I am made to consider the choice of killing you is mostly due to his words from that day, in which he stated that I am to kill my closest friend. If I do so, I will get the same eyes as he has, and one day I will be able to stand against him as an equal. But I promised myself that I would not follow his way to obtain this power, Sasuke said, causing Naruto to feel hope rise for Sasuke from the bottom of his heart once again. I will become powerful through fair means and defeat you, Sasuke declared. Naruto smiled as he got up. Sasuke, in this Chunin exam, I will see your improvements. Even if you are defeated by me, you must remember that you fought against a Kage-level ninja. Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. Naruto walked to the front yard while being followed by Sasuke. After the battle at the Sand Village, there is one more place I'll have you tag along with me, Naruto said. What is it about? Sasuke asked. It is related to the Fourth Ninja World War. I just want to check if it still exists, Naruto said as he walked towards the entrance gate. Sasuke. Report to the Hokage's office by 4 p.m. 2 days from now. I'll be waiting for you along with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said as he left Sasuke alone. Somewhere along the borders of the Wind Nation. In a forest, near a particular tree, there was a tunnel entrance to an underground settlement. Ha! 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 Kabuto panted as he stared at the second Hokage's body. Kabuto, I made no mistake in picking you up, that's for sure, Orochimaru smiled at Kabuto. No, no. The credit all goes to you, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto praised Orochimaru. The first cells and repeated trial over the past days. Truly, hard work has paid off, Orochimaru said as he stared at the kunais which had talismans attached to them. I suppose there is no use for these talismans then. The second's jutsu has been perfected by you, Orochimaru-sama. I am sure he's happy to have a very dedicated disciple like you. Kabuto said as he stared at Orochimaru. This is no longer the second's jutsu. His jutsu could only make the dead ones retain about 20 to 30 of their powers from their prime. But this jutsu, not only does it retain 90 power from prime but also unlimited chakra. Best of all, one doesn't need to use talismans to keep emotions in check. Orochimaru said as he approached Minato's reanimation and removed the kunai with talisman from the back of the body. He then resummoned Minato from the dead with the improved reincarnation jutsu. The matters in the surrounding area started to gather around the reincarnation body, forming a somewhat bandaged version of the corpse compared to the complete version from before. Orochimaru was satisfied with the result. Now, the only problem that remains is summoning the first, Orochimaru thought as he looked towards the first Hokage's reincarnation body. Naruto. Sarutobi-sensei. Your days of ninja will be over within a week. A few kilometers away from their hideout. Two figures in black robes and red clouds sat by a restaurant. Hey, aren't you going to eat this? Deidara asked as he chewed on dumplings. Enjoy while you can. Once Orochimaru shows up, you must be alert, not to let that man get away, Sasori warned. Humph. Don't worry Sasori, my man. I made sure to bring my specialty, Sasori said as he pointed to the two bags by the side of his hips, that contained a lot of clay. Deidara, we are not going to wait for the next 2 days without information. We are going to the village entrance after you are done eating. I will turn the entire border team into my puppets, Sasori said. They will be an appetizer for the Kazekage's peerage, while my special work of art will be their main course. You call puppets work of art? Humph. I do respect you as a fellow craftsman, my man. But art is a fleeting moment of beauty that vanishes gloriously. Just like my explosions, Deidara explained. No. Art is something that beautifully remains. Extensively into the distant future. Eternal beauty is art. Sasori argued. Whoosh. Naruto jumped past the buildings, heading towards the Nara district. Knock. 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 Shikamaru's mom opened the door. Yoshino-san. Naruto-kun. Shikamaru's mom recognized Naruto. Are you here for Shikamaru? She asked. Naruto nodded. Follow me. She said as she led Naruto to the backyard. Shikamaru was busy grooming the deers that his clan took care of. Shikamaru. Naruto waved at him. Naruto and Shikamaru walked to a secluded spot after Shikamaru had finished his work. Shikamaru. I have handled the plan to save the Kazekage. The third is helping me out by sending Sasuke and Kakashi to help me on the mission, Naruto explained. Sasuke. Won't it be too much for him to face those kinds of guys right now? Shikamaru asked. No. Sasuke and Kakashi will be handling the side characters who might interfere. While I will deal with Orochimaru, Naruto said. So how did you convince the third? Shikamaru asked. He is onto my identity. But I plan to tell them about that later since I don't want them to worry about the fourth ninja war right now, Naruto explained. I see, Shikamaru commented. Shikamaru. Naruto called out as he reached into his pocket. Take this, he said as he handed over a kunai with the flying thunder god seal. This is. Shikamaru, I will not be able to make it back to the Chunin exam in time. So I want you to keep this with you, Naruto said as he whispered in Shikamaru's ears about his plan. Are you sure? Shikamaru asked. Naruto nodded. The evening of the second day arrived quickly. Naruto packed his bag with food supplies. He took off his weights and kept them at the bottom of his cupboard. All right. Everything is ready. Naruto said as he locked his door. Whoosh. Naruto landed on the terrace of the Hokage building. Looks like the three of you are ready. Hiruzen said as he stared at Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi in front of him. Chapter 64. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood beside Hiruzen, as they watched the three assemble. Hiruzen inhaled from his smoke pipe and exhaled the smoke, taking a moment to think about the matters at hand. Kakashi. Hiruzen called out. Though it may be unusual, I am putting Naruto in charge of this particular mission. I would like for both, you and Uchiha Sasuke to follow Naruto's commands in this mission. This mission is an off-records S-rank mission. Hiruzen explained. My first S-rank mission is off-records, Sasuke thought. Kakashi. Sasuke. Do you have any complaints against anything I have just said? Hiruzen asked. No. Kakashi and Sasuke responded. Good. Hiruzen said as he turned towards Naruto. Naruto, please explain your method of operation for the mission. I'll see if there's any wisdom I can offer. Naruto nodded as he stepped forth. For this mission, I am not 100% sure of who are all involved, but I can mention the key characters we are going to face. I wish to have Kakashi-sensei approach the 4th Kazekage, as an envoy of the Hidden Leaf and accompanying the Kazekage's journey to the Hidden Leaf village. However, there's a chance that Orochimaru may appear over there, Naruto said. Orochimaru. Why would he arrive with the Kazekage? Isn't that the same as claiming that he is working with the Kazekage? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya frowned. Naruto. Are you saying that Orochimaru is? Precisely. Naruto pointed out. Kakashi was surprised at Naruto's plans, but the people who would appear in the plan could only make him dread the mission even more. Orochimaru intends to kill the Kazekage, Naruto said. Why? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya put his hand in front of Tsunade to calm Tsunade down. Hiruzen and Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru was the kind of scum to do so. Another contributing factor was Naruto having the knowledge of these events that would take place. I intend to stop Orochimaru while making the Kazekage realize Orochimaru's intention towards their cooperation was all a sham, Naruto explained. Thus preserving the treaty and turning the Kazekage in favor of our side, Hiruzen completed Naruto's explanation. Looks like this might make things easy for us after all. Hiruzen smiled towards Naruto. Naruto walked up to Hiruzen as he reached into his pockets. He then handed over the kunai with the flying thunder god seal. Hiruzen stared at Naruto, seeing Minato's image staring back at him. Please keep this with you at all times, Naruto said. Hiruzen smiled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. I regret never revealing your parents' identity to you, Naruto, Hiruzen said as he adjusted his cap to cover his face. Naruto squatted down and lifted his head to look at Hiruzen behind his cap. I know you did it to protect me. Naruto said as he smiled at Hiruzen. Hiruzen almost felt like crying. Minato, Kushina, Your boy has grown into a fine young man. Hiruzen spoke to them in his mind. Meanwhile, Sasuke stared at Naruto. FB, Chapter 4. Weakness is a choice, Sasuke, some somethings can only be found through authority, Naruto said dejectedly. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. You knew your parents, and you know their killer, whereas I do not know my parents, and neither their killer, Naruto said. What does that have to do with me? Sasuke asked impatiently. The third Hokage knows, yet he refuses to say. I guess there is a story behind yours too that he is hiding, I am afraid, Naruto said, trying to calm down Sasuke. Are you saying I have no resolve? Sasuke screamed, showing changes in his pupil. I see, you have awakened your Sharingan, Naruto said dejectedly. Sasuke tried moving around but was still pinned to the ground. That is nothing in front of true strength, Sasuke, but that is what I am here to do, Naruto said as he faced Sasuke while pinning him to the ground. I want us both working together hand in hand while steadily increasing our power and also finding out the truth to our problems, but I need your help, Naruto asked with a friendly look. But why? Why someone as strong as you ask my help? We have been rivals for a long time, and have almost lived the same lifestyle for the past few years. No one could possibly understand me better than you, Naruto said as he got up and extended a hand. Jiraiya walked towards Naruto. Naruto. Do you remember what happened a few days ago? Jiraiya asked. You mean the Akatsuki, Naruto said as he thought back to the intel that he had received in the restaurant. Jiraiya nodded. Don't worry. I can handle anything that comes in my way, Naruto reassured. Jiraiya reached into his clothes and pulled out a scroll. Naruto, take this scroll with you, Jiraiya handed over the scroll. Naruto stared at the scroll. Use that scroll in conjunction with the summoning technique. You will be able to summon the second great sage of Mount Myoboku, Fukasaku-sama. If there is any problem, Fukasaku-sama can reverse summon me to the place where you are at, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded as he stored the scroll in his pocket. Jiraiya walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke lifted his head as looked at Jiraiya. Sasuke-kun. Be careful on your mission, I suppose this is the first time you are taking an S-rank mission, right? Jiraiya asked. Sasuke nodded. Don't let fear get to you, always have a calm mind when you are faced with the most troublesome of problems. A calm mind can make you see through everything, just like your Sharingan, Jiraiya said. Sasuke bowed down towards Jiraiya. Thank you for your guidance. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade walked up to Naruto as she thought back to the time Naruto had left the meeting to meet up with Sasuke. Situational FB. Tsunade-sama. That was very reckless of you. To think you would bet that necklace of all things. Shizun reprimanded Tsunade. Shizun. I believe in that boy. He could already stand up against Orochimaru for his age. What more troubles can befall him? You think that this necklace is so cursed, that it would kill him as well? Tsunade argued. I may have argued against you, Shizun. This time, it really feels like he is running towards death itself, Tsunade thought as she stared at Naruto. Naruto. Naruto turned towards Tsunade. Please come back alive. Tsunade said. Naruto smiled at Tsunade as he stuck his right thumb towards Tsunade. I will be back in one piece along with Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke stood side by side once again in front of the three. We'll leave for the hidden sand now. Kakashi said. Good luck. Hiruzen said, upon which the trio vanished as they jumped over the buildings while heading in the direction of the village gates. Hiruzen turned towards Jiraiya. Do you think Naruto will be able to pull it off? Jiraiya thought back to Naruto's elemental Rasengan training. Author's note, all different elements. Yes. In the sand village. Where the desert winds flowed throughout the year, in a particular building, within a room. A man sat down as he stared at the messages written on the scroll. The man wore a combination of white and blue attire with a cap that contained the character for the word, wind, on the tip of the hat. Yura. The fourth Kazekage called out. The door in the room opened revealing a man with a white cap and long hair that covered half of the face diagonally as it stretched all the way to the neck. Yura. What happened to the second team of the ANBU Black OPS? None of them are in the building, the fourth Kazekage complained. Kazekage-sama. I had them increase the security around the village, Yura said. What for? The Kazekage asked. There is a rumor of the Akatsuki appearing along our borders, Yura said. Who was the source? The Kazekage asked. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, Yura confirmed. Jiraiya had sent this information to the people who would share intel with him. This information was sent long before Jiraiya received the message regarding Kazekage's intention to breach the terms of the alliance. No matter how powerful they are. No ninjas will be capable of infiltration by force. Chapter 65. Even if it is a defensive measure, inform me before doing it, the Kazekage said. Yes. Yura bowed and took his leave. Outside the room, as Yura was walking, he felt a sudden surge of pain which originated in the center of his brain. Embedded in his brain was a seal meant to be used to create sleeper cells. Crack. Shatter. Yura's knees gave in to the pain as he fell on the floor and took deep breaths. I understand. Yura said as he stared into the space in front of him with a resolute gaze. A few hours later. Two figures appeared in the middle of the desert, as they walked towards the hidden sand village. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sand village which was situated between two huge hills on either side a natural feature of the sand village. Yura stared at his bloodied arms and compared it to the scene of the fallen corpses that were lying in front of him. These corpses belonged to the border security team and the second team of the ANBU Black Ops. Sasori-sama. I have completed your work. Yura said in his mind. Soon Sasori and Deidara appeared at the entrance of the village. Yura stared at Sasori who was in his Hirako form with a reverent gaze. Good work, Sasori said as he observed the scene of the piled-up corpses behind Yura. Do you remember me? Sasori asked. Of course, I do, Sasori-sama. Yura said. Of course, he does, It wouldn't be much of a jutsu if he didn't, Sasori thought. Yura half kneeled towards Sasori. They become loyal subordinates after regaining their memory, Sasori thought after seeing Yura kneel towards him. Yura guided Sasori towards the corpses he had gathered in a single place after killing. Good job. Sasori said as he took a step towards the group of corpses. How many corpses are here? Sasori asked. Exactly 64 of them, Sasori-sama. Yura reported. A scroll flew out of Sasori's body. Red Sand's secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Poof. A cloud of smoke appeared. Whoosh. 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 About 100 puppets gathered in a few seconds, floating in the sky right behind Sasori. Yura guarded the entrance to cover over the suspicious activities that were taking place. Soon, 64 of Sasori's puppets transformed into their corpse counterparts. My man, don't you feel repulsive to make those bodies your work of art? Deidara asked. Did you say something? Sasori asked. Deidara just stared at Sasori, who used his tail to drag the corpses one by one to his scroll, where he sealed them into a contained space. Looks like I get to renew 64 of my puppets in the collection, best of all they are better than your average ninja, Sasori thought as he turned towards Yura. Continue to be on duty here. Sasori said as he handed over a scroll to Yura. This is. Yura looked towards Sasori. The scroll contains the method to control the puppets that are taking the place of the guards. Contact my other spy Mukei to help you in controlling these puppets. Don't worry, they have simple mechanisms for movements. Even the most basic of puppet control arts can make them move like experts. After all, I have brought down an entire nation with these puppets before, Sasori said. Yura half kneeled towards Sasori again. Yes, Sasori-sama. Do you know the time that the Kazekage intends to depart towards the Chunin exams? Sasori asked. Yes. The Kazekage intends to leave the village by 9 a.m. 2 days from now, Yura said in a firm voice. All right. Let's go. Sasori ordered Deidara as he turned towards the exit. After a few moments of walking, Deidara broke the silence. Sasori. My man. Sasori turned towards Deidara. Why are you concerned about the Kazekage? We are supposed to be after the guy named Orochimaru, right? Deidara asked. Orochimaru is very good at hiding. He changes his hideout every few days, and there is no way to find out where he would be hiding. My spy under Orochimaru revealed that he intends to take down the Kazekage. Which is why we have come to this village, Sasori explained. But why kill the guards at the entrance, my man? Deidara asked. Deidara. Akatsuki is currently short on funds to operate. Our current goals are to find money, tools, jutsus, and tailed beasts, with money being the #1 priority right now, Sasori said. But what does this have to do with the Kazekage? Deidara asked. The fourth Kazekage of the sand is a descendant of the magnetic release Kekii Genkai. Magnetic release? Deidara asked. Yes. It is a Kekii Genkai that is unique to the hidden sand village. The third Kazekage whom I have in my collection as a puppet uses the magnetic style to manipulate iron sand. Whereas the fourth Kazekage uses the magnetic style to control gold dust. Gold dust? You mean pure gold? Deidara asked in a surprised voice. Precisely. Sasori lauded Deidara's intellect. My man. You are going to use the gold dust to make Akatsuki rich, Deidara said excitedly. Yes. Sasori said in an emotionless voice as he walked ahead. Deidara followed quickly. My man. Sasori turned towards Deidara. From what I know, Akatsuki operates in pairs, right? Deidara asked. Yes. Then you must have had a partner before me, Deidara said. Sasori stopped walking. My previous partner was Orochimaru, Sasori said in a low voice. Orochimaru. We are going to kill your own partner? Deidara asked. Yes. Sasori replied in a cold voice. So how was this Orochimaru guy? Deidara asked. Sasori was silent for a few moments before he finally spoke. Orochimaru and I shared similar perceptions regarding life. We both wanted to be an everlasting existence. Mine through puppetry and his through experiments with humans, Sasori said. My man. Are you sulking? Deidara asked. Sasori glared at Deidara. Maybe, Sasori said in a faint voice. Deidara approached Sasori. What was that, my man? Nothing. Sasori shouted, causing Deidara to be stunned. I was betrayed by my partner, who shared the same views on life. Somehow I felt even more lonely after he left. Sasori opened up to Deidara. That's when I decided that I will kill him by my hands if it is the last thing I do. Deidara stared at Sasori. A few days after that incident happened, I acquired a new pawn. Deidara stared at Sasori. His name is Yakushi Kabuto. I have asked him to report to me on Orochimaru's latest developments and locations. It was he who informed that Orochimaru is going to assassinate the Kazekage. After all these days, it is finally going to pay off. The Kazekage and Orochimaru. It is like killing two birds with one stone. Sasori said in a cold voice. Soon. 2 days passed by. Team 7 finally made it to the desert lands on the outskirts of the village. Let's go. Naruto commanded as the team picked up its pace. Chapter 66. Kazekage Office, Sand Village. The Kazekage was taking a look through the scroll for the matters that required his attention before he left. Knock. 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 Come in. Raza 4th Kazekage said. The door opened to reveal an elderly woman with black eyes and lavender-colored hair tied in a bun, wearing the traditional hidden sand village outfit, which consists of a dark-colored, loose-fitting outfit with a poncho-like top. The old lady was one of the 2 elders and a former counselor of the sand village, honored grandmother Lady Chiyo. Granny Chiyo was an expert in puppet arts, medical ninjutsus, and poison concoction. Lord 4th. Chiyo greeted. Honored grandmother Chiyo. Raza lightly bowed his head towards her. Are you leaving now? Chiyo asked. Yes, Raza nodded as he stood up and put his scroll on a shelf nearby, after which he wore his Kazekage attire over his usual clothes. Are you really going to destroy the village you have a treaty with? Chiyo asked, trying to confirm the strength of the Kazekage's resolution. Honored grandmother. I don't have a choice. After all, the fool of a man who became the Wind Nation's daimyo is only capable of weakening his entire nation rather than opening his eyes to the truth, Raza explained. Explain. Chiyo said. The daimyo delegated works to other nations which could be handled by the sand. He significantly cut the budget of the village and slashed the number of ninjas, thus reducing our military might. Raza said. If you are talking about military might, then don't you have your own son whom you intend to wield as a weapon of destruction? Chiyo argued. It is not only about military might. The Wind Nation consists of deserts only. There is barely enough fertile land to support the village, even less when it comes to growing herbs for medical uses. Our main source of income is the ninja missions that we hidden villages can delegate to our own ninjas. It is this income that we use to invest in trading activities and purchases of rare commodities from other villages. The income tax and various other taxes levied from the villagers can barely compare to this income. But this attack is not just about resources, right? You are using this opportunity to show the importance of the ninjas to the daimyo. Chiyo stared at Raza. Yes, I am, Raza agreed. This is not a recent problem, honored grandmother Chiyo, Raza said. Chiyo stared at Raza. You were there when all this happened, honored grandmother. You knew that the only way we could tackle the reduction in the number of ninjas was to increase the quality of the existing ones, Raza said in an angry voice. Chiyo lowered her face, thinking back to the time she pointed towards Gara to be the next vessel of the one-tailed beast, since the other 2 siblings were not compatible. Yes. Moreover, I regret it now. I only hope that he doesn't turn out to be like my grandchild, Chiyo said in a low voice. Raza saw Chiyo lamenting over her actions. He knew there was something more she was about to add, but he did not want to change his intention of crushing the leaf. Raza started to walk towards the door. Don't just walk away, Raza. Chiyo shouted. You, Raza stared at Chiyo. What, you? It is you, Chiyo pointed towards Raza. You never provided Gara any parental love. Sasori turned out like he is because he lost his parents, Chiyo paused. While I, his only kin, did not pay attention to his feelings at all. Chiyo paused for a moment, after which she continued. I know that I messed up my role in Sasori's life. But you never cared about your son. You even put Yoshimaru-kun in a very tough position of killing Gara. He was only a child. But you made him lose the only kin he had in his life by making the boy kill him with his own hands. Raza lowered his head, unable to retort a single comment of Granny Chiyo's. Raza. I don't care what you intend to do in order to destroy the leaf. I will not even interfere with your plans because I am also counting on you to avenge both my son and daughter-in-law who were killed by the White Fang. However, Chiyo paused. However? Raza asked. You must take care of Gaara. You must make him understand the meaning of love once again, Chiyo insisted. Raza's gaze turned towards the family picture on his desk and the one with his wife. Karura. Raza apologized to Chiyo and made a promise to take good care of Gaara. Chiyo smiled and returned, following which they both walked towards the ground floor where Raza's entourage was assembled to accompany him on the journey. Raza sat down in a palanquin that was held by 4 jounins. Let's go, he announced. Yes. His entourage responded back as they lifted him and walked to the gates of the village. Few hours earlier. In a lab located underground. Kabuto was busy experimenting with the first Hokage's corpse, which was strapped to a bed. The corpse was struggling to get out of the seals that were placed all over the body. Kabuto used Hashirama's cells to try and bind the soul from gaining control of its own body, but he appeared to be losing to it. Not good. Kabuto rushed to the nearby table to grab the kunai with a red talisman and implanted it into the first Hokage's corpse. Soon, the body stopped wriggling and became stable. Phew. Kabuto cleaned the sweat away from his forehead. Kabuto approached Orochimaru, who was sitting on an enormous chair in an empty room that was lit by a large lamp that was next to him. Orochimaru-sama. The first Hokage can only be controlled if we use the talisman to eradicate his emotions, Kabuto said excitedly. Orochimaru stared at the space in front of him. What is it? Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto. Will there be any reduction in the strength of the techniques it can potentially use? Orochimaru asked. Kabuto adjusted his glasses as he said. I can guarantee that there will be no reduction in strength, neither will there be any hesitation in his actions. He is a ruthless killing machine. Once we release him, Kabuto said with a hint of mockery that was aimed towards those who were supposed to be at the receiving end of the first Hokage. Kabuto. It's about time we leave, Orochimaru said. Okay. Kabuto said as he walked past Orochimaru to the door. Kabuto. Orochimaru called out. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. He responded. Let's take that kid for a spin, Orochimaru hinted. Your previous vessel, is it? Kabuto asked. Orochimaru nodded while he gave a wretched smile, to which Kabuto smiled back as he proceeded to do what Orochimaru had requested of him. At the entrance of the sand village that was situated between the 2 cliffs. The Kazekage's entourage was passing through the entrance. Whoosh! Yura landed in front of the group. Raza pulled aside the curtains and looked towards Yura, who half-kneeled on the ground. Kazekage-sama. Raza lightly nodded to show his approval. Reporting to Kazekage-sama, the Akatsuki never made an appearance near the village. He said in a firm voice. Thank you for your hard work. Raza said as he gestured the jounins to continue ahead. Meanwhile, a strange creature was flying in the sky. The creature looked like a bird with its body and all, while it had a pig for its head. The creature saw the Kazekage and his entourage leave the cliff, upon which it descended towards the ground in great speed. Meanwhile, Chiyo stared at the direction Raza had departed in. As it kept descending, 2 figures came into the view of the strange creature. Kaiaru. The strange creature shouted as it landed on a finger of one of the figures. What did it say? Sasori asked in a cold voice. Deidara concentrated for a moment. My man. Looks like the Kazekage had just left the village. Deidara said. Good. Now we just have to wait for him to meet up with Orochimaru on his way, Sasori said. Deidara agreed as he slipped his hand into the clay bag and gobbled up a considerable amount of clay. Chup. 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 Strange sounds of chewing noises came out, after which Deidara raised his hand. Upon opening his palm, there was a bigger and a concentrated version of the earlier creature. Deidara threw the clay into the air, following which he held up a one-hand seal. Poof! A massive cloud of white smoke appeared, following which, a large version of the strange creature appeared again, except that its size was easily able to carry 3-4 people. Get on! Deidara said as he hopped onto the creature. Sasori also followed through, after which he stared into the direction where Raza and his entourage left him. Let's go! Deidara said, upon which the creature took off to the skies. Elsewhere in the desert. 3 figures shot across the barren lands as they traveled at high speed. The one in the lead was Naruto, followed by Sasuke and Kakashi. Naruto turned towards the back, as he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Yes. Kakashi looked towards Naruto. I can faintly detect a few chakras up north. We must increase our pace to keep up, Naruto said. Sasuke and Kakashi nodded as they increased their pace once again. Soon, Sasuke and Naruto were ahead of Kakashi by quite a margin, whereas Kakashi could only helplessly stare in dismay. Sasuke has become strong, Kakashi thought as they raced across the dunes. The Kazekage and his entourage traveled along the desert without any disturbances, until... whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared a few meters away from the group. Orochimaru stared at the group that was walking its way over, while Kabuto turned towards the figure in between both of them. Are you ready? Kimimaro. Chapter 67. On the top of the cliffs that surrounded the entrance of the sand village, 2 figures stood on top as they stared at each other. Mukade. Yura called out as he stared at a middle-aged man with dark brown hair who had a sickly appearance, being very emaciated, with his ribs being visible. He wore a simple high-collared brown vest, open at the chest area, light-colored pants, and gauze wrapped around his waist area. Yura. Now that Sasori's work is done, I plan to keep these puppets for myself, Mukade said with an evil grin. Mukade. I cannot allow you to do that. We must maintain these puppets until we get the news, Yura said in an angry voice. TSK. You're no fun at all. Mukade grinned as he stepped down from the cliff, only to see Chio staring dumbfounded at the ANBU Black Ops puppets that guarded the border. This is, Chio said as she approached the puppets to feel the surface area. Crack. Pieces of wood broke on the surface, revealing the real face of the puppets that lied beneath the transformation. Chio was shocked. She turned around to see the puppets that were moving around the cliff in an orderly manner. The worst has happened. Chio concluded. Ha 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 ha, Mukade laughed at Chio. Chio turned back. Mukade. Chio screamed in anger. Honored grandmother Chio. It is an honor to meet you here, Mukade bowed towards Chio. What happened to all the Umbu Black Ops that were stationed here? Chio asked. ANBU Black Ops. They died in this valley 2 days ago, Mukade said with a smile. Chio raised a scroll against Mukade. Whoa. 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 Slow down, old lady. I did not kill them. Mukade said. Then who? Chio asked. Who? Why don't you ask my partner in crime here? Mukade said as he pointed towards a figure behind him. The man approached the scene as he came into view. Yura. Chio stared at him. Ha 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 ha, Mukade laughed. There you go. The man who killed all the ANBU Black Ops that were stationed here. Oh no. The fun fact. Yura stationed those agents here in the valley, only to kill them all by himself, ha ha ha, Mukade ridiculed Yura. Chio stared at Yura. Tell me that's not true, Chio said. Yura was said to be an industrious and loyal person. From the little that was seen of him, this was true as he advocated new strategies and plans that were geared towards improving the village. With regards to his loyalty. Though two-sided, he was fiercely loyal to Hidden Sand Village and after being awakened as a sleeper agent, showed great loyalty towards Sasori as well. Yura looked at Chio. Honored grandmother. He said as he half-kneeled towards her. I have my reasons. Back in the desert where the Kazekage's and Orochimaru's group confronted. Orochimaru-sama. What is it? Orochimaru asked as he turned towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro had a pale skin, vivid green eyes, masculine facial features. 2 scarlet dots on his forehead which all the members of his clan possessed, and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head distinguished by an atypical, zigzag, hair parting with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He also had a curse mark under the name Cursed Seal of Earth which was applied at the base of his throat, where it is a circular pattern of 3 curved lines. Whom do you wish to kill? Kimimaro asked emotionlessly, while deep inside, he was delighted in joining up on a mission with the person he revered. That person. Orochimaru said as he pointed towards Raza who was sitting inside the palanquin. What are they doing here? One of the Jounins reacted, following which the entire entourage had spotted Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kimimaro together. Raza looked outside his palanquin only to see the same sight as others in his group. What is Orochimaru doing here? Raza felt like almost panicking. If people from another village see us here together, the plan will be leaked before it comes to fruition, Raza thought as he stared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned towards Kimimaro. Go. Kimimaro nodded, following which he ran towards the group in front of him. What is he doing? Raza murmured as he saw Kimimaro running towards his entourage. Meanwhile, Kimimaro who was running, folded his arms inwards as he muttered. Shikatsumiyaku. Whoosh. Whoosh. Bones extended out of both his elbows. What the hell is that? A Jounin asked. Is that Bones? Another man asked in the group. Kimimaro paid no heed. His abilities came from his Kekkei Genkai, Shikatsumiyaku, which allowed the user to manipulate their own skeletal structure as a means of combat. Specifically, it allowed Kimimaro to manipulate his osteoblast and osteoclast cells, which are responsible for building or breaking down bone tissue. This ability gave him absolute control over the concentration of calcium within his bones, allowing him to control the density or malleability of them. First dance, Dance of the Willow. Kimimaro extended Bones out of his palm as well, as he increased his speed further. A person screamed with battle intent as he launched himself forth to face the incoming Kimimaro. Humph. Kimimaro snorted as he slashed his bone onto the jounin, creating a huge bloody gash across the person's body. Some of the jounins froze in fear as they looked at their comrade who was alive and well just a few seconds ago. You will pay for this. Another jounin screamed as he launched himself forth just like the previous man at Kimimaro. Just like moths that are drawn towards the flame. Kimimaro thought as he slashed aside the person who was charging towards him with his right elbow. Most of the people in the group froze, as they stared at the two who were dead on the ground with their bodies turning cold. Raza couldn't sit still any longer. He had a duty as the Kazekage to protect his people. Just as he was about to get up. Arfk. Another man screamed as he ran towards Kimimaro just like the other two. At this point, the jounins from the sand didn't want to watch the gore scene again. They had averted their eyes from the scene, while already pretending that their comrade had died. Humph. A voice interfered at this moment. Clang. A sword and a bone collided. Who are you? Kimimaro asked as he stared at the boy who blocked him. My name is Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 68. Kimimaro frowned a bit on hearing Sasuke's introduction. Looks like he was supposed to be my replacement to become Orochimaru-sama's new vessel. But that does not matter, even if my health is a bit unstable right now, I will prove to Orochimaru-sama that I am superior to him in every way possible, Kimimaro thought as he looked at Sasuke. My name is Kimimaro, he said. Are those bones? Sasuke asked, seeing the bones sticking out of Kimimaro's body. This is my Kekkei Genkai. Kimimaro said with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Orochimaru who watched the scene from the sidelines had a frown upon his face. Kabuto stared at the three who were on the battlefield. Naruto stared at Kimimaro who was stopped with a parry from Sasuke. He thought back to the time where some of the 9 rookies were assembled by Shikamaru, to bring back Sasuke before he reached the borders of the Sound Village. Back then he could only stare at Sasuke's back helplessly while being blocked by Kimimaro. Kakashi walked towards the palanquin. Kazekage-sama. Kakashi bowed down to Raza. Raza was confused, what to make of the situation. Should he continue to work on the plan with Orochimaru who had now planned to attack him on the way to the Hidden Leaf, or to side with the Leaf Village with whom he wanted to destroy despite having a treaty with the village? The third Hokage sent me here as an envoy to guide you to the village, Kakashi reported. Raza nodded to prevent any suspicions. This is unexpected, Sasori commented as he stared at the scene from about a kilometer or two away while standing on top of a sand dune. Shall we join them? Deidara asked excitedly as he jumped onto the strange creature's back. No. I want to see what those 3 are going to do, Sasori said. Sheesh. Deidara commented as he got back onto the ground. You're no fun, my man. Deidara sulked. Back on the battlefield. Kekkei Genkai? Sasuke asked. Yes. Kimimaro said as he unzipped his long-sleeved shirt and removed them from his body, letting the shirt hang down his waist. What is he doing? Sasuke and others surrounding the battlefield thought as they stared at Kimimaro. Crack. A sound was heard as a bone emerged from the top of Kimimaro's left shoulder. Kimimaro brought his right hand towards the bone and said. I see you have a sword. Why don't you battle with mine? Kimimaro said as he pulled out his bone which had another bone at the top of the one he was holding. Did he modify his upper arm bones to create that bone-hilted sword? Sasuke thought as he stared at Kimimaro who pointed his sword straight at Sasuke. Orochimaru smirked as he saw this scene. Kabuto was also excited as he turned towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama. We can now see the battle between both of your supposed vessels. Indeed. It's sad to see that I missed the chance to implant the cursed seal of heaven on Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru lamented while also feeling excited on the thought of a match between Sasuke and Kimimaro. Kakashi tried to observe the thoughts across Kabuto's and Orochimaru's minds. Looks like they plan to watch by the side, which probably has to do with Orochimaru's desire for Sasuke. Kakashi murmured. Naruto who was by the side turned towards Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Don't let your guard down. If they move, I will go after Orochimaru while you go after Kabuto, Naruto said as he stared at the battlefield. Kakashi nodded as he looked towards the battlefield too. Sasuke lifted his head towards Kimimaro. Humph. Is your bone strong enough to take my sword? Sasuke asked with an expression of disdain. Kimimaro looked at the bone sword in his hand. It's not just ordinary bone. It has a density so ridiculous that it is as hard as steel, Kimimaro explained. As hard as steel? So what? I'll break that bone of yours. Whoosh. Sasuke sent his sword straight ahead. He felt the sword slip past Kimimaro. You have good speed. Kimimaro commented as he sidestepped Sasuke who went past him. Humph. Sasuke turned back to send his sword after Kimimaro again. Kimimaro smiled while backstepping away from Sasuke. Sasuke increased his speed once again. Kimimaro was surprised, but immediately regained his calm demeanor after which he started to perform unorthodox movements while he kept avoiding Sasuke's moves one by one. Humph. Sasuke snorted as he sent a burst of lightning-natured chakra throughout his body. Slash. Sasuke managed to make his sword cut Kimimaro's skin on his chest area despite Kimimaro making a last-second maneuver to avoid the unexpected drastic increase in speed. Damn. Kimimaro stared at the wound caused by Sasuke. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Kakashi, Kabuto, and Naruto were shocked at Sasuke's move just now. Even though this was an unexpected interruption in my plans, I am going to let that slide. To think that boy would improve so much in just 1 month. No, in less than 1 month, Orochimaru praised Sasuke's movements. Yeah, Kabuto stared at Sasuke while feeling threatened from within about the significance of his existence to Orochimaru. Sasuke stared at Kimimaro as though he was a monster. Sasuke's expression turned from shock to that of confidence as his battle intent shot to the skies. To think there are such powerful guys out in the world at my age. Back in that exchange just now. He did not even use his sword, he only used his speed to move away from me. Now that I have caused an injury on his chest area, he will have no choice but to use his sword. I will use that opportunity to destroy his sword, Sasuke thought as he saw Kimimaro get into his battle stance once again. You are strong. But you have not seen anything yet. I have about 5 dances. You blocked my first dance when you arrived here. So, now I am going to show you my second dance, Kimimaro said as he lifted his sword towards Sasuke again. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro announced as he ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke clad himself in his lightning-natured chakra once again as he brought his sword towards the front to face the incoming Kimimaro. Back in the alley at the entrance of the sand village. Chiyo stared at Yura who had an expression of guilt across his face. I was a sleeper cell working for Sasori-sama. Yura confessed. Sasori. Did he come here? Chiyo asked. Yes. Yura nodded. Whoosh. Chiyo launched forth in full speed as she went past Yura. Whoosh. Mukade appeared in front of Chiyo. I can't let you go just like that. Mukade said as he brought his hands to the front with chakra strings coming out of his fingers. Tack. 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 Sounds of puppet movements echoed throughout the valley. Chiyo looked towards the sides to see about 64 puppets on their way to attack her. She pulled out a small scroll from within her sleeves. Summoning, Father and Mother. Chiyo announced as 2 puppets appeared from the scroll and took their place by their side. Ha ha ha. 2 puppets. Are you serious? Mukade asked as he controlled the puppets according to the instructions from Sasori's scroll. Humph. Chiyo snorted as she moved her fingers. Clink. A sound was heard as the 2 puppets merged their hands together. Chiyo moved her fingers away from each other causing the puppet to move away from each other, revealing a razor-sharp wire that connected the 2. It's useless. Mukade shouted in excitement as he sent the 64 puppets towards her at a much higher speed. Let's go. Chiyo said as she moved her hands, following which the father and mother puppets extended the distance between themselves and went to round up all the puppets in the vicinity through their razor-sharp wire. Slash. 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 The duo went about slashing all the puppets that went up against them. No-oh. Mukade screamed. Within a few moments all the puppets were slashed apart. Chiyo stored the father and mother puppet in her scroll following which she turned towards Mukade as she raised a needle against him. Tell me where Sasori is, or else, Chiyo threatened him. Or else? Mukade asked in an angry voice. I'll just poison you here with this needle, Chiyo said. Ha! Mukade exclaimed as he pointed his finger towards Chiyo. Like you can dash, whoosh. Mukade felt something prick his index finger. He brought his finger towards himself only to see a needle sticking out. Mukade realized it was the same needle that Chiyo just showed him. Arfk! He screamed. Tell me where Sasori is. If you tell me, I will consider treating you once I come back, Chiyo explained her deal. Damn you old witch. I swear, I will dash. Mukade stopped upon seeing Chiyo pull out another needle. Where? Chiyo asked. He's after Lord Kazekage. Mukade blurted out. What? Chiyo shouted as she took off in top speed towards the direction where Raza was at. Back in the battlefield. Sasuke and Kimimaro closed in on each other. Kimimaro did not hold back as he started to send his sword forth multiple times towards Sasuke. Clash. 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 Sasuke deflected each, and every sword pierces using his sword. This went on for a while where neither party had an advantage over the other. Sasuke became angry as he ignited his sword with lightning-natured energy. Kimimaro saw Sasuke's action, but he could not choose to back out due to the situation he was in. Aich! Sasuke shouted as he charged his way over, which was also done by Kimimaro in turn. Just as they were about to clash with each other, Sasuke sent his sword forth. Slash! Kimimaro's eyes widened. Chapter 69. Slash! Kimimaro's eyes widened. Crack! The bone-hilted sword snapped in two with a clean cut across each surface. What? Kabuto lost his composure, following which Orochimaru placed his arm on him. Kabuto turned to look at Orochimaru, only to see an expression of pure pleasure. Humph. Sasuke smirked as he saw the sword snap in two. I already told you. I will break that bone of yours, Sasuke proudly declared as he stared at Kimimaro who was kneeling down on the sand. Kimimaro lost his calmness. His thunder nature chakra is really troublesome. Kimimaro thought as he gritted his teeth. Cough. Cough. Kimimaro vomited a bit of blood from his mouth onto the hand he used to cover his mouth. My time is running out. I don't wish to admit it. Kimimaro calmed himself down once again, following which he stood up. Humph. I thought you were very powerful from how much you boasted about the strength of your bones. Turns out you are just an average ninja with a Kekkei Genkai, Sasuke said with a hint of disdain in his voice which was also meant to provoke Kimimaro. Kimimaro got into his battle stance once again, only this time he did not have his sword with him. Third dance, Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro announced, upon which several bones started to pop out all over his body. What the hell? How many bones can he create at a time? Sasuke thought as he looked at Kimimaro's appearance. Prepare yourself. Kimimaro said as he launched off the ground in full speed towards Sasuke with a silent but deadly battle intent. Sasuke brought his sword to the front, while he clad himself and the sword in lightning nature chakra. Whoosh! Kimimaro's speed increased abruptly as though he had teleported. Clang! Sasuke's sword parried with one of the bones that surrounded Kimimaro's right hand. What? His bone's density increased. Sasuke thought while feeling vibrations from the impact that had just occurred, down his sword hilt to his entire body. Crack! Kimimaro felt his bone almost wanted to give in to the pressure from Sasuke's attack. Humph! Kimimaro snorted as he followed through by rotating his body. Slash! 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 Aich! Sasuke groaned in pain, with wounds opening up all over his body due to Kimimaro's numerous bones tearing his skin apart in different places, all over his body. Bang! Sasuke fell on the ground after sliding a few meters from the force of the impact he had received. Sasuke. Naruto and Kakashi rushed to the front, only to be blocked by Orochimaru and Kabuto. Damn it! Naruto stared at Orochimaru who blocked him. Meanwhile, Kakashi had heaved a sigh of relief. Just as per Naruto's intended plan, Orochimaru is now facing him, while I am facing Four Eyes. Kakashi thought as he looked at Kabuto who was right in front of him. Naruto. Why don't we continue our match from before in the forest? Orochimaru asked. Naruto looked towards the battlefield where Sasuke was fallen. At this moment, Sasuke started to get up slowly. I don't want you to disturb their match. Follow me, we will fight somewhere else, Orochimaru said as he dragged Naruto away. However, before Orochimaru brought Naruto away, he stopped, following which he turned towards the direction where Raza was at. The fourth Kazekage of the Hidden Sand. Orochimaru called out. Raza, who was standing outside of his palanquin and watching the battlefield in front of him, turned towards Orochimaru with a slight frown appearing across his face. Orochimaru. You still dare to call me? Raza asked. Weren't we planning to destroy the hidden leaf? Orochimaru asked. Damn it. Looks like these three will also turn against me, Raza cursed. Don't worry, Kazekage-sama. We are aware of the destruction of the leaf plan. Kakashi said, upon which Kabuto reacted by taking out his kunai. Kakashi also took out his kunai as he defended Kabuto's strike. If you plan to fight along with us against them, the treaty still holds, Kakashi warned. Raza's expression turned up for the better. Orochimaru. Raza called out in anger as he ran towards the place where Orochimaru and Naruto were standing. Damn it. Orochimaru cursed after witnessing his plan to turn the Kazekage, and the leaf ninjas against each other had failed. He then brought a scroll to the front and unraveled it. Poof. A small cloud of smoke appeared from the scroll, following which it revealed a figure. Lord Third. Raza stared at the dead figure. He instantly regretted giving the body back then to Orochimaru. Orochimaru formed a single-hand seal as he set the jutsu in motion. Back on top of the sand dune. What? Sasori stared at the scene that was taking place. What happened, my man? Deidara asked upon seeing Sasori freak out. Deidara. Wait until I give the signal to go to the battlefield. Back on the battlefield. Sasuke, Kimimaro, Kakashi, Naruto, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and the others watched the figure in front of the third Kazekage Raza with great curiosity. Not good. Who is this guy? Naruto thought, since he had already witnessed reanimation jutsu before. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the other Sanjounin stood dumbfounded. That's the third Kazekage of the Iron Sand. Kakashi said. The third Kazekage was a tall man of fair complexion. He had short dark blue hair and narrow yellow eyes. He wore the standard Kazekage attire minus the Kage hat plus a flowing ankle-length white cape. After studying the Jinchuriki of Shikaku of the time, he recreated its sand-manipulating powers by combining his own magnetic chakra and iron powder, which produced the iron sand technique. The eye of the reanimated third Kazekage opened. Where am I? The third Kazekage asked as he looked about. Arg. The third Kazekage felt his headache. Flashback. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, who sealed the third Kazekage into a scroll. Kabuto. We are not going to use the new reanimation just onto him, Orochimaru said. Kabuto stared at Orochimaru with an expression of a question mark. We know that the new reanimation jutsu is powerful. But it would be a waste of a test run, without having the first reanimation jutsu undergo its test run. That way we'd understand the true power difference between the two jutsus and also the unforeseen circumstances that it may lead to, Orochimaru explained. Understood. Kabuto unsealed the third Kazekage and reverted the jutsu back to its original form. End of flashback. Soon the third Kazekage regained his very calm and stoic demeanor from the time when he was alive, which also complemented his emotionless state that had been activated by the kunai with a red talisman that was implanted in his back. Raza felt like he just saw the Kazekage like he was in his prime. This is bad. My gold dust technique can barely be compared against the strength of his iron sand technique, Raza thought as he stared at the undead Kazekage that was walking towards him. Let's go. Orochimaru said as he jumped away from the battlefield followed by Naruto. Naruto stared once again at Sasuke, who finally regained his breath as he nodded towards Naruto, indicating that he can take care of himself. Naruto finally left the battlefield without any worries. Clang. Two large kunais parried. Their respective wielders were Kakashi and Kabuto. Kabuto stared at Kakashi. So, how did you guys figure out about our plans? Kabuto asked. Kakashi stared at Kabuto silently. All right. If you want me to find out that information the hard way, then the hard way it is. Kabuto said as he overpowered Kakashi a bit, to let loose in the last moment. Kabuto took advantage of this small gap in power to retrieve his kunai, which he used once again to slash at Kakashi repeatedly. Kakashi dodged all the attacks quickly. Overall, Kakashi and Kabuto were equally matched regarding taijutsu. Kakashi could dominate Kabuto using various ninjutsus or just activating his Sharingan to deal with him, while Kabuto only had his medical ninjutsu as an advantage when it came to a battle of attrition. Meanwhile, Kimimaro turned towards Sasuke. Are you going to stand up or not? Kimimaro asked. Sasuke frowned. Sharingan. Sasuke activated his eyes. That's the Kekii Genkai, Orochimaru-sama wants. Kimimaro stared at Sasuke's three Tomo Sharingan eyes. Come. Kimimaro gestured towards Sasuke. Sasuke sheathed his sword back into its scabbard. Ha! Kimimaro stared at Sasuke. Sasuke half-kneeled on the floor and brought his left hand out, following which he placed his right hand over it. Bzz. A strange electricity buzzing sound came about. Bzz. 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 Sasuke raised his head as he looked towards Kimimaro. Chidori, 1000 Birds. Chapter 70. Naruto stared at Orochimaru who stood in front of him with a smile. I did not think Sasuke-kun will improve so much in such a short time, Orochimaru said. Naruto was silent. Back in the forest, I did not get to fight against you in my full power, as I preferred to keep a low profile since I did not want to alert anyone, Orochimaru said. Yeah, right. Naruto commented. Orochimaru frowned. How did you know that I will be here today? Orochimaru asked. That's none of your business. All you need to know is that I am going to stop you from whatever it is you are going to do. Killing the Kazekage, manipulating Sasuke to desire for power. No matter what you will do, I will be there to stop you. Naruto declared. It's funny how you remind me of a man that I know, Orochimaru said. Naruto thought back to how Jiraiya was also similar to him. Naruto tried to bring back Sasuke from choosing a wrong path when he went rogue, while Jiraiya also tried to stop Orochimaru from going down the wrong path. Nine-Tails Mode. A bright red chakra surrounded Naruto who was clad in a bright yellow chakra suit. Hee hee. Orochimaru snickered. Rasengan. Naruto powered up a Rasengan on his right hand. A Rasengan right of the bat, eh? Orochimaru murmured. Whoosh. Naruto threw the Rasengan towards Orochimaru. Shit. Orochimaru exclaimed as he tried to dodge the Rasengan. Whoosh. The Rasengan flew past the place Orochimaru was previously standing in. Orochimaru recovered his expression as he watched the Rasengan go past the place where he was standing in. You, Orochimaru groaned in an angry voice. Boom. Orochimaru was sent flying, as he hit the ground multiple times before finally sliding a few meters and coming to a stop. What? Orochimaru screamed in his mind. Naruto stared at Orochimaru getting up, as though he had not received much of a damage. As expected, He was always a tough one. Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had a shocked expression flash across his face. The boy has an excellent control over his chakra. Most jounins would find it hard to control the chakra that was released from their body, but this boy, He controls it as though it is second nature, Orochimaru thought as he observed Naruto from top to bottom carefully. Looks like I have underestimated you, Orochimaru said in a low voice to Naruto. Whoosh. The wind started to howl around the area as Orochimaru released his battle intent. Humph. Naruto snorted at Orochimaru, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Here I go, Orochimaru said as he launched off from the ground. Whoosh. A massive cloud of sand appeared at the spot where Orochimaru had left. Naruto looked around the desert in search of Orochimaru's body which was moving at an extremely high speed. Soon he spotted Orochimaru whose waist below was that of a snake that helped him to move around on the sand easily. Whoosh. Naruto appeared behind Orochimaru and sent a colossal chakra hand to chase after him. Bang. The sand caved in the spot where Naruto had just hit. Damn. Naruto cursed upon finding out he had missed Orochimaru. Stop running away. Naruto shouted as he chased after Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned upon hearing this sentence, but that did not slow him down. On the contrary, he further increased his speed. That's it. Naruto gave up on chasing Orochimaru, following which he reached into the pocket. Orochimaru turned back to see if Naruto was following him. Flying Thunder God Level 2. Boom. Orochimaru was sent to the ground upon receiving a punch from Naruto who appeared behind him. Gotcha. Naruto shouted excitedly. However, the next moment Naruto frowned as he stared at the mangled Orochimaru in the ground turning into earth. Earth Release, Shadow Clone. Orochimaru reappeared right in front of Naruto after popping back into existence from the mud and placed his palm over Naruto's head. Genjutsu. Naruto went into a daze, following which Orochimaru entered Naruto's psyche. The world appeared pitch black. From what Orochimaru could see, he could faintly make out a huge creature was standing before him. GGR. Kurama snarled at Orochimaru. Hee hee. Orochimaru smirked at Kurama. You dare to laugh in front of me? Kurama said as he unraveled his complete killing intent on Orochimaru. Why is there no seal here? Orochimaru thought while having zero regards for Kurama. Kurama was angered. Bang! Kurama crushed Orochimaru, following which Orochimaru returned back to his body. Ugh! Orochimaru felt a splitting headache. Meanwhile, Naruto recovered. Naruto jumped into the air, following which he stretched out his right hand. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. A massive ball of spinning shuriken appeared in Naruto's hand. Ha! Naruto threw the Raisin Shuriken at Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru stared at the incoming Raisin Shuriken. Orochimaru quickly brought a finger to his mouth and bit on it, following which he placed his palm on the ground. Poof! A huge cloud of smoke appeared. Naruto frowned upon seeing the new development. Bang! A sound of iron getting hit was heard, followed by the sound of multiple small attacks on the iron. The cloud of smoke vanished upon the landing of the Raisin Shuriken, revealing a huge gate. It was a single Rashomon. Ha! 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 Orochimaru breathed in and out heavily as he stared at the cracks that appeared on the other side of the gate. Poof! The Rashomon disappeared, revealing a worn-out Orochimaru. On the other side of the battlefield, Raza stared at the third Kazekage, who had an emotionless look across his eyes, as he raised his hand towards Raza. Soon, the wind started to howl as black-colored dust began to gather in front of the third Kazekage. The black-colored dust was iron sand, which then transformed into a bunch of small needles that was scattered across space. Iron sand, scattered showers. The third Kazekage commanded, upon which the iron needles shot off towards Raza. Boom! A vast wall of golden sand rose from below the ground to block the assault from the needles. Raza let out the breath he was holding while gathering the gold underground. That was close. Raza thought as his sand wall lowered to the ground, revealing the third Kazekage with a blank expression across his face. Looks like he doesn't react too quickly, Raza thought as his gold dust completely lowered to the ground. There's only one way to find out. Raza thought as he transformed his gold dust into thousands of small needles and sent them in an incredible speed towards the third Kazekage. CHK. 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 Sounds of being pierced were being echoed across the area, tearing apart the third Kazekage's body. Ha! Raza was somewhat relieved to see that the body was destroyed. He heaved a sigh of relief and turned back to walk away. Rustle. Raza stopped in place and turned back. One by one matter from the surrounding gathered to reform the third Kazekage. What the? Raza stood with a shocked expression. Kimimaro stared at the Chidori that was taking shape in Sasuke's hand. What jutsu is this? His thunder-natured chakra was already troublesome, now he has his entire chakra compressed into that hand. Kimimaro stared at Sasuke. Whoosh! Sasuke got up and charged towards Kimimaro like a jet stream. Kimimaro raised both his hands towards Sasuke. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kimimaro announced as the tip of all his 10 fingers opened up to release the top part of his finger bone like a bullet from a gun. Whoosh! 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 Sasuke slipped past all the finger bullets by using his Sharingan to react to them. Kimimaro frowned, following which he started releasing bullets at a quicker pace. Whoosh! 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 Sasuke kept slipping past the flying bones like a tiny fish through a net, barely managing to avoid contact with the bones. Ajich! Kimimaro shouted in a frenzy as he continued to fire. Sasuke's battle intent rose to his peak, as he concentrated at arriving before Kimimaro at all costs, despite which he dodged all the bullets perfectly. Boom! Sasuke landed right in front of Kimimaro. This is the power of his Kekkei Genkai, huh? Kimimaro stared at the incoming Chidori. Boom! The sound of destruction reverberated within the vicinity of the battlefield to the point where Kakashi, Kabuto, and the others stopped for a moment to witness the result of the attack. Chapter 71. Sasori and Deidara were watching the battles that were taking place from the sand dune they stood on. My man, looks like that Orochimaru guy we wanted to kill is being given a run for his money by that blonde-haired kid, Deidara said. Deidara. Focus. There are things that require more attention. Sasori said while feeling threatened from the reveal of the third Kazekage's reanimation form. Deidara agreed. Huh. Sasori turned a bit away from the direction of the battle to see a particular figure running towards the group. What is Honored Granny Chio doing here? Sasori thought, following which he turned to face his partner. Deidara. We've waited long enough. Let's go now, or else more unnecessary people will get involved in this, Sasori said, causing Deidara to get excited at the prospects of unveiling his art of explosion. Deidara raised a single-hand seal. Poof. The strange creature appeared once again. Let's go. Deidara announced, following which, the pair jumped up at the same time, landing on top of the creature's back. Kairu. The creature cried as it quickly ascended the skies. Boom. A massive cloud of dust rose from the spot where Sasuke and Kimimaro were fighting. The sound of destruction reverberated within the vicinity of the battlefield to the point where Kakashi, Kabuto, and the others stopped for a moment to witness the result of the attack. The cloud of dust was slowly clearing up. Cough. 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 Sasuke coughed upon inhaling a bit of dust. His eyes started to tear up when being exposed to the cloud of dust. He tried to block his nose from inhaling more dust and forced himself to look for Kimimaro. Crack. Sasuke heard a sound from the front. Soon the dust cloud cleared up, revealing a rib cage in front of Sasuke. Crack. 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 The rib cage crumbled into pieces, leaving a small number of unbroken ribs in front of Kimimaro's chest. Did he just create a rib cage to defend against my Chidori, Sasuke thought. Bleh. Kimimaro puked quite a bit of blood, that dyed the sand red. Ha. 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 Kimimaro breathed in and out heavily. He looked towards Sasuke and stared at him in anger. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood in the same place without moving a muscle, while admiring Kimimaro's life-saving ability. Kabuto stared at Kimimaro, who just puked out blood. This is bad. I can't let him fight anymore. We need him to lead the Sound 4 for the destruction of the Leaf Plan. Kabuto thought as he quickly reached into his pocket and threw a bottle towards Kimimaro. Whoosh! Before Kakashi or Sasuke could interrupt, the bottle fell into Kimimaro's hands. Kimimaro quickly took out 2 pills and popped it into his mouth. Kimimaro stared at Sasuke angrily while he activated his cursed seal of earth seal that was on his chest. SH. 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 Kimimaro's skin turned dark from the center of his chest, which spread outwards to cover his entire body. Let's continue the dance. Kimimaro said as he dashed towards Sasuke. Third dance, Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro announced as he continued his battle technique from earlier. Several bones started to pop out all over his body once again, this time appearing stronger than ever. Arfk. Kimimaro raised his battle intent to the highest as he ran towards Sasuke in full speed. Sasuke felt a bit threatened. He thought back to the time where he came up with defensive and offensive maneuvers for circulating thunder-natured chakra throughout his body. Chidori stream. Sasuke announced, upon which small streams of Chidori flashed all over his body. Kimimaro noticed the defense Sasuke had put up against him. It's useless. Kimimaro declared as he appeared near Sasuke. Sasuke quickly unsheathed his sword from the scabbard and held it against Kimimaro as he ran the Chidori stream through the sword as well. Humph. Kimimaro snorted as he thrust his bone against Sasuke. Slash. The sword and bone parried. Arg. Sasuke groaned upon feeling the brunt of the inertial force from Kimimaro's body that rushed towards him from his sword through the contact with Kimimaro's bone. Gur. 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 Sounds of grinding against each other echoed throughout the battlefield where neither bone nor sword refused to give up. Hee hee. Kimimaro snickered, following which he started to spin around on the place he stood. Slash. 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 Kimimaro's bone tried to tear Sasuke's skin apart but was blocked by Sasuke's Chidori stream that flashed across his body, protecting him from the bones. Arg. Sasuke groaned a bit, as there were places that could not be protected and started to bleed. Kimimaro became a bit happy upon seeing his technique having an effect on his opponent's body. Looks like I have no choice but to use it, Sasuke thought, following which Sasuke closed his eyes for a few seconds. What is he doing? Kimimaro thought. A few meters away. Naruto stared at Orochimaru, who had trouble gaining his breath. Will you give up on destroying the hidden leaf? Naruto asked. Humph. Orochimaru let out a discontent sound. Naruto frowned at Orochimaru's gesture, following which he raised his hands. Book. 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 Small sounds of bubbles popping up were heard. Orochimaru looked towards Naruto to see small balls of red and blue chakra were gathered around Naruto's hand. Naruto then commanded all the balls to join up into one small black sphere. Such a dense amount of concentrated chakra. This whole area will be vaporized if it were to be released, Orochimaru thought as he brought his two hands near his mouth and bit on it. Mini-tailed beast bomb. Naruto launched the small black blob of highly concentrated chakra at Orochimaru. Triple Rashomon. Boom. Naruto saw the incredible blast radius that was created by the tiny beast bomb. Somewhere in the sky. Would you look at that? Deidara admired the explosion that was set off by Naruto. That's art, my man. Deidara declared as he turned towards Sasori. Whatever, Sasori ignored Deidara as he continued to observe the battles. Raza stared at the third Kazekage who got resurrected from being blasted to smithereens. R.A. The third Kazekage mumbled a bit before becoming emotionless once again. Raza felt a bit sad upon seeing the third Kazekage trying to regain control of himself. Killing the emotions did not completely kill the Kazekage's thought process. Raza could only imagine the amount of pain the third Kazekage was feeling as he tried to fight it out with his junior. Damn it. Orochimaru. I swear I will make you pay for this. Raza thought as he raised his golden sand once again to face the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage raised his hands following which, the iron sand in the area started to gather in front of him. Ha! The third Kazekage brought his hands together, following which the iron sand morphed into geometric shapes. Raza controlled the golden sand to form under his feet. Soon the golden sand formed into a stable platform for Raza to ride on, which Raza used to take off the ground. Whoosh! 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 A pyramid, cuboid and a sphere chased after Raza who was flying on the golden sand. Raza increased the speed of the sand, thus increasing the distance between himself and the iron shapes. Ha! The third Kazekage increased his supply of chakra to make the shapes chase faster. Whoosh! The pyramid tried to attack Raza, only to be blocked by a giant blob of golden dust. What the third Kazekage did not notice was, his techniques were chasing after a clone of Raza, meanwhile the real one was hiding behind a small dune, crouching down on the ground with both palms placed on the sand. Looks like I have gathered enough water, Raza thought as he looked at the sky to see his clone heading towards where he was. Now! The clone shouted following which Raza formed a series of hand seals. Water release, water blade technique. Raza announced upon which a column of underground water raised into the air. Raza brought his hands together following which, the water compressed into a water blade and flew towards the incoming iron pyramid. Boom! The iron pyramid got destroyed to pieces. It worked. Raza thought as he looked at the pieces of the iron pyramid. Meanwhile, the other two shapes chased after the clone. The water release, water blade technique is a technique where the user forms a hand seal and raises a column of underground water from beneath their feet, which takes the shape of a high-pressured water blade. If one were to take a direct hit from the blade, it would cut clean through flesh and bone. This technique is perfect for digging through bedrock without creating igniting sparks. Using hydrated calcium and volcanic rock from the underground water, the shape of this technique can also take the form of a javelin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shapes chased after the clone. Puppet technique, light shield block. Bang! The shapes crashed against two puppets which held a shield made of chakra. I'm here. Granny Chio announced as she entered the battlefield. Chapter 72. Let's not waste time anymore. Kakashi said while pulling his left part of the head protector up. Sharingan. Not good. Kabuto felt something terrible was about to happen. Kakashi took out a scroll from his vest, bit his finger and drew blood over the scroll. He closed it again and formed a seal. What do you plan to do? Kabuto asked as he pointed his kunai at Kakashi. Ninja art summoning, earth-style fang pursuit jutsu. Kakashi said as he unleashed the technique. Poof poof. Poof poof. Poof poof. Poof poof. 8 ninja dogs appeared out of thin air on the sand. Gur. The dogs snarled at Kabuto. Easy, Kabuto tried to calm the dogs as he stepped backwards. Woof. Hakken commanded, following which all the ninja dogs ran towards Kabuto at the same time and captured Kabuto by sinking their fangs into 8 different places across Kabuto's body, letting the abdomen wide open. Kakashi then started forming hand seals. Ox rabbit monkey. He lifted his right hand which was gathering blue lightning energy while being supported by the left. In about 2 seconds, the energy in Kakashi's hand reached its full potential. Ararg. Raikiri. Kakashi shouted as he charged over towards Kabuto. Ha! Kakashi thrust the Raikiri into Kabuto. Boom! Kakashi's hand slipped into Kabuto's innards. Kakashi then removed his hand from Kabuto's abdomen, following which blurg. Kabuto puked some blood and fell onto his knees. Ha! 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 Kabuto breathed in and out heavily as he stared at the ground. It's over for you, Kakashi said. Hee hee. Kabuto snickered in a manner of self-mockery. However, what Kakashi had not realized was Kabuto was using a basic technique of rapid cellular division within a short amount of time over a specific area to heal himself. His cells regenerated at a speed visible to the eyes, slowly replacing the mangled flesh Kabuto had in the area where he had received the Raikiri and the bites from the 8 different dogs. Kakashi stared at Kabuto followed by the 8 ninja dogs. You think you have defeated me? Kabuto asked. Kakashi frowned upon Kabuto's question. Just as Kakashi was about to continue ahead. I'm here. Kakashi heard a foreign voice at this moment. He turned back to see an old lady interrupting the fight between the Kazekages. Meanwhile, Kabuto also stared at Granny Chiyo who had just arrived on the field. Honored Grandmother Chiyo. Kabuto stared at her. Kabuto knew about Granny Chiyo's existence from Sasori, who gave information on some of the most prominent ninjas from the Hidden Sand that were almost, if not on par with him in terms of prowess. After the father and the mother puppets blocked the attack from the third Kazekage, Chiyo also took a second to observe the battlefield. You. Chiyo stared at Kakashi angrily. I am going to kill you. Chiyo announced as she broke off the father puppet from the defense and sent him after Kakashi. Honored Grandmother Chiyo. Raza screamed, despite which Chiyo paid no attention to him and sent the puppet over quickly. Slash. The father puppet cut through Kakashi using a hidden blade. Poof. Kakashi was replaced by a wooden log which was struck in half by the puppet. Damn it. He got away. Chiyo cursed, following which the original Raza ran over to Chiyo. Meanwhile, the clone was being chased around by the geometric shapes. Honored Grandmother Chiyo. Why are you attacking him? The sound has betrayed us, the people from the Hidden Leaf are helping us, Raza justified. I don't care. Chiyo argued in a bold voice while setting her eyes on Kakashi once again. He killed my son and daughter-in-law. I must avenge them. Chiyo said, following which she moved her hands to prepare the next attack. However, before she could move in, Kakashi interrupted. I think you are mistaking me for someone else. My name is Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi introduced himself. Hatake? Are you the son of Hatake Sakumo, the White Fang? Chiyo asked. Yeah. Kakashi scratched his head. Chiyo felt like she had been let down on her hopes for revenge. I must not target the son for the sins of his father. Chiyo declared in her mind, following which she withdrew the father puppet. Boom. At this moment the iron cuboid that was chasing after the clone had destroyed it. This is bad. Raza thought as he turned to face the third Kazekage once again. Let me help you. Chiyo said as she joined up with Raza. Meanwhile, Kabuto finally stood up once again. Arg. Kabuto immediately fell onto the ground, as he clenched his abdomen in pain. How? I thought I healed it completely. Footsteps. Kabuto looked up to see Kakashi walking towards him. Damn it. Kabuto cursed at his misfortune and turned to observe how Kimimaro was doing. What is that boy watching him for? Kabuto thought upon seeing Kimimaro patiently waiting for Sasuke, who had his eyes closed. Whoosh. The strange creature flew over the battlefield, trying to land on the ground next to the battle between 3rd Kazekage vs. Chiyo and Raza. Bang! Sasori landed on the ground. It's been a long time. Granny Chiyo. Sasori greeted in a low voice. Sasori. Chiyo looked at Sasori, who was in his Hiriko form. So. The 3rd Kazekage managed to mumble in anger before turning his body towards Sasori to face him. Sasori looked at the 3rd Kazekage. Looks like even when he is dead, he still abhors me. After all, I did kill him all by myself back in the day, Sasori thought as he looked at the 3rd Kazekage. Kimimaro. Kabuto called out, to which Kimimaro turned back. What? Kabuto-sama was done in by the Jounin over there? Kimimaro thought as he looked at Kakashi, who was looking at Sasori that had just landed. Kimimaro understood tacitly. The Akatsuki, huh? I guess it's time for us to leave, Kimimaro thought as he vanished from the spot, only to reappear at the place Kabuto had fallen. Kakashi turned back to see Kabuto being supported by Kimimaro in his cursed form vanish from the spot, as they fled from the battle. This has gotten a whole lot troublesome than before, now that the Akatsuki has managed to poke their nose in this, Kakashi thought while watching Deidara head over towards the place where Naruto and Orochimaru were battling. Whoosh! Kakashi also jumped his way over to the other battlefield. Meanwhile, Sasuke finally opened his eyes, only to see that there was no one other than Sasori, the two Kazekages and Granny Chiyo. Who are they? Sasuke thought as he looked at the two foreign figures. Back in the place where Naruto and Orochimaru were battling. Orochimaru and Naruto stared at each other, not bothering to make any moves towards the other party. Naruto aimed to have Orochimaru withdraw, if not from the destruction plan, at least to spare the third Kazekage. Orochimaru. Naruto called out. However, before he could continue, both Orochimaru and Naruto looked up at the sky to see a strange creature and a man on its back, making their way over to the battlefield. Damn it! It's the Akatsuki. Orochimaru thought as he looked at Deidara who was draped in the standard Akatsuki attire. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bird kept flapping its wings in mid-air, slightly sending the dust away from the epicenter, where it was flying over. Deidara stood up on the bird's back and looked towards Orochimaru. Hey! You are Orochimaru. Aren't you? Deidara asked. Hee, Orochimaru smirked without giving a single answer. This guy. Deidara got angry. He was the kind of guy who did not know how to make of a first impression, so he just tried to confirm Orochimaru's identity despite knowing the fact he was Orochimaru. The Akatsuki has arrived, I see. Naruto looked at Deidara who was flying on the strange creature. Looks like it was the man who killed Gaara the last time. Naruto thought back to the time where he had to rush over to save Gaara, only to find out he was dead after breaking into the place where Akatsuki was hiding Gaara while sealing the Shikaku into the Gedamazu. That time, it was through the help of Kakashi that the team was able to come out of the mission, unscathed. Looks like I have been neglecting Sensei's development as well. Naruto thought as he looked towards the battlefield that was on the other side of the sandhill, only to realize that Kabuto and Kimimaro were making their way over to Orochimaru while being followed by Kakashi from the back. Whoosh! Kakashi arrived beside Naruto, the same time Kimimaro and Kabuto arrived beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned upon seeing Kimimaro is his cursed state and Kabuto who was being supported by him. Looks like we have to retreat from this place, Orochimaru thought as he turned towards Naruto. Naruto. Kakashi. Orochimaru called out, upon which the trio turned into an image as they started to burn up from the feet. The flames moved up slowly, reaching the ankle, and then the knees. It would help us a lot if you could take down Akatsuki for us, Orochimaru said. By the time Orochimaru finished saying those words, the image had burned up entirely, only leaving untouched sand in its tracks. Damn it! Naruto cursed in his mind upon seeing that the trio had withdrawn by fleeing away from the battle, pushing all the burden onto Naruto and his team. My man is not going to be happy with this one, Deidara thought as he turned towards Naruto. Say. Are you interested in art? Deidara asked in an excited voice. Naruto really wanted to facepalm himself after seeing this development.